The scene opens amidst a fierce battlefield. A master and their beast gaze at each other with regret. General Bakon. Before this tragic scene, the traitor mocks General Tong Hoion, the courageous general, victorious in every battle. He sneers, looking down at Hoion's defeat with a thrill. You wouldn't even dream that you would die by my own hand, would you? Even now, he isn't angry or resentful, but only asks one question. Why did you betray me? Upon hearing this, the traitor laughs maniacally, as if it were a joke. With that, he mercilessly beheads Hoion. Take this question, along with your white tiger, to the underworld. Ask Yami yourself. Seeing his master fall, Bakon roars in anguish. The general is dead. After successfully eliminating the biggest obstacle, Kui Lai is triumphant. Even in death, he still protected this beast. Seeing that Hoion is no longer alive, he intends to finish off Bakon as well. This beast won't live much longer. Let's stay by your side. Arrogant in victory, Kui Lai laughs as he turns and walks away. Die and rot in the sand, white tiger. Covered in wounds, Bakon is still worried about Hoion. General, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect you. With his last breath, Hoion strokes the white tiger. Bakon, I promised to fight alongside you on the battlefield, but I let you die in this betrayal. I'm sorry. After his last breath fades, a heart-wrenching roar from Bakon pierces the sky. Soon after, it also collapses, joining its master in death. But instead of meeting its end as a white tiger, it transforms into a human and is reborn into the past. Dying for the general, Bakon has no regrets. If I could go back, I, Bakon, would turn those who betrayed the general to ashes. In this time, Bakon is known as Bakin AM. Having just traveled to the past, she hears immoral laughter. This girl is truly beautiful. Look at her figure. She's a real prize. 3 thugs surround her. One of them is talking to someone. My lady, do you really want us to do this? Then, one of them speaks with utter shamelessness, looking at the girl still in her wedding clothes. I can't wait any longer. I want to consummate the marriage with her. Though not of the same status, this vile woman speaks with disgusting contempt. Do it quickly. This woman, Bak Kinim, however you want to play with her, is up to you. Even if you play her to death, I will ensure you are protected. Assured of their safety, they approach Kin AM to commit their vile act. Well then, I won't be polite. As they touch her, she luckily wakes up. A hand slams into one of their faces, leaving him unrecognizable. The thug only manages a scream before a centuries-old banyan tree is knocked down by him. The other two, witnessing this, begin to question their existence. Making an example of one, Kin AM approaches the woman. What do you want? She is deeply confused. Didn't the general and I die on the battlefield? How am I here? Even now, the woman's attitude is only one of surprise, not fear. You, Bakin AM, you're awake? Good. It's more fun when you're conscious. From her words, Kin AM realizes she is her own sister. She orders, why aren't you serving my older sister properly? One of the thugs, his face grim, looks at the tragic result of touching her earlier. But, however, that woman still arrogantly provoked them further. This by Qingyin is just a good-for-nothing, weak and frail. Don't tell me you're all afraid of her. Hurry up, I still have to replace her and marry the general. Hearing these 2 words, Bai Qingyin's expression turned serious. General, this general, could it be? She thought, listening to the woman speak. As if emboldened, the men responded, the second miss is right. That brat just got lucky. Let's get her. You have to be a good girl and leave us a whole body to enjoy. Before they could charge, Qingyin sent them flying with a single kick. What? So fast. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at them, murderous intent clear. The remaining men, still reeling from the shock, were swiftly dealt with, collapsing after a couple of blows. Seeing this, the woman's face paled. What? How could a good-for-nothing become so powerful? After dealing with the thugs, Qingyin advanced towards the woman, sword in hand. Looking at the blood-stained sword, the woman's legs trembled as she fell to the ground. Don't come any closer. Bai Qingyin stared at her with icy eyes. Are those your last words? She scrambled backwards, her voice trembling with fear. You can't kill me. Bai Qingyin, I'm your younger sister. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with terror. With her escape route cut off, she resorted to her trump card, telling on their parents, if you dare kill me, father won't let you off. Unexpectedly, this tactic had no effect on Qingyin. Father? Who cares? However, Qingyin still had no intention of silencing her. She planned to extract information. Tell me, who is this general you keep talking about? And what's this about replacing me in the marriage? Grasping at this lifeline, the woman hurriedly spilled the beans. I'm talking about the renowned General Tong Huaiying. His Majesty decreed that you marry General Tong Huaiying. I've admired the general for a long time and couldn't bear the thought of you marrying him, so I decided to take your place. Qingyin slowly pieced together the events. By Qingyin marrying General Tong Huaiying. This had happened 3 years ago, after the Yixiangwen campaign. Only the marriage part, not what followed. Having learned what she needed, Qingyin sheathed her sword. It seems I've been reborn back to 3 years ago. And that also means... Her eyes lit up. The general is still alive. Excellent. Outwardly, the woman feigned deference to Bai Qingyin that you've always liked the crown prince and never wanted to marry the general. Why not let me have him? I'll marry the general in your place. Inwardly, she seethed with resentment. What's gotten into Bai Qingyin? She's become so strong. Just wait until I secure my position as the general's concubine. I'll teach you a lesson. No sooner had this malicious thought crossed her mind than she received a sharp slap across the face. The slap sent her sprawling. Qingyin dusted off her hand and said, if the general wants to marry me, I naturally can't refuse. Ignoring the woman's speechless rage, Qingyin cheerfully ran towards the wedding hall. Now, off to the general's mansion. The woman, having experienced such humiliation for the first time, swore to herself, by Qingyin, you dare hit me? I definitely won't let this go. I won't forgive you. The general's mansion was lavishly decorated for the wedding. Several young women, watching Huaiying's figure, whispered amongst themselves, why hasn't the bride arrived yet? The auspicious time is almost upon us. I heard Bai Qingyin likes the crown prince. She's probably deliberately stalling. Actually, General Tong isn't too keen on this marriage either. It's a pity it was decreed by the crown prince himself. He can't refuse. Because you made us wait so long, Huaiying said with a frigid expression. We have many things to attend to. Anyway, times have changed. Let's postpone the marriage for now. The other women gasped in fear. Postpone? Huaiying's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a woman threw open the door and rushed in. Qingyin unexpectedly ran to the general and embraced him tightly. Huaiying was taken aback by this action. What the? The woman in pink said, stunned. Isn't that Bai Qingyin? She actually made it in time. The other two women were shocked and apprehensive. She's even leaning on the general. He never lets anyone touch him. She'll be killed. I can practically see the bloodbath at the wedding. Qingyin, looking at Huaiying, was overwhelmed with emotion. General, you're alive. We're not dead. Her eyes shone with uncontainable joy. It's so good to see you. You look so handsome. But Huaiying's response was filled with disgust. Get off me. Who allowed you to touch me? His hand was still clasped in hers. Why don't I feel repulsed by this woman's touch? Qingyin tightened her grip and declared with a serious expression, General, I am buying. I have something important to tell you. Huaiying gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, buying? That's the name I gave the tiger cub I saved as a child. What is this woman trying to pull? His eyes filled with disdain, he said, as far as I know, you are the daughter of Chongling Marquis, Bai Qingyin. You are not worthy of the name Bai Ying. These words ignited a fury within her. How am I not worthy? The general himself gave me that name. This is absurd. Huaiying turned and walked away, ordering, someone, take this woman to the heavenly courtyard. She is not to leave without my permission. The servants immediately surrounded her. Qingyin wasn't having it. She grabbed a nearby table. You want to touch me? Think again. With one precise throw, she knocked a servant down. I am by who? Do you think you can capture me? Another throw sent more servants tumbling. They stared at her in astonishment. Heavens, that's an octagonal table made of ebony. It takes 8 grown men to lift it. She had flipped the table and sent it flying with one hand. Wasn't Bai Qingyin frail and sickly? Where did she get this strength? She could probably take on an entire battalion by herself. Qingyin then broke off a table leg, her expression menacing. You think you're worthy of capturing me? You couldn't capture Bai Ying if your life depended on it. Seeing this, Huaiying began to suspect that Bai Qingyin was not who she seemed. Why did she feign weakness all this time? What is she planning? Huaiying approached her with a cold smile. If you don't wish to go to the heavenly courtyard, then leave the manor. General, one of the servants said, these people have made a fool of us. Wronged, she cried out, explaining to the general, don't be angry with me, all right? Just now, it was just a reflex. But actually, I have my own plans. Right now, with so many people and so much gossip, it's really not appropriate to acknowledge our relationship, General. I'll find you later. I'll talk to you properly then. Immediately after, Qingyin kicked a servant. Get up, quickly. Take me to the heavenly courtyard. The servants' faces were filled with misery. General, look. But Huaying coldly waved his hand, signaling them to take her away. Before leaving, Qingyin still had to say something. General, what I said just now is wrong. She turned back, flashing a bright smile. The only person in this world who could capture me alive is you, General. For a moment, Huaying was stunned. Ying, she only trusts you. His eyes seemed to probe this woman. The surrounding people began to gossip. Since when did Bai Qingyin tease people like this? Isn't the person she likes His Highness the Crown Prince? How can she be seducing the general in the blink of an eye? Even I find those words touching. Suddenly, a servant stepped forward and whispered, General, how should we arrange for Bai Qingyin? Huaying's gaze remained icy. Monitor her every move. He was also telling himself, this woman is so good with sweet words. Could she be someone sent by the Chungalang Marquis? A spy trying to seduce me with her beauty? Outside the courtyard, darkness had fallen. Looking out the window, Qingyin thought, it's dark now. If I sneak out to see the general, no one will see me, right? She tried to push the door open with force. These people locked the door before they left. Qingyin just smiled smugly that I'm a tiger raised by the general. Do they think a mere door can confine me? She quickly jumped to another route. Qingyin's movements were agile. They won't let me out through the door? Isn't there still a window? She skipped along happily. Now, I'm going to find the general. The scene shifted to a long corridor. A servant immediately ran to report, General, Bai Qingyin has gone to the study. He turned and asked, did she touch the confidential letter on the desk? The young man looked troubled. She's squatting under the desk. Unmoving, Huaying walked forward that I'll go see. He was bewildered. This woman's behavior is strange and unpredictable. What is she up to? In the bright and spacious study, Qingyin hid under the desk, which used to be Bai Hu's private space. She was determined. The general comes to the study every night. Later, I must talk to him properly and make him believe that I am Bai Ying. As for the traitor, I must also tell the general quickly. I definitely won't let the general die on the battlefield again because of that traitor. Hearing the door open, Qingyin was overjoyed. The general is here. Seeing her, he was startled. By Qingyin, Qingyin greeted him enthusiastically. General, seeing her actions, Huaying was stunned. What are you doing squatting under the desk? Qingyin immediately leaned against him. General, I came to find you. I want to tell you that I really am Bai Ying. I can prove it to you. Huaying stared at her. How can you prove it? She quickly pulled his robe open with a serious expression. On the general's chest were 2 slash wounds from a knife, and on his waist at the back, there was another wound, also from a blade. There was yet another wound located on Huaying's waist. She then lifted the fabric covering his thigh. There were several scratches on his thigh, remnants from his childhood recklessness. Huaying was probably speechless because of this girl. Watching her smile as if urging him to praise her, he wondered, the scars from my past are rarely known. How does this woman understand them so clearly? Qingyin innocently asked again, General, am I right? I haven't missed anything, have I? I have to double-check. Unable to bear it any longer, he grabbed the impudent girl's hand. Looking at his glistening abs, Qingyin couldn't help herself. Oh, right. The general still has his 8-pack abs. A surge of emotions welled up within her. His hand felt so comfortable in hers. Seeing her like this, he angrily roared, By Qingyin. His eyes were filled with fury as he glared at her. How do you know about the wounds on my body? Are you making up excuses to seduce me? Do you want to die? Qingyin, frightened, immediately explained, Seduce? General, I am Bai Ying. Of course, I know your wounds. Bai Ying would never deceive the general. This only angered Huaying more. That it seems you truly aren't afraid of death. Someone, seize her. The people outside immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. The general spoke in a sharp voice. Bai Qingyin has offended her superior. Drag her down and give her 20 strokes of the cane. The servants immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Qingyin once again grabbed the table leg, seemingly about to attack. Huaying stretched out his hand to stop her. Bai Qingyin, you dare raise your hand against me again? Inside, he was furious. This woman had caused a scene in the main hall this morning. Did she really think he wouldn't dare kill her? His actions startled her, General. The table leg was about to hit Huaying. Qingyin's eyes held a trace of sadness. No, I have to lessen the force. I can't hit the general. Then, she slammed the table leg onto the ground. This action caused her to cough up blood. Forcibly reducing the force caused her internal energy to backfire. But thankfully, the general was unharmed. Huaying was shocked at the sight. By Qingyin, he stared at the girl before him. This woman, Qingyin looked up at him. General, I would never harm you. Her body could no longer support itself. Absolutely not. He reached out, as if to catch the collapsing girl. The servants, seeing this, immediately rushed to support her. General, she fainted. Should we still cane her? Huaying's face returned to its cold demeanor. Forget it. Throw her back to the green bamboo courtyard. The servants didn't dare disobey, yes, sir. But in their hearts, they were puzzled. The general had never changed an order before. They couldn't believe he spared this woman today. Huaying questioned himself. This woman would rather hurt herself than... Bring me a chair. What was she thinking? The bright rays of the sun shone down on the green bamboo courtyard. By now, Qingyin had awakened. Suddenly remembering something, she bolted upright. Wait a minute. Last night, wasn't I in the general's study? Qingyin muttered, anxiously twisting her hair. Then, because I overexerted my power, I fainted. So now I've been brought back to the heavenly courtyard by the general? She fumed. This human body is so weak. How can it faint from just a little injury? Just then, a group of maids entered, their faces scowling. Get up and eat. What are you still doing in bed? Qingyin glared at the three girls. These are the maids in the general's manor. They showed no respect, yelling, "What are you looking at? Do you really think you're the general's concubine? As soon as you arrived, you were sent to the heavenly courtyard. Last night, you even tried to seduce the general. Such thick skin. You deserve to be punished by the general." Another added, "This place is so remote, I can't be bothered coming here." Qingyin remained bewildered. What are they babbling about? I'm a dignified white tiger. Why would I compete with mere humans? She slowly sat down and looked at the meal. The important thing now is to eat and nourish this weak body. Looking at the few sprigs of vegetables on the white rice, she was furious. Plain vegetables? You call this a meal? Making this old tiger eat vegetarian food. One of the maids sneered. You should be grateful you're even getting food. What more do you want? You're only fit to eat leftovers and scraps. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste time. Without another word, Qingyin grabbed the maid's throat threateningly. "Oh, you know that I'm a carnivore?" The girl's face turned pale with fear. What? Qingyin leaned closer, her expression fierce. "That I want to eat meat. If there's no meat, I'll eat you. Understand?" The maid trembled. "You understand? Understand. Don't do anything rash." The two other girls were also terrified. "You let go of her? This is the general's manor. The general will definitely banish you." Qingyin's face twisted in disgust. Nonsense. Without hesitation, she kicked the maid away like a rag doll. Her eyes, filled with a terrifying glint, swept over them. "I am the general's tiger person. This lifetime, I will never leave the general, and the general can never banish me. Understand?" The maids were petrified. "That you understand. Understand. So scary. It feels like we're being stared at by a wild beast." Qingyin's anger still simmered. "So, repeat it one more time." Their bodies shook, but they forced the words out. "Why you? You are the general's person? The general cannot banish you. You cannot leave the general." Finally satisfied, Qingyin said, "That's right. If I hear those words you said before again, don't blame me for being merciless." Suddenly, a voice startled her. "What are you doing?" Huaying appeared, looking every bit the imposing general. The maids, seeing him, acted as if they'd found their savior. "General." Qingyin rushed over, putting on a pitiful expression. "General, they bullied me. They wouldn't let me eat." The maids inwardly screamed. Who bullied who? Qingyin gave a shy smile. "That I'm sure you didn't hear what I said just now, General." Huaying looked at the table. "What's going on here?" The maids, feeling guilty, stammered. General, we did not give Miss Bai food. It's just that, it's still early. Some dishes aren't ready yet." Qingyin looked at him with a serious expression. "This isn't nearly enough for me to eat my fill. As the general's wife, I must have meat with all 3 meals." This made him frown angrily. "By Qingyin, this is my general's manor. If you want to live in luxury, go back to your Chongling Marquis manor." The other girls laughed smugly and whispered amongst themselves, "We knew the general wouldn't stand up for a servant girl like you." "Exactly," Bai Qingyin said, feigning distress. "The general won't care about you. I wasn't wrong to slap myself. She only deserves leftovers. She tilted her head with a melancholic expression. But I don't want luxury. I just want meat. That's enough. Inwardly, she reminisced and sighed. Being human is so miserable. I can't even get any meat. When I was a white tiger, the general always gave me meat. Hua Ying was furious and yelled, "By Qingyin." He found her incredibly annoying. This woman actually anticipated being given a hard time before coming to the general's manor. She's putting on this act now to make me pity her, isn't she? How could? Qingyin then resolutely decided to leave. Fine, I won't eat meat then. She sat down seriously and picked up her bowl of rice. As long as I have the general, that's enough. The plain rice tasted like a delicacy. Being able to look at the general while I eat makes this a delicious meal. Her actions stunned Hua Ying. You'd rather eat this meal you don't want just for me. He then turned to the servant girl. Tang, does my general's manor have no food left? Serving these leftovers is inviting ridicule from outsiders. His attitude made them freeze. What? The general's gaze swept over them with authority. From now on, prepare 3 meals a day according to my specifications. If this happens again, get out of the manor. The servants immediately kowtowed and apologized. This servant will prepare a new meal right away. Yes, General. This servant won't dare to do it again. They still didn't dare to raise their heads. General, please spare us. The person beside him was also surprised and wondered this. The general's change of heart is so sudden. Wasn't he neglecting Bai Qingyin? Why is he suddenly defending her? Qingyin, with tears in her eyes, ran over, deeply moved. General, you're so good to me. I'm so touched. Hua Ying angrily pulled his hand back. He said coldly, Bai Qingyin, don't think everyone likes you. I don't pity you. I just don't want others gossiping that this general can't even provide a decent meal. Despite this, Qingyin nodded enthusiastically, overflowing with happiness that I understand. Hua Ying was speechless. This woman. He then turned and left, adding a warning. I came here today specifically to warn you. Tomorrow, there will be a celebratory banquet in the manor. Stay in your room and don't embarrass me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Qingyin froze. General, a celebratory banquet at this time? Could it be for the victory at Xiang Pass? Will that traitor, Gui Li, also be there? If I kill that traitor then, the bloody battle 3 years from now, the general won't be harmed. She slammed her hand on the table. Excellent. Tomorrow's celebratory banquet will be Gui Li's death anniversary. She was full of determination. The tiger within, completely forgetting the general's warning, vowed this tiger will definitely kill him. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the servants in the manor were gossiping non-stop. Be careful with the banquet today. There will be important guests. I know, but I heard the madam the general wants to marry is still locked up. Madam? He hasn't let Bai Qingyin out for days now. It seems the general's wife will quickly become a discarded wife. Just then, a staff appeared. Seeing her stride forward, they were frightened. By Qingyin, how did she get out? Isn't the general not allowing her to leave? Bai Qingyin has such a murderous aura. It's terrifying. The women continued to gossip. Does this woman want to cause trouble? She's really not afraid of death. Qingyin continued walking with a murderous expression. Being human is difficult. Now I don't have my little fangs and sharp claws. I can only temporarily use this chair leg to beat that traitor to death. As she walked, a voice made her look up. Isn't that my dear sister? The other woman stood beside a man, smirking. Sister, where are you going with such a strong aura? Qingyin recognized the woman before her, but it's the woman I beat up in the forest. The woman, seeing Qingyin's demeanor, laughed nastily. Could it be the general didn't allow you to attend the banquet, so you're angry? It seems the general doesn't care much about you. But Qingyin ignored her and walked past. The woman, furious, called out by Qingyin. Stop right there. You dare ignore me? I'm your younger sister. Qingyin turned slightly and said coldly, what do you want? She then brandished the chair leg, threateningly. Or do you want me to beat you up again? Seeing this, the woman recoiled, trembling that don't do anything rash. I'm here to attend the banquet with His Highness the Crown Prince. The prince beside her was also surprised by Qingyin. The woman, emboldened, smirked. That's right, with His Highness the Crown Prince here. What do I have to fear? By Qingyin, don't you like His Highness the Crown Prince? Let's see how I humiliate you. Then, she excitedly told the prince, Your Highness, this is Bai Qingyin, my older sister. She's famous for being infatuated with you. She put on a spiteful expression. Initially, she refused to marry General Tong because of you and even attempted suicide. The maidservants nearby started gossiping again. Right? Everyone knows Bai Qingyin Qingyin likes His Highness the Crown Prince. No wonder she's here. It's because of His Highness. Is Bai Qingyin crazy? Daring to confess to His Highness at the general's manor. Qingyin's face darkened upon hearing these words. Bai Qingyin is truly disgusting. She's already married to the general. Li Lin immediately put on a look of disgust. You're that lovesick ghost who cried and insisted on marrying me. He continued with his harsh criticisms. Did I ask that all? Just appearing before me like this? You think that will attract my attention? Qingyin, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted him. What me and my? Who do you think you are? She was now furious. What kind of charade is this? You're not even worthy of being compared to the general. Her attitude startled the other woman. What? How dare you speak to His Highness like that? Bai Qingyin, are you crazy? How dare you speak to the crown prince like that? Not only that, but Bai Qingyin also loudly criticized me, saying I was blind. Choosing you over the general? You, from head to toe, how can you compare to the general? The crown prince, seeing this, flew into a rage. Bai Qingyin, before you were like a dog, constantly clinging to me. I wouldn't see you. Now you think changing your approach will attract my attention? Don't even dream of it. This prince will definitely never like you. Qingyin, also furious, turned around and said, You're sick. I don't have time to serve you. Her attitude further enraged him, and he cursed. How dare you? Did the general teach you to treat guests this way? You've only been here a few days, and instead of learning anything else, you've learned Tong Huaying's arrogance perfectly. A perfect 10 out of 10. These words ignited the tiger within her. Qingyin turned back to Li Lin, a chair leg clutched in her hand, a potent weapon. She pointed the chair leg at his face. Say something bad about the general again. I dare you. But Li Lin still smirked. What if I do? Tong Huaying thinks he's so great with his martial arts, looking down on everyone, acting like he owns the place. Qingyin, unable to restrain herself any longer, slammed the chair leg against his head. The crown prince immediately collapsed. What? Not only that, but she also kicked him. Qingyin threatened him loudly. From now on, you are not allowed to speak ill of the general. If I hear you do it again, every time I see you. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent. The other girl, witnessing this, was astonished. What? I can't believe Bai Qingyin hit His Highness the Crown Prince. Wasn't she passionately in love with him? The surrounding people began to gossip. Heavens! I can't believe Bai Qingyin hit the Crown Prince. Wasn't she here to confess her love? She's changed. Before, she clearly loved the Crown Prince to death. And not only did Bai Qingyin hit him, but she also stepped on him. This surprised Li Lin, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he thought, no one has ever dared to step on me. This woman dares to treat me like this. Qingyin tapped his face with the chair leg. You what? Remember my warning. Her expression remained serious, that I have important matters to attend to. I won't waste any more time on you. Behave yourself from now on. Leaving him there, she ran off. I have to get to the celebratory banquet for the traitor's death. I can't let these people delay me any longer. The crown prince sat up, touching his cheek. This woman, his sister, immediately rushed to his side. Your Highness, are you all right? Immediately afterward, she put on a pitiful expression. My sister is reckless with her words. She's brought shame upon us all. I'll return to the manor and report this to my father, so he can discipline Bai Qingyin. Please, Your Highness, don't be angry. But inwardly, she rejoiced. He'd better be angry. It would be best if he killed that stupid Bai Qingyin. That would serve her right. But Li Lin just chuckled. Interesting. Then he waved his hand dismissively in own need for discipline. I'm fine. She immediately feigned concern. What? But Your Highness, Bai Qingyin hit you. How can this be? He glared at her. Irritated, I said I'm fine. Do you not understand? Flustered, she replied, I understand, Your Highness. Li Lin turned away coldly. Good. That's good. He was amused. Bai Qingyin, this woman is completely different from the rumors. She dared to hit me. Strange thoughts were swirling in his mind. It was rare to meet a woman who dared to treat this prince this way. If Tong Huaying doesn't like her, then this prince can have her back. The other woman could only clench her trembling hands. What did His Highness the Crown Prince's expression mean? Could it be that he's actually taken an interest in Bai Qingyin? Is this Crown Prince into BDSM? This is infuriating. She was so furious she was determined to get Bai Qingyin. You got lucky this time, Bai Qingyin, but you blocked my path. You must die. Inside the manor, everyone was enjoying the lively banquet. An official raised his wine cup. General Tong is so young, yet his military achievements are outstanding. He's a pillar of our Mingguang kingdom. Despite everyone's chatter, he remains silent, sipping his wine. It's said that the general got married a few days ago. This news shattered the hearts of countless noble ladies in the capital. That's right, all the women who admire the general hate Bai Qingyin. They gnashed their teeth with hatred. Just then, someone pushed open the door and entered. Everyone was astonished to see that it was. Even Huaying was startled. Bai Qingyin. The crowd immediately erupted in murmurs. Weren't they saying that Bai Qingyin was out of favor and locked up in the Tian Yuan garden by the general? And how could the sickly Bai Qingyin of the rumors be such a beauty? Wait, what's that in Bai Qingyin's hand? Is it a chair leg? I'm not seeing things, am I? Ignoring the whispers, Qingyin strode forward. I've caught up. I have to find that traitor quickly and beat him to death. At that moment, she spotted her target. Gui Li was still looking bewildered. Found him. Qingyin's face was filled with murderous intent. Traitorous Gui Li, you deserve to die. He immediately stepped forward to stop her. Huaying was furious at her actions. Bai Qingyin, put away your murderous aura. What are you trying to do? This startled her. General, Qingyin immediately dropped her aggressive stance. General, I wasn't going to do anything. She looked at Huaying with an innocent expression, but it's just that the chair is broken. I wanted to ask the general how to fix it. Inwardly, she was a little worried. The general doesn't trust me now. If he's near me, I can't make my move. I have to find another opportunity. He stepped closer, gripping her neck tightly, and threatened. Bai Qingyin, I warned you not to leave the courtyard. If you ignore my warning and come here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Despite the pain, she remained serious. General, I just want to protect you. Buying will always be loyal to the general. But all he did was scoff. Buying? You still call yourself Buying? Very well. I'll show you the real Buying. I hope you won't regret this. He immediately ordered a subordinate. Bring Buying here. The man immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Qingyin puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. What Buying? I'm Buying. Could it be that the general is keeping another Buying? Just then, a loud roar echoed through the hall. A small white tiger strode out. Huaying's smile was truly terrifying. Bai Qingyin, if you want to be Buying, you'll have to ask my war tiger if it agrees. He then coldly shoved her forward. But if you get bitten to death by my tiger, you can only blame your own misfortune. Qingyin watched as the tiger slowly advanced towards her. She was full of unanswered questions. Why was this happening? Clearly, I'm the white tiger. Why does my original form still exist? No wonder the general doesn't believe I'm Buying. The tiger immediately roared and charged. This made Qingyin furious. This beast dares to steal my body? This is outrageous. The surrounding people were also frightened. The white tiger is charging at Bai Qingyin. It's going to bite her. Bai Qingyin is definitely going to die. They also felt a pang of sympathy for her. It's over. It's over. I can already imagine Bai Qingyin's bloody end. The general is so cruel to Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin must be scared witless. Look how she's trembling. Her own tiger form also appeared. How dare you growl at me? Do you want to die? The little white tiger immediately cowered, trembling. Sister, you're so fierce. I just wanted to play with you. Its attitude startled her, making her pause. This voice, why did it sound like a little girl, only 2 or 3 years old? Looking at the teary-eyed tiger, its expression pitiful, she thought, could it be that after I came back to life, the soul that originally belonged to me was buried within this white tiger's body, causing it to be reborn with a new soul? Sister, it said, immediately nuzzling against Qingyin. Sister, I feel so close to you. Don't be fierce with me. I really like you. Qingyin sat down and gently stroked its head. There's no need for me to be angry with a tiger. She muttered to herself, I just didn't expect that after becoming human, I could still understand the language of tigers. Could it be because we're the same kind? The people around them were astonished. What am I seeing? The mighty war tiger is acting spoiled with Bai Qingyin. The two of them are hugging each other happily. General Tong's war tiger isn't an ordinary creature. It's difficult to approach. Why is it so close to Bai Qingyin? A servant standing nearby said, That's right. Even General Tong's closest confidants can't get near the white tiger. Bai Qingyin truly is a strange woman. Suspicion rose in Huaying's heart. This woman actually survived the white tiger's jaws, and she can even make it act so affectionately. He stared intently at her. This woman, I can't seem to understand her more and more. At this moment, Qingyin whispered to the tiger, "Little White, I need you to help me with something." She glared at the man standing in the distance. "I want to kill Gue Li. Help me restrain him." She was overjoyed by its appearance. With the general here, I thought I wouldn't have a chance to kill Gue Li. But with the white tiger's help, the chances of killing that traitor are much higher. The tiger happily agreed. "All right, no problem, sister." Observing this, Huayin grew even more surprised. If the white tiger didn't bite by Qingyin, I'll spare her for now. I'll observe her for a few more days. Qingyin patted the tiger's head. Obeying her command, it lunged at Gue Li. Gue Li was startled. Bai Ying had sunk its teeth into his arm. He was completely taken by surprise. Damn it, why did the white tiger suddenly attack me? Immediately after, there was another attack. Qingyin charged forward with a dagger. Traitor, die. He struggled to defend against her attack. Why does this woman want to kill me? She called me a traitor? Could she have discovered something? Huang also drew his sword, stopping Qingyin. She turned to look at the general, but now, consumed by vengeance, she thought, no, I can't stop. This is too good an opportunity to miss. Just a little more force. I can pierce this traitor's heart. Blood sprayed through the air. Huaying's sword pierced Qingyin. What? Qingyin stared back at Huaying, bewildered. General, why? Why did you kill me? Fury filled his eyes. By Qingyin. I told you to stop. Pain racked her body. But Qingyin was resolute that I can't stop. I have to kill this traitor. If I don't, he'll kill you. Images of the past flashed through her mind as she raised her weapon. You must die. Huang was shocked. I asked this woman mad. Ignoring her wound, she lunged at Gue Li. He screamed, General, save me. More blood splattered across the room as Huaying stabbed Qingyin again. Qingyin's body fell. Her eyes filled with regret. Such a pity. I didn't stab deep enough. Gue Li won't die. Huaying stood over her, sword in hand, his voice cold. By Qingyin, you're courting death. Qingyin clutched weakly at his robe, her voice pained. General, I'm not afraid to die. Sorrow welled within her. I would never hurt you. Why did you do this to me? Her hand slipped from his robe. Did I do something wrong? But I was just killing the traitor. Qingyin collapsed, her body giving way. I was supposed to protect you. I think I'm dying. The disgust in Huaying's eyes was replaced by confusion. By Qingyin, questions swirled in his mind. Why? I hurt her. Yet there's only sadness and confusion in her eyes. No hatred. Gue Li approached him. He knelt, feigning innocence. Your subordinate and this woman have no quarrel. Yet she attacked me. I asked for justice, General. Inwardly, he seethed, such murderous intent. She's too dangerous to be kept near the general. I have to find a way to get rid of her. A servant entered. General, what are your orders? Huaying glanced coldly at Qingyin's prone form. By Qingyin attempted murder. Take her to the dungeon. She will be dealt with accordingly. Yes, General, the servant replied immediately. Suddenly, a figure strode in, such ruthlessness towards a delicate woman, truly worthy of the cold-blooded general. Huaying stared at the newcomer in surprise. Crown Prince Li Lin met his gaze with a smirk. Huaying frowned. This is a matter within my manor. Does your highness intend to interfere? Li Lin chuckled. Interfere? Certainly not. He looked down at the injured Qingyin. That I merely pity this beauty. Just now, outside the gate, she even defended you, General, going so far as to slap this prince. Li Lin gently lifted her chin, feigning concern. This beauty, whose heart and eyes hold only you, now lies wounded by your hand. It pains me to see it. Perhaps, General, you should simply give her to... He wiped the blood from her lips for me. Suddenly, a slap rang out. Huaying tightly gripped his hand. Your Highness, she is my wife. He was in turmoil. Asterisk, he hit the crown prince because of me? What is this woman thinking? Asterisk. Li Lin continued to smile as he brushed Huaying's hand aside. I simply couldn't bear to see such a beauty in such a miserable state. What do you think, General? Do you feel the same? Unable to bear it. But Huaying immediately retorted with a laugh. Unable to bear it? Bai Qingyin walked forward with a weak voice. General. Huaying turned around in surprise. This woman is awake? Then, with a knowing smile, he stepped closer to Bai Qingyin. You woke up at just the right time. Huaying looked back at Li Lin. I hear you've long admired the crown princess. Now, the crown prince wants you to take her from me. Tell me, should I grant your wish? Simply gift you to the crown prince's residence. He was pondering the situation. Asterisk, this woman just failed an assassination attempt, and the crown prince immediately comes after her. To say there's no connection, I don't believe it. No matter what this woman says, I absolutely cannot let her stay. Asterisk. Hearing these words, Qing heart ached. General, do you not want me anymore? This enraged him. Qing clutched his robe, sobbing uncontrollably that I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. But he callously flung her hand away. That I am the white tiger you personally raised. I don't want to be left to wander the streets. Qing continued to look at him with anguish. Hua Ying coldly turned and walked away. What are you still standing around for? Take Bai Qing to the dungeon. The servants immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Qing gave a weak smile. The dungeon? Thank you, General. That's so good of you. The General isn't abandoning me. Li Lin watched her being led away, furious. Asterisk this woman. Isn't she supposed to admire me? Yet she won't even look at me, preferring to go to the dungeon rather than come with me. Is this Song Huang really that good? Asterisk. The onlookers began to murmur. I can't believe Bai Qing is so devoted. And they said she admired the crown prince? I think those rumors are false. Indeed, but for Bai Qing to attempt assassination in broad daylight and not be executed by the general is already a miracle. Hua Ying slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He turned and roared fiercely, "Get out, all of you!" The onlookers quickly fled. Yes, General. We'll leave right away." Li Lin turned to leave, muttering to himself, "There's never been anything this prince couldn't obtain. Bai Qing, I want you." That's settled. Hua Ying leaned wearily against the table, lost in thought. Asterisk, she was so clearly injured by me. Why won't she leave the general's manor? Why doesn't she hate me at all? Asterisk. He recalled her pained expression. Asterisk. General, do you not want me anymore? Asterisk, he was struggling with himself. What is this woman thinking? Suddenly, a growl echoed. The little white tiger was gnawing on his hand, desperately tried to pull him away. What are you doing? Do you want me to go save her? He let go of the tiger and nodded firmly. But then, his expression turned serious. No, she is a criminal. She attempted to assassinate my subordinate in front of everyone. I haven't killed her. Confining her to the dungeon is already a great act of mercy. Its eyes seemed to be trying to say something. Then, Baihu angrily jumped around. Hua Ying was astonished as he watched it destroy everything. Baihu is the white tiger I raised with my own hands. It's never acted so strangely before. What kind of magic does that woman possess to make Baihu want to save her so badly? That image is still vivid in my mind. She's clearly a spy sent by the Chongling Marquis household. Why does she make me so anxious? There was a hint of joy in her eyes. In the dungeon. Thank you, General. Unable to bear it any longer, Hua Ying spoke up. Enough. I'll go see Bai Qing now. Stop wrecking the house. This made Baihu very happy. Sunlight illuminated the bustling scene. Several servants were escorting her to the dungeon. Hurry up. Don't play dead. The gossiping girls turned to look. Isn't that Bai Qing? Look, that's Bai Qing, the one who plotted the assassination at the banquet. They seem to be quite pleased. This woman is too audacious. But the fact that the general didn't kill her is already a miracle. With such severe injuries and no one to treat her, being locked in the dungeon is a death sentence anyway. Qing's younger sister was overjoyed. Bai Qing, injured and imprisoned in the dungeon by the general. She gloated inwardly. She finally got what she deserved. It would be a shame not to witness her misery. In the dark and damp dungeon, she coughed a few times. Qing was still in great pain. It hurts so much. Am I dying, General? Suddenly, footsteps and a voice approached. Bai Qing, seeing you in such a pathetic state truly breaks my heart as your younger sister. Qing was startled and turned to see her younger sister. It's this woman again. She laughed triumphantly. I told you from the beginning that forcing me to give up the position of the general's wife wouldn't end well. Look, the general hates you so much, and this is the consequence of your insistence on marrying him. If it were me, Qing coughed painfully, then stood up and laughed. If it were you, the general would have killed you long ago. You wouldn't even have the chance to enter the dungeon. Annoyed, her sister continued to berate her. You wretch, do you think the general truly cares about you? He doesn't need you anymore. Qing felt as if struck by lightning. He's thrown you into this dungeon to die. These words ignited her anger. The general can't possibly not need me anymore. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll bite you to death. Her sister recoiled in fear. You're in this state, and you still want to attack me? Bai Qing, haven't you realized yet? The general wanted to kill you. He not only doesn't need you anymore, but he's also utterly disgusted by you. He's afraid of being tainted by even looking at you. This made Qing tremble, and tears fell. Listless, she leaned against the wall. The general raised me with his own hands. I only acknowledge him as my master. If he doesn't need me anymore, then I truly have nothing left. Her sister pressed her advantage, laughing cruelly. Bai Qingyin, give up. General Tong will absolutely never come to see you. Just embrace your naive delusion and die in this filthy dungeon. She looks ecstatic, and I will take your place once again. Marry General Tong and become his official wife. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Who are you to say such things? Huaying had also appeared at this moment. Bai Qingyin's younger sister, having just entered, called out in surprise. General, Bai Qingyin, locked in the cell, cried out happily. But as she reached out her hand, she stopped, reproaching herself inwardly. No, I can't. The general is still angry with me. She felt a pang of loss. Will he kick me out of the manor? She wondered. Meanwhile, Tong Huaying glanced at her thoughtfully. This woman, who had yelled at me so heartlessly before, is now afraid of me. Bai Qingyin's younger sister approached him coquettishly and asked, General, why are you down here? She continued, this dungeon, it's filthy and foul. It's not a suitable place for you. He cut her off with a raised hand and asked coldly, who are you? Bai Qingyin's younger sister stammered, I am second miss by Qing Shui of the Chongling Marquis estate. Bai Qingyin is my elder sister. I came here specifically to visit her. Tong Huaying turned to his subordinates. Now, all sorts of insects and vermin can enter the general's manor's dungeon. The frightened subordinates knelt and replied, General, we beg your forgiveness. We will escort her out immediately. Bai Qingshu tugged at his sleeve pathetically. General, how can you say such things about me? She feigned weakness, adding, I have always admired you. It hurts me that you speak of me this way. In response to her blatant attempt at flirtation, he flung her hand away. Get out. Bai Qingshui stumbled backward with a cry. Clutching her chest dramatically, she demanded, General, how would you treat me like this? I'm a delicate woman, and you show no compassion or gentlemanly conduct whatsoever. Tong Huaying scoffed. Whether male or female, there's no difference in my eyes. He took a menacing step forward that I only recognize the living and the dead. If you don't want to leave, then die here. Bai Qingshui trembled, begging for mercy. Oh no. General, I was wrong. I'll leave right away. Terrified, she thought, asterisk such a murderous aura. He really wanted to kill me. Asterisk before releasing her. He warned, and don't let me hear those nauseating words you just spoke again. The murderous aura returned as he finished. Otherwise, you'll lose your tongue. Bai Qingshui hurriedly turned and fled, stammering, yes. She wondered, is he warning me about what I said to Bai Qingyin earlier? As she ran, she looked back, questioning, asterisk why? Doesn't he want to kill Bai Qingyin? Asterisk Tong Huaying carefully instructed his subordinates, keep an eye on that woman. She is never to set foot in the general's manor again. His subordinates immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Bai Qingyin, now anxious, thought, asterisk never allowed in the general's manor again. He sent Bai Qingshui away. Next asterisk. Fear gripped her. Is he going to banish me? The cell door creaked open. The general pondered for a moment, then ordered, you all may leave. His subordinates replied, yes, sir, and withdrew. He stepped forward and coldly called out Bai Qingyin. Her face lowered. She mumbled, General, you said you would take me on the campaign. Then, she looked up at him with pleading eyes. You said you wouldn't abandon me. Tong Huaying, surprised, asked, campaign? Battlefield? He was puzzled that I only ever said that to White Tiger, whom I raised myself. No one else knows about her. Why would you say I should take her to the battlefield? A question arose in his mind. Could she truly have some connection to White Tiger? Bai Qingyin clutched his robe with trembling hands. With clear eyes, she softly called, General. He directly questioned her. Bai Qingyin, tell me, why did you try to assassinate Gue Li? Upon hearing this, she responded agitatedly. He's a traitor. He's going to kill you, General. He asked in astonishment, kill me? Gue Li was personally promoted by me. He has always been loyal and dedicated. What proof do you have that he would kill me? Bai Qingyi mumbled, I don't have proof. She thought to herself, asterisk, he doesn't believe I'm Bai. He certainly won't believe me. Asterisk. Moreover, she was burdened by the thought, asterisk now, the general doesn't even need me anymore. Being a person is so difficult. Asterisk Tong Huaying wondered. Asterisk this woman seems strange and suspicious. Such an uncontrollable factor. I should just kill her immediately However, after considering, he sat down and said to her, "By Qingyin, I'll give you a chance to live." He gently lifted her face, implicitly warning, "The Chongling Marquis is state. You've always been the Emperor's obedient dogs. And the Emperor wanting me dead is not a recent development." Tong Huaying leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I have a subordinate currently imprisoned at the Chongling Marquis estate." Immediately afterward, he added his condition, "If you can find a way to get him out, I'll let you live." How about that? He was calculating, I can't let this woman die so easily. I must investigate her relationship with White Tiger. All right, I'll do it. Bai Qingyin asked without hesitation, "If I save him, will you agree to let me stay by your side, General?" He turned his head slightly and agreed. Bai Qingyin continued joyfully, "All right, I'll help you save him." Huaying stood up abruptly and coldly asked, "You were stabbed through the stomach by me on the verge of death, and you still want to stay by my side? Do you not hate me?" With clear eyes, Bai Qingyin replied, "I don't hate you, General. I've said it before, no matter what you do, I only trust you and only want to follow you." He was momentarily flustered and growled, "Halang." He wondered to himself, what's going on? Why can't I quite meet her gaze? Halang immediately appeared and responded, "Yes, sir." Bai Qingyi knew clearly that this was Halang, the trusted physician under the general's command. The innocence in her eyes was gone. She understood perfectly. The general has 2 women under his command, one skilled in poison and one skilled in medicine and poison. I've never seen the mysterious poison master, but I've known the physician Ha Lang for a long time. Before leaving, Tong Huaying ordered Ha Lang to treat her. She immediately obeyed. Ha Lang's expression was incredibly complex, her thoughts racing. Why has this woman come to this? She wondered. Her gaze, when she looks at the general, still holds only intimacy and reliance. She muttered, "By Qingyin." Ha Lang glanced at Tong Huaying's retreating figure, puzzled. The general has never been one for mercy. Why spare this woman? She turned back to Bai Qingyin, a sneer twisting her lips. Assassinating Gui Li and still surviving. Your methods are quite impressive. Bai Qingyin didn't say much, offering only a mocking smile. Inwardly, however, she cursed. This woman has always been clinging to the general. I've bitten him a few times already, and now, seeing her, my teeth itch again. Ha Lang approached with a dark expression. You used that seductive face of yours. She poked Bai Qingyin's wound as she continued, to seduce the general, and that's why he spared you, isn't it? Her tone was arrogant as she warned, I advise you to stay away from the general from now on. Ha Lang, not only know how to save lives, but also how to take them. Is that understood? Bai Qingyin suddenly grabbed Ha Lang's throat, making her gasp in shock. Bai Qingyin smiled, her eyes glinting that you're not the only one who knows how to kill. I do too. She tightened her grip, her voice hard. You understand now. Ha Lang struggled to breathe, choking out, why you, let go. Bai Qingyin released her, throwing her to the ground. She leaned down, her voice a low threat. If you want me dead, don't expect to live yourself. A chilling aura emanated from her. Try me. I dare you. Ha Lang clutched her throat, struggling to regain her composure. This woman is practically dying, yet her aura is so terrifying. She stammered, why you? Bai Qingyin cut her off, her voice domineering. What about me? Didn't you hear what the general said? Now, come and treat me. Ha Lang was furious. She caught herself. No, I must endure. The general ordered me to do this properly. She carefully tended to Bai Qingyin's wounds, her hands firm as she bandaged them. Snapping her medicine chest shut, Ha Lang stood and delivered a final warning before leaving. You best give up on becoming the general's woman. If you fall into my hands again, you'll wish you were dead. Bai Qingyin remained seated, a regal air about her. I already am his, she replied nonchalantly. In my past life, I was his tiger. In this life, I am naturally his woman. Ha Lang trembled with rage. Fine, just you wait. Storming off, Ha Lang fumed. I've been by the general's side for so long, waiting to become his woman. I won't let any other woman steal him away. Bai Qingyin, you will not survive. The next day, when Bai Qingyin appeared, everyone seemed apprehensive. Everywhere, people were whispering and gossiping. Look, Bai Qingyin is out of the dungeon. Just then, someone approached and softly called Bai Qingyin's name. She immediately recognized him as Gui Li. Gui Li leaned against a tree, a sneer on his face, such strong, killing intent. Do you still want to kill me? Bai Qingyin's face darkened. Sooner or later, I will kill you. But inwardly, she cautioned herself, no, I can't just attack him here. If I do, the general definitely won't keep me. Gueli stepped closer. Bai Qingyin retorted, I'll be waiting for you to try and kill me. That is, if you're still alive by then. The general has ordered you to go to the green bamboo courtyard after you leave the dungeon. With that said, the two passed each other. Bai Qingyin declared, I will live. You just wash your neck and wait. After she left, Gue Li's expression changed as he thought, that woman, she almost killed me. I don't know what the general is thinking, letting her off so easily. I must find an opportunity to eliminate her. Bai Qingyin hurried towards the green bamboo courtyard. As she walked, she fumed, seeing that damned traitor and not being able to strike. It's as frustrating as being constipated. She shook her head. Forget it. I should focus on how to stay by the general's side. Tong Huaying was already waiting. He spoke. Bai Qingyin, what are you thinking about? Bai Qingyin, startled by his sudden appearance, blurted out, General. Then, regaining her composure, she said innocently, I was thinking about how I can stay by your side, General. Tong Huaying was struck by her unintentional words. Xiao Lang, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in anger, cursing inwardly, that shameless hussy. How dare she openly seduce the general? Tong Huaying cleared his throat and turned away. Pack your things. We're going home today. Back to the Chongling Marquis residence. Bai Qingyin replied excitedly, All right, I'll go right away. Interrupting the moment between them, Xiao Lang spoke up. General, the poison you ordered prepared earlier is ready. Bai Qingyin questioned poison. Xiao Lang brought it forward, explaining. This poison is called Wei Exin. Tong Huaying continued. Within 5 days, if the antidote isn't administered, it will be fatal. He then handed Bai Qingyin a pill, ordering, before you arrive at the Chongling Marquis residence, you must take it. Xiao Lang, unable to contain her smugness, stepped forward and taunted. Bai Qingyin, aren't you always saying you want to stay by the general's side? Then take it quickly. That way, the general can rest assured. But I must warn you, when the Wei Exin poison acts up, it will be incredibly painful, a fate worse than death. Inwardly, she gloated, I don't believe you won't be afraid. Let the general see your true face. Tong Huaying quickly retracted his words. If you don't want to drink it. Inwardly, he didn't want her to drink it either. You don't have to. But before he could finish, Bai Qingyin darted forward like a gust of wind, snatching the poison pill and chewing it down without hesitation, like candy. Xiao Lang was also stunned by her actions. What? Tong Huaying immediately panicked. Bai Qingyin, he hadn't expected this woman to be so resolute, actually swallowing the poison without a second thought. Bai Qingyin, her fighting spirit burning, declared, General, I've taken a medicine. Are there any other orders? If not, I'll go complete the mission you assign me right away. Tong Huaying grabbed her arm and pulled her back, furious. Bai Qingyin, do you know what you just swallowed? Bai Qingyin simply nodded. Yes, isn't it poison? Tong Huaying tightened his grip on her arm, worry etched on his face. Then do you know that if you don't complete this mission, you will certainly die? Bai Qingyin spoke earnestly. General, if I can't even complete the mission you've given me, what meaning is there in me staying by your side? Tong Huaying asked in astonishment. Aren't you afraid of death? Bai Qingyin leaned closer to him and confessed sincerely. What's so scary about death? What I fear most is you not letting me stay by your side anymore. A mixture of emotions washed over Tong Huaying, leaving him trembling and speechless. You. Bai Qingyin smiled brightly and waved out. Go on then, General. I'm off. Tong Huaying called after her. Bai Qingyin. He added gently, only have 5 days. Don't die. Bai Qingyin replied cheerfully, Don't worry, General. Tong Huaying fell into deep thought. This woman had clearly just taken poison, so how could she smile so innocently? The thought of her carefree smile returning made General Tong feel uneasy. It's so innocent that I suddenly regret taking out the poison. Xiao Lang, standing beside him, interrupted his thoughts. General, Bai Qingyin's actions are very unusual. Everyone knows she's from the Chongling Marquis residence. But today she dared to take the poison so readily and leave so boldly. There's very likely something more to this. Tong Huaying scowled at Xiao Lang. That you're talking too much. He turned to leave. That I'll handle this myself. Just do your job. Xiao Lang clutched the medicine bottle, fuming. Damn it, General. Scolded me over a woman. Besides, no one can undo this heart-devouring poison except the poison maiden. Bai Qingyin is definitely dead this time. Why should I be angry with a dead person? In front of the Chongling Marquis residence, the Wang family had gathered in large numbers. The old master asked Qing Shui, Are you certain that Bai Qingyin was locked in the dungeon by General Tong a few days ago, seriously injured? Qing Shui replied with a disdainful look. Of course, father. I saw it with my own eyes. You should have arranged for me to marry General Tong in the first place. Look at that good-for-nothing Bai Qingyin. She's not even favored. I'm better than her. The old master immediately flew into a rage, scolding and threatening Qing Shui. You think marrying into the general's mansion is a good thing? I've told you, but you just don't understand. In short, Bai Qingyin is useful to me. If you dare to ruin my plans, even if you are my daughter, I will not spare you. Qing Shui retorted unhappily. What great plan could there possibly be? The madam, standing beside them, interjected, try to smooth things over. Of course, old master, Qing Shui knows the importance of this. Finally, the old master's anger subsided. Good that you know. I don't care how you treated Bai Qingyin before. Now that she's married into the general's mansion, she is the general's wife. Later, when Bai Qingyin comes to visit, restrain yourself. Understand? Qing Shui outwardly replied, yes, but inwardly, she was extremely puzzled. Father has never cared about that good-for-nothing Bai Qingyin before. I don't know why he suddenly values her so much now. Suddenly, a luxurious palanquin appeared. Both the old master and Qing Shui were astonished by the opulence of it, wondering whose it could be. The palanquin slowly came to a stop. The curtain was drawn back, revealing an exquisitely dressed Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin stepped gracefully out of the palanquin to everyone's astonishment. How can this be? Qing Shui exclaimed, pointing. Wasn't Bai Qingyin treated coldly by the general? Isn't she out of favor? How could the general let Bai Qingyin return in a palanquin, and such a fine one at that? The old master frowned and roared, silence. Have you forgotten what I just said? Reminded, Qing Shui lowered her head, grinding her teeth in anger. Yes, she replied, but her mind raced. That wretch should have been seriously injured and struggling to return. Why isn't it as I thought? The old master beamed and welcomed Bai Qingyin with open arms. Qingyin, you're finally home. Father has missed you so much. The madam chimed in warmly. Yes, Qingyin. Your sister and I have missed you too. Is everything all right at the general's mansion? Bai Qingyin remained silent. Then, her eyes flashed with a sharp, discerning light. She thought to herself, so these are Bai Qingyin's family. How can they be so malicious? With the keen perception of a white tiger, Bai Qingyin observed their fake smiles. She assessed them, thinking none of them are good. They put on a friendly face, but I have my sharp eyes. Don't think you can harm me, you bunch. The old master, feigning affection, took her hand. Qingyin, I heard from your sister about your suffering at the general's mansion. Bai Qingyin, unmoved, brushed his hand away and walked past him coldly. I haven't suffered. The general treats me very well. The madam quickly stepped in front of Bai Qingyin, putting on a concerned expression. How can that be? She asked. Don't keep your suffering bottled up inside. We are your family. You can tell us. Without hesitation, Bai Qingyin flung her arm out, sending the madam tumbling to the ground. Her eyes were cold. I said, the general is very good to me. Leave me alone. Upon entering, Bai Qingyin quickly scanned her surroundings, thinking, I wonder where the general's subordinates are being held. I must complete the general's mission quickly. Qing Shui rushed to the madam's side, anxiously calling out, Mother! Qing Shui's face darkened in anger as she scolded Bai Qingyin. What's with your attitude? Bai Qingyin, preoccupied with observing her surroundings, ignored her, further infuriating Qing Shui. This wretch is ignoring me, she thought. A chorus of growls caught Bai Qingyin's attention. Standing in a corner, she watched as a pack of dogs appeared, barking loudly in her direction. Are these the dogs? She mused, noticing their hungry stares. Qing Shui, quick to speak, said, Bai Qingyin, I forgot to tell you. She stood to the side, menacingly adding, You've been away from home for so long. Even our guard dogs have forgotten you. You should be careful. If these dogs go mad, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop them. Observing the scene, Bai Qingyin smirked to herself. The dogs, their eyes gleaming with hunger, edged closer. Qing Shui, pleased with her plan, thought, I specifically ordered the servants to starve these guard dogs for days, just waiting for Bai Qingyin to return so I could teach her a lesson. It seems my plan has worked. These dogs have always been ferocious, and now they're starving. This time, Bai Qingyin will either die or be crippled. Seeing the scene before her, Bai Qingyin curled her lip in disdain. She took a step closer to the pack of dogs and sneered. What a joke. Unafraid, she spoke with arrogance. You think you can stop me with these mutts? Seeing this, Qing Shui's face turned green with rage. She gestured for the large dogs to attack. Fine, Bai Qingyin. You're asking for it. Don't blame me. Get her. Upon hearing the command, the dogs lunged aggressively towards Bai Qingyin, growling ferociously as if they intended to devour her alive. Bai Qingyin looked at them and coldly questioned, You think you're worthy of being called? At that moment, the dogs seemed to sense the powerful aura of a white tiger emanating from her. In the blink of an eye, they froze, trembling with fear. They cowered, whimpering and pleading with Bai Qingyin, Great King. We were blind and foolish to disturb you. We don't taste good. Please don't eat us. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin was taken aback, thinking to herself, I can't believe I understand what they're saying. Could it be because I'm a tiger, so there's no language barrier? Seeing the dogs groveling before Bai Qingyin, Qing Shui exclaimed, What's going on here? Confused, she wondered, why aren't they moving? Bai Qingyin, finally noticing her, snapped her fingers and whispered to the largest dog, Go bite her. The big dog's eyes lit up and it replied, Right away, boss. Instantly, the pack of dogs turned and charged towards Qing Shui, causing her face to drain of color. She stammered, unable to comprehend what was happening. What the? The dogs lunged, tearing at Qing Shui's clothes, causing her to fall to the ground in terror. Help me, she screamed. Mother, save me. Just then, a woman's voice called out. Qing Shui's mother rushed out and ordered the servants, Someone get rid of these beasts. The servants obeyed, grabbing sticks and rushing towards the dogs. Under the threat of the sticks, the dogs scattered in fear. Qing Shui's mother hurried to her daughter's side, helping her up and asking with concern, Are you all right? Qing Shui looked at her mother, tears welling up in her eyes as she sobbed, Mother, it hurts. Hearing this, her mother angrily scolded Bai Qingyin, you've gone too far. How could you make the dogs attack Qing Shui? She's your sister. Bai Qingyin simply replied, What does it have to do with me? Aren't the dogs yours? She ground her teeth, practically spitting out each word, Bai Qingyin. But before she could finish, the Chongling Marquis arrived and scolded loudly, Enough. How much longer do you intend to cause a scene? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Qing Shui's mother feigned distress. My lord, she complained, Bai Qingyin has just returned, and she's already treating Qing Shui like this. You must stand up for Qing Shui. The Chongling Marquis simply replied coldly, I have my own plans. Now quickly take Qing Shui to be treated. She had no choice but to obey, helping Qing Shui up, but her eyes were filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Bai Qingyin, you motherless wretch, how dare you treat my daughter like this? I absolutely will not let you off. Qingyin ignored them, turning to the Chongling Marquis. Then I'll be going as well. She thought to herself, this Chongling Marquis residence is so large. I need to quickly find somewhere to hide. Before she could leave, the old Chongling Marquis called her back. Qingyin, come with me to the study. I have something to discuss with you. Qingyin waved her hand dismissively. Not now. I'm busy. This somewhat angered him. The Chongling Marquis suppressed his irritation and said sternly, getting to the point, Bai Qingyin, this concerns General Tong. You must come with me. Qingyin paused, thinking about the general, then asked, Where's the study? The Chongling Marquis turned and led the way. Follow me. Inwardly, he cursed, you hateful, good-for-nothing. If you weren't still useful to me, I wouldn't bother even if you died. At that moment, on the roof behind them, two figures were observing the entire scene. It was Tong Huaying and his subordinate. The subordinate bowed and said, General, you didn't really need to come yourself. I would have kept watch over Bai Qingyin. Huaying's expression was contemplative, that I'm not at ease. His subordinate replied, Bai Qingyin is the Chongling Marquis' daughter. It's highly likely she'll betray us. Hearing this, Huaying shook his head that that's not what I'm worried about. This surprised the subordinate. He hesitantly asked, then, what is it, General? Tong Huaying said, Bai Qingyin has taken a poison. If she shows any unusual symptoms, report to me immediately. With that, he vanished, leaving behind the subordinates. Yes, sir. The subordinate scratched his head in confusion, thinking, did the general come all this way just to tell me about Bai Qingyin's poison? Meanwhile, the Chongling Marquis and Qingyin had arrived at the study. The old Chongling Marquis said to Qingyin, Qingyin, don't just stand there. you'll get tired. Come, sit down. I called you here for a heart-to-heart. Qingyin sat down and asked, what heart-to-heart? I only want to hear about General Tong. You don't need to talk about anything else. I don't have the patience. Hearing this, he was so angry that his veins bulged. You girl. But remembering his purpose, he forced himself to suppress his fury. Why wouldn't you be patient? I'm about to talk to you about the general. It seemed that only matters concerning the general could hold Qingyin's attention. She leaned forward and asked, what is it? The Chongling Marquis began, Qingyin, I know you've always admired the crown prince, but it can't be helped. You know I work for the emperor. His majesty won't allow us to be involved with any of the princes. At this point, he sighed, feigning regret. His majesty continues to insist on your marriage to General Tong. In truth, it's also to test your father's loyalty. Qingyin seemed to understand his intentions. She asked so. Now, the old fox, the Chongling Marquis, put on a helpless expression, shedding tears as he pleaded, Qingyin, the rise and fall of our Marquis household depends entirely on you. The emperor wants to know what's happening in the general's residence. He stood up, crying even more dramatically, uttering shameless words. Now that you're married into the general's residence, your position is convenient. But if General Tong makes any suspicious moves, report immediately to your father. Consider it helping our Marquis household. Qingyin remained silent, thinking warily, this old man is definitely not a good person. I'm the general's white tiger, and you're asking me to betray him? Is he dreaming? The Chongling Marquis pretended to wipe his tears, but in reality, he was observing Qingyin's reaction. He thought suspiciously, what's going on? With by Qingyin's foolish and ignorant personality. After I finish speaking, she should be crying and readily agreeing, willing to sacrifice herself for the entire Marquis household. Why hasn't she said anything yet? Could it be I haven't laid it on thick enough? Thinking this, he took Qingyin's hand, speaking with utmost earnestness. Qingyin, could it be you're not willing to help your father? He feigned a sorrowful expression, confiding, Father has no other choice. Right now, besides you, there's no one else who can help the Marquis household. Being close to the emperor is like being close to a tiger. But Qingyin was different now. Hearing him mention a tiger felt like an insult. She stood up abruptly, pulling her hand away from him and saying loudly, close to a tiger? What has the tiger done to you? She pointed directly at his face, questioning him. What gives you the right to discriminate against tigers? Inwardly, she raged. This old man not only wants me to betray the general, but he also dares to insult me. He's truly despicable. Qingyin's words stunned the old Chongling Marquis. He was dumbfounded, stammering, Qingyin, that's not the point. Just then, a man dressed entirely in green suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. His actions surprised both people in the study, making them wonder, who is this? Bai Qin, concerned only for Qingyin's safety, asked solicitously, are you all right? This left her bewildered and confused. Who is this person? The Chongling Marquis regained his composure and bellowed, Bai Qin, you are incredibly bold. Who gave you permission to enter here? Bai Qin replied coldly, Marquis, your daughter in this Marquis household is a pawn, a tool you can price and exploit. He extended his arm protectively in front of Qingyin and said, I don't care about the others. But if you touch Ain, I absolutely will not let you off. His gaze turned icy. Hearing this, the Chongling Marquis slammed the table in fury, shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? You're nothing but someone I took in and raised. What right do you have to defy me? Who are you to say such things? He retorted coldly, I was taken in by the deceased madam. My life belongs only to Ain. You want to use this pretense of familial affection to turn Ain into a spy, sending her to her death. If you don't value Ain's life, then I'm not afraid of mutually assured destruction. The old Chongling Marquis gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Bai Qin's face and yelling, Bai Qin, you ungrateful wretch. Do you think listening to your foolish words won't bring ruin to the entire Marquis household? Bai Qin called out to Ain, his heart filled with unease. Ain seems to listen to the Chongling Marquis a lot, so she won't listen to me this time. Thinking this, he furrowed his brows, his face etched with sadness. Seeing his hesitation, the Chongling Marquis sneered at Bai Qin. I am Ain's father. Do you think she wouldn't care about her father? That she would listen to a bastard of unknown origin? Ain, tell me, who do you listen to? Qingyin answered without hesitation, you. But her fingers secretly pointed towards Bai Qin. Hearing this, the Chongling Marquis laughed triumphantly. See, Qingyin is a filial daughter and will listen to me. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Ain's hand. He cried out in astonishment, "What? Qingyin is actually listening to this bastard." Bai Qing's face flushed, and he stammered, calling her name. Joy filled his heart. Ain was actually willing to listen to him. The Chongling Marquis slammed the table and roared, "Bai Qingyin, I am your father. You are the daughter of the Marquis household. You are obligated to obey me." Before Qingyin could reply, Bai Qing rushed in front of her and retorted sharply, "With me here, she doesn't need to listen to anyone. She only needs to listen to herself." Seeing the two confronting each other fiercely, Qingyin thought, "Asterisk, are these two going to fight? Just do it then." Asterisk, thinking this, she started swinging her arms randomly, as if boxing. Seeing her like this, the Chongling Marquis yelled by Qingyin, "What is this behavior?" He dropped the pretense and warned bluntly, "Think carefully. If you don't listen to me, without the Marquis household backing you, your General Tong will die a miserable death." Qingyin feigned disappointment and pretended to compromise. "I understand. I'll go." But in her heart, she was scheming. Asterisk, looks like playing tough won't work. I should still complete General Tong's important mission. Asterisk, but the old man hadn't let her go yet. He shouted by Qingyin, "With that attitude, no one is going anywhere." Seeing this, Bai Qing quickly shielded Qingyin. "What does her wanting to leave have to do with you?" The Chongling Marquis gritted his teeth furiously. "You wretch." Bai Qing replied coldly, "Whatever you say. In short, if you dare touch Bai Qingyin, even if it means death, I will drag you down to hell with me." He then walked out with Qingyin. Watching their backs, the old Chongling Marquis seethed. "Bai Qing, I should have dealt with you personally from the start." A malicious thought arose in his mind. Asterisk, an ungrateful wolf dares to obstruct my plans. It seems I can't let him live. Asterisk, thinking this, he slammed the table and yelled, "Someone there." A servant quickly appeared and answered. The Chongling Marquis's eyes were cold. He ordered, "Arrange for men to surround the entire Chongling residence. No one is allowed to enter or leave tonight. I will carry out righteous extermination." On a beautiful day, with white clouds and golden sunlight, the lotus pond in the residence remained as tranquil as ever. But Bai Qingyin's heart was not as peaceful as the pond. Covered in mud, she dug furiously. Asterisk, the general's subordinate was buried here. I've searched around several times, but there's no opening. Asterisk, suddenly, a voice called Een. Bai Qingyin turned to see her brother, Bai Exin, panting as he asked, "What are you doing?" She stood up, clapping her hands to remove the dirt, and asked innocently, "Nothing." "Did you need something, brother?" He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, Een." He hesitated slightly and said, "I'm glad you trusted me and stood by my side just now." She laughed loudly and patted Bai Qing's shoulder. "It's nothing. Since I entered the Chongling residence, you're the only one who has treated me well. So of course I trust you." Bai Qing affectionately held Bai Qingyin's hand at Een. "I didn't protect you well before. Don't worry, I'll treat you well from now on." She was startled, then fell in a deep thought. This man really seemed to think she was Bai Qingyin. My behavior was so strange, yet he ignored it. It seems he's genuinely concerned for this body. I don't want to deceive him. She pushed his hand away and said, "I'm not Bai Qingyin." Bai Xian asked in surprise, "Een, what are you talking about?" He anxiously touched her forehead, making her feel a little helpless. "You have a fever." She put on a fierce expression, raising her hands to form the shape of a tiger, extending her claws. "I'm not sick. I'm just telling the truth. I'm a tiger." Bai Xan stared blankly at her antics, then chuckled and patted her head, praising her. "Ha, I haven't seen you for a while, and Ain has become even cuter." Bai Qingyin was a little annoyed. She pushed his hand off her head. "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, I'm leaving." She stalked off, thinking to herself, "I'm definitely a tiger." Bai Xian watched her go with an indulgent smile, unable to help but praise her, still a little tiger. Ain is truly becoming more and more adorable. He then reflected on what had transpired. But the way I treated the Chongling Marquis today, I'm afraid he won't let me off. I have to find a way to get Ain out of the Marquis residence first. From another side, a voice called out. Tong Huaying's guard hurriedly reported to the man reading a book. "AS per your instructions. I've been keeping an eye on the Chongling Marquis residence." Suddenly, the entire residence is on lockdown. Tong Huaying put down his book and asked lockdown. The guard continued, "Yes, General. Could it be that Bai Qingyin has turned against him? Should we help the Chongling Marquis? Otherwise, why would he suddenly impose a lockdown?" Tong Huaying recalled the moment Bai Qingyin cheerfully offered to help him. "All right, let me help the general save someone. I'll be back." He contemplated, looking at the teacup in his hand. Bai Qingyin is indeed at the Chongling Marquis residence. "It's because of my residence." The guard's voice calling General reached Tong Huaying's ears. He stood up, speculating, it's not necessarily her. Perhaps something else has happened. The guard sounded skeptical. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Tong Huaying's guard rubbed his head worriedly. Moreover, the two people we planted in the Chongling Marquis residence have both been captured. This makes rescuing anyone even more difficult. Tong Huaying walked straight towards the door, saying, "There are 3 days until the poison takes effect." 3 days. He firmly gave his orders, startling the guard. "Make some arrangements. I'm going to the Chongling Marquis residence now. I want to see what kind of lockdown he's imposed." The guard stammered in fear. "What? Why so suddenly? What excuse will the general use in the middle of the night?" He looked out the window. "Why wife has returned." Then, turning back, he smiled and revealed the reason he had devised. "Thoughts of her have kept me awake all night. Only a midnight visit can resolve my lovesickness. Will that suffice?" The guard nodded repeatedly, a little exasperated. Yes, that's enough." At this moment, by the lotus pond at the Chongling Marquis residence, Bai Qingyin continued diligently digging with a stick. She tossed the stick aside in frustration and complained, "I've searched the entire Chongling Marquis residence and dug in several spots. Isn't he here? Where in the world is he hiding?" A pack of dogs barking and gnawing on bones ran toward her, catching her attention. It's those dogs from before." Bai Qingyin suddenly had a realization. That's it. The Marquis' dogs must know this place very well. Their sense of smell is incredibly sharp. They can help me find where that person is locked up. With a wicked grin and a clear intention, she approached the dogs, startling them. The frightened dogs pushed a bone forward. "Why, Your Majesty? Why are you here? Are you hungry? Here's a bone for you to eat." Bai Qingyin looked at the bone with disgust. Who would want to eat such a bland, tasteless bone? She bent down and said in a coaxing tone, "I'm looking for you because I need you to do something for me." The dogs put on a fawning expression. "Just tell us, Your Majesty. We'll do everything in our power to help you." She gave them their instructions seriously. "There are so many of you. Help me search the Marquis' residence for any secret places. If you find anything, let me know immediately." The dogs, upon hearing their task, immediately ran off to work. "Yes, Your Majesty. We'll go right now." She stayed behind, admiring her own cleverness. That's right. Thinking of my status as the king of all beasts, this kind of task should be left to my underlings. I truly am a resourceful tiger. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting and shouting echoed from the distance. "Bai Xian, you can't escape. Today is your day of reckoning." Bai Qingyin turned her head at the sound. That's the Chongling Marquis' voice. In the distance, Bai Xian was being cornered by a group of people. Bai Xian stood before a group of guards, his fists clenched. As expected, "You couldn't resist taking action against me." The Chongling Marquis pointed at him, his voice booming with anger. "Bai Xian, I originally intended to spare your life, but you show no respect for heaven or earth. You disregard me and the entire Marquis residence. Don't blame anyone but yourself for your death today." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian raised his sword in defense and laughed mockingly. "Isn't it because your pawn was freed by me that you want to kill me? Now you're trying to twist the truth. How laughable." The Chongling Marquis' face darkened as a secret was exposed. "Kill this rebellious wretch at once." Cries of "kill" filled the air. Bai Xian continued to fight with a scornful smile. "You think you're worthy of killing me?" Bai Qingyin grinned, her fangs showing. "A fight. I've been itching for some action." She charged forward, knocking a guard aside. "Leave him to me. I've been wanting to do this for a while." He watched in astonishment as she fought before him. The air filled with the pained cries of those struck by Qingyin. The remaining guards trembled in fear as they watched their comrades fall. She dusted off her hands disdainfully. That wasn't enough. Bai Xian watched the scene unfold before him, a look of shock on his face. *Ain, since when did you know martial arts? And you're so skilled, *. The guards were defeated in a single blow. Bai Qingyin rushed to Bai Xian's side, worried. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" He replied, "I'm fine." The Chongling Marquis was furious. "Bai Qingyin, do you know what you're doing?" He pointed at the two of them, his voice filled with rage. "You dare to side with this wretch? And you even dared to attack my men?" Bai Qingyin drew her sword and pointed it at the Chongling Marquis, shielding Bai Exan. Wretch, I only know that he cares about me, so now I will protect him. Who dares to touch him? Bai Exan blushed at her words. Ain, the Chongling Marquis continued his relentless questioning. Bai Qingyin, you dare to defy your father for this wretch? Bai Qingyin chuckled, raising her sword. What a fine thing to say, you old tiger. Not even eat your own child. Do you even deserve to be called a father? The Chongling Marquis roared at his guards. Seize these two unfilial wretches. Bring them to me. Yes, sir. Bai Qin angrily pulled her behind him protectively. Who dares harm Ain? This Bai Qin will not forgive them. Who wants to die? The guards trembled, shoving each other. You go. No, you go. I don't dare. The Chongling Marquis, even more furious, yelled, What are you waiting for? Seize them. Suddenly, a loud crash drew everyone's attention. Tong Huaying strolled in with his guards, the picture of calm amidst the chaos, surprising everyone. What's this? He smirked. The Chongling Marquis's residence is quite lively in the middle of the night. Mind if I join the fun? Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up at the sight of him. General Tong. The battered guards rushed in to report. Why, Lord, we couldn't stop General Tong. The Marquis knocked one of them down in a rage. Useless fools. Get out of my sight. Don't appear before me again. He then turned to Tong Huaying, composing himself. May I ask why General Tong honors my humble residence with his presence so late at night? Tong Huaying, standing beside Bai Qingyin, who was gazing at him intently, replied, My wife is here. I came specifically to see her. Does the Chongling Marquis not welcome me? The Marquis chuckled dryly at this. Of course, you are welcome. Tong Huaying glanced at the guard behind the Marquis. Their swords still pointed towards him and Bai Qingyin. But why are your guards brandishing their swords? What does the Marquis intend? The Marquis laughed heartily. Just a drill. Nothing serious. Tong Huaying gently took Bai Qingyin's hand, his eyes full of affection. Looking into her eyes, he subtly suggested, Since that's the case, I trust the Marquis won't mind if I stay the night to alleviate my longing for my wife. The Marquis's face darkened at this display, but he forced a smile. Of course not. Qingyin, why don't you escort General Tong back to his residence? Hearing this, Bai Qingyin cried out no, much to Tong Huaying's confusion. She quickly grabbed Bai Qin's hand protectively. I can't go. If I do, he'll be bullied. Bai Qin softly called out Yin. Observing their affectionate display, Tong Huaying's face darkened. He said coldly, you found someone else in just 2 short days? Bai Qingyin widened her eyes innocently, patting his arm. Are you praising me, General? I think I'm quite capable. I'll keep trying. This infuriated him. Bai Qingyin, he thought, does she really think I'm complimenting her? I refuse to be a third wheel any longer. Bai Qin quickly interjected, General Tong, please don't misunderstand. He smiled gently. I am Bai Qin, Ain's sworn brother. Tong Huaying replied coldly, Sworn brother? I see. So you're protecting my wife. He suddenly grabbed Bai Qingyin's hand, pulling her to his side. He said provocatively, My wife and I are going to retire for the night. As her sworn brother, you shouldn't disturb us. Bai Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. General, I'm not tired. I could still fight a few more rounds. He angrily covered her rambling mouth with his hand, laughing madly and saying no. She was tired, annoyed at having her mouth covered. She made small noises like a mosquito. Bai Qin quickly spoke up. If that's the case, we naturally won't disturb the general and Yin. But he seriously reminded him, and although foolish and ignorant, has a kind heart. If she does anything to offend the general, please forgive her. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. You don't need to say that. I naturally understand my wife's character. Hearing this, Bai Exan gently said, That's right. Ain, take the general back to rest. I can handle things here. Don't worry. She grabbed his arm, made a gesture of snapping her wrist, and exclaimed, All right then, if that old man bullies you, just tell me, and I'll take revenge for you. Having said that, he pulled her away, saying, Let's go. She worriedly reassured Bai Exan, Don't let yourself be wronged. I can bite them to death. Watching her wave goodbye, he thought to himself, this time, Ain's personality is so different from before. She's become so adorable and lively. If Tong Huaying can treat Ain well, then I can rest assured. Seeing himself being ignored like this, the Chongling Marquis provocatively said to him, Bai Exan, you still have the heart to worry about others. He glanced at him and thought to himself, Chongling Marquis. He sneered, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He coldly said, Stop wasting your breath. If you want to kill, then kill. The Marquis's face darkened. He simply said, You, then paused and thought, Tong Huaying's sudden arrival here is suspicious. If I act now, it will attract his attention. He sheathed his sword, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Not killing then? I'll be going. If you want to fight later, I'm always willing." After he left, someone appeared and said to the Marquis, "My lord, look." The Marquis looked on in silence, then replied to the person beside him, "Keep an eye on by accent." The person acknowledged the order with a "Yes, my lord." The Marquis thought angrily, "Once Tong Huaying leaves, I will definitely take your life." By now, night was approaching. The back garden became quiet and peaceful. Bai Qingyin, walking behind Tong Huaying, said excitedly and cheerfully, "General, why did you suddenly come to the Chongling Marquis residence?" She continued innocently, "Didn't you send me here to complete a mission?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her, annoyed. "Bai Qingyin, you also know you came here to complete a mission?" Suddenly, he slammed his palm against the door. Then, leaning against the door, he said to her, his deep blue eyes looking into hers, "You think you're so busy collecting people that you've forgotten the mission?" She widened her eyes, staring at him intently, and asked in surprise, "How could that be?" She continued sincerely, "General, you are the most important. Even if I die, I must complete the mission for you." He awkwardly pulled his hair to hide his embarrassment, then stammered a reply, cut the flowery words. Suddenly, she jumped up and hugged his waist, startling him slightly. She softly said, "What flowery words?" "General, what I said to you is true. I've never lied to you." He pushed her forehead with his finger, his face expressionless. He said, continuing to interrogate her, "What was that about just now?" Rubbing her head, she recounted the previous events. "Just now, it was that old geezer, the Chongling Marquis, who wanted to attack Bai Xian. Then I helped. Bai Qingyin, Tong Huaying is sitting on the bed, arms crossed. Bai Nu reported that he says the lockdown at the Chongling Marquis residence is because of this." Hearing this, Bai Qingyin looked surprised. "The Chongling Marquis residence is on lockdown?" she asked, approaching the bed. Bai Nu continued, "That's the gist of it. He's here because of the lockdown." Before she could finish, Tong Huaying interrupted. "Bai Qingyin, I gave you a task. Did you tell the Chongling Marquis?" Bai Qingyin felt a surge of anger at his distrust and yelled, "The general gave me a task. Why would I tell that old geezer? Doesn't the general know? That vile old man wants me to be his spy." Pouting, she glared at him. "I'm the general's tiger. What is he to me? How could I help him?" Tong Huaying looked back, lost in thought. Bai Qingyin's demeanor didn't seem like a lie. He wondered if she was a good actress or if he had misunderstood her. "That's what happened," she insisted. Tong Huaying propped his feet up on the bed. "All right," he sighed, "it's getting late. I want to rest." Bai Qingyin's eyes widened at "Oh," she questioned. A thought sparked in her mind as she gazed at him intently. Suddenly, she shoved him off the bed, laughing excitedly. "General wants to sleep? Then let's sleep together." Caught off guard, Tong Huaying landed on the floor, his face flushing red. "What?" he shouted. He scrambled up, grabbing her wrist. "Bai Qingyin, do you know what you're saying?" he demanded. She responded innocently, "I know. I want to sleep with the general." Memories of sleeping beside him in her tiger form surfaced in her mind. Although I was only an animal then, she thought. When I was a white tiger, I always slept by the general's side. It's a pity I haven't had the chance since becoming human. Now I can finally sleep with the general again. He flipped her over, pulling her down onto the bed so he was on top, looking down at her. "Bai Qingyin," he said sternly, "are you so eager to throw yourself at me? Trying to seduce me?" With a righteous air, she looked at him and declared, "For the general, I am willing to offer myself." She paused, thinking, what does seduce mean? Never mind. My life belongs to the general. Offering myself to him is only natural. He studied her face, surprised. This woman speaks so boldly, so seductively, yet she looks so self-righteous. He couldn't believe it. How can she look so serious? Isn't she afraid of death? Feeling his gaze, she thought shyly. The general is so close. I want to kiss and lick his fur. By Qingyin, he began, but before he could finish, she licked his face. Stunned, he recoiled. What the? Covering his face, he backed away. "Impudent," he cried. Leaning closer, she asked with a puzzled expression, "About me?" "I'm not being impudent, General. I like you. This is how I express my desire to kiss you." She thought, I used to lick the general, and he never reacted like this. Flustered by her brazen words, he stood up abruptly, stammering, This woman, really? His gaze fell to her disheveled clothing. This is, he thought. He turned away, composing himself. Adjust your clothes, he instructed calmly. This woman was injured by me, he reminded himself. I won't hold her accountable for now. Qingyin grumbled about her clothes. Human clothing is so troublesome, she muttered, pouting. She struggled with her belt, looking up at Tong Huaying. I need help adjusting my clothes. General, could you help me? He responded with a half-smile. These hands are for killing. He proceeded to help her, nonetheless. Bai Qingyin retorted, the hands of this general. Before she could finish, she exclaimed, her eyes wide, of course. The general is invincible. The general is the strongest. Just leave my clothes. It's fine. He scowled. Such disheveled attire. What kind of decency is this? He pulled out her sash, helped her stand, and blushing slightly said, forget it. I'll help you. Inside the bedroom, Bai Qingyin watched with wide, bright eyes as Tong Huaying adjusted her clothes. He carefully and meticulously fastened her belt. Bai Qingyin, with practiced ease, played the role of the grateful admirer. General, you truly are the kindest person in the world, he replied casually, seemingly without ulterior motive. Don't forget the purpose of your return to the Chongling Marquis residence, Bai Qingyin. As he stood, Tong Huaying added with a hint of disdain, such sweet words, Bai Qingyin. Instead of flattering me, you should focus on your mission. She widened her eyes, feigning innocence that it's not flattery, it's the truth. I would never deceive the general. Having finished her sentence, she jumped off the bed with the same energy she possessed in her white tiger form. Maintaining a confident gaze, she looked intently at Tong Huaying, the image of a beautiful young woman restored. Lightly touching his shoulder, she continued, so, General, don't worry about the mission. I will do my utmost to complete whatever you ask. Tong Huaying gently grasped her hand, his fingers brushing against her soft skin. Observing her self-satisfied expression, he asked coldly, have you found where my subordinates are being held? Gripping his wrist, she responded with a slightly strained smile. Not yet. I haven't found them. He gave a short, almost amused laugh. Not yet? Bai Qingyin, I'm reminding you one last time. In 3 days, the poison will take hold. Still holding his hand, she nodded vigorously, her expression earnest that I know. I'll die from the poison then. Looking up at him, Bai Qingyin continued, feigning concern for him. So, General, you can rest assured. He blushed and turned away, slightly flustered. I was just reminding you of your mission. Still holding his hand, she asked innocently, why is your face red, General? He quickly regained his composure and snapped, my face isn't red. Turning back to her, he continued, I expect the mission to be complete the next time I see you. Bai Qingyin blinked, then suddenly raised a hand to her mouth, asking, General, are you leaving? A small vial containing medicine landed in Bai Qingyin's open palm. The door opened, revealing Tong Huaying standing in the doorway. His voice was cold, take this. Then, he turned and looked at her, thinking to himself, his face devoid of emotion. Bai Qingyin definitely knew he would give her the antidote. This was just a momentary lapse of his resolve. She held the medicine bottle in her hand and exclaimed, the general gave it to me. What does it mean? She wondered, holding the medicine bottle and gently rubbing it against her cheek. Her face lit up like a delighted kitten as she said, never mind. Since the general gave it to me, I must take good care of it. Completely unaware that this was the antidote Song Huaying had given her, Bai Qingyin skipped and danced joyfully, twirling around with the small bottle of medicine. By now, Song Huaying had gone outside. Lost in thought, he pondered Bai Qingyin, who are you really? He lowered his eyes, a haze of uncertainty in them. He thought to himself, and yet, I can't bring myself to harm her. The moon had risen high in the night sky, stars twinkling against the dark backdrop. A hawk circled high above the clouds, right where Song Huaying was standing. He frowned, thinking the war hawk. The hawk landed on his shoulder, a small piece of paper clutched in its talons. Why has the war hawk, protector of the border, suddenly come here? He wondered. He unfolded the paper and read the neatly written characters. Urgent report from Rongqing, requesting the general's immediate return. Song Huaying stared at the message, his face etched with worry. An urgent report from Rongqing, he thought. He released the hawk and, rolling the paper in his hand, calmly thought, it seems I must leave tonight, given the gravity of the situation. He mused aloud, this time, I'm afraid I won't be returning anytime soon. What about Bai Qingyin? He glanced down at Bai Qingyin's room and continued his thought. It's fine. I've given her the antidote. She should be all right. Inside her room, Bai Qingyin held the medicine bottle, suddenly looking up at the sky as she saw a bird fly away. Ah, she said, wanting to look again more closely. Did I see wrong? Why did I think I saw the general's shadow? Still confused, she said innocently, that's strange. Why was there hawk? Maybe I was mistaken. Bai Qingyin turned around, excitedly talking to herself. Never mind. I must quickly complete the mission the general gave me and return to his side to fight alongside him on the battlefield. Elsewhere, under the same night sky, a banner fluttered, held aloft by soldiers. Their leader was Song Huaying, flanked by Gue Li and Xiaolang. He had changed into his iron armor, the attire making him appear even more handsome, imposing, and heroic. He turned and announced, Rongqing has sent an urgent report. Tonight, we march to defend the border. The soldiers knelt, shouting, we obey the general's command. Xiaolang and Gue Li bowed deeply. Song Huaying addressed Gue Li, your sister is still held captive at the Chongling Marquis residence. I permit you to stay behind. Hearing this, Gue Li quickly knelt, his head bowed, and exclaimed, this subordinate will not stay. He declared his unwavering loyalty. This subordinate will follow the general to the death. He looked down, slowly advising him, this expedition, who knows when we'll return? Your family hasn't been rescued. Their fate is unknown. Do you not regret this? He remained resolute, replying, how can I worry about family when the enemy is still at large? Inwardly, he harbored dark intentions, plotting to assassinate Song Huaying, that I must stay by Song Huaying's side to have a chance to strike. What about my family? Even if they're all killed, I won't regret it for the sake of my grand plan. Seeing his unwavering loyalty, Song Huaying thought he was being tested. But Gue Li acted with utmost devotion, revealing no flaws. Is he truly a traitor, as Bai Qingyin claimed? Song Huaying wondered. Gue Li shouted loudly, looking at Song Huaying with a determined face. General, your subordinate has sworn an oath. I will not return until the enemy is vanquished. Seemingly having gained Song Huaying's trust, he was allowed to accompany him. Song Huaying said, in that case, follow me. He subtly lifted his lips, replying, yes, General. Not wanting to be left out, Xiaolang stepped forward and gently said, General, we are all going to the border. No one will be watching over that, Bai Qingyin. What if she conspires with the Chongling Marquis residents to hinder the general's mansion? Before he could further slander his rival, Song Huaying interrupted him. She wouldn't do that. Xiaolang was secretly shocked. What? His handsome face was filled with alarm. Song Huaying held his saber and said, furthermore, Xiaolang. He continued, not forgetting to remind Xiaolang, this isn't what you're thinking. Do your duty. Xiaolang gritted his teeth in anger. Yes. Jealousy was evident on his handsome face. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, General, why do you trust Bai Qingyin so much? However, he also thought, fortunately, Bai Qingyin is critically ill and near death. If she doesn't die, she will surely face great misfortune. At the Chongling Marquis residence, the first rays of dawn began to shine. Not long after, a chorus of barking erupted, startling the birds. Bai Qingyin was awakened by the barking dogs. Opening the window and rubbing her eyes, she grumbled, what's all the barking? Shut up, or I'll bite you all. Her words intimidated the dogs into silence. They trembled, replying, Great Tiger King, don't eat us. We have important intelligence to report. We found a dungeon. This statement jolted her awake. She excitedly asked the dungeon. Quickly jumping through the window, she urged them, hurry, hurry, take me there. Wagging their tails, they led her towards the dungeon. One of them said, Great King, follow us. Suddenly, Bai Qingxue, walking along the corridor, happened to see Bai Qingyin and the dogs heading somewhere. Her face paled. Is that fool Bai Qingyin playing with dogs? She muttered. She followed them stealthily, a sinister smile on her lips. As expected, she's the same kind as these beasts. It's only natural they play together. Good, I'll follow them and find a chance to punish her. In the East Garden, there was a cluster of enormous rocks. The lead dog raised its paw and stuck out its tongue, pointing, Great King, the dungeon is here. Bai Qingyin was stunned. Oh hi, she thought in amazement. Another dog chimed in, you're right. I saw someone trigger this mechanism. The fake mountain opened opened up. Your Majesty, quickly, look at the mechanism here. Bai Qingyin approached the spot, reached out, and pressed a protruding stone, saying doubtfully, a mechanism? As soon as she pressed it, a click echoed, and a cave entrance suddenly appeared before her and the dogs. Astonished, she cried out. Excited, Bai Qingyin stepped inside, waving to the dogs outside. Good work, everyone. Go play, I'll take a look inside. A dog barked, yes, boss. As long as the boss is happy. Following the steps down, Bai Qingyin thought, the smell of blood is so strong. This must be the dungeon. Her face lit up with excitement. The general wants to find Shui and I. She must be here. Just then, a shadowy figure flickered before her, accompanied by cryptic words. This is the one the master wanted, but we've already killed her. What should we do? Bai Qingyin wondered in a daze. Killed her? Cautiously, she hid behind a rock, peeking out. Ahead of her were two young men carrying a battered body on their shoulders. One said with disdain, well, she's dead. This wretch plotted against the master. We can't be blamed. The other replied, right? Let's get rid of the body before we're discovered. Suddenly, a voice startled them. Who gave you permission to kill her? They paled, wondering what? Someone's here. They spun around to face Bai Qingyin and yelled, how did you get in? Quickly, call someone. Bai Qingyin's voice grew cold, her face darkening. With a shout, she lunged forward, kicking at the two men. Who gave you permission to kill? Her face was grim, her voice icy. I went through so much trouble to get here. Frustrated to the point of tears, Bai Qingyin knocked them out cold. And you left me a corpse. She slumped beside the body, grieving that I'm sorry, I'm late. Shui and I, shaking the body's shoulders, she cried, can't you just not be dead, Shui and I? How am I supposed to explain this to the general? A voice suddenly spoke, I'm Shui and I. Bai Qingyin froze. The voice continued, are you blind? Behind her stood a woman, regarding her with a cold stare. What? Seeing Shui and I safe and sound, Bai Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. You're Shui and I? Then who is this? Bai Qingyin asked, confused. Shui and I explained wearily. He's a spy from another country. And didn't you notice he's a man? Bai Qingyin gasped, realizing the truth. She unceremoniously tossed the body aside. Thank goodness you're all right. You scared me to death. I thought I wouldn't be able to face the general. Wait, I'll get you out. Watching her, Shui and I asked skeptically, why would the general send someone as stupid as you? Bai Qingyin paid no attention. With a flick of her wrist, she easily bent the metal bars. She looked at Shui and I and cheerfully asked, what did you say? A little surprised, Shui and I stammered a denial and nothing. Inwardly, she was shocked. Asterisk, this woman is so strong. How can she bend iron bars with her bare hands? Asterisk. Bai Qingyin effortlessly broke the chains in her hand and offered, you're injured. Let me carry you out. Shui and I was astonished, exclaiming inwardly, what? She furrowed her brow and asked suspiciously, you dare carry me? Do you know who I am? Unafraid, Bai Qingyin easily lifted Shui and I. Of course I know. Aren't you Shui and I? The blood from Shui and I's wounds flowed onto Bai Qingyin's hands. Shui and I continued, yes, I'm Shui and I, but I'm also the poison maiden. Shui and I raised an eyebrow at the girl carrying her. Oh, you know that the poison maiden's blood is poisonous? Bai Qingyin looked at her innocently, without a trace of worry, and replied, I know. Now stay still, don't move, and I'll take you out. Shui and I yelled in frustration. Didn't you hear me? I said I'm the poison maiden. Finding her too noisy, Bai Qingyin covered Shui and I's mouth with her hand. Setting her down, she replied, I heard you. What's so scary about the poison maiden? I'm a tiger. Shui and I cursed inwardly. Asterisk a tiger? What nonsense. Asterisk, does this woman even understand what poison maiden means? Why isn't she afraid of me? And she even dared to carry me. Asterisk just then, Bai Qingxue rushed in, pointing and shouting, Bai Qingyin, how dare you rescue the person father locked up? Bai Qingyin was a little surprised to see Bai Qingxue. Bai Qingxue haughtily pointed at the two of them and ordered loudly, someone, come here. Bai Qingyin broke into the prison to rescue someone. Stop her. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin exclaimed in surprise, what? By now, the guards had surrounded her and Shui and I. The prison has been breached. Quickly apprehend them. How dare the eldest miss do this? Bai Qingxue covered her mouth, laughing mockingly. Bai Qingyin, you're dead. This time, I definitely won't let you off. Bai Qingyin's face darkened in anger. Before the guards could react, she leaped forward and kicked Bai Qingxue, sending her flying. That I won't let you off either. Bai Qingxue landed on the ground with a thud. Bai Qingyin, unafraid, admonished her, so noisy. You dare call for people in front of me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Bai Qingxue sat on the ground, trembling in pain. The guards rushed towards the two. Enraged, Bai Qingxue clutched her face with one hand and pointed at Bai Qingyin with the other, yelling, quickly. Bai Qingyin ruined father's plans. Kill her. The guards rushed forward, blocking Bai Qingyin. Eldest miss, you've committed a serious offense. Come with us to see the master. Bai Qingyin sternly retorted, in your dreams. Seeing her defiance, the guards drew their swords and advanced. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Holding Shui and I with one hand, Bai Qingyin readied herself with the other. Just a fight? You think I'm afraid of you? Suddenly, a force charged in. Before the two guards could react, they were knocked back. Bai Nu appeared, looking dashing, and shouted, who dares injure Ain? Bai Qingyin's eyes widened as she looked toward the newcomer. Bai Nu, Shui and I also looked over with a serious expression. Who is this? Bai Qingxue asked, pointing angrily at Bai Nu. You ungrateful wretch, Bai Nu. You dare help this slut? Bai Qingyin, father was right about you. You're a waste of resources. Bai Nu's expression remained unchanged. He quickly turned and swung his blade. So much chatter, he thought, but I've already softened and left the antidote. Even if she doesn't complete the mission, she'll probably live. Seeing the blade swing towards her, a subordinate yelled, Miss, be careful. A lock of Bai Qingxue's hair was severed. Shocked, she gasped, what? A moment later, she flew into a rage. Pointing at Bai Nu, she commanded, Bai Nu, you dare try to kill me? What are you all waiting for? Kill Bai Nu and Bai Qingyin. They betrayed the marquee residence. The subordinates rushed forward, obeying her order. While parrying their swords, Bai Nu called out to the two behind him, Ain, these people are no match for me. Help me hold them off. I'll get you out of here first. Bai Qingyin, holding Shui and I, gave Bai Nu an enthusiastic thumbs up. Thanks, good brother. I'll come back for you after I finish the mission. Bai Qingxue, furious, pointed at her and shouted, what? Bai Qingyin wants to escape? Stop her. From behind Bai Qingyin, Shui and I flicked a drop of blood towards Bai Qing's. Oh, noisy, she muttered. The drop of blood landed squarely in Bai Qingxue's mouth. Bai Qingxue immediately cried out in pain, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Bai Qingyin, surprised, looked at her and asked, hey, why did you flick blood at her? Shui and I looked up at her with eerie eyes. Didn't I tell you? I'm the poison maiden. My blood is poisonous. Once it enters someone's body, it causes unbearable pain and suffering. Bai Qingyin, thrilled, hugged her and leaped away. Wow, you're amazing. Shui and I stared at Bai Qingyin in surprise, wondering, is this woman sincerely praising me? I've made it so clear, and she's not even afraid that touching me will poison her to death. Just then, a shout rang out, release her. Two subordinates charged towards them, swords drawn. Shui and I warned, careful, they're the Chongling Marquis's shadow guards. Bai Qingyin's face darkened. Just you two, she scoffed. Suddenly, she cried out and collapsed, groaning, my body IT hurts so much. Seeing Bai Qingyin trembling in pain, Shui and I cried out, are you having a heart attack? This is bad. The poison's acting up. Bai Qingyin's face grew pale, her body still shaking. She thought in alarm, the poison's acting up, but it hasn't even been 5 days yet. The two subordinates charged forward, swords raised to strike. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin thought, this is bad. In the next instant, she threw herself in front of Shui and I. What? Shui and I, worried, demanded, are you crazy? Why are you? Bai Qingyin gently patted her head. The general wants me to save you. I won't let you get hurt. Shui and I stared at her, speechless. Behind them, one of the subordinates raised his sword. Xueni's face darkened in anger. She flicked her hand, sending a spray of blood towards him. The blood splattered across the subordinate's forehead. He cried out in pain. Seeing the two subordinates easily incapacitated, Bai Qingyin looked slightly puzzled. What is it, Xueni? Why are you standing there stunned? I told you, I'm the poison maiden. They can't stop me at all. Who told you to be nosy and block the blade for me? Qingyin cheerfully rubbed her head and replied, thank you. Leave the rest to me. I'll take you back to the residence. Hearing this, Shui and I was a little touched. Everyone she met feared her, treating her like a monster. How could this woman dare to embrace and save her, even rubbing her head? I'm the poison maiden, not some gentle, foolish person, she thought. But before she could say anything, Qingyin grabbed her and leaped across the rooftops, making Shui and I anxious. She thought to herself, this girl is good in every way, except she's a bit wild carrying me around. Meanwhile, back at the general's residence, Tong Huaying was very worried. It was almost the 5th day of the month, and he didn't know if by Qingyin's poison had been cured. He thought over. He had relented and given her the antidote. So even if she hadn't completed the mission, she should be alive and returning. Just then, someone rushed in to report. General, the scouts report the enemy has stopped 10 miles from here. Tong Huaying glanced at the messenger, thinking they're courting death. He then turned and ordered his men prepare for battle and instructed them to open the city gates. Back with Qing Yin and Shui and I, a loud creaking sound signaled the opening of the gates. Qing Yin and Shui and I tumbled to the ground. Seeing Qing Yin on the verge of collapse, Shui and I urgently instructed, don't move. Using your internal energy will trigger the poison in your heart. I'll get you the antidote now. Bai Qingyin suddenly shouted, wait, I want to see the general first. Shui and I exclaimed in exasperation, you're dying. Why do you want to see the general? As they argued, someone appeared and called out to Shui and I. It was General Tong, Huaying's steward. He said in surprise, Bai Qingyin, you really brought her back? Qingyin quickly confirmed, yes, I brought her back, General. The general didn't let her say much. The steward rushed forward and said, my apologies, Madam Bai, but the general has gone to war. The emergency report from Rongsheng was very sudden, so the general had to leave in haste. Qing Yin cried out in alarm, what? You say the general went to Rongsheng? The steward replied, yes, madam. Her hand immediately went limp. With a worried expression, she said, Rongsheng, this battle, something will happen to the general. She thought to herself, back then, when I was the White Tiger, I barely managed to save the general. This time, I'm not there. General, the steward was also deeply worried for her. Suddenly, Qing Yin shouted no. Her expression was resolute. I must go find the general. She then started walking straight out, to the astonishment of the other two. What? Shui and I yelled, but you've been poisoned. Don't be reckless. Before she could reach the door, Qing Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. She leaned against the door in pain, her heart still fixed on Tong Huaying. No, I have to save the general. The image of Tong Huaying flashed before her eyes. Something will happen to the general. As she collapsed, unconscious. Seeing her fall, Shui and I rushed to her side in a panic. Bai Qingyin, this is bad. The poison has completely taken over. Steward Chun, quickly prepare. At that moment, a small bottle rolled out and caught Xuani's attention. Wait, this is... Shui and I carefully brought the bottle to her nose and sniffed. She suddenly realized it was the antidote. Steward Chun, taking one look, recognized it and exclaimed, it seems to be the porcelain bottle the general always carries with him. Shui and I grabbed the medicine bottle and took out a purple pill. While supporting Bai Qingyin, Shui and I brought the pill to her mouth. It seems the general has some soft spot for this woman. But this antidote only works before the poison flares up. Now the poison has already spread. Chundan anxiously looked at her and asked, what do we do now, madam? Can you save her? Shui and I angrily clenched her fist and shouted, I am the poison maiden. Even the king of hell can't take someone from my hands. I will definitely save her. Shui and I placed her hand on Bai Qingyin's chest and silently felt her pulse. This woman is truly strange. Why did she have the antidote but didn't take it? Meanwhile, Tong Huaying continued to fight on the battlefield. His expression was resolute, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Suddenly, he doubled over in pain, clutching his chest. What's happening? Why this sudden feeling of unease? Who is it? Who's in trouble? Gueli galloped up on horseback and reported, General, we've been tricked by the Imperial City. There are no reinforcements. The enemy is overwhelming. Seeing the young man, Tong Huaying silently called out Gueli's name. Gueli fought on, shouting resolutely, General, even this worthless life of Gueli's is not to be spared. I will die here. General, go. Hearing this, Tong Huaying was taken aback and opened his mouth. Before Gueli could reply, Tong Huaying spurred his horse forward. You call for reinforcements. I'll hold them off here. Gueli was frightened, his face darkening. The words he wanted to say caught in his throat. But Tong Huaying tightened his grip on the reins and shouted, no buts. This is the general's order. Go. Tears welled up in Gue Li's eyes. He nodded vigorously and replied, General, wait for me. I will return with troops from Lincheng. But in another direction, Gue Li's expression changed, a cunning and malicious look spreading across his face. Tong Huaying, die here. Elsewhere, night had fallen. Bai Qingyin suddenly awoke from a nightmare on her bed. General, don't go to Rongqing. She looked around in a daze, then suddenly remembered. This is the general's residence, right? She had fainted earlier. Not daring to delay any longer, Bai Qingyin swung her legs off the BET, and oh, I have to go save the general. At that moment, a roar caught her attention. Bai Qingyin recognized it as the roar of Bai Hu, her white tiger. In disbelief, she rushed to the door and flung it open, exclaiming, No, it can't be. I must be hearing things. Why is Bai Hu here? Outside, the tiger's roars continued, Bai Hu impatiently pounding against the large door. Bai Qingyin kicked the door open and rushed out, her eyes fixed sternly on what lay beyond. After seeing the creature before her, her doubts vanished. It truly was Bai Hu. Stroking the tiger's head, Bai Qingyin asked, Xiao Bai, why didn't the general take you to the battlefield? Fear gnawed at her heart. Only Bai Hu could save the general. If he wasn't there, who would? Bai Hu licked Bai Qingyin's hand and replied, Sister, I'm back. The general left in a hurry this time. It was so urgent that he forgot to bring me along. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin wrung her hands that, No. Xiao Bai, the general is in danger. We have to go save him. Bai Hu roared loudly. Who dares harm the general? Without further hesitation, Bai Qingyin leaped onto Bai Hu's back and shouted, Let's go to Rongqing immediately. Their figures quickly disappeared into the distance. Inside the room, the scent of incense faintly lingered. Chen Dan looked worriedly at the girl before him. Xuanai, you used your own blood to save Bai Qingyin. Don't you know she once tried to assassinate His Majesty? Xuanai blinked without hesitation. So what? Since I was a child, I've known His Majesty is my older brother. I'm an orphan, crawled out from a pile of corpses. Today, I want to protect Bai Qingyin. Anyone who dares to kill her. Seeing Xuani's resolve, Chen Dan could only sigh helplessly. Just then, a tiger's roar and a familiar figure flashed past. What are they? Chen Dan anxiously watched them go. This is bad. Bai Qingyin rode, Bai Hu away. Shui and I added one Ly from behind. That fool. Her health hasn't recovered yet. Seeing Shui and I rush off, Chen Dan asked urgently, Shui and I, where are you going? Bai Hu is very fast. You can't catch up to them. Shui and I looked back at him and shouted resolutely, That fool must be going to Rongqing to find the general. I'm going to Rongqing to find her. Chen Dan clutched his forehead in exasperation and cried out, What is going on? Rongqing is in the middle of a war. It's not a place for just anyone to go. Truly reckless. Meanwhile, in Rongqing, ruins were everywhere. This was the northern border. Bai Qingyin jumped down from Bai Hu's back. General, this is where it happened. She knelt anxiously beside a body. General, I'm here. Bai Hu came over and cried out worriedly, Sister, are you all right? You haven't rested for 3 days. Bai Qingyin nodded twice and replied, I'm fine. It looks like a great battle took place here. The general must be here. I have to find him. Bai Hu exclaimed joyfully, Sister, look, there's a horse. Bai Qingyin looked over and gasped in shock. That's... She approached cautiously and placed her hand on the horse. This horse died recently. Its body is still warm. Bai Hu lowered its head and sniffed. Sister, I smell the general's scent. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin and Bai Hu frantically dug through the snow. The general must be here. A few seconds later, familiar armor gradually appeared beneath the white snow. This is... Bai Qingyin's eyes widened. After seeing the familiar figure, she cried out, General. Kneeling before Tong Huaying's cold body, Bai Qingyin anxiously called out, General, General, wake up. Her trembling hand touched his pale cheek. Feeling a trace of warmth, Tong Huaying's eyes fluttered open. Are the reinforcements here? Through his blurry vision, he saw the panicked figure of a young woman. Noticing Tong Huaying showing signs of waking, Bai Qingyin softly called, General. But Tong Huaying was too exhausted. He couldn't respond. Bai Qingyin struggled to help him up, anxiously urging, General, don't fall asleep. You'll be all right. I'll get you out of here. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her. She lost her balance, and they both collapsed onto the cold snow. Bai Qingyin's pale body trembled violently. At this moment, Bai Hu suddenly appeared. He came forward to ask after his sister. Sister, are you all right? The wound on your back has reopened. Let me carry the general for you. But she refused. There's no time. Rongqing is too far away. Bai Qingyin asked him to help Xiao Bai. Little brother, run quickly. Go ahead to Rongqing and call for help. Remember, you must find Sima Chung. He is the general's most trusted confidant. Others are not reliable. Receiving her words, he quickly turned and left. Yes, sister. Bai Qingyin thought to herself, wait for me. General Tong Huaying has 4 trusted aides. Sima Chung is the most loyal. She continued to help Tong Huaying stand up and continue walking. He's coming, General. You'll be all right. General, you will definitely be all right. A lone woman supporting a man in the harsh weather. She still tried to encourage him. Let's find a warm place. You must persevere, General. After walking a while, Bai Qingyin couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed again. Her hands were swollen and red from the cold. She still struggled to reach out and take Tong Huaying's hand. Bai Qingyin shivered in the snow. She was still only worried about Tong Huaying. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Hurry and save the general. Suddenly, she heard a loud sound. She recognized it as the sound of Xiao Bai's tiger whistle. Xiao Bai has brought people. She saw people running towards them in the distance. They shouted, Deputy General Sima. The general seems to be here. Bai Qingyin saw hope amidst despair. Help. Thank goodness. Someone has come. By now, she was exhausted. Her whole body collapsed. The general is saved. Sima Chung hurriedly led his men to the general. He ordered, quickly take the general back. He added, also, inform General Xiaoling. It is imperative that she treat him. Bai Hu also worriedly went to Bai Qingyin's side. Only then did Sima Chung notice the other person beside Tong Huaying. Who is this woman? Bai Hu roared, seeking help. Sima Chung understood. All right, I understand. He ordered, quickly bring this woman back as well. Back in their capital city, the scene before the city gate was chaotic. Ignoring that, they entered the city lord's mansion. They placed Tong Huaying neatly under the blankets to warm him, leaving Bai Qingyin to sit in a corner of the room without a blanket. Sima Chung went to ask Xiaoling, how is the general? Xiaoling replied, I've changed the general's bandages. Don't worry, with me here, the general will be fine. He should wake up soon. Sima Chung sighed in relief. That's good. The general was ambushed and went missing this time. All of Rongqing was in chaos. Only then did he remember Bai Qingyin. Right, I almost forgot about that woman. I didn't have time to attend to her earlier. He told Xiaoling, quickly check on that woman and see if she's all right. She turned to look and was startled that's Bai Qingyin. Sima Chung looked at Bai Qingyin and said, when we found the general, this woman was already by his side. She may have found the general and even brought him here. She can be considered the general's lifesaver. Xiaoling gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Lifesaver. Her face darkened as she said to Sima Chung, so you're mistaken. This woman, Xiaoling walked over and kicked Bai Qingyin, is the legitimate daughter of the Chongling Marquis household. Last time, during the banquet, she even tried to kill Li Li. She approached and grabbed Bai Qingyin's neck. She's nothing but a spy, infiltrating the general's mansion. Xiaoling stroked Bai Qingyin's chin. Or perhaps it would be better to just kill her directly. She thought to herself, I never expected Bai Qingyin to show up here. Wasn't she poisoned? But she didn't die. I absolutely cannot let her live. At this moment, Sima Chung shouted, no. In the midst of the heavy snow, this woman risked her life to drag the general back. Thanks to her, we found him. He was determined to prevent Xiaoling from harming her. That's why she's injured and unconscious. Reason dictates we wait for the general to wake up before deciding what to do. But Xiaoling said, this is nothing but a ploy. Then, she feigned a smile, but since she's so insistent, I won't argue with you. Take her to the next room. After I've finished tending to the general, I'll go and see to her. Glancing at Tong Huaying lying on the bed, Xiaoling continued, then we'll just have to wait for the general to wake up. Sima Chung agreed with her. All right, I'll take her to the next room first. Xiaoling's annoyance was evident. With that stubborn fool Sima Chung here, it's truly inconvenient to directly deal with Bai Qingyin. But then a cruel smile spread across her face. However, since Bai Qingyin is injured, I'll certainly find a way to make her die. There's no rush. Just then, Tong Huaying began to move his limbs. Xiaoling quickly realized the general is awake. Tong Huaying woke up bewildered. Where am I? Xiaoling approached to examine him. General, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? He was surprised to see her there. Xiaoling, he asked, struggling to sit up. Why am I here? Who saved me? She hadn't expected him to ask this so soon and stammered. General, it was Sima Chung. He found you and brought you back here. Tong Huaying seemed doubtful. Sima Chung? But before I lost consciousness, I feel like I saw. The memory of his faint flickered, and he saw Bai Qingyin anxiously calling out to him. General, Seeing this, Xiao Ling asked cautiously, General, are you hallucinating? She felt a pang of panic. Asterisk, this won't do. I absolutely cannot let the general discover that it was Bai Qingyin who saved him. Asterisk, so Xiao Ling decided to lie. I saw with my own eyes Sima Cheng bringing you to Rongqing. Tong Huaying didn't think too much of it and believed her immediately. Yes, that's so? Perhaps I was overthinking it. How could Bai Qingyin be here? Xiao Ling pretended to suddenly remember something. General, you mentioning Bai Qingyin reminds me. She actually is in Rongqing, but I was so preoccupied with saving you that I didn't pay much attention to her. Upon hearing Xiao Ling mention Bai Qingyin's presence, he was stunned. What did you say? Bai Qingyin is here. Xiao Ling decided to twist the truth. Yes, I don't know why she isn't staying in the Chongling Marquis's household fulfilling her duties, but she's here. However, I can assure you, it absolutely wasn't Bai Qingyin who saved you. She lied without blinking because she just appeared in Rongqing, not with you. She planned this. She knew that Bai Qingyin's presence in Rongqing wouldn't stay hidden from the general forever. It's better to take this opportunity to slander Bai Qingyin and make the general completely suspicious of her. These words made Tong Huaying contemplate. Xiao Ling had no reason to deceive him. If this were true, then how could Bai Qingyin, who was far away in the capital, suddenly appear in Rongqing? Xiao Ling walked over and poured him a cup of medicine, saying, General, I also have a guess. This time, the enemy ambushed you. She brought it to his bedside. He voiced his suspicions. One possibility is that the Emperor and Chongling Marquis are behind it, preventing reinforcements. The second possibility is that the information was leaked. She urged him to drink the medicine, adding a few more words about Bai Qingyin. General, please drink your medicine. Bai Qingyin's sudden arrival in Rongqing is too much of a coincidence. I'm worried she's connected to your ambush. Tong Huaying picked up the medicine cup and said, I understand. He ordered Xiao Ling, summoned Bai Qingyin. Hearing this, Xiao Ling was startled and her face paled. General, if Bai Qingyin really is a spy sent by the Chongling Marquis's household, and you're still injured, wouldn't meeting her now be? Tong Huaying impatiently reminded Xiao Ling, you only need to follow my orders. Seeing his anger, she had to obey. Yes, I understand. I'll go summon Bai Qingyin. Immediately after, she resentfully went to call Bai Qingyin. Damn it, I've said so much, but the general still wants to see Bai Qingyin? That woman deserves to die. Huaying stared at the medicine cup, but didn't drink. He thought, if what Xiao Ling said is true, then what other schemes do you have, Bai Qingyin? Why did you suddenly appear in Rongqing? Someone else came to visit the general. General, you're finally awake. Qin Tujiat stepped forward and said, right now, the generals of Rongqing are all losing morale because you were injured and unconscious. Tong Huaying was slightly surprised to see Qin Tujiat. He picked up the medicine cup and drank, saying, as my strategist, shouldn't you be investigating the enemy's intelligence? Then Tong Huaying asked, instead of running to me? He took the empty medicine cup from him. Qin Tujiat smiled and said, General, you were so seriously injured. As your trusted subordinate, wouldn't it be unreasonable for me not to visit you? Qin Tujiat asked with a smile. However, when I came in, I saw Xiao Ling leaving with a troubled expression. What's wrong, General? Did you hurt the beautiful Xiao Ling's feelings again? Tong Huaying warned him to watch his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Ling is just my subordinate. If you dare speak carelessly again, you'll be court-martialed. But it seemed he wasn't afraid. He just casually said, yes, I won't say any more. He still tried to joke. Who doesn't know that General Tong is decisive and iron-hearted? Men and women are all the same in your eyes. I wonder what kind of woman could catch your eye. This made him think. What kind of woman? He unexpectedly looked at him and said, Qin Tujiat, I ask you when I was unconscious and being rescued, did you see who saved me? Qin Tujiat answered without hesitation, Sima Cheng. I saw him and a group of soldiers hurriedly carrying you back. Tong Huaying probed, did you see Bai Qingyin? He thought back to that moment. Had Bai Qingyin seen him? It seemed like she had, but there were too many people and everyone was focused on his injuries, so no one paid much attention to anyone else. He simply replied, I know, thinking to himself that Qin Tujiat's words weren't that different from Xiao Ling's. It seemed Sima Cheng really had brought him back. So what was Bai Qingyin's purpose in suddenly appearing in Rongqing? Qin Tujiat suddenly remembered. Right, General, I've discovered the Chongling Marquis's assassins in Rongqing. He reported further, there are 12 of them in total. I've already captured them. Hearing this, Tong Huaying was quite surprised. The Chongling Marquis's assassins. He chuckled. The Chongling Marquis's reach is quite long, isn't it? Good. My enemies want me dead, and my own people want me dead. If everyone wants me dead, then I'll give them a chance. Qin Tujiat hesitated. General, you're planning. Before he could finish, Tong Huaying gave his orders. Spread the word. Block the news of my awakening. Tell everyone outside that I'm in a coma from serious injuries, and my life is in danger. I want to see what they'll do. This is a good opportunity. Let those who want me dead hear this news. They'll definitely come quickly tonight to kill me. Qin Tujiat acknowledged the order. Yes, General. I'll make the arrangements immediately. He added one more instruction. Don't tell Bai Qingyin about this plan. Mentioning her, the atmosphere around him darkened. I've already told Xia Ling to summon Bai Qingyin. Tonight, I'll have Bai Qingyin stay in my room. Qin Tujiat spoke again. General, you're not doing this to test Bai Qingyin, are you? She's your wife. What if you discover she really is? He didn't hesitate to say it. A spy? What will you do then? Tong Huaying looked at him with displeasure. Qin Tujiat, you talk too much. He quickly made his escape. All right. I won't say any more. I'll go make the arrangements now. After he left, Tong Huaying was left with a multitude of thoughts. Bai Qingyin appeared in Rongqing for no reason, and the Chongling Marquis assassins also happened to appear. Such a coincidence makes me suspicious of her. He muttered to himself, Bai Qingyin, if the Chongling Marquis manor really sends assassins tonight, what will you do? Tonight, let me see your true face. The creak of the wooden door echoed in the quiet space. Xiaoling walked to Bai Qingyin's bedside. She was still unconscious. Xiaoling looked at her with menacing eyes. Bai Qingyin, I originally wanted to kill you when no one was looking. I didn't expect the general would still want to see you. Consider yourself lucky. She sneered. But I also didn't expect you to be so capable. Not only did you run to Rongqing, but you even saved the general. What a pity. The general doesn't know you saved him. You wasted your efforts. With that, Xiaoling mercilessly pressed down on Bai Qingyin's wound. Feeling the pain, Bai Qingyin softly cried out. Xiaoling saw her discomfort and felt a surge of joy. Still calling him general at a time like this? It seems your feelings for the general truly run deep. She grabbed Bai Qingyin's hand, stroking the scarred skin. These wounds are from saving the general, I presume? They look almost crippling. Well then, she threw Bai Qingyin's hand back onto the bed. Judging by your injuries, I won't even need to lift a finger. You won't last much longer. However, to keep the general from discovering your condition, I suppose I should at least change you into some clean clothes. Xiaoling conveniently grabbed a piece of cloth nearby. This room was used for miscellaneous storage, so finding clothes was easy. She then roughly tore off Bai Qingyin's clothes. After dressing Bai Qingyin in a different outfit, Xiaoling pulled out a sharp needle. Next, I just need to use the needles to wake her up. She had already devised a more sinister plan. These needles would only forcibly stimulate Bai Qingyin's energy, ultimately hastening her death. Without hesitation, Xiaoling jabbed the needle into the back of Bai Qingyin's neck. Bai Qingyin's eyes snapped open. She bolted upright, still unaware of what had just transpired. She looked at her wounded hands and remembered where she was. The general. I managed to bring the unconscious general back here. As her memory returned, she suddenly heard a voice. Awake already? Xiaoling said, arms crossed, then get up. Bai Qingyin hadn't realized she was there. Upon seeing Xiaoling, Bai Qingyin quickly stood and asked, where's General Tong? How is he? Xiaoling sneered. With my treatment, the general has naturally recovered. You, on the other hand. Bai Qingyin didn't understand. What about me? Xiaoling simply said, nothing. Oh, right. The general has summoned you to his room. Hearing that Tong Huaying wanted to see her, Bai Qingyin, filled with renewed energy, immediately prepared to go. The general summoned me? I'll be right there. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when Xiaoling called out, Bai Qingyin. Annoyed, she asked, what is it now? Xiaoling scowled that I heard you save the general. You're not going to rush over there and boast about your achievements to get a reward, are you? Bai Qingyin was puzzled. Why would I boast about this to the general? Saving him was only natural. Hearing this, Xiaoling seemed relieved. It's best if you think that way. Don't blame me for being so verbose. The general is still weak, and I don't want him to waste his energy on anything else. It would pain me to see that. A pang of jealousy struck Bai Qingyin. Pain you? What good is your pain? Instead of worrying about that, why don't you focus on alleviating the general's burdens? As a subordinate, haven't you done enough already? You're always spouting such confusing nonsense. Seeing Bai Qingyin's harsh words, Xiaoling became furious. You. Bai Qingyin pointed at herself and raised her voice. Enough with the you this and you that. Do you even know who you're talking to? am the general's wife. She shoved Xia Ling aside. The general has summoned me, and you're holding me back with this pointless chatter. You are completely incompetent. Xia Ling angrily yelled at Bai Qingyin, but she didn't care. She only wanted to see Tong Huaying quickly. Xia Ling ground her teeth in frustration, snapping orders at her subordinates. That slut is reminding me of my own position. Xia Ling stared at the needles in her hand and muttered, "So what if you're the general's wife? Your frail body will wither and die within a day, becoming nothing but a corpse. Let's see how you'll compete with me for the general then." Two sharp needles rested in her palm. The scene changed to a room where Tong Huaying was recuperating. Bai Qingyin eagerly opened the door and rushed in. "General." He looked over at her, startled. As soon as she arrived, she looked him over, checking for any injuries. "General, are you truly all right? General, does your wound still hurt? General." Her voice brought back the memory of Bai Qingyin saving him. "General," he thought to himself, when I was near death in the snow, I had a hallucination. I seemed to see Bai Qingyin. She also called me general like that. The lovely image of Bai Qingyin appeared before his eyes. She called him general. Suddenly, Tong Huaying grabbed her bandaged hand and pulled her closer. He decided to ask her himself, "Bai Qingyin, why did you appear in Rongqing?" Hearing his question, she responded in bewilderment. "Huh? Rongqing? I wasn't in Rongqing before. I was in the capital. Didn't you suddenly disappear? After that, I continued searching for your people at the Bai residence. Then I found them, and then I was suddenly knocked unconscious. After I woke up," Tong Huaying impatiently interrupted, "Bai Qingyin, I don't have time to listen to your stories. I'm asking you why you suddenly appeared in Rongqing. Don't ramble about other things." She genuinely didn't know why she was in Rongqing. "General, I don't know. After that, I fainted, and when I woke up, I was in Rongqing." He didn't believe her and snapped, "Bai Qingyin, I'm not joking with you." He thought, does Bai Qingyin think I'm a 3-year-old? Fainting from the capital to Rongqing, which is over 1,000 miles away. Who would believe that? Bai Qingyin insisted, "I'm not joking with you, General. I opened my eyes and was in a room in the Sapa clan. Then, as soon as I woke up, I rushed to see you, General. You always..." He angrily flung her hand away. "Go away. I don't have the patience to beat around the bush with you. Stand guard outside my room tonight. Can you do that?" Hearing this, Bai Qingyin's face lit up. "Yes. Keeping watch is my specialty. Don't worry, General. I will definitely protect you well." Tong Huaying said indifferently, "Then go." But she was still cheerful, waving to him before leaving. "Yes, General. If you need anything, just call me." She encouraged herself. This is the task the General gave me. I must do it well. Tong Huaying watched her leave, thinking, Bai Qingyin, if you're truly a spy sent by the Chongling Marquis' household, then tonight I will personally kill you. I absolutely will not show mercy. At midnight, Bai Qingyin sat alone outside Tong Huaying's room. She rested her chin on her hand and sighed. "That's strange. It's this late, but I'm not sleepy at all. I feel so energetic, like I could fight off 3 oxen. Could it be because I slept enough while I was unconscious?" She was very optimistic. Full of energy, she said, "Well, this is good. Now I can concentrate on guarding General Tong." Suddenly, a strange scent drifted around her. "Huh, that's strange," she sniffed. "Why is there this peculiar scent?" Then, she heard a noise coming from Tong Huaying's room. "What?" She rushed over in a panic. "Not good. There are assassins." "General, there are assassins in your room. The sleeping incense has taken effect. Tong Huaying is unconscious. Attack now." A man in black lunged at Tong Huaying with a sword. But suddenly, a wooden beam flew in, blocking him. "Get back." They were all taken aback. "What?" Bai Qingyin jumped out, sword in hand, shielding Tong Huaying's bed. "If you dare injure the general." Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she threatened them. "If you dare harm the person on this bed, you won't get away with it." The assassins exchanged glances. "Kill this woman." Bai Qingyin held her sword, fighting against the group. She steeled her resolve and charged at I will risk everything to protect the general." Her gaze towards Tong Huaying fueled her determination. "Absolutely not. I won't allow it." Then, with the strength of a tiger, Bai Qingyin swung her sword powerfully. "I absolutely will not let him die at your despicable hands." With a single strike, she killed one of the assassins instantly. They stared at her in shock. What strange power does this woman possess? She's too strong. The leader of the assassins gave his orders. Damn it, 2 of you, hold that woman back. The rest, follow me. We'll kill Tong Huaying. With that, they put their plan into action. Bai Qingyin quickly realized what was happening. She immediately rushed towards Tong Huaying, yelling, "Get away from him." She swung her sword, fully aware of the situation. I can't avoid the attack from behind. It doesn't matter. Bai Qingyin swiftly disarmed several assassins. Only one thought filled her mind. I must save the general. Then, a sword swung, followed by a flurry of blows, slashing across Bai Qingyin's back. As expected, the attack grievously wounded her. An assassin quickly drew a dagger, declaring, "Kill him." He lunged forward. Bai Qingyin desperately threw herself in front of Tong Huaying. The assassin's dagger pierced straight through her back. The intense pain caused her to momentarily lose consciousness. Suddenly, Tong Huaying's eyes flew open. He quickly embraced her, calling her name, Bai Qingyin. He saw the dagger embedded in her back. Bai Qingyin, in agony, managed to speak, "General, I'm sorry." Her consciousness faded. Her last words were, I couldn't protect you." Tong Huaying held Bai Qingyin's body, calling her name. The assassins realized the situation. Not good. Tong Huaying is awake. Run. Tong Huaying's face darkened. He ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The assassins were bewildered. What? Suddenly, a group of men charged in. We're ambushed. A bloody battle ensued. After dealing with the assassins, a man approached to report, "General, all the assassins have been eliminated." Tong Huaying, still holding Bai Qingyin tightly, ordered, "Go. Summon Xiao Ling here immediately." A subordinate cupped their hands in acknowledgement and left. Tong Huaying's eyes were filled with remorse. He said to Bai Qingyin, "I had prepared for this assassination attempt. I only intended to test you. I guess you would either cooperate with the assassins to kill me, or turn a blind eye and pretend you knew nothing." Embracing Bai Qingyin's injured body, he continued, "I never expected this. I considered countless possibilities, but I never thought you would risk your life to protect me." Looking at her lying silently in his arms, Tong Huaying wondered, "Bai Qingyin, what are you thinking?" Xiao Ling rushed in, anxiously calling out, "General, you urgently summoned me. Is it because you—" But the sight of the injured and motionless Bai Qingyin surprised her. "What?" "Bai Qingyin." Tong Huaying's face darkened. He commanded, "Save her. I want her to live." While Xiao Ling hesitated, "General, A voice called out from the doorway. "What's going on?" "I just returned to the city, General. Has something happened?" The voice startled Xiao Ling. "Oh no, it's Sima Chung." Sima Chung entered and quickly asked, "Isn't this the woman who was buried in the snow with the general? Why is she back and covered in injuries?" Sima Cheng's words made Tong Huaying look up. "What did you say? Was Bai Qingyin with me at that time?" Sima Chung simply replied, "Yes, at that time." Xiao Ling quickly interrupted, "General, Bai Qingyin's injuries are too severe. I can't save her." She gritted her teeth, thinking, "I didn't expect Sima Chung to return so suddenly. Now that things have come to this, it seems I can no longer hide it from the general. I must ensure Bai Qingyin dies." Tong Huaying was stunned. That can't be saved? His heart was in turmoil. He blamed himself. "I only intended to test Bai Qingyin, and now she's going to die? She even died protecting me." Remembering Bai Qingyin's earlier words, he trembled. Even at the end, covered in wounds, she still felt ashamed for not protecting me. Qin Tuji had observed and thought, "This test has actually tested someone to death. The general must be filled with regret." Tong Huaying coldly ordered, "Xiao Ling, I command you. You must save Bai Qingyin." Xiao Ling was frightened, but still tried to make excuses. "General, the knife pierced a vital spot. Even a god couldn't save her. There's simply nothing I can do." Suddenly, a voice declared from outside, "Who says she's going to die?" "I disagree." Upon seeing the girl, Xiao Ling was frightened. "My lady." She tried to maintain her composure, scolding, "Xuan, how dare you sneak out of the Marquis's manor? Why aren't you at the general's residence? Why are you in Rongqing?" Xuan, without a word, walked straight up and slapped Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was stunned. "What?" Holding her face, she yelled, "Xuan, are you crazy? You dare hit me?" Xuan calmly retorted, "Yes, I hit you. I hit you because your medical skills are inadequate and you're deliberately stalling. If anything happens to Bai Qingyin, I'll make you die with her." Xiao Ling recoiled in fear, thinking, "Damn it, this spoiled girl has always acted recklessly. Unless the general stops her, she could easily kill me." She looked towards Tong Huai. He didn't care about the conflict and just asked Shui and I, "Can you say Bai Qingyin? You brought acupuncture needles. You must be able to save her." Following that, Shui and I immediately used the acupuncture needles to provide temporary treatment for Bai Qingyin. Seeing her unconscious reaction, Tong Huaying anxiously called out, "Bai Qingyin." Shui and I spoke up worriedly. "Right now, I've only used the silver needles to temporarily preserve her life. But can the general tell me why Bai Qingyin ended up like this, lifeless?" Tong Huaying furrowed his brows and explained, "She protected me, blocking a blow from an assassin aimed at me." Upon hearing this, Xueni's expression turned scornful as she gave a cold laugh. Then, unable to restrain herself, she questioned, "Such a large city lord's mansion, with countless shadow guards on patrol, and yet an assassin dared to break into the general's room?" Shui and I sarcastically remarked, "Are you testing Bai Qingyin? Only a fool like her would believe your explanation." Qin Tujiet, standing behind, immediately cautioned Shui and I, "Watch your tone when speaking to the general." Shui and I angrily retorted, "Watch my tone? You know Bai Qingyin, already injured, forced her way into the Chongling Marquis's mansion to save me, worsening her injuries. You know full well that when she heard you were in Rongqing, she didn't even bother to recover, and as soon as she woke up, she rushed to find you." She then held up Bai Qingyin's injured arm and said, "I followed her tracks and searched relentlessly. She found the general in the snowdrifts." Unable to contain her emotions, Shui and I shouted directly at the general, "Have you seen her hands? Her wounds are aggravated and frostbitten bright red." Tong Huaying was stunned by the truth before his eyes. Shui and I lowered her voice and asked, "General, do you know why she's like this?" The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she felt for Bai Qingyin. "It's because she used all her strength to dig through the freezing snow to save you." Waves of memories of Bai Qingyin rescuing him flooded back to Tong Huaying in his days. Looking at Qingyin's arm, he unconsciously muttered, lost in thought, "The snowdrift. So what I saw before wasn't a hallucination. Was it Bai Qingyin who saved me?" Shui and I bitterly spoke about her injuries. "These hands are practically ruined. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold a needle for embroidery again. This foolish woman, she risked her life to save the general. And yet not only do you not care for her, you even test her." Sima Chung was equally astonished and exclaimed, "Huh? Her wounds haven't been treated yet? This morning, Xiaoling told me to arrange for her to stay in the next room, saying she would treat her. So I placed her there and left the city. Xiaoling still hasn't treated her." All eyes turned to Xiaoling. Tong Huaying's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Xiaoling. "Sima Chung, is what he said true?" Xiaoling tried to explain, "General, what Sima Chung said is true, but I am the general's physician. How could I treat a traitor?" Looking at the unconscious Bai Qingyin, Xiaoling continued to make excuses. Bai Qingyin previously killed Gui Li in front of everyone. Furthermore, she's the legitimate daughter of the Chongling Marquis's household. Why should I save her? Shui and I, enraged, immediately took action. Silence. Xiaoling was struck by several of Xueni's needles. She collapsed, immobilized. Shui and I, Qin Tujiet, beside them, tried to intervene. Shui and I, "How dare you attack her? It hurts so much." Shui and I arrived in front of Xiaoling. "How dare you attack me? This woman is clearly vicious, wanting Bai Qingyin dead. I only taught her a lesson. I didn't kill her. I've already been merciful. General, please help me. I'm your subordinate. She dared to attack me right here. I'm in so much pain, General. You must get justice for me." Despite her cries, she wasn't as pitiful as she appeared. The general hated infighting among his colleagues. Shui and I treating her like this in front of everyone meant the general would definitely punish her. Shui and I, looking at the seriously injured Bai Qingyin, felt a pang of guilt. "General, I have violated military regulations. If you want to punish me, I'll accept it. But let me treat this foolish woman first." Hearing this, Tong Huaying fell silent. He gently set Bai Qingyin down, choosing to trust Shui and I. This time, heal Bai Qingyin. At the same time, he made his decision that I will not punish you. Both Shui and I and Xiaoling's eyes widened. What? Xiaoling was unwilling to accept this. Her body trembled as she pleaded with Tong Huaying to reconsider. "G General, she attacked me right in front of you. How can you?" He sternly addressed her. "Xiaoling, Bai Qingyin was already seriously injured earlier today. Tong Huaying already knew she had done on purpose." He frowned and questioned her. "Why didn't you tell me?" She was momentarily at a loss for words. He leaned closer, his authority bearing down on Xiaoling. "Did you really not know that Bai Qingyin saved me? Do you truly have no way to heal her? I would kneel and beg you, General. I truly didn't know. Moreover, Bai Qingyin's injuries are too severe. I truly can't save her. Tong Huaying's expression darkened. His eyes filled with a murderous aura. Very well. Shui and I is skilled in poisons. You're skilled in medicine. Yet Shui and I can heal Bai Qingyin, and you cannot. He coldly flung her hand away. It seems I've overestimated your medical skills. Xiaoling's face paled with fear, her whole body trembling oh, it's not like that, General. Panic filled her heart. Asterisk, what does the General mean by that? Could it be he won't value me anymore? Asterisk Tong Huaying turned his back and ordered his subordinates, take Xiaoling away. Ma Cheng and Tu Jiat exchanged glances, then bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yes. Xiaoling was forcibly dragged out, still desperately crying out, General, I did everything for you. Tong Huaying returned to Xuanyi's side and asked Xuanyi, you can say Bai Qingyin, right? Xuanyi reassured him once more, of course. However, she will have to endure excruciating pain. With that, she abruptly withdrew the needles from Bai Qingyin, successfully waking her. She cried out. Overcome with emotion, Tong Huaying embraced her. Bai Qingyin, still weak, softly called out to him, General. Shui and I interrupted, briefly explaining the current situation to Bai Qingyin. Your injuries are severe. I just removed the silver needles to wake you. For the next treatment, you must endure the pain while conscious. Bai Qingyin, looking slightly more alert, replied, all right, go ahead. Suddenly remembering something, she anxiously asked Tong Huaying, but General, you weren't injured earlier, were you? He held her tightly, comforting her, I'm fine. Shui and I was furious at being force-fed this lovey-dovey display. What time do you think it is? You're still worried about others? Worry about yourself first, before we can even begin treatment, she demanded of Huaying. General, quickly tear open Bai Qingyin's upper garment. I need to remove the dagger from her first. He froze, his voice hesitant and awkward, but I'm a man. Shui and I became even more insistent, holding 3 needles and thread, waiting for him. Does it matter if you're a man or woman at a time like this? Besides, isn't Bai Qingyin your wife? General, hurry. Bai Qingyin is seriously injured. His gaze hardened as he looked at Qingyin. All right. He immediately tore open her outer clothing. She was stunned. General. Huaying gently embraced her, whispering, Bai Qingyin, don't die. His heart ached incessantly, so many wounds, all because she saved me. She hugged him tightly, I won't die. Qingyin could sense Huaying's emotions. That's strange. Why do I feel like the General is very sad? Clearly, he's all right. Shui and I gripped the dagger in Qingyin's back, warning, try to bear with it. I'm starting now. As soon as she finished speaking, she decisively pulled out the dagger. Qingyin cried out in surprise. Huaying anxiously held his wife. Bai Qingyin, bite me if it hurts. Her face, already pale, offered him a reassuring smile that I can handle it. Shui and I flicked 3 acupuncture needles towards Qingyin. Hold still. The 3 needles pierced Qingyin's back. Although painful, this will help. The silver needles will press on key pressure points to stem the bleeding. But you'll also have to endure excruciating pain. She cried out from the pain. He anxiously asked Shui and I how much longer. She held the last needle, muttering almost done. Now, finding the right moment, Shui and I withdrew the needles from Qingyin. Then she quickly bandaged Qingyin. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shui and I patted Qingyin's back that it's done. Huaying held his wife in his arms, asking, Bai Qingyin, are you all right? She leaned against him wearily. General, I'm fine. Don't worry. Immediately afterward, she fell unconscious. Huaying felt his heart skip a beat and shouted, Bai Qingyin. Seeing this, Shui and I reassured him, let her sleep. I've treated her wounds. He stroked Qingyin's cheek, gazing at her tenderly. That's good. Bai Qingyin, as long as you're all right. From now on, I'll trust you. Shui and I angrily said to Huaying, General, I don't care what you think, but don't hurt her again. He stared intently at Qingyin. I promise I won't hurt her again. Shui and I gathered her things, preparing to leave. I hope the General keeps his word. I'll be going now. Huaying hurriedly called her back. Shui and I, are you in such a hurry to leave because you want to find Xiaoling? Shui and I didn't deny. Does the General want to stop me? He turned away, reminding her, "Be careful. Stay alive." As she disappeared from sight, she simply replied, "Actually, the general's words were unexpected. I thought you would stop me. Who knew you'd tacitly allow me to go cause trouble for Xiaoling?" At Xiaoling's place, she was still screaming, "Let me out. I want to see the general. I'm in so much pain. That poisonous woman. She poisoned her colleague. I want to see the general." She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. It's all because of that vicious woman. If it weren't for her, Bai Qingyin would be dead already. And she dared to poison me too. Damn them both, they're both vixens. And they even made the general suspect me. Why don't you both just die? Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the opposite side. It turned out to be Shui and I coming to see her, still able to yell so loudly, "Huh?" Xiaoling looked up in astonishment. Xiaoling lunged at her as if wanting to tear her apart. "You poisonous woman, what poison did you use on me? Give me the antidote," Shui and I said irritably, so noisy. Then she casually slapped Xiaoling hard across the face, causing her to cry out. From somewhere, Shui and I pulled out 3 acupuncture needles. "You seem to be full of energy. Looks like the poison I used wasn't painful enough." Xiaoling shrank back against the wall in fear. "You poisonous woman, you're crazy. Don't come near me. Otherwise, the general definitely won't let you off." Shui and I lowered her head and chuckled disdainfully. "The general? The general is busy taking care of his woman. He doesn't have time to care about you." Xiaoling was unwilling to accept this. She tried to argue. "His woman? What about his woman? Does that vicious Bai Qingyin even deserve him? You." Xueni's expression suddenly turned cold. "Who are you cursing?" She casually jabbed a needle into Xiaoling's shoulder. Xiaoling grimaced in pain. "You crazy, poisonous woman. What kind of love potion did Bai Qingyin give you to make you help her like this?" As she continued to insert the needles, Shui and I declared, "I'm doing this willingly." Xiaoling screamed from the pain. "It hurts. Stop, you crazy woman. You want to kill me. I want to see the general." Shui and I grabbed her head and said, "I'm not killing you yet. Didn't you ask me to give you the antidote? I'm treating you, that's all." Xiaoling's body went limp, but she still managed to retort, "What kind of antidote is this?" Shui and I coldly released her. "This is how my poison is treated." She smiled sinisterly at her. "You just have to endure it for 3 days and 3 nights. You should be better then. Try to be patient, okay?" Xiaoling's face turned pale. She grimaced and turned back. "You poisonous woman, you're not just trying to give me the antidote. You're clearly taking revenge on me for Bai Qingyin." Shui and I confirmed it, even adding a warning that that's right, Xiaoling Bai Qingyin is under my protection. If you dare to touch her again, even if the general is there, your life will be forfeit. Xiaoling trembled and yelled at her. "You even dare to admit it. Abusing your power to harm a colleague is a serious crime. Wait until I recover. I will definitely report you to the general. He definitely won't let you off." Shui and I immediately dashed her hopes that you're thinking too much. I was implicitly permitted by the general to come here. As expected, Xiaoling was stunned. The general implicitly permitted it? Impossible. You poisonous woman, don't try to sow discord. The general wouldn't treat me like this. You must be lying. Before turning to leave, Shui and I left her with one last sentence. Xiaoling, in the general's heart, Bai Qingyin's status is already much higher than yours. Xiaoling went mad, screaming, "Come back here. What nonsense are you talking about, you vixen? How could Bai Qingyin compare to me? I don't believe it." I collapsed onto the floor. My heart is pierced by 1,000 arrows of resentment. General, it must be a momentary lapse. You must have been deceived by Bai Qingyin. I will definitely make her pay with her life. I absolutely will not let her off. Oh, it's late now. Huang kept vigil by Bai Qingyin's bedside. It would be great if she woke up. He felt a pang of emptiness in his heart. She would call me General. Now it's so quiet. It makes me feel a little uneasy. Every happy moment with Qingyin flashed through his mind. She would always call out General or jump up to hug him. Huang unconsciously murmured, "Wake up quickly. If you don't wake up," he gently placed his hand on hers. Then the dragon and phoenix dance won't even be needed. Suddenly, Qingyin's pinky finger unexpectedly moved, leaving him stunned. What? She drowsily opened her eyes and looked at him, softly calling out, "General." Huang was incredibly jidong-ed. Bai Qingyin. He carefully helped his wife sit up and asked, "You're awake. How are you feeling?" She weakly leaned against him. I'm all right, just a little weak. Hua Ying felt heartbroken. He apologized to her. By Qingyin, I didn't expect you to risk your life to save me. It was my misunderstanding that caused you such serious injuries. Qingyin was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide. Huh, General? He caressed her cheek, closing the distance between them. I'm so sorry. I won't doubt your identity again. You can stay by my side with any identity you wish. Qingyin's eyes lit up. She took his hand and asked, any identity? General, are you serious? Seeing her joy, he was also infected by it. Yes, any identity. In his heart, Hua Ying had already made his decision. He would marry Bai Qingyin. He had kept this news hidden, which was why his subordinates at the border didn't know. If Bai Qingyin wanted to make it public, he would agree. Unexpectedly, she raised her eyes innocently and said, then I want to be your bodyguard, General. He looked at his wife quizzically. What? You want to be my bodyguard? Qingyin seemed to be completely serious. Yes. My martial arts are strong, and I'm loyal. I can definitely protect you well, General. With her former Manhwa identity in mind, she thought to herself, I can't be a war tiger by the general's side. I'll be his bodyguard, starting today. He still couldn't believe it and asked again, you want to be my guard? You don't want to publicly acknowledge that I'm your husband. She answered quickly, so genuinely that it left him deflated. Wife? That's not important at all. I want to be your guard. That's... Hua Ying was utterly dejected. He turned his face away. What do you mean wife isn't important? Qingyin still didn't understand what she had said wrong. She looked disappointed and lowered her head. G General. Do you not want me to be your guard? Seeing her sadness, he had to compromise. All right. I agree. You're approved. All her crocodile tears vanished. Great. Thank you, General. However, Qingyin also noticed something. But why do I feel like the General isn't happy? Suddenly, the door burst open. Gue Li, having heard the news, rushed in. General, are you all right? Qingyin's face changed when she recognized him. Gue Li, she blurted out, it's you. Gue Li had the same reaction. By Qingyin. He thought to himself, why is she here? Hua Ying, with his left hand, gently pressed Qingyin back down as she sat, urging her to calm down. Meanwhile, he addressed Gue Li. Gue Li, why have you only just returned to Rongqing? And what about those wounds on you? He knelt respectfully on one knee, reporting to the general. General, your subordinate previously went to Linsheng to request reinforcements, urging them to quickly send troops here. After repelling the ambushers, I learned that the general had been ambushed. I am incompetent. I begged the general to punish me. The more Qingyin thought about it, the angrier she became. You're not incompetent at all. You're the spy. You deliberately let the general get ambushed. What are you still pretending for? Gue Li played his role perfectly, his eyes even welling up. General, my loyalty to you is witnessed by the sun and moon. He beat his chest, swearing to Hua Ying. Along the way, your subordinate was worried about whether the general had been ambushed or not, and dared not act rashly. These wounds on me are from fending off the enemy. The soldiers of Linsheng can testify to my loyalty to you. Qingyin immediately pointed out the flaw in his story, that's a good story. On the way to rescue the general, I didn't see any sign of you or your soldiers. Where did you fight the enemy? You fought so hard that the general was buried in the snow, and you still hadn't come to the rescue. Gue Li raised an eyebrow, retorting Qingyin's words. Who said I didn't try to rescue him? For by Qingyin's sake, after finding the general, I even led the Linsheng soldiers to engage the enemy, forcing them back 30 miles. It wasn't until I heard there was no news of the general that I devoted all my efforts to returning. You can say I wasn't strong enough to save the general, but you cannot slander and frame me. She was momentarily speechless, furious, but unable to speak. Asterisk, this hateful Gue Li has such a venomous tongue. If I can't find all the evidence, there's no way to prove he's the spy. This is infuriating. It would be better to just kill him. Asterisk Song Hua Ying draped a blanket over her, comforting her. All right, by Qingyin, you're still injured. Don't get so agitated. Be careful not to reopen your wounds. She looked at him tenderly and softly called out, General. This display made Gue Li bristle. Asterisk, what's going on? Hasn't Song Hua Ying always been cold to Bai Qingyin? Why is he suddenly so gentle with her? Asterisk, he fixed Gue Li with a sharp look and ordered, since that's the case, Gue Li, you may withdraw. He was naturally afraid of what Qingyin might say to Hua Ying if he wasn't there. General, your subordinate. Hua Ying reiterated his command to Gue Li. Bai Qingyin needs to rest and recover. He had no choice but to bow his head and excuse himself, yes. As he turned to leave, he was still seething. General, I'll take my leave then. Gue Li couldn't understand what Bai Qingyin had done to make Song Hua Ying change his attitude toward her. Asterisk, I can't let Bai Qingyin discover my identity. I have to get rid of her. Asterisk. When they were alone, she clutched his robe, trying to persuade him. General, Gue Li really is a traitor. Believe me, he will kill you. Hua Ying, half believing and half doubting, said, Gue Li has been by my side for over 15 years. He has killed enemies for me and even saved my life. Bai Qingyin, if you have no evidence, I can't believe you based solely on your words. She lowered her head sadly, her voice softening that I truly have no evidence. He's too good at hiding it. He, being a man who distinguished between public and private matters, assured her, I won't suspect my subordinates based on mere hearsay, but I also won't let anyone with treacherous intentions go unpunished. If what you say is true, Gue Li's treachery will be exposed sooner or later. As I said, I found a way to find evidence. Qingyin excitedly threw off the blanket. The general was right. The general was right. I kept watching Gue Li. Sooner or later, he'll be dealt with. Hua Ying, seeing this, angrily scolded her. Bai Qingyin, I told you not to move around. Why aren't you getting dressed? You're still wrapped in bandages. What kind of decency is this? She sat still like a kitten, murmuring an explanation. General, I was wrong. But my clothes were torn by the general, and He immediately tossed a robe at her face. Qingyin looked up, bewildered. Oh. Hua Ying turned away, embarrassed. Bai Qingyin, I tore your clothes out of necessity. I don't have any women's clothing here. For now, you can wear mine. Otherwise, you can just discard it. She hugged the robe to her chest with delight, inhaling deeply the general's clothes. How could I discard them? They smell so good, like the general. His face was as red as a tomato. He quickly draped the blanket over her to be quiet. Bai Qingyin, clothes are for wearing, not for smelling. Qingyin was truly a tease. She tilted her head. Then, General, will you help me put on? He sternly forced himself to calm down. Can't you dress yourself? She acted coquettishly, looking at Hua Ying with wide eyes. My arm hurts a little. I can't lift it. He was defeated and sighed in resignation. Fine. Hua Ying approached her, and I'm warning you. Don't move while I dress you. He then held the robe and began to dress Qingyin. Bai Qingyin stared at him the entire time. Silently, she thought, the general is so gentle right now. Once finished, Hua Ying carefully reminded her of a few things. Bai Qingyin, your wounds are not light. Don't run around these next few days. Don't make any sudden movements in case your wounds reopen. She nodded in understanding and then made a request. That I understand, General. Come here for a moment. He was filled with questions but still bent down as she requested. What is it? Suddenly, Qingyin kissed him on the cheek. Hua Ying, caught off guard, stumbled back a few steps. Astonished, he exclaimed, Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? She replied innocently, I'm being affectionate with the general. Before, when I licked you, you said I was impudent. So this time, a light kiss should be fine, right? He responded awkwardly. Who told you being affectionate with someone means doing this? Qingyin looked bewildered, still not understanding. Isn't it? Isn't being affectionate just kissing to become closer? Hua Ying turned to leave. Are you an idiot? How could it mean that? Forget it. You rest first. I still have things to do. She cheerfully called after him. Be careful, General. Meanwhile, Hua Ying felt like he was about to combust. This Bai Qingyin. Does she even know what she's doing? He continued to think, embarrassed. Could she really like me that much? Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin innocently thought, the general is in such a hurry. But that's great. Even though I can't be a war tiger, as long as my relationship with the general gets closer, becoming his top guard is only a matter of time. As dawn approached, Xuanai thought happily, this time, Xiao Ling was poisoned by my needles. She'll be out of commission for a few days at least. Serves her right for harming Bai Qingyin. Suddenly, Gue Li appeared, shouting her name. Xuanai was extremely annoyed. She turned around and asked, what are you doing here? I have nothing to say to you. But Gue Li still stopped her. I heard you saved Bai Qingyin. Xuanai's face suddenly darkened. What's it to you? Gue Li placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Bai Qingyin once tried to assassinate me and incite rebellion. You're not to help her again, understand? Xuanai, without hesitation, brushed his hand off. Based on what? She walked away. Who do you think you are? You think you can control me? From behind, Gue Li started to rant. Xuanai, you're my sister, yet you helped the one who wanted to kill me. Knowing this, I should have let you die back then. Hearing this, Xuanai's face flushed with anger. That sister of yours died when you abandoned her in the graveyard. The person living now now is the only daughter of the Gue family. Gue Li's face darkened upon hearing this. Shui and I, without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of words at him. Bai Qingyin risked her life to protect me. Her place in my heart is far higher than yours. I advise you, don't set your sights on Bai Qingyin again. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying you. Unable to do anything, Gue Li seethed with hateful frustration. Just what did Bai Qingyin do? The general, and now Shui and I, one by one, they're all protecting her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Bai Qingyin must die. If she stays here, sooner or later the general will suspect me. My years of planning cannot be destroyed by a woman who suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Qingyin was still struggling with Hua Ying's robe. The general's clothes are a bit loose. It's not very convenient to walk around in, but the general wouldn't let her go out. Then, an idea struck her. I've got it. She turned to his subordinate. Go and call Sima Chung for me. The subordinate looked surprised. Understood, Miss Bai. Qingyin was quite pleased with herself. Back when I was Zhanhu, I spent all day joking around with Sima Chung. Remembering those times brought her great joy. Why friendship with him is the strongest. He'll definitely help. At that moment, Sima Chung arrived. Miss Bai, I brought Lieutenant Sima. Sima Chung was a bit puzzled. Did you need something? I'm in the middle of training the soldiers. Qingyin replied cheerfully, I need you to find someone to help me alter some clothes. There aren't any women's clothes here at the general's residence. I'll just wear the general's clothes from now on. Looking at Bai Qingyin dressed entirely in Song Hua Ying's clothes, Sima Chung was stunned. He stammered fearfully, Why you dare wear the general's clothes? Confused, Bai Qingyin asked, Is there a problem? The general gave them to me to wear. Hearing this, Sima Chung became even more frightened. He stammered, no problem, while sweating profusely inwardly. Big problem. Normally, the general doesn't even touch women. But today, he's willing to let Bai Qingyin wear his clothes. Hearing that it was all right, Bai Qingyin handed Sima Chung a pile of clothes and said with a smile, No problem then, good. Please take these clothes and have them altered for me. These words startled Sima Chung. What? Bai Qingyin smiled brightly and winked, making a promise, Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Help me alter these clothes, and I'll give you a divine soldier weapon when you return. Sima Chung, still stunned, asked what, but when he realized, he panicked and his face flushed red. Divine soldier? What divine soldier? Bai Qingyin smiled brightly in response, Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. Sima Chung immediately picked up the pile of clothes and left, replying confidently, Don't you worry, I guarantee I'll fix them. Just need to adjust them a bit. I'm not helping you because of some divine soldier. Mainly, I like helping others. Makes me happy. See ya. Watching Sima Cheng's retreating figure, Bai Qingyin thought to herself, I really admire Sima Cheng's straightforward and unrestrained personality. It seems I'll get my clothes back very soon. Sima Chung quickly brought the pile of clothes Bai Qingyin had given him to a tailor shop on the street. Standing in front of the shop, Sima Chung affirmed to himself, the general's clothes, given to Bai Qingyin to wear. What does that mean for Bai Qingyin? Sima Chung. Mussy. I'll read his name backwards. Suddenly, Qin Tujiet appeared from afar and asked Sima Chung, What are you doing at a tailor shop? Seeing him, Sima Chung was quite surprised. Qin Tujiet. Mussy. Sima Cheng's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Qin, you sly fox. You've come at just the right time. He slung an arm around Qin Tujiet's shoulders. Qin Tujiet said, Let's make a bet. He swatted Sima Cheng's arm off his shoulder with his fan. Sima Chung laughed and replied, Bet with you? You lose every time you bet with me, and you still dare to bet. But this time, Sima Chung replied confidently, This time is different. Let's bet on how long it will take the general to conquer that beauty Bai Qingyin. I bet it'll be within half a month. Qin Tujiet immediately agreed. All right, I bet those 15 days will pass without incident. Sima Chung replied triumphantly. All right, it's settled then. Whoever loses has to help the other groom their horses for a month. Qin Tujiet laughed and replied, Deal. Inwardly, Sima Chung chuckled. The general giving his clothes to her means he's smitten. I'm definitely going to win this time, you fool. Based on the general's experience with women, how could he not be clear about outside women? Conquered by Qingyin? How could that be? The scene shifted to the next morning. The air was fresh, and birds were chirping throughout the courtyard. Bai Qingyin walked cheerfully out of her bedroom. I've been in here for 2 or 3 days. Finally, the general has allowed me to go outside. As she was walking, Xuan Ni's angry voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Bai Qingyin, Your wounds haven't healed yet. How can you be outside like this? Hearing her voice, Bai Qingyin broke out in a cold sweat. She turned around and looked at Shui and I with pleading eyes. The general agreed. Besides, I've been cooped up in that room for so long. I want to go outside. Shui and I could only sigh and agree. All right, fine, but don't move around too much. Be careful not to tear your wounds open. Bai Qingyin rejoiced and immediately ran over to kiss Shui and I on the cheek. Shui and I, you're the best. Shui and I was startled by this action. What was that for? Bai Qingyin replied casually. I'm expressing closeness to you. This statement left Shui and I dumbfounded. She thought to herself, who told this woman that expressing closeness is done like that? Just then, Song Huaying approached from afar. He angrily asked Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? His expression was extremely displeased. Shui and I, seeing this, was surprised and thought to herself, the general. But Bai Qingyin didn't notice and waved back. General, why are you here? Song Huaying walked over and embraced Bai Qingyin, asking, it should be me asking you that, not you asking me. Why did you just kiss Shui and I? Bai Qingyin replied casually, no reason. I just wanted to kiss her. These words angered Song Huaying. He raised an eyebrow and reiterated, so, your idea of a kiss is just because she's pleasing to the eye? Anyone you find pleasing, you kiss. Bai Qingyin still didn't understand what she had done wrong. She innocently replied, isn't that right, General? Is it wrong? I did it before. Before she could finish, Song Huaying cut her off, his hand tightening on hers as he suppressed his anger. From now on, you're not allowed to kiss anyone else, understand? Bai Qingyin asked in confusion. Huh? What? Song Huaying replied, no reason. You just need to listen to me. Bai Qingyin didn't ask any further. She agreed, okay, I'll listen to you, General. However, in Xuanyi's eyes, this scene of jealousy played out as a different scenario. She thought to herself helplessly, this is just like a strange boss bullying an innocent young woman. She spoke up, General, you're being too overbearing. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Huaying snatched the medicine bowl from her hand. He then subtly dismissed Shui and I that there's nothing for you here. You can go now. Shui and I was left bewildered. What? He then pulled Bai Qingyin away. Bai Qingyin, come back to my room with me to drink your medicine. Bai Qingyin responded with an oh and waved. Bye-bye, Shui and I. Watching this scene, Shui and I was completely baffled. She thought to herself, I can't believe the general, who always keeps his distance from strangers and lives a solitary life like a wolf. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin complained, General, don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Song Huaying reminded her, be quiet, you can't. But as she watched the two of them leave, Shui and I felt happy for them. It seems even ice and snow can melt for a woman one day. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. Huh? Shui and I, what are you doing? Turning around, she was surprised to see Sima Chung. I brought medicine for Bai Qingyin, she said. What are you doing here? Sima Chung chuckled in response that I brought clothes for Bai Qingyin and came to see how she was doing. Seeing his constant grin, Shui and I sighed, smiling like an idiot. He's really sick. Sima Chung sighed. What would a girl like you understand? He thought to himself smugly, my bet with that sly fox Chin Tujiet will be settled tonight. I have to go and confirm a few things. The scene shifted to inside Song Huaying's room. He held out the medicine bowl and said, drink it while it's still warm. Bai Qingyin quickly took it and drank the whole bowl in one gulp. Then, she cheerfully showed him the empty bowl. All done, General. Song Huaying immediately reminded her, Bai Qingyin, I still have to say this again. You're not allowed to kiss anyone else in the future, understand? He thought to himself, the army camp is full of men. If Bai Qingyin keeps doing this, won't she end up kissing everyone? He couldn't believe what happened next. Bai Qingyin leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, leaving him stunned. What? She smiled brightly. Understood, General. I agree with you. From now on, I won't kiss anyone else. I'll only kiss you, General. Song Huaying was shy. His face flushed as he backed away from Bai Qingyin that I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was, you have to understand the person you kiss. It must be the most important person to you. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin immediately replied, General, you are the most important person to me. These words made Song Huaying even more embarrassed. Bai Qingyin was about to say something more when a knock came from outside. A voice called, Miss Bai, your clothes are ready. Lieutenant Sima asked me to bring them. Song Huaying asked in confusion, what clothes? Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up, so fast. She immediately ran to open the door. Lieutenant Sima, you're so reliable. This is great. Watching her bring the pile of clothes, Song Huaying asked, Bai Qingyin, you asked Lieutenant Sima to prepare clothes for you. But as he looked, Song Huaying noticed something amiss. These clothes, why do they look familiar? Bai Qingyin excitedly carried the pile of clothes inside. That's right. Let me try them on. These words startled Song Huaiying. Then, Bai Qingyin calmly took off her outer jacket. Song Huaiying watched, startled and apprehensive. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Bai Qingyin, still oblivious, simply replied, I'm changing clothes. By now, she had removed her undergarments. She turned to look at Song Huaiying. I want to try on these new clothes to see if they fit. General, why are you so agitated? Song Huaiying quickly turned away, stammering, You're simply outrageous. Men and women are different. How can you undress in front of a man like this? Bai Qingyin replied, puzzled, but you're not just any other man. You're the general. The more she spoke, the more exasperated Song Huaiying became. He angrily turned back to her, Bai Qingyin, but seeing her partially undressed state, he was momentarily speechless. He quickly covered his eyes and turned to leave. I'll go wait until you've finished changing. Seeing him like this, Bai Qingyin wondered to herself, what's wrong with the general? Not changing anymore. Meanwhile, Song Huaiying was drinking tea and waiting for her. He thought to himself, Bai Qingyin doesn't seem to understand the difference between men and women. I'll have to explain it to her clearly later. Just then, her voice rang out, General, I'm finished changing. But when he looked at the clothes she was wearing, the tea in Song Huaiying's mouth immediately sprayed out. He pointed at her clothes, stunned. These clothes. Bai Qingyin smiled brightly. Well, General, do they suit me? Only then did Song Huaiying realize why the clothes looked so familiar. Bai Qingyin was wearing his clothes. He immediately asked, Who allowed you to alter my clothes? Bai Qingyin replied innocently, I've worn all these clothes before. Buying new ones would mean buying women's clothing. It's better to alter the generals. This way, not only can I save money for the general, but they also have your scent. It's perfect. Her words left Song Huaiying speechless. Bai Qingyin looked at him with bright eyes. General, what's wrong? Song Huaiying pointed at her head in exasperation. Bai Qingyin, you can't just wear men's clothes. If you go outside like this, it will be indecent and will affect my reputation. Bai Qingyin replied, confused, but General, you're not just any other man. Song Huaiying sighed. Bai Qingyin, but I am a man. You can't treat me differently. Before Bai Qingyin could finish, she moved closer to Song Huaiying and said, In my heart, General, you are the most important. Is this also a special characteristic? The more she spoke, the more exasperated Song Huaiying became. He sighed dejectedly and walked away from Bai Qingyin. Then, before leaving, Song Huaiying gave one last instruction that in short, from now on, you are not allowed to kiss anyone else. You are also not allowed to undress in front of others. And even more so, you are not allowed to casually wear other people's clothes. Do you understand? Bai Qingyin firmly replied, I understand. I promise. I'll only be like this in front of General. Hearing this, Song Huaiying nearly stumbled. What? Bai Qingyin cried out worriedly, General. Song Huaiying quickly steadied himself and said, It's nothing. I still have military matters to attend to. You rest. Bai Qingyin obediently replied yes. But her heart was still full of questions. Why is General always in such a hurry to leave? Unless it's something extremely important on the front lines. Thinking this, she secretly resolved, No, I must recover quickly. I must quickly join General in battle. But unexpectedly, Lieutenant Sima Chung was waiting outside. Immediately after, Sima Chung broke into a smile. My reputation is at stake. I can't lose this bet. I'll go to the kitchen and arrange some nourishing food for the general. Men need plenty of nourishment to be invigorated. Hurry, hurry. After leaving the room, Song Huaiying was filled with worry. Bai Qingyin's guard is so low with men. She doesn't even understand anything. How did she grow up like this? He had been reading military reports and hadn't paid any attention to it at all. But it was all about Bai Qingyin. Didn't Marquis Chongling teach her anything about the differences between men and women? At this moment, Sima Chung poked his head in and said, General, I've brought you some food. Seeing him, Song Huaiying was a little surprised. Sima Chung. He immediately began to reprimand him. What a fine lieutenant. Not training troops, but playing servant instead. Sima Chung coughed awkwardly and evaded a direct answer. It was just on my way. Since I was passing by, I brought you some food. General, eat it while it's hot. The things Sima Chung brought were all nourishing. Deer blood, cow hooves, horse hooves, stingray, oysters, and clams. Song Huaiying asked in surprise. I recall we don't have much of these things in the barracks. Sima Chung smiled as he handed Song Huaiying a pair of chopsticks. Isn't this because you, General, have been suffering? For For the time being, these are all for replenishing your vital energy and restoring your health. Don't worry, it didn't cost the barracks much. Song Hwaying accepted the chopsticks and took the opportunity to lecture Sima Chung. There won't be a next time. Sima Chung chuckled dismissively that's difficult. In his heart, he was secretly pleased. These are all top-grade aphrodisiacs. After eating them, the general will definitely be full of fire and vigor. Seeing that Sima Chung hadn't left yet, Song Hwaying asked curiously, "You haven't left yet? Is there something else?" Sima Chung grinned smugly "Oh, no, your subordinate will leave now. General, eat slowly. You must finish it all." His attitude puzzled Song Hwaying. Isn't Sima Cheng's mind usually full of battle? Since when did he start paying attention to my food? As soon as he went outside, Sima Chung couldn't stop grinning. Sima Chung is truly a genius. How could the general understand? After he finishes eating, he'll definitely be burning up. Suddenly, he noticed a figure approaching. Bai Qingyin was walking over. Sima Chung was startled. "Huh? It's Bai Qingyin." Bai Qingyin asked curiously, "Huh? Sima Chung, why are you here?" Sima Chung replied, "I just brought the general his meal." "And you are?" Bai Qingyin winked mischievously. "Bai Qingyin, it's a bit stuffy inside, so I snuck out. Don't tell the general. I'll be back later." Hearing this, Sima Cheng's eyes lit up. "When will you be back?" "The general is busy with work. If you know what's good for you, you should go back." Inwardly, Sima Chung was overjoyed. Bai Qingyin's arrival was perfect timing. Bringing her to the general now would be like adding fuel to the fire. Bai Qingyin was puzzled. "But besides fighting and killing, I don't have any other role to play for the general." Sima Chung reassured her, "Look at you, so narrow-minded. Why do women only think about fighting and killing? You could grind ink for the general, massage his shoulders, do small things." Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up. "You're right, Sima Chung. These small things can help the general relieve his worries. It's my duty. I was being narrow-minded. I'll go grind ink and massage the general's shoulders." Watching her go inside, Sima Chung rejoiced. This Bai Qingyin is quite something. The general just needs to be a bit bolder, that's all. However, Sima Chung had a question. Isn't Bai Qingyin deeply in love with the general? Why does it seem like comradely affection to me? He quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, it's all the same. Comradeship is the foundation. Without a foundation, there's nothing. Anyway, I'm definitely going to win this bet. Just thinking about what will happen with the general gets me excited. Inside the room, Song Hwaying had finished his meal, but something unexpected happened. His whole body suddenly felt hot, puzzling him. Strange, why do I feel so hot? Is the weather particularly warm today? Suddenly, Bai Qingyin pushed open the door and entered. "General, I'm here to help you relieve your worries." Song Hwaying was startled. "Why are you here?" "Your wounds haven't healed yet. Who allowed you to come out?" Bai Qingyin quickly rushed to Song Hwaying's side. "I'm much better now, General. Sima Chung said you were working very hard, so I came to help you." Song Hwaying chuckled. "How can you help me?" He thought to himself, Sima Chung must have said something. He specifically told Bai Qingyin to come help me. Bai Qingyin confidently pointed to herself. "I can grind ink for you, General. I can also massage your shoulders. With me here, you don't have to do anything." Song Hwaying asked suspiciously, "Did Sima Chung tell you all this?" Bai Qingyin nodded. "Yes, General. Don't mention it." Sima Chung, with his brawny build, is surprisingly meticulous. I still have a lot to learn from him. These words made Song Hwaying even more suspicious. Meticulous? How could Sima Chung be so thoughtful? I wonder what he's up to. Seeing him muttering to himself, Bai Qingyin moved closer to listen. "General, what are you saying?" The close proximity made Song Hwaying flustered. He quickly pushed Bai Qingyin away and coughed lightly. "Nothing. If you're here, then grind the ink for me." Bai Qingyin immediately picked up the ink stick and replied confidently, "All right, grinding ink is so simple, General. Don't worry, I'll definitely." Before she could finish, the ink stick snapped in her hand. Fragments even flew into Song Hwaying's face. He asked incredulously, "This is the simple you were talking about?" Bai Qingyin resolutely apologized. "I'm sorry, General. I didn't expect the ink stick to be so soft. I'll wipe it up for you right away." She worried inwardly. Unexpectedly, as her wounds healed, her strength had returned as well. For a moment, she hadn't controlled her strength. But then, Song Hwaying reached reached out and pulled Bai Qingyin into his arms. Bai Qingyin fell into his embrace instinctively. Stunned, she called out, "General." Looking at her from such close proximity, Song Huaying's breath suddenly grew ragged. He stammered, "Bai Qingyin." Confused, he thought, "What's happening? Why is my whole body getting hotter and hotter?" Seeing Bai Qingyin this close, I can't even control myself. Seeing his dazed expression, Bai Qingyin touched his cheek with concern. "General, what's wrong?" Watching Song Huaying's face grow increasingly red and his breathing become more labored, Bai Qingyin asked, puzzled, "Why are you breathing so heavily?" She was still worried when Song Huaying suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips, leaving her stunned. "General." After a moment, Song Huaying finally released her lips. It was then that Bai Qingyin noticed Song Huaying had a nosebleed. Alarmed, she cried out, "Ah, General, you're bleeding." Song Huaying quickly turned away to, "I'm fine. Stay back a little." He cursed himself inwardly. Damn it. What did I just do? I actually kissed Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin grew even more worried. She moved closer and asked, "General, you're bleeding. Do you need me to lick it for you?" Upon hearing these words, Song Huaying's nosebleed worsened. Bai Qingyin became even more confused. "General, what's wrong? Why are you hiding behind me?" Song Huaying hurriedly pushed her away, but unexpectedly, because he stepped back too forcefully, the chair couldn't bear the weight and broke. Song Huaying cried out, "No." Watching Song Huaying fall backward, Bai Qingyin screamed, "General." A thud echoed as Song Huaying hit his head on the floor. Bai Qingyin rushed to help him up. "Are you all right?" Clutching his aching head, he replied, I'm fine." Song Huaying seethed inwardly. Damn it. There must be something wrong with Sima Cheng's food. Otherwise, my body wouldn't be reacting like this. I need to calm down. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin called out worriedly, "General." Song Huaying, clutching his sore back, snapped, "Get out. Leave me alone." Bai Qingyin watched him go, feeling disheartened. That's strange. What's wrong with the general? He wouldn't let me help him with his nosebleed and ran off so quickly. It's really worrying. Meanwhile, outside, Sima Chung was laughing triumphantly. The general ate those things. The effects are potent. The general and Bai Qingyin will definitely strike while the iron is hot. He immediately snuck towards the corner of the wall. I'll eavesdrop here to confirm. Then I can find that sly fox Qin and win the bet. But as he approached, Sima Chung heard the splashing of water. When he looked inside, Sima Chung was stunned. The general? Sima Chung couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't touch the beauty, but went outside to douse himself with cold water. At that moment, Song Huaying also noticed Sima Cheng's presence. His voice, icy cold, rang out, "Sima Chung." He glared at him with murderous intent. "You dare to come here?" Sima Chung, terrified, stammered, "Oh no, I've been discovered by the general." He quickly stepped back, stammering, "General, Your Excellency." Seeing Song Huaying crush the wooden basin with one hand, Sima Chung broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were ice-cold. "Oh, you have anything else to say?" Terrified, Sima Chung immediately knelt down. He clasped his hands together. "Please forgive me, General. Your subordinate was wrong. I shouldn't have given you the tonic. I shouldn't have done that." Song Huaying's face darkened. "Speak. Why did you do this?" Sima Chung scratched his face and stammered. "Your subordinate made a bet with that sly fox, Qin Tujiet. We bet on when you and Bai Qingyin. But seeing as you had no intention of touching her, your subordinate thought of this method to help things along." The more Song Huaying listened, the angrier he became. "I was hesitant to touch Bai Qingyin, and you helped things along, so I should thank you." Realizing his slip-up, Sima Chung chuckled nervously. "There's no need for that. As your subordinate, I should share your burdens, General." Seeing that Song Huaying wasn't relenting, he gave Sima Chung a powerful kick. His eyes flashed with fury. "Sima Chung, you got guts. You dare to use me in a bet? You dare to drug me?" At this point, a sinister smile spread across Song Huaying's face. "Since you're so thoughtful, I should reward you." These words terrified Sima Chung. General. "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" Song Huaying barked out an order. "Someone, take Sima Chung to the brothel. If he's not out in 3 days, sew him in," his subordinates replied. "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Sima Chung panicked. "What? General, no." He rushed to hug Song Huaying's leg, pleading, "General, you know I hate women the most. I won't go to a brothel. Punish me some other way." Song Huaying, utterly disgusted, yelled, "Drag him away." Just like that, Sima Chung was dragged away by 2 soldiers. He wailed pathetically, begging for mercy. "General, I was wrong. Hit me. I won't go to the brothel. The women there are scary." Song Huaying was still fuming, thinking, Asterisk, has this idiot gone senile from battle? How would he do something like this? He needs a lesson. Asterisk. Bai Qingyin looked out from her room in bewilderment. She thought she heard Sima Cheng's voice. She approached Song Huaying and asked what happened. Why is he screaming like that? Bai Qingyin ran over with a bright expression. General, you're out here? Huaying was surprised to see her. Bai Qingyin smiled radiantly at him. He coughed slightly, masking his embarrassment. Yes. She looked at him with surprise. Huh? General, why are your clothes wet? Bai Qingyin, beaming, leaned closer to Huaying. You're just bleeding. Why did you douse yourself with cold water? Huaying stared blankly at her. I wasn't injured just now. Bai Qingyin innocently asked. Then why were you bleeding, General? Facing her expectant gaze, he mumbled, embarrassed. It was Sima Cheng. Never mind. Bai Qingyin, about me kissing you earlier. Bai Qingyin's eyes crinkled with a smile that I know. That wasn't like the general kissing me. Huaying was startled. Kissing? Kissing you? Did you feel like it was me kissing you just now? Bai Qingyin looked at him like a confused child. Yes. It wasn't like when I kissed the general. He replied, utterly flustered. Of course not. You kissed my cheek. I kissed your lips. Huaying didn't know how to explain what was right and wrong to Bai Qingyin. Whether it was a kiss on the cheek or the lips, it shouldn't have felt so intimate. Bai Qingyin moved closer, making Huaying even more flustered. What does that mean? Her eyes widened as if anticipating every word. Huaying was captivated by her gaze. She's so innocent, he thought to himself. Asterisk just now, Bai Qingyin. Her lips weren't like her personality. On the contrary, they were incredibly soft. Asterisk. Qingyin was still looking at him expectantly. Huaying, his face crimson, abruptly turned and walked away. It doesn't matter what it is. The point is, Bai Qingyin, whether it's a kiss on the cheek or the lips in the future, you're not allowed to do that with anyone else. Understood. Qingyin was still smiling brightly. So, can I kiss General Huaying on the lips? He was stunned, as if struck by lightning. The mention of kissing on the lips made him even more embarrassed. Huaying blushed, looking at the innocent woman. All right, fine. She still didn't understand his feelings. General Huaying, will you kiss me in the future? Flustered, Huaying gently pushed her forward. Bai Qingyin, you're tired. Go back to your room and rest. Qingyin was surprised by his action. What? But I'm not tired. Huaying was still trying to hide his feelings. Well, I'm tired and want to rest. Is that all right? Qingyin replied with a radiant smile. Of course. Then I won't bother General Huaying any longer. General, please take care and rest well. He watched her skip away and sighed. I already said I wasn't injured. But after a moment of thought, he let it go and walked off. I already explained it. That woman, Bai Qingyin, doesn't understand anything. Huaying walked away, his annoyance evident. It's all Sima Cheng's fault. If he hadn't caused trouble, things wouldn't have come to this. Throwing him in the stables was too lenient. I should have sent him to a brothel for a month. The young man, Sima Cheng, who was mentioned, sneezed loudly. He was sitting trembling in the corner of a room. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a chill? The sound of the door opening made him jump. What the? Several women saw him and became very enthusiastic. Master, we're here. We come to play. Why are you sitting in the corner of the bed like that? We'll take good care of you. Sima Cheng's face turned pale with fear. No, don't. Those outside could hear his wails that I'm terrified of women. Don't touch me. No, help. Save me. Two birds perched on a branch, basking in the sunlight. Qingyin stretched, a happy expression on her face. The weather is so nice today. She walked along, humming cheerfully. I should go find General Huaying. Suddenly, a dark figure patted her shoulder from behind. Bai Qingyin. Qingyin was startled. What the? She didn't hesitate to deliver a powerful punch. Qingyin was furious. Which demon dares to sneak up on this tigress in broad daylight? Sima Cheng lay on the ground in pain. Qingyin recognized him and gasped. Huh? Sima Cheng? Is that you? We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Why you look so wretched? He regained his composure and stood up. He spoke with a pained expression. Don't mention it. The general punished me by sending me to a brothel. The women there are truly terrifying. He had to force a smile in front of her. You should rest. I'm going to find a general. Seeing her turn to leave, he quickly grabbed her. Bai Qingyin, my family heirloom jade pendant is missing from the brothel. I came to find you so you could help me get it back. Qingyin looked incredulous. I help you go to a brothel to find a jade pendant. Sima Cheng spoke urgently. Yes, you're a woman. It would definitely be easier for you to retrieve the jade pendant than me. Bai Qingyin, I don't care if the fact that I lost my jade pendant is related to you. I even helped you make clothes, so you must help me. But she didn't care about his words. How annoying. I don't want to go. Thinking about his money, he felt a pang of distress. But he still had to persuade her, if you help me get the jade pendant back, I'll give you a chest of gold. Hearing this, Yin's eyes lit up. While he was heartbroken, she was overjoyed, agreed. I'll help you this time. She thought back to when she was a tiger, reveling in money. Gold, silver, and jewels are the most beautiful things. She loved to lie on them. Meanwhile, Huang was reading in his study. He thought to himself, speaking of which, Bai Qingyin hasn't come to find me yet. He paused mid-sentence. Just then, Huang looked up. Where is everyone? A servant, hearing the call, immediately rushed in. General, what is it? Huang looked back at his book and asked, what is Bai Qingyin doing right now? The servant looked bewildered. Miss Bai went out with Lieutenant Sima. It seems they went to a brothel. This enraged Huang, and he slammed his hand down on the book. What did you say? His face darkened. A brothel. Outside the brothel, people bustled about. Guests came and went, drinking and enjoying the company of the courtesans. Inside, couples flirted with each other. Qingyin looked around as she walked. What a dog. This brothel is so lively. Sima Chung was annoyed by her choice of words. By Qingyin, don't call me a dog. Also, let's get the jade pendant and leave quickly. If the general finds out I brought you here, I'm finished. The brothel madam suddenly appeared from behind. Young master, what brings you here today? She was overjoyed and approached them. Should I call Chiaoer and Huar to serve you? Seeing her, Qingyin was stunned. Sima Chung showed his displeasure and need to call those from yesterday. I'm looking for Yin Yang. The madam forced a smile and gestured outside. Young master, look, there are so many people here. Everyone wants to see Yin Yang. You have to wait in line. You can't just see her whenever you want. But he didn't care. I have urgent business. The madam maintained her smile. Look around, young master. Everyone here has urgent business. Qingyin, as innocent as ever, said, this Yin Yang is very famous. So many people want to see her. Hearing this, the madam took the opportunity to boast. You probably don't know, miss, but our Yin Yang is the top courtesan, a beauty who can sing and dance. Of course, countless people adore her and want to meet her. Qingyin felt enlightened. Wow, she's so popular. I want to learn. Would the general like me more if I did? Sima Chung couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed her hand. He was furious. Who needs this nonsense? I don't care if she's the top courtesan or not. Just call her out. If you mess with me, your brothel is finished. He looked at the girl who was laughing. He was speechless. What was so special about this Bai Qingyin? She even wanted to learn brothel skills. If the general found out, wouldn't he get his backside whipped? Madame Ma's attitude made things very difficult for him. At this moment, Yin Yang descended the stairs with a smile. Madame Ma, what's the matter? All three of them looked towards the voice and were startled. This was... Madame Ma gave an apologetic smile. Yin Yang, why have you come down? Seeing that the person in question had appeared, he reached out his hand. Ignoring the stunned girl, he said angrily, you, come with me. I have something to say. Yin Yang was surprised. What is it? Madame Ma still felt very awkward. Young master, this is our top courtesan. How can you? Sima Ching angrily threw out a gold ingot. Is this enough? She caught the gold, her eyes gleaming. Enough, enough. Yin Yang, take good care of the young master. He turned to the dazed girl. Bai Qingyin, come with me quickly. Hearing his call, Bai Qingyin quickly ran over. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. Yin Yang hurried over to Sima Chung and acted coquettishly. Young master, you're already here. Why did you have to bring another woman to humiliate me? Shun, hiding fearfully behind Bai Qingyin, spoke up. I didn't mean to humiliate her. I just want to get my jade pendant back. Bai Qingyin, quickly help me deal with this woman. Yin Yang was surprised by this. You want a jade pendant? Bai Qingyin looked at her, stunned. She hadn't been able to see clearly from afar earlier. Now that she was closer, Bai Qingyin saw that this woman's skin was as white as snow, and her face was as beautiful as a celestial being. She spoke with a serious expression that he said his jade pendant was with you. That jade pendant is very important to him. I think you should return it to him. That way, I won't have to intervene. But Yin Yang quickly denied it. Miss, you must be joking. How could the young master's jade pendant be with me? Sima Chung still didn't dare look at the beautiful woman. Bai Qingyin, don't talk to her anymore. It must be in her possession. I'm counting on you. Hit her, scold her, whatever you want. Just get my jade pendant back. The man's attitude made Yin Yang upset. Young master. Bai Qingyin quickly reached out to stop her. Her expression was very serious. Miss, return the jade pendant to my friend. Otherwise, Bai Qingyin placed her hand on the table, and it cracked. Soon, the table completely broke and collapsed. This frightened the other two women. Bai Qingyin was shocked by what had just happened, and I just recovered from my injuries and can't control my strength. I just wanted to put my hand on the table. I didn't mean to break it. Shun covered his eyes and turned away, embarrassed. By Qingyin, I didn't see anything. I just want my jade pendant. If you kill her, I'll take responsibility. He was terrified. That rosewood table was so thick, and Bai Qingyin broke it. I couldn't do that. Women are truly fearsome creatures. I won't provoke her again. Seeing this, Yin Yang scolded the girl. How dare you lay a hand on me? Bai Qingyin bowed her head sincerely and apologized. Don't be afraid. I didn't mean to break your table. I just casually placed my hand on it. Who knew it would break? She had tears in her eyes. Really, truly. Qingyin stepped forward and gently touched her face as if to comfort her. Really, returned the jade pendant to Sima Chung. You're so beautiful. If you like it, I'll give you one. The girl's face flushed red, her eyes wide with surprise. This made Sima Chung furious. Bai Qingyin, are you serious? I told you to come and get the jade pendant, not to flirt with girls. Suddenly, the window shattered. What was that? Qingyin embraced the girl protectively. Careful, she said with a look of deep concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Embarrassed by her and Qingyin's actions, the girl stammered, I'm fine. Huaying appeared at the door, his voice laced with annoyance. She's fine, but I'm not. You made me absolutely livid. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Qingyin was overjoyed to see him. Huh? General, why are you at a brothel? Despite her cheerful demeanor, he remained displeased. You dare ask me why? Bai Qingyin, how dare you seduce the women here? Qingyin, without hesitation, pointed at Sima Chung. It's him. Sima Chung, now the center of attention, was terrified. He trembled with fear. That, General, what a coincidence. This is, inwardly, he was furious. Bai Qingyin showed no brotherly loyalty, selling him out the moment the general asked. He had no idea why the general was punishing him. Huaying was enraged by this. Sima Chung, you're getting bolder and bolder. You dared to bring Bai Qingyin to a brothel? I don't think your punishment was nearly enough. Before he could finish, Sima Chung clenched his fists. To Huaying's surprise, he knelt down and began to cry. General, there's a reason. My family's jade pendant was stolen by this woman. I brought Bai Qingyin here to retrieve it. I didn't do anything else. Huaying was bewildered. Yin Yang, terrified, hid behind Qingyin. It was Madame Ma who took it. I didn't dare say anything before because I was afraid she'd punish me. Many girls here who disobey are beaten to death, so She too was flustered, having no idea these people held such high positions, especially the illustrious general. Seeing this, Qingyin reassured her, don't be afraid. The general is here. Madame Ma won't dare touch you. Huaying, annoyed, pulled Qingyin aside. Bai Qingyin, stop touching people. Sima Chung was stunned. Wasn't the general supposed to be cold and unfeeling? Was he actually jealous of a woman? But then again, Bai Qingyin always had a masculine air about her. As he pulled her away, he turned back to address his subordinate. Sima Chung, what are you standing around for? Didn't you hear her? Go get your jade pendant. Sima Chung finally snapped out of it and turned to leave. Right, my jade pendant. I'll go get it myself. Before he left, Qingyin angrily reminded him that Madame Ma is awful. She's even killed so many beautiful girls. Don't let her off easy. Sima Chung immediately flexed his muscles. Don't worry. She dares to steal Sima Cheng's jade pendant? She doesn't want to live anymore. Huaying coldly took Qingyin's hand. All right, Bai Qingyin, let's get out of here. But Qingyin quickly pulled her hand away. Her expression was serious as she addressed Huaying. Wait, General. I need to talk to Yin Yang. You go ahead. Her actions irritated him. What? Huaying couldn't hide his annoyance with Bai Qingyin. She, however, blithely pushed him forward. General, please wait outside. Immediately afterward, she stepped inside the room and closed the door. I'll be quick. This made him incredibly uncomfortable. This woman actually pushed him out. What did she want to ask that required his absence? Yin Yang looked at the woman before her in confusion, wondering, who is this woman who could just send the general outside? Qingyin gave a friendly smile that don't be afraid, beautiful. I just want to ask you something. Yin Yang, still bewildered, nodded. What is it? If I know, I'll tell you the truth, Mississippi. This time, the awkwardness shifted to Qingyin. It's nothing major. I just want to know, how do you make someone like you? Because I like someone. Yin Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Like someone? Do you have a beloved? Those words made Qingyin dumbfounded. A beloved? What's that? I don't understand. I just want this person to like being close to me a little. She recalled happy times. Before, I used to be a white tiger for the general. He was so close to me, even petting me. But after I became human, the general, he's strange towards me. My position has changed. Her naivete made Yin Yang chuckle with amusement. That's your beloved, Mississippi. Qingyin still looked confused. Huh? Is that what it is? Yin Yang gently pulled her closer. Trust me, I'm not wrong. She cheerfully shared her thoughts. Making a man like you is actually very simple. Don't men like singing and dancing? Or a warm and beautiful woman? Qingyin earnestly confessed, but I don't understand singing and dancing. I only know how to kill people and animals. I'm very good at it. Yin Yang was completely stunned. So you're also very capable. After a moment, she regained her composure. Actually, there's another way. Every year, there's the Flower Goddess Festival. Yin Yang thought of the woman admired by many. The one chosen to play the Flower Goddess will be loved by all the men in the city. Hearing this, Qingyin's eyes lit up. Really? I want to be the Flower Goddess. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yin Yang was delighted. All right, I have a way for you to be chosen. Plus, you're so beautiful. You'll definitely be the most beautiful flower goddess. This made Qingyin very grateful. That's wonderful. Thank you, Yin Yang. Yin Yang smiled and made a date with her. That is what I should do. But the festival is in 3 days. Please come back here in 3 days. I'll help you get ready. Qingyin was overjoyed and no problem. See you in 3 days. Huaying was still waiting patiently outside the door. He was getting quite impatient. Why is Bai Qingyin taking so long? What could a woman possibly have to talk about for so long? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became with her. It's all Sima Cheng's fault. Why bring Bai Qingyin to a brothel of all places? This isn't a place for a woman. Sima Cheng was startled and looked back at the person above him. General, why are you still here? He thought. The person he was just thinking about, Huaying, happened to be standing in front of him. Seeing Sima Cheng's frightened look, he quickly looked away. Oh wait. General, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. General Huaying maintained a stern expression. I thought you were done with your business. The young man clutched the jade pendant tightly in his hand. He was still flustered in front of his general. Yes, your subordinate has dealt with the madam who stole my jade pendant. She's covered in blood, dead. From now on, the women here won't be bullied anymore. He turned to leave, his voice icy. Since you care so much for the women of the brothel, why don't you stay here for a few days? This caused a pang of pain in Sima Cheng's heart. What? General, no. At this moment, the door opened. Bai Qingyin stepped out with a curious expression. What's wrong? No, what? This startled Sima Cheng. Bai Qingyin. Before he could finish speaking, Huaying raised his hand. Without hesitation, he struck the back of Sima Cheng's neck. He collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Qingyin was surprised by Huaying's actions. General, why did you knock Sima Cheng unconscious? Sima Cheng lay sprawled on the floor, his head spinning. But Huaying's expression remained cold. He deserved it. He effortlessly lifted the young man. Then, without hesitation, he carried him straight into Yin Yang's room. He's yours to deal with. Although frightened, Yin Yang agreed. Yes, General. Qingyin's head was filled with questions. That's strange. Why did the general throw Sima Cheng into the brothel? What did he do to anger him? Huaying then firmly grasped Qingyin's hand, determined to take her home. Bai Qingyin, let's go. Before leaving, she turned back with a bright smile. Yin Yang, let's meet again next time. Yin Yang waved goodbye to her new acquaintance. In her heart, she had an inkling. The general's attitude towards Bai Qingyin seemed unusual. Could it be that Bai Qingyin's beloved is the general? By the time they returned and saw the soldiers, it was already dark. Upon seeing them, a guard called out, General. Huaying looked at them sternly. Continue your patrol. Bai Qingyin, come with me. As soon as the general left, they immediately began to gossip. I heard Bai Qingyin went to the brothel. Looks like the general dragged her back. Most likely. Bai Qingyin is such a good person. Why would she go to a brothel? She must have been tricked. No wonder the general looked so upset. The scene shifted to inside Huaying's study. He was speaking to her more gently now. Bai Qingyin, you are not allowed to go to the brothel again. Do you understand? This made her upset. No. Yin Yang and I have a date next time. He grabbed her arm, showing his anger. Bai Qingyin, do you know what kind of place a brothel is? Why would you go there? But Qingyin innocently asked, what kind of place? Although he wanted to explain, he didn't know how. It's not a good place. In short, I forbid you from going. Qingyin put on a disgruntled expression. Why can Sima Cheng go? He even stayed there for 2 days. You value a dog more than a tiger. Huaying was flustered by her words. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's Sima Chung? Her comparison also left Sima Chung speechless. Doesn't she think he's like a dog? Huaying also had a headache trying to explain it to her. By Qingyin, Sima Chung is a man, unlike you. You are a woman. If it gets out that you went to a brothel, it will affect your reputation. Qingyin's mind was in turmoil. Being a woman is so troublesome. So many restrictions. It's better to be a white tiger. Huaying, startled, asked, "What did you say?" Realizing she'd spoken her thoughts aloud, she quickly covered it up. Nothing. Immediately afterward, she put on a cheerful expression that I'll listen to General Huaying. Inwardly, she was thinking of a loophole. I can't enter the brothel, so I'll just wait outside the Songqing brothel in 3 days. That doesn't count as disobeying the general's orders. Her quick thinking made him suspicious. Really? Qingyin quickly reassured him, "Of course. I absolutely won't disobey your orders." She said this, but didn't dare meet his eyes good. And also, by Qingyin, don't exchange secret signals with others. That dog thing, don't call him that anymore. Qingyin felt wronged and explained, "I only used that signal with Sima Chung." This made him even more annoyed, but that's even worse. Don't be so familiar with him. What does that look like? Although she didn't understand, she agreed. Dog, what's so familiar about that? I think the general is overthinking things. Huaying picked up a book and gestured for her to leave. All right, go back and rest. Qingyin continued to stare at him. With a bright smile, she walked out of the room. Then, "General, I'll be going. You should rest early too." Inwardly, she was excited. Yin Yang just taught me some new songs and dances. I'll go practice them for the ceremony. Huaying watched her go, still suspicious. Will Bai Qingyin really not sneak off to the brothel? He then reassured himself. Forget it. She has a tiger's spirit. She wouldn't do something like that. But something still bothered him. Huaying immediately called out, "Someone." A guard immediately appeared, "Master." Huaying's expression was serious. Go remind the soldiers not to say anything about Bai Qingyin. The guard vanished instantly. Yes, sir. Huaying was still worried about her. Bai Qingyin going to the brothel today was seen by many people. It will definitely affect her. Huaying sighed and looked out the window, muttering to himself. Bai Qingyin is, after all, a respectable young woman. She may not care, but I can't let her reputation be tarnished. Several soldiers were gossiping. Did you hear? Bai Qingyin went to a brothel today and was dragged back by the general. A girl going to a brothel? How vulgar. As they were talking, a young woman walked in. It was Xia Yinu. She gave them a friendly smile. What are you talking about? They noticed her. Xia Yinu, aren't you supposed to be recovering? Why are you suddenly at the barracks? Xia Yinu put on a concerned expression that I was thinking about the fighting at the border and all the wounded soldiers. I couldn't stop worrying. She held up a basket in her hands. So I brought some medicine. Though I'm smiling on the outside, I'm furious inside. If it weren't for those two sluts, Bai Qingyin and Du Nu, I would have recovered by now. I will definitely avenge this. They laughed cheerfully at that. That's right, completely different. Bai Qingyin is indeed the most important person beside the general. Xia Yinu is truly gentle and kind. Don't mention Bai Qingyin again. That brothel girl is sullying Xia Yinu's reputation. She feigned innocence and asked, I heard you all say that the general brought Bai Qingyin back from the brothel. Why didn't he punish her? The soldiers stared at her, dumbfounded. He honestly recounted everything. The general took Bai Qingyin directly to his study. Moreover, she was wearing the general's clothes. This made Xia Yinu furious. What? Bai Qingyin was wearing the general's clothes. The young man looked troubled. Yes, that's right. We all felt the general's attitude towards Bai Qingyin was unusual. He even allowed her to wear his clothes. It seems even Xia Yinu isn't that close to the general. She gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Then, she put on her usual meek and humble act, replying, I'm just a lowly medic. How could I compare to that slut, Bai Qingyin? Maybe I'm just not good enough, which is why the general likes her more. Hearing this, the others were moved and said, How could Xia Yinu say such a thing? How could Bai Qingyin be better than you? That's right, the general is just temporarily blinded. Xia Yinu treats the wounded and has accumulated so many merits. What does Bai Qingyin have to compare? We absolutely won't accept that, vixen. She smiled with satisfaction and said, Thank you, everyone. Inwardly, she thought triumphantly, Bai Qingyin, you think you've won by shamelessly seducing the general? The army only remembers achievements. A weak woman like you. If you can't stand firm in the army, the general won't pay attention to you either. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, The general has ordered that no soldiers are allowed to criticize others. Those who disobey will be punished. Then he added a warning, I still have to remind the other barracks. Everyone, please be careful. Having said that, he rode off. The young men from before panicked upon hearing this. Bai Qingyin was just brought back from the brothel, and the general immediately ordered that no one criticize others. This must be because of Bai Qingyin. She once again put on an act, saying, "It seems Bai Qingyin is truly important to the general. Everyone, let's not mention her anymore." Making the general angry and getting punished today wouldn't be good. In her heart, she schemed as, oh, the general cares about Bai Qingyin this much, to the point of ordering the soldiers. The man beside her spoke up. The general has always been wise. How could he issue such an order for a brothel girl? This is outrageous. The two men beside him quickly scolded him to shut up. "I asked at your place to talk about the general's affairs." Xia Inu observed their moods and then put on another dirty trick. "All right, stop arguing. Everyone, just follow the general's orders. I'll be going now. Everyone, get some rest." After walking for a while, she met Qingni. Qingni nodded upon seeing her. "Miss, do you have any instructions?" Xiaolang turned and instructed the young woman. Although these soldiers obey the general's orders, they certainly resent Bai Qingyin. Someone is secretly stirring them up. They are all men, full of vigor. They definitely won't be able to resist causing trouble for Bai Qingyin. The young woman replied in surprise. "Does the young miss want to go there?" She replied with a dark expression. "The general is very particular about protecting and shielding the soldiers under his command. We must let Bai Qingyin clash with the soldiers. It's best if it escalates into a huge fight, a fight to the death. Then we'll see if Bai Qingyin can still remain in the army." The next morning, Qingyin was on her way somewhere. Today is the Rongqing sacrificial ceremony. I have to go find Yin Yang. These past few days, I've been diligently practicing dancing and reciting poetry. When it's time to perform, I can definitely make the general like me. She was so happy she felt like dancing. Suddenly, the soldiers shouted, "Halt!" Qingyin thought to herself, so they're the gate guards. She curiously asked them, "I want to leave the residence. Why are you stopping me?" The gate guard sternly replied, "The city lord's residence is now the general's military quarters. It concerns the general's safety. No one is allowed to enter or exit freely." Qingyin felt a little worried after hearing this. It concerns the general's safety? All right then, she thought to herself. General Huaying is the most important. It seems I'll have to break my promise to Yin Yang. Just then, Xiaolang made her move. She approached, waving a greeting. Qingyin looked over at her and thought in surprise, "Xiaolang?" They continued to ask her solicitously, "Aren't you tired? Does medical officer Xiao want to go out?" Seeing Qingyin approaching, she deliberately said, "I haven't been to Rongqing in a long time. I want to go out and buy some things." The soldiers quickly made way. "Medical officer Xia, take your time. You bought so many things. Are you going alone? How can you carry so much by yourself? With so many things, why don't I send someone to accompany you?" This made her very annoyed. She wondered to herself, what the hell? Why can Xiaolang go out as she pleases? And these soldiers are so attentive and courteous to her. Xiaolang maintained a smile on her face. "No need. I'll go myself. I won't trouble you." Qingyin couldn't stand it anymore and called out, "Wait a minute." She angrily pointed at the woman in front of her. "Why can she go out, but I can't?" This made Xiaolang very smug. But Qingyin grunt couldn't hold back. The soldiers immediately showed their disgust. "Who do you think you are to compare yourself to Medical Officer Xia?" "That's right, Medical Officer Xia can naturally go out if she wants to. You still think you're the general's bodyguard? You're nothing but a seductress." Qingyin was indignant at their attitude. "Oh, just now, you lied to me about it concerning the general's safety? You were just trying to stop me." Her hands clenched into fists. One soldier continued to berate her. "So what if we lied to you? Who do you think you are? Rongqing doesn't welcome you. The general doesn't need a bodyguard by his side. I advise you to stay away from the general. Otherwise," but before he could finish, he received a kick to the face. The young man collapsed on the spot. "I hate it most when people lie to me." The other soldiers were frightened. "What the?" She pointed directly at the remaining men. "How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you tell me to leave the general?" The two remaining soldiers were furious. "This woman is bullying our brother. Let's teach her a lesson." Before they could even charge, they got punched in the face. Bullies. Right after that, the other one got kicked straight in the face. "You think you can bully people like that?" The whole gang was beaten until they trembled. "What else can you do to me?" But those guys still weren't scared. "How dare you? You dare hit someone in the city? Do you not value your life?" She immediately pulled up his shirt. "How dare you? They've awakened the tiger within me. Being bad is my business. I have to teach you a lesson." The young man could only stammer, but unexpectedly, she let go. Then she turned and walked away, leaving the man terrified. I'm bored messing with you guys. You're wasting my time. Xiaolang then walked over and started to reproach her. Bai Qingyin, these are the general's subordinates. Why'd you hit them so hard? She just glanced back at her with annoyance. I already hit them. Why are you still here feeling sorry for them? Why didn't you stop them before I hit them? Xiaolang, are you speechless now? But Qingyin didn't pay any more attention to her. All right, stop pretending to be weak. It's so annoying. I don't have time for this. You need to hurry up and find Yin Yang, or we'll miss the ceremony. Xiaolang gritted her teeth, watching Qingyin walk away. By Qingyin, so arrogant. She clenched her fists in frustration. You think you can just walk away after hitting the general's subordinates? Xiaolang took all the blame. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't stop Bai Qingyin. She pretended to be caring and checked on the guards. It's all my fault. Let me treat your injuries. Wang Yong, fueled by anger, denied it. How can we blame Miss Ya? It's all that demoness Bai Qingyin's fault. The others chimed in indignantly. That's right. That demoness dared to attack someone in the general's residence. I must report this to the general. Yes, the general must get justice for us. Xiaolang disagreed and tried to dissuade the guards. Everyone, please don't report this to the general. After all, Bai Qingyin is now the general's personal guard. I'm afraid it won't end well for you. The three guards were outraged. How can that be? The general is impartial. He definitely won't be bewitched by that demoness. Medical officer Xia, don't stop us. We're going to report this to the general. I don't believe the general will protect that demoness. With that, they were determined to get to the bottom of things. Let's go find the general now. They ignored Xiaolang's attempts to stop them. No, you guys shouldn't. Despite saying that, Xiaolang secretly smiled. These soldiers are indeed riled up. Just you wait, Bai Qingyin. I don't believe the general will protect you after you injured his soldiers. Meanwhile, Yin Yang and the others were getting anxious. Why isn't Miss Bai here yet? The flower goddess ceremony is about to begin. The brown-haired girl couldn't help but worry. Yin Yang, it's so late. Do you think that young lady isn't coming? Yin Yang reassured her. Let's wait a little longer. If she doesn't come, then... Suddenly, someone called out. Yin Yang turned around and recognized Bai Qingyin. Qingyin greeted everyone cheerfully, like a child. She scratched her head and explained, Yin Yang, I'm sorry I'm late. I ran into a little trouble. Yin Yang didn't blame her, but replied gently, It's all right, as long as you're here. Let's go get changed and ready. She then took Qingyin's hand and led her inside. Bai Qingyin suddenly stopped, confusing Yin Yang. Then, Bai Qingyin shyly expressed her wish. I already agreed to that with the general. I won't go to the brothel anymore. Could we go somewhere else? Yin Yang readily agreed and urged her, All right, let's hurry inside and get going then. We'll be late if we dawdle any longer. The brown-haired girl beside them also cheerfully invited Qingyin. Miss, come with us. Qingyin happily agreed. The scene changes to the three guards. They are currently with Huayan. Huayan began to question them. You say Bai Qingyin hit you. The three guards chimed in, vying to tell their story that that's right, General. Bai Qingyin hit everyone. She even ran out of the general's residence. It's a grave offense, General. You said military regulations forbid subordinates from fighting amongst themselves. Anyone who violates this should be expelled from the army. That's right. Even though Bai Qingyin is a woman, she still has to abide by military regulations. General, you must uphold justice for us. Huan continued his questioning. Where did Bai Qingyin go? Hearing this question, the guard became a little flustered. We don't know, General. We only know she ran out of the residence. Huan fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table, shouting someone. A guard immediately entered. General? He immediately gave the guard instructions. Come with me. We're leaving the residence to find Bai Qingyin. The guard respectfully acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. The three guards who had been beaten also expressed their desire to go along. General, we'll go too. They left, unaware that Xiaolang had been observing them. She rejoiced inwardly. The general is going after Bai Qingyin. She's definitely done for. Outside the capital city, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Today is the flower goddess ceremony. I wonder who the goddess will be. Whoever it is, she must be very beautiful. I can't wait to see the ceremony. The guard beside Huan complained. General, the streets of Rongcheng are so crowded today. It'll be difficult to find Miss Bai like this. Huan replied, Today is Rongcheng's annual flower goddess ceremony. Of course, it's bustling. We'll search slowly and carefully without disturbing the citizens. However, he was also very anxious inwardly. He didn't know where Bai Qingyin had run off to. Surely she didn't go to the brothel again, he thought. One of the beaten guards was still fuming, hitting people and running away. If I'm not mistaken, she must have a guilty conscience. That's why she's hiding. Hearing this, Huan turned around and asked sharply, "Who are you talking about?" The guard replied nervously, "By Qingyin, General. It's not just me saying this. The whole army is talking about it. Look, she didn't go to the brothel, but she hit people and ran. Isn't that suspicious?" Huan immediately reprimanded him. "Silence. Regardless of what Bai Qingyin has done, it's no reason for you to insult her so casually. As men, you should be ashamed to direct such insults at a woman." The guard hung his head in shame after hearing this. "I was wrong, General." Huan then turned to warn the others that don't spread rumors before the matter is clear. Understand? If any of you do this again, you'll be dealt with according to military regulations. The group of guards didn't dare to say anything more and simply obeyed. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the crowd saw something. Everyone is very excited, watching the flower goddess's ceremonial maiden begin. The goddess is arriving on such a beautiful flower carriage. I'm so excited, I want to see the goddess clearly. Huan stared at the person on the carriage in astonishment. Is this really the goddess of the flower goddess ceremony? At this moment, the attendant beside the carriage lifted the curtain. A beautiful platinum blonde girl wearing a mask appeared. Huan had a feeling of familiarity. Why does this figure look so familiar? On the carriage, Bai Qingyin, recognizing the male lead, was overjoyed. "General Huai is here. This is great. I must perform well." When the woman beside her began to play the flute, Bai Qingyin began to dance to the music. Her movements were graceful and practiced, captivating everyone. Finally, she skillfully removed her mask, and instantly, Huan recognized her. "It's Bai Qingyin." The people below were also excited by her beauty. The goddess is so beautiful. Her dance is also very beautiful. She truly is a beautiful goddess. I feel so humbled before the goddess. They all clapped and cheered for Bai Qingyin. At this moment, Bai Qingyin tossed her mask towards the audience. The mask gracefully landed in Huaiyan's hands. He gazed adoringly at the goddess Bai Qingyin. The group of guards behind began to gossip, bad-mouthing the goddess. This is a demon, not Bai Qingyin. But there were also opposing opinions that, "Oh, beautiful. How can she resemble a demon? She's a fairy. I'm almost mesmerized." People began to exclaim, one after another, "This is the true flower goddess. The ceremony is amazing. She's the goddess of Rong Chung. The goddess must bless Rong Chung, so we can have peace, and so General Huai can sweep away the enemy." Above, Qingyin was dancing freely. Below, everyone shouted, "Goddess! Goddess!" The young guard at the gate rubbed his face and said, "General, Bai Qingyin hit us and ran away. Should we still arrest her?" Huan immediately put on a serious expression and replied, "This is Rong Cheng's most sacred ceremony. Do you want to destroy their faith?" The guard quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Then, changing his attitude, he said, "General, seeing the people so happy, I'm not even angry that Bai Qingyin hit me anymore." Huan resolutely defended his wife. "Bai Qingyin is the goddess of Rong Chung and also my personal guard." Then he lifted the mask. He continued, "Wait until the ceremony is over, then bring her back to the city lord's mansion. We'll punish her later." This left them bewildered. Only then did the young man understand. He suddenly felt that Bai Qingyin wasn't like a demon, as the maids had said. After all, she had become the object of Rong Cheng's faith. Meanwhile, she was happily dancing in front of everyone. The scene shifts to nighttime. Qingyin finally finished and stepped down. Yin Yang approached and cheerfully said to her, "This ceremony must have been tiring for Miss Bai, lasting until so late." However, Qingyin still seemed very happy that it wasn't tiring. "I saw that the people in the city were all very happy. Moreover, I also saw General Huaiyan. He kept looking at me. I think he must have really enjoyed my performance." Yin Yang smiled and replied, "Miss Bai's performance was like a true goddess descending to the mortal realm. I believe any man who saw it would be captivated." Qingyin giggled upon hearing this, that "I only need the general to like it." Speaking of which, she curiously asked, "But where is the general now?" As soon as she finished her sentence, she suddenly realized something. "It's the group from this morning, the ones I let step all over Miss Bai." Qingyin bristled as soon as she saw the man, that "You're the one. Earlier, you wouldn't let me leave the residence, and you even lost a fight to me." The young man retorted, "Bai Qingyin, don't speak such nonsense in public." Then he sighed and said, "The general ordered me to bring you back. Let's go." Qingyin, surprised, asked, "The general is already back at the residence? All right then, let's hurry back." She then turned to Yin Yang. "Yin Yang, I'm going back now." She waved goodbye. Yin Yang replied, "Be careful, Miss Qingyin. To herself, she thought, asterisk, I feel like the atmosphere between the soldier and Miss Bai is a bit strange. I wonder if Miss Bai's performance achieved what she wanted. Asterisk. Back at the residence, a group of soldiers had been assembled. They murmured amongst themselves, I wonder why the general called us here in the middle of the night. A young man with a slightly protruding jaw said, it seems to be related to that demoness by Qingyin. Someone next to him reminded him, demon what? The general said we're not allowed to insult others without permission. Do you want to be punished? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The young man turned around and saw Qingyin that don't talk nonsense. Why Qingyin has been brought here. Qingyin said excitedly, this is General Huai and training ground. There are so many soldiers. She turned to the young man beside her and asked, but why did you bring me here? He replied, the general will tell you later. Just wait, Qingyin. Qingyin nodded in agreement. The guard whom Qingyin had fought said reluctantly, Demoness by Qingyin, I apologize for calling you that before, but I still don't think you can become the general's personal guard. Bai Qingyin still didn't understand. The guard blurted out his worries. In short, I'm not the kind of person who schemes behind people's backs. If the general punishes me later, I'll accept my punishment. I definitely won't push the blame onto you. Qingyin innocently asked, punishment? Punishment for what? Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Qingyin saw Huayan appear, and her heart leaped with joy. General Huayan. The guards immediately saluted. We greet the general. Bai Qingyin excitedly approached Huayan and asked, General Huayan, did you see the flower goddess ceremony just now? Did you like my performance? But Huayan didn't answer. Instead, he coldly asked, Bai Qingyin, do you know your crime? Hearing this question, Qingyin suddenly froze. She anxiously asked, crime? What crime? Xiao Lang appeared at that moment. She began to accuse Qingyin. Bai Qingyin, did you think you were called to the military camp in the middle of the night for a stroll? In her mind, she desperately hoped Qingyin would be punished. If the general could expel her from the military camp, that would be wonderful. Huayan began to question Bai Qingyin. Our nation has its laws, and the army has its rules. You fought with soldiers without authorization and ran away from the military camp, disregarding military regulations. Qingyin hurriedly explained, I didn't run away from the military camp. But Huayan immediately cut her off. Did you fight with the soldiers? Qingyin sheepishly nodded. Yes, I fought. Hearing this, Huayan continued, so after you injured others, you disregarded everything, left without permission, and didn't report back to me. A hint of sadness appeared in Qingyin's eyes. She stopped arguing and admitted her guilt to General Huayan. Indeed, I have violated military regulations, General. Punish me as you see fit. But unexpectedly, a guard stood up to defend her. General Huayan, we intentionally made things difficult for Bai Qingyin. We didn't allow her to leave the general's residence. The others echoed in agreement that we are also at fault. We asked the general to punish us. Hearing their explanation, Huayan asked, why did you intentionally make things difficult for Bai Qingyin? A soldier stepped forward to answer, because there's a rumor in the army that Bai Qingyin frequents brothels and seduced you, General. They say she's a demoness who will disrupt the military camp. That's why we intentionally made things difficult for her. Seeing things weren't going her way, Xiao Lang was furious. Asterisk, damn it, these useless fools. Why did they suddenly step forward and admit their mistakes? Won't this lessen the general's punishment for Bai Qingyin? Asterisk. Huayan continued to question the guards. Oh, you still believe Bai Qingyin is a demoness? The soldier immediately replied, no longer, General. What you said before was correct. We shouldn't judge someone based on hearsay. Moreover, he continued, Bai Qingyin is the revered goddess of Rongcheng. She truly cannot be a demoness. After listening to the guards, Huayan concluded, very well. It's good that you admit your wrongdoing. Since you confess, you will be dealt with according to military law. He further emphasized, as soldiers, you deliberately harass someone close to me, maliciously provoking them. According to military law, you will be punished with 20 lashes. He then addressed his personal guard to AS for Bai Qingyin. You are the general's personal guard, yet you fought privately with soldiers, disregarding military regulations. Considering you are a woman, the 20 lashes you deserve will be reduced to 10. Do you have any objections? Hearing the verdict, Xiao Lang was deeply resentful. Asterisk, damn it, only 10 lashes for Bai Qingyin? According to military law, like ordinary soldiers, it should be 20. Asterisk the guards answered Hawaiian in unison, no objections. But then, Bai Qingyin unexpectedly raised her hand. I have an objection. Hawaiian asked Bai Qingyin, what is your objection? He assumed she would ask for a reduced sentence. Asterisk, there are military regulations. If Bai Qingyin has joined the army, she must abide by all military punishments. If she doesn't accept this, asterisk, but contrary to his expectations, Qingyin wanted to receive the same punishment as the guards. General Hawaiian, in the military, men and women are equal. If I am here, I am your soldier. I willingly accept 20 lashes. Her words surprised Hawaiian what? The guards also erupted in noisy discussion. In a way, Bai Qingyin is actually accepting 20 lashes. 20 lashes for a woman is no joke. Just for this, I admire Bai Qingyin. I see Bai Qingyin differently now. I thought she was just a weak, delicate flower following the general. But unexpectedly, she has such courage. A soldier tried to dissuade Qingyin. Don't. 10 lashes from the general is enough. Why would you take 20? Feeling insulted, Qingyin retorted, you all received 20 lashes. Why should I only receive 10? Doesn't that imply I'm inferior to you? The soldier could only shake his head at her. What is she thinking? Another soldier approached and advised her, Bai Qingyin, military flogging is no joke. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Are you sure? Bai Qingyin firmly replied, I'm sure. Having said that, she immediately knelt down. Then, respectfully, she said she hoped the general would give the order, as Hawaiian couldn't refuse. Since that was the case, someone should administer 20 lashes according to military law. The soldiers began to carry out Hawaiian's order. The whip lashed against Bai Qingyin's back mercilessly. She trembled, tried to endure the pain. The soldiers outside continued relentlessly. She was almost at 20 lashes. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyin didn't make a sound. Even a man couldn't withstand these 20 lashes. Bai Qingyin was surprisingly resilient. Her back was covered in blood, yet her expression remained unchanged. Xiao Lang watched with a mixture of shock and suspicion. A different thought about Bai Qingyin entered her mind. Asterisk, that cunning wretch, Bai Qingyin, is quite manipulative, purposely taking 20 lashes to gain everyone's sympathy. How cruel to herself. Asterisk, but it was only the soldiers who saw it that way. Then she glanced over at Huai. An asterisk, the general, is different. Does she think she can gain his sympathy? Dream on. Asterisk, by this time, the guards had finished counting to 20. Xiao Lang was startled. 20 lashes were complete. Huai immediately rushed to Bai Qingyin's side. He anxiously checked on Bai Qingyin, leaving Xiao Lang stunned and confused. General Huai and held Bai Qingyin in his arms, comforting her. The 20 lashes are over, Bai Qingyin weakly replied to the general. Huai continuously soothed her. It's over now. Bai Qingyin's back was now soaked in blood. Even in Huaiyan's arms, she still trembled. Looking at Bai Qingyin's condition, Huaiyan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Her previous wounds haven't healed, and now with these additional 20 lashes, I fear her body won't be able to bear it. He then tenderly said to Bai Qingyin, let me take you back to apply medicine. Seeing Huaiyan's intimacy with Bai Qingyin, Xiao Lang couldn't help but feel jealous. Asterisk, damn it. The general is actually carrying Bai Qingyin. What right does she have? Asterisk. I deserve. Suddenly Bai Qingyin spoke. Wait, general. She turned to the guards. You sought me out earlier. In truth, it's because you don't accept me becoming the general's guard, right? Her words surprised Huaiyan. One of the guards replied, right, there's a reason. Although I admire you for enduring the 20 lashes, I still don't accept you as the general's guard. Another guard agreed. That's right. Being the general's guard isn't a game. We might have to protect the general on the battlefield. You're a woman. Their response greatly displeased Bai Qingyin. What's wrong with me being a woman? She jumped down from Huaiyan's arms and confronted the guards. That you've seen it yourselves. I'm a woman. When I was on the battlefield, killing people, you weren't even born yet. The guards weren't backing down. When we were on the battlefield, we fought alongside the general through life and death. Can you do that? You'd probably cry and whimper at the sight of a dead person. The other guards continued to defend each other. That's right. Although I admire Bai Qingyin for enduring the 20 lashes, I don't accept her as the general's guard. After all, she's a woman. How can she protect the general? I think the general is just being lenient and playing along with her. They had truly struck a nerve with Bai Qingyin. She declared resolutely, I can. She then issued a challenge. You don't accept me as a guard because I'm a woman? Fine, let's have a competition. Hearing this, Huan immediately tried to stop her. Bai Qingyin shouldn't act rashly. She had just been beaten and couldn't even hold her head up. But Qingyin resolutely affirmed, "General, I want everyone to acknowledge that I can protect you." Hearing her say this, Huan could only grumble in agreement. Bai Qingyin decisively reached out to stop Huan. She forcefully drew her sword and challenged the group of guards. "Anyone who disagrees, step forward." Bai Qingyin is waiting. Seeing her confidence, the guards were a little doubtful. "Are you joking? You want to spar with us? Even though you were just beaten?" There's no rule on the battlefield that says we go easy on women. Qingyin didn't bother with their taunts and confidently challenged them. "Let's talk. If you disagree, come fight by Qingyin. If I retreat a single step, I'll leave General Wang Yang's camp without you having to say a word." Hearing this, one of them stepped forward to accept the challenge. "If you insist, then we won't hold back. Me first." But Qingyin's next word surprised everyone, and one goes first. "Come me all at once." The guards felt insulted and protested in unison. "Bai Qingyin, you're too arrogant. You look down on us. All at once. Such big talk. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You dare look down on us?" Qingyin explained, "I don't look down on you. I just don't want to waste time." She even mocked them, "A whole bunch of men and so much talk." Her words infuriated the guards. At this moment, Huan stepped forward to act as judge. "All right, let's do as Bai Qingyin says. All of you attack at once." Despite saying this, he was still a little worried for his goddess. Based on the strength she displayed earlier, Bai Qingyin had more than enough power to deal with these soldiers, but she had just been injured. Wang Yong led the guards, ready to fight. "If the general has spoken, then let's go." "Bai Qingyin, you asked for this. Don't start crying when you get beaten." Hearing this, Qingyin laughed loudly and retorted, "Whoever cries is a dog." As soon as she finished speaking, the guards charged forward to attack. Qingyin's eyes were filled with determination. The two sides began to clash. Bai Qingyin effortlessly moved through the soldiers, causing them to panic and drop their weapons. Bai Qingyin held her sword against one of the soldiers and declared, "You lose." The remaining soldiers protested, "Fu Qi de Fanbo no. We just dropped our weapons. We haven't lost." Song Huan spoke up that you've lost. The surprised soldiers turned around. "General," their spirits dropped as they replied, but Song Huan continued, "Look at your collars. If Bai Qingyin hadn't shown mercy, you'd already be in the underworld." Hearing this, they checked their collars in astonishment. "What? Our collars are ripped." With that said, the soldiers erupted in commotion. "I can't believe Bai Qingyin is so skilled. She defeated so many soldiers, and she was injured during the fight. It seems she's qualified to be the general's bodyguard after all." After a while, they finally conceded that we admit defeat. "We yield to Bai Qingyin." Bai Qingyin excitedly asked, "If that's the case, do you have any objections to me being the general's bodyguard?" The soldiers, completely convinced, replied no. Suddenly, someone spoke up that I have an objection. Bai Qingyin was taken aback. It turned out to be Gu Li, who said, "General, your safety is not a game. You can't let a sheltered woman act so recklessly." Song Huan had just called out to Gu Li when Bai Qingyin, beside him, angrily scolded. "What do you mean? What about a woman? Does being a woman mean one can't travel far? Does being a woman mean one can't protect the general?" Gu Li retorted with the common reasoning of the time. "Women are not allowed in the military camp." Bai Qingyin, unable to bear it any longer, challenged him. "If you look down on women so much, then do you dare to compete with me?" Gu Li smirked and replied, "Compete with you in what?" Bai Qingyin laid out the conditions. "For 3 days, I will protect the general's side. You can send your soldiers to try and break through my defenses. If I protect the general for 3 days, I win. If I fail, I lose." Bai Qingyin's eyes were full of challenge as she asked, "Gu Li, do you dare?" She added another requirement. "If I win, you must swear an oath that you will never betray the general in this life. Otherwise, you will suffer for eternity." Her challenge caused the soldiers to murmur amongst themselves. "Bai Qingyin, you're very bold. You dare to challenge Deputy General Gu." They expressed their confidence in Gu Li, speculating, "I admit Bai Qingyin's martial skills are good, but Deputy General Gu is skilled in both literary and martial arts. I think Bai Qingyin will definitely win." Song Huan, standing beside them, couldn't help but worry. Bai Qingyin, seeing his concern, replied, Gue Li, I accept your challenge. But if I win, will you drop the charges against me for the earlier assassination attempt? Gue Li was already scheming, thinking, Bai Qingyin has come to challenge me herself. I must take this opportunity to get rid of her completely, saving myself trouble later. Song Huayan finally spoke up in Gue Li's defense. The assassination attempt is in the past. You shouldn't bring it up, let alone make bets here. Gue Li frowned and said, General, but Bai Qingyin, having already issued her challenge, replied, General, I'm making a bet with him. She moved closer to Song Huayan, who comforted her. It's all right. He's sure to lose anyway. Gue Li was a little puzzled, but still said, a word from the general is final. Bai Qingyin has declared a challenge, so let's see who the victor will be. Bai Qingyin had also realized his intentions, thinking, it seems it's not just me who doesn't want Gue Li alive. He doesn't want me alive either. Let's see who dies. Song Huayan intervened to temporarily mediate the situation. Today, Bai Qingyin is injured. If you two want to compete, let it begin a week from now. Remember, do not harm each other's lives. Song Huayan emphasized with a stern-faced, Gue Li, do you understand? Gue Li outwardly obeyed, yes, I understand. But inwardly, he realized the general is protecting Bai Qingyin. It seems I can only wait for another opportunity to kill her. Bai Qingyin looked at Song Huayan in surprise and called out, General. Song Huayan then changed his tone and asked Bai Qingyin, is there anything else? The girl shook her head and nothing. Song Huayan gently said, good, go and treat your wounds. With that, he lifted her up, much to her surprise. Suddenly, Xiao Lang appeared, calling out, General. She offered, let me treat Bai Qingyin's wounds. Bai Qingyin refused warily, I don't need you to treat me. Do you want to harm me again? Xiao Lang responded awkwardly, Bai Qingyin, you misunderstand. How could I? But before she could say anything more, Song Huayan gave his orders, go, and inform Shuer. Tell her to come to my room and treat Bai Qingyin's wounds. Xiao Lang still tried to persuade him. General, I am a medical officer, while Shuer is a poison specialist. I'm afraid she won't be able to heal Bai Qingyin. Song Huayan responded with a cold stare. Shuer was able to heal Bai Qingyin's serious injuries from before. This is just a small wound. If there's a way to treat it, Shuer will heal it. His answer earned Bai Qingyin's complete agreement. Xiao Lang stubbornly called out to the general, but was ignored. She angrily cursed Bai Qingyin under her breath. What are you, to be treated like this by the general? The general would rather let someone who uses poison treat her. Bai Qingyin also didn't want this medical officer to treat her. Could it be that the general no longer trusts me? Song Huayan returned to his room. He gently placed Bai Qingyin on the bed and said, Bai Qingyin, wait here for Shuer. She obediently replied, okay. As he turned to leave, Bai Qingyin reached out and grabbed his hand, saying, General, please stay here with me. Indulging her, he agreed. Then he asked, Bai Qingyin, do you blame me? Bai Qingyin innocently asked, why would I blame you, General? Song Huayan said, I ordered the soldiers to hit you and cause you to be injured. These wounds. Bai Qingyin stopped him from continuing. Understandingly, she said, an order is an order. I made a mistake and deserve to be punished. How could I blame the general? Besides, being hit is nothing. Song Huayan looked directly into her eyes, thinking, Bai Qingyin truly doesn't blame me at all. Before, she even risked her life for me. Seeing him silent, she asked with concern, General, what's wrong? Song Huayan didn't say anything, but kissed Bai Qingyin on the cheek, surprising her. He came to his senses, wondering, what am I doing? Bai Qingyin innocently asked, General, do you want to be close to me? He instinctively recoiled. What? Blushing, Song Huayan jumped off the bed, denying no. But in his haste, he slipped and fell hard onto the floor. Bai Qingyin called out worriedly, oh. General. Lying on the floor, Song Huayan explained, I am fine. You stay on the bed. I was just trying to comfort you a little. But his mind was in turmoil, that I'm going crazy. I actually kissed Bai Qingyin. What's wrong with me? The door suddenly opened. Shuer rushed in and asked, is Bai Qingyin injured again? As soon as she entered, she accused the general. General, didn't you say you wouldn't let her get hurt? Then she noticed his position. Gee, General, why are you sitting on the floor? Song Huayan coughed awkwardly this. Before he could explain, Bai Qingyin quickly said, just now, the general kissed me and maybe lost his balance, so he fell. Song Huayan changed the subject, calling out Shuer, come and examine Bai Qingyin's wounds. Shuer was still confused, wondering what the general had done to Bai Qingyin. Song Hwaiyan held Bai Qingyin and ripped her clothes, saying Bai Qingyin was punished. She's injured on her back. See how serious it is. Bai Qingyin exclaimed in panic. Huh, this is Yin Yang's ceremonial dress that I borrowed. Song Hwaiyan held her firmly and said, don't move. I'll compensate her for it. Then he ordered Schwer apply the medicine. Looking at the wound, Schwer couldn't help but scold. It's bleeding like this, General. Don't you know Bai Qingyin's previous wounds haven't fully healed? Bai Qingyin quickly explained, Schwer, it was actually me breaking military rules. Song Hwaiyan suddenly embraced her, saying, it's my fault. I failed to protect you and cause you to be injured. You go apply medicine to her. Don't let it scar. Bai Qingyin unexpectedly called out, General. Schwer furrowed her brow and replied, all right. But she couldn't help but think, if the general was so distressed, why did he hit Bai Qingyin like that? While treating Schwer, she puzzled over it, hitting her, then feeling sorry. Isn't this just making things difficult for himself? I really don't understand. Seeing Schwer lost in thought, Song Hwaiyan asked, what's wrong? Is Bai Qingyin seriously injured? Schwer replied while bandaging, fortunately, it's only a flesh wound, not serious. 2 or 3 days of rest should be enough. Bai Qingyin turned around and said, really? Schwer, check again. My back feels very painful, like a serious internal injury. Schwer explained in surprise, but just now, when I checked, it was only a flesh wound. Bai Qingyin leaned into Song Hwaiyan's arms. Acting spoiled, my tea hurts so much, only the general's hug will make it better. Internally, Bai Qingyin thought, Yin Yang once said I should act weak in front of him to make him closer to me. I've never found the opportunity. Has it finally come? Song Hwaiyan asked with concern, does it really hurt that much? Bai Qingyin's eyes teared up as she said, it really does. I feel like I'm dying from the pain. He embraced her and called out, stop talking nonsense. Schwer, come and check again. Schwer put on an exasperated expression and replied, no need to check. This foolish woman's illness is incurable. Schwer had already realized that the general was incredibly worried. How could Bai Qingyin's appearance possibly look like she was about to die from her injuries? Who would believe that? Hwaiyan asked with a worried expression. Then who can cure it? The medical officer, before leaving, said cryptically, far away in the horizon, close right in front of you. Only, General, you can cure it. Bai Qingyin happily hugged the bewildered young man, that I can cure it. She then put on a frail expression. General, Hwaiyan hurriedly asked Bai Qingyin, are you really in that much pain? But in his heart, he also had some doubts. If Bai Qingyin was truly seriously injured, Schwer definitely wouldn't have this attitude. Could this girl be pretending? Qingyin pointed to her own face, feigning coyness. Then she looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, maybe perhaps possible it might not hurt that much. This made him quite angry. Bai Qingyin, this isn't something to joke about. Qingyin immediately leaned against him and cried out, I'm seriously injured. It hurts so much. I need the general's care to get better. This action made Hwaiyan quite flustered. He gently embraced the happy girl. All right, I'll take good care of you. After all, you've been injured for me many times. I should treat you well. Seeing his concern, Bai Qingyin immediately listed her demands. Then, General, until my wounds are healed, we must go everywhere together. You have to feed me, change my clothes, and brush my fur. No, brush my hair. You also have to play with me. Now, Hwaiyan was visibly annoyed. Bai Qingyin, don't push your luck. She immediately feigned disappointment. General, you don't want to? But you just said you'd take good care of me. Hwaiyan turned and walked away, his voice softening that we can enter and exit together. But as for feeding you, changing your clothes, and combing your hair, since your hands aren't injured, do it yourself. A forced smile isn't good. The smile returned to Qingyin's face. All right, all right. In her heart, 1,000 flowers bloomed. Yin Yang's plan was working. Although the general still didn't love her like in her past life, entering and exiting together was progress. Hwaiyan hesitated slightly. Is there anything else? I'll help you find some clothes to wear. You can rest here. Qing kept her eyes on him. The general gently turned his head and asked, is something the matter? Qingyin's eyes sparkled as she asked, General, did you like the flower goddess I portrayed today? Images of her performance flooded his mind. Seeing Hwaiyan's silence, she looked downcast. The general didn't like it? I practiced for so long. It was really hard work. Seeing her sadness, Hwaiyan coughed a few times before answering. His face flushed crimson as he mumbled, I doubt well. Embarrassed, he quickly turned and fled. This filled Qingyin with joy. The general liked it. That's great. He'll definitely become closer to me. Soon, I'll regain my position as the #1 person in his heart. The stars twinkled above the military camp. Inside a tent, a group of soldiers gossip that Bai Qingyin only knows a little bit of martial arts. She thinks she can take on 100 men. The soldiers inside were furious. She even made a bet with Strategist Li, saying she could protect the general. How shameless. When it comes to battlefield strategy, who can compare to Strategist Li? She's just a woman. Needlework and sewing are enough for her. Another soldier agreed. Exactly. What can a woman do? Betting with Strategist Li? She's definitely going to lose miserably. It's pathetic. Li spoke seriously. All right, now the general is protecting Bai Qingyin. I'm afraid he's been blinded by her. So this time, we must win decisively. We need to make the general understand that women don't belong on the battlefield. They immediately voiced their agreement. A soldier with a serious expression asked, Strategist Li, what should we do during the competition? Should we just charge straight at her? I doubt Bai Qingyin can handle us. Li replied with a cunning look, relying on brute force against 100 men. Winning wouldn't be impressive, and losing would be humiliating. Here's the plan. When the competition begins, I'll secretly advance alone and scout out Bai Qingyin's true abilities. Then we'll proceed accordingly. The others immediately responded, Yes, Strategist Li. He smirked. Bai Qingyin, you think the general's protection guarantees your safety? Once the competition starts, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. I'll make sure you lose all face and have no choice but to leave the camp. Only then can my plan proceed smoothly. A roar echoed through the sky. Startled birds took flight. Qingyin, seeing a tiger, brightened. Xiao Bai, I've come to see you. How have you been? The white tiger, delighted to see her, immediately began to talk. I'm doing great. Master gives me lots of big chicken legs. I can't even finish them all. This unintentionally made Qingyin envious and a little sad that I'm so jealous. Being a tiger is definitely better. After I became human, I don't get to eat big chicken legs anymore. Seeing this, Bai immediately consoled Qingyin. Sister, don't be sad. Although you don't have big chicken legs to eat, you can sleep with the general. He thinks I'm fat and has never let me sleep in his bed. Hearing this, Qingyin regained her initial cheerfulness, but that's right, I'm so slender. The general definitely won't mind me sleeping in his bed. Suddenly, her face became serious. Right, speaking of the general, Xiao Bai, I have something I need your help with. Your sense of smell is sharp. She knelt down and whispered to the white tiger, worry evident in her eyes, that if anyone sneaks into the courtyard these next 3 days, especially the general, let me know immediately. Today is the day of my competition with Gue Li, that cunning and insidious man. I don't believe he won't try something. The tiger's expression was unreadable, neither happy nor sad. Okay, sister, you can count on me. Just then, Huan appeared, startling Qingyin. General, Huan looked at her with a hint of worry. Today is the day of the competition. Why are you still here teasing the tiger? Qingyin replied with a serious face, I'm not teasing the tiger. I'm discussing battle plans with Xiao Bai. The tiger beside her roared in agreement, as if nodding. This left him quite bewildered. What battle plans could you possibly be discussing with a tiger? You don't even understand what it's saying. Qingyin replied casually, I understand. Xiao Bai is my 3-year-old little sister. We have no trouble communicating. He immediately took her hand and pulled her up. All right, enough with the cryptic talk. Ignoring her bewildered expression, he said, come with me back to my room. Before leaving, Qingyin turned back to address the tiger. All right then, Xiao Bai, remember what I said. The tiger seemed to smile and wave goodbye. The two of them then returned to the study. Huan was still uneasy. Bai Qingyin, for these 3 days of competition, are you confident you can win against Gue Li? Qingyin was very confident, of course. General, don't worry. I guarantee I'll protect you in every way. I won't let you get hurt at all. He blushed slightly, unable to look her in the eye. I'm not worried about that. I mean, is there anything I can do to help? Qingyin smiled brightly. No, General. Just eat, sleep, and rest normally. Leave the rest to me. Her attitude left him sighing. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Gue Li was a battlefield strategist, always scheming and plotting. He couldn't imagine how Bai Qingyin planned to defeat him. The scene then shifted to nighttime. Gue Li was lurking, quietly observing his surroundings and muttering to himself. The competition has begun. I'll wait until the lights go out in the general's room. Then I'll go in and scout things out. My Qinggong is pretty good. I'm sure Bai Qingyin won't detect me. Bai Ying, meanwhile, caught a whiff of danger. She immediately informed Qingyin, Sister, I smell Gue Li. He's hiding about 100 meters away. Qingyin smiled and nodded. Thank you, Xiao Bai. I know. You can go back to the rear courtyard. Leave the rest to me. Bai Ying encouraged her. Yes, sister. Good luck. Qing Yin frowned and closed the door to her room. This Gui Li, he's doing exactly what I expected. The suspicion burning within her was now a surge of triumph. He had dared to come alone on the first night, clearly underestimating her. He thought she was insignificant. Good. This time, he wouldn't be going back. He hadn't expected Xiao Bai and her to be on the same side. Bai Qingyin calmly lit a stick of incense. She watched the smoke curl and drift, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Just then, Huan appeared unexpectedly. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Qingyin forced a smile, as if hiding something. Nothing, General. It's getting late. You should go to bed. She added with feigned confidence. Don't worry. I'm here. You'll be safe. Nothing will happen. He was surprised by her attitude, that you're confident you'll win against Gui Li. Qingyin pointed to herself and declared boldly, of course. I've made thorough plans. I'll definitely defeat him. General, you don't need to worry about me. Huan seemed reassured and turned to leave. If that's the case, I'll go to bed then. Suddenly, he stopped, as if remembering something. He looked back at Qingyin with a worried expression. His concern flustered her. What is it, General? Huan looked at her gently and offered words of encouragement. S my personal guard. Don't lose. Qingyin was startled by his words. Was the general affirming her position? Her eyes shone with emotion. He told her not to lose. He clearly had great faith in her. His trust fueled her determination. For the general's trust, for the position of top warrior, I definitely won't lose. Huan was surprised by his own words. He hadn't expected a simple word of comfort to have such an effect on her. A faint sadness touched his eyes. Did Bai Qingyin really like him that much? Outside the room, Gui Li was still waiting. The lights had been out for a while now. The general must be asleep. He stood before the window. It's time. It was past midnight, the perfect time when people were drowsy. He peered around cautiously. Bai Qingyin's guard must be down by now. He clapped his hands, ready to begin to— I don't believe Bai Qingyin can do anything. She's probably asleep by now. Suddenly, she appeared behind him. Looking for me? Gui Li jumped. Bai Qingyin, furious, she held a chair. I've been waiting for you. Exasperated, she asked, have you been standing out here for hours? Aren't you tired? Gui Li's face darkened with anger. How did you know? Qingyin didn't answer. She swung the chair and charged. Come quietly, confident. He drew his sword. You think you could take me with a chair? But then he was shocked. His limbs felt weak. What's happening? Why don't I have any strength? While he hesitated, she slammed the chair into his head. Blood streamed down his face as he scrambled up. You used some kind of incense in the general's room. He saw the incense burner. There's no way I'd lose my strength for no reason. That incense, there's something wrong with it. Qingyin remained cold and aloof, watching her trembling opponent. Why so many questions? She struck him on the head with her staff again. Just faint already. He was somehow still conscious, struggling to say, I haven't lost to you yet. Just you wait. Qingyin, not only unafraid but angered, retorted, You're relying on your 100 soldiers, aren't you? Fine, I'll wait. The scene shifted to outside the barracks. Several soldiers, having waited a long time, were growing anxious. Didn't Strategist Lee say he was just going to scout a bit, then come back and formulate a strategy? One even suggested, it's almost dawn. Why hasn't Strategist Lee returned? Could Bai Qingyin have captured him? Another immediately disagreed. Impossible. Strategist Lee's martial arts are powerful, and his lightness skill is exceptional. Besides, Bai Qingyin wouldn't know when he was coming. How could she capture him? The first soldier, unsure what to do, asked their leader, what should we do now? The leader, after some thought, suggested the competition lasts 3 days. Let's forget about it tonight. If Strategist Lee still hasn't returned by tomorrow, we'll send a 5-man squad to launch a direct attack. The others readily agreed, shouting resolutely, all right, let's do it. I don't believe a woman like Bai Qingyin can withstand 5 men. By now, dawn was breaking outside. Huan had just woken up. It's morning already. He sat up, worried I didn't expect to sleep so soundly. Gui Li definitely wouldn't have given up on a sneak attack last night. Gazing into the distance, he wondered, I wonder how Bai Qingyin is doing. Just then, his door swung open. Qingyin entered, carrying a basin of water and a towel. Good morning, she greeted cheerfully. Huan, surprised by her appearance, stammered, pointing at what she held. What is this? Qingyin gently set the basin down. I'm General Huai's personal guard, she explained, excitedly picking up the towel. S.O. I specifically brought you water to wash your face. Do you need me to help you? Huan, blushing, snatched the towel. No need, he mumbled, then vigorously scrubbed his face. His action disappointed Qingyin. Oh, all right then. Huan suddenly remembered something. By Qingyin, did anything happen last night after I fell asleep? Qingyin gasped, as if recalling something important. Oh yes. There is something. You didn't mention it, General, so I almost forgot. She then mom tying someone up? General, look, I captured Gu Li. Huan was stunned. What? How did you capture Gu Li? Qingyin cheerfully explained about the incense. Last night, I burned some mesmerizing incense in the room. She nonchalantly mimed propping someone up with her foot. The mesmerizing incense doesn't affect me much, but it works wonders on Gu Li. He lost all his strength, and I knocked him unconscious. Huan, still bewildered, asked, You burned mesmerizing incense in the room? He then realized something, thinking to himself, No wonder I slept so soundly last night. I was drugged by the mesmerizing incense. Bai Qingyin's methods are truly unpredictable. No one would expect someone to burn mesmerizing incense in their own room. At that moment, Gu Li began to stir. Both of them looked over in surprise. Gu Li's awake. His eyes slowly opened, filled with confusion. Then, upon seeing her, became incredibly angry. Bai Qingyin didn't hesitate to strike the back of Gu Li's neck. He was hit so hard he became dizzy and disoriented. She laughed as she pushed him to the ground without hesitation. General, just ignore him. Then she winked and smiled brightly at Huan. Oh, you want to go to the study now? I'll accompany you. The general replied gently. All right. Huan also felt a bit sorry for Gu Li, falling into the hands of someone as unconventional as Bai Qingyin. Even if Gu Li was a skilled strategist, he could only end up unconscious like this. He read his book, but his hands trembled and his mind was elsewhere. He seemed quite uncomfortable with the girl staring at him. Bai Qingyin, those soldiers have brains. They won't launch a sneak attack during the day, so you don't need to stare at me like that. But Qingyin still smiled innocently and replied, That won't do. There's still 3 days left in the competition. I have to ensure the general's safety and prevent them from kidnapping you. Huan was speechless. Kidnap me? Bai Qingyin. She waved her hand dismissively, feigning understanding. General, I know you're very busy and have many military matters to attend to. Just focus on your work. I'll sit quietly beside you. I absolutely won't disturb you. Seeing her determination, he could only silently turn away. He gripped his book, his hand still shaking. With her staring at him like that, how could he concentrate on his work? Unable to bear it any longer, Huan slammed his hand on the table, not looking at the girl beside him. That I'm going out for a bit. Qingyin immediately stood up, looking worried. General, where are you going? He turned back and coldly said 2 words, latrine. Despite his words, she didn't give up. Then I'll accompany you, General. This made Huan completely exasperated. General, are you all right? He couldn't help but yell in frustration. Bai Qingyin, didn't you hear me? I said I'm going to the latrine. But she still looked innocent and nodded. I know. I'll wait for you outside. Huan was now truly angry. No, you stay here and wait for me. She immediately began to imagine and analyze the situation for him. How can I do that? What if soldiers ambush you in the latrine and I'm not there? Wouldn't they win then? Huan could only hold his head in exasperation. By Qingyin, that won't happen. But Qingyin remained stubborn. Anything is possible, General. You said you didn't want me to lose, so you have to cooperate with me. Don't make things difficult for me. Huan had no other choice. Fine. You can follow if you insist. He then berated himself internally. Asterisk, I must be crazy to agree to this competition between Bai Qingyin and Gu Li. This is pure self-torture. Asterisk, Huan was enjoying his bath. Outside, Qingyin kept knocking and asking General, are you all right? He jumped, looking toward the figure outside the door. Bai Qingyin. She continued anxiously from outside. General, didn't you say you were going to the latrine? You've been in there for the time. It takes an incense stick to burn. Huan felt exasperated again. He forced himself to reply, I decided to bathe as well. Just go about your business. But she was also very angry outside. What if I leave and someone ambushes General Huan? I'll just wait for the general at the door. But Bai Qingyin was very confident in her actions. Stay put. Xiaobai isn't here. He can't help me guard against outsiders. I must pay attention to your protection, Your Excellency. I must be careful of any movements. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Her expression became very serious. He's bathing peacefully inside. While exercising his joints, he's also thinking, this woman is your subordinate, Your Excellency. There's no way she would ambush you in broad daylight. As long as she doesn't barge in, let her stand guard. Just then, Bai Qingyin impatiently pushed the door open. She immediately announced loudly to Huan, General, there's an enemy attack. Huan felt as if lightning had struck him. What? Bai Qingyin didn't hesitate to rush towards him. This made the general extremely embarrassed. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Bai Qingyin, not the least bit embarrassed, pulled his hand. There's an ambush. Huan was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. General, quickly follow me. He still seemed unable to believe an ambush? How could that be? The door was suddenly flung open. Several worried soldiers rushed in. General, we heard a commotion here. Is everything all right? At that moment, they saw the two of them. Huan quickly pulled Bai Qingyin's hand. He pulled her into his arms and yelled at them, "Get out." Seeing this, the soldiers immediately took off. "That we apologize for disturbing you, General. We'll leave right away." He slammed the door shut in anger. Outside, they were gossiping nonstop, frolicking in the water in broad daylight. I never thought the cold general would be so wild and private. Quiet. Don't disturb the general's pleasure. Go, go. He could hear them clearly and was very annoyed. This bunch. Bai Qingyin looked up at the general, embarrassed. "Aren't they your guards, Your Excellency?" He was also very frustrated with her and replied, "The city lord's mansion has soldiers patrolling regularly. Don't you know that, Bai Qingyin?" Hearing him, Bai Qingyin gave an embarrassed smile that I wasn't aware of that. "I was just worried about you, General." Huan could only sigh in exasperation. He was also quite worried. After what just happened, he didn't know how many misunderstandings it would cause. Bai Qingyin, without any hesitation, touched his body. "General, you have such a nice physique. These pecs and these abs." Huan's face flushed crimson as he grabbed her hand. "Bai Qingyin, what are you doing?" Bai Qingyin, not a bit ashamed, replied directly, "I'm admiring your magnificent physique, General." Bai Qingyin touched him again, "But I don't like soaking in water. It's uncomfortable." Huan was mortified. "Bai Qingyin, stop moving around." This surprised her. Her eyes were fixed on something. "General, what's this? Do you even bring a wooden staff for self-defense while bathing?" At this point, Huan had reached his limit. "Stop it!" But Bai Qingyin wouldn't let him go. "What is it? This wooden staff you carry with you must be a treasure. Let me see it." Huan was so embarrassed he couldn't look her in the eye. I do have a self-defense weapon, but I can't show you. It's my secret weapon." This only piqued Bai Qingyin's curiosity further, and she started to reach for him. "Just a peek won't kill you." Huan immediately pushed her away. He used a bit too much force, sending her stumbling back. "Stop." Huan angrily retreated a few steps. You get out." She looked frightened, not understanding his sudden anger. "Fine." Bai Qingyin watched him, his face flushed. "General Huan, how strange. You clearly have me to protect you, yet you bring a weapon to bathe and won't even let me see it." He remained silent, watching her leave. Suddenly, Bai Qingyin turned back, a knowing smile on her face. "Oh, right." Her demeanor made him tense. He even covered himself with a towel. There's something else." Bai Qingyin continued on the topic of the weapon, her imagination running wild. "I was just thinking, General Huan, your weapon must be a magical treasure. It can probably grow and shrink, right? Otherwise, why didn't I see it when I came into the bath? You must have sensed danger and then enlarged your magical treasure." Huan looked like he desperately wanted to end this conversation. Just consider it that way." Bai Qingyin beamed. "I knew it." He looked at her seriously. "Wait, take my outer robe." Bai Qingyin obediently went to retrieve the robe. "Yes, thank you, General Huan." She winked playfully before leaving. "Well then, General Huan, please continue bathing. I'll stand guard outside. Don't worry." He waved his hand, urging her to leave quickly. "I know, just go." Bai Qingyin, full of confidence and determination, declared, "With me protecting you, General Huan, and with your magical wooden staff as a self-defense weapon, I'm sure I won't miss a thing in this wager." Huan simply sighed in resignation. Bai Qingyin continued to stare at the young man reading. By now, Huan had risen from his seat. "It's getting late. I'll retire for the night." Bai Qingyin was still enthusiastic. "Yes, General Huan, I'll take care of everything here. You can rest easy." A thought occurred to her. "But, General Huan, don't you need to take your wooden staff? Carrying it around must be tiring." He recalled her earlier words. "General Huan, why are you bringing a wooden staff for self-defense to the bath?" Huan couldn't hide his embarrassment. "Wooden staff?" Bai Qingyin stared at him, innocently asking, "General Huan, why is your face so red?" He startled, taking a step back. "It's nothing." He then turned away, his expression cold. "Bai Qingyin, you should focus on the competition." He seemed to remember something and turned back, a worried look on his face. "Oh, right. They didn't see Gue Li return today. I'm afraid they might do something. Be careful tonight." Bai Qingyin, confident as ever, affirmed, "Don't worry, General Huan. No matter how many people there are, I won't let them succeed." Almost immediately, she returned to the topic of the weapon. "But, General Huan, What about your wooden staff? At this point, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Enough! My wooden staff stays with me. Bai Qingyin, go to sleep. His attitude made her very confused. Many questions were swirling in her mind. In her past life, she didn't seem to notice that the general carried such a large, strange wooden staff. Given the chance, she definitely had to get a look at the general's treasure. Night once again enveloped the entire area. Several soldiers were observing from the rooftop. Leader, we haven't seen the strategist all day. I'm afraid he's really been captured by Bai Qingyin. A young man turned to ask the person beside him, when will we act to rescue the strategist? The man seemed lost in thought. Not yet. Wait a little longer, until Bai Qingyin lets her guard down. Then we'll strike before she can react. They immediately replied loudly, Yes, leader. This angered the man. Quiet. Are you afraid Bai Qingyin won't hear you? Realizing their mistake, they became flustered. Yes. Bai Ying continued to use her sense of smell. She arrived once again in front of Bai Qingyin's window. Bai Qingyin opened the door with a worried expression. Bai Ying spoke in a worried voice, Sister, I heard 5 people whispering on the roof outside the courtyard. The general gently patted her head and replied, I know, good girl. Watch how I catch them all in one swoop. Bai Ying roared a few times in admiration. Sister, you're so powerful. Bai Qingyin was ready to eliminate her opponents. No matter how many there are, I'll make sure they don't return. The others had also jumped down from the roof. One of the men looked in a certain direction and said, Leader, look, it's the strategist. They saw Gue Li tied up in a corner. What? The leader rushed over and shook him. Strategist, wake up. The mustache man was furious. Leader, this Bai Qingyin is truly skilled. I don't know what method she used to capture the strategist. But another young man didn't believe it, that it's just a coincidence. A weak woman like Bai Qingyin couldn't possibly accomplish anything significant. She must have used some trickery. The strategist wouldn't fall for a simple trap. Hearing the commotion, Gue Li woke up. Seeing him awake, they immediately rushed over to check on him. Strategist, you're awake. Seeing them, Gue Li felt anxious. He hadn't expected his subordinates to be so foolish as to barge in like this in the middle of the night. They were no match for Bai Qingyin. He had to warn them. The leader, completely oblivious, was still cheerful. Strategist, you see how excited we are? Don't worry, it's just Bai Qingyin. We'll definitely defeat her and rescue you. Gue Li was annoyed by their attitude. You fools, what do you understand? Quickly remove the gag from my mouth. They misinterpreted his urgency as determination that it seems the strategist can't wait any longer. Let's strike quickly and decisively. But where is Bai Qingyin? He continued, trying to communicate with his eyes. Look at my signals. A giant black cat-like shadow appeared behind them while he was still signaling. They were still completely unaware. Strategist, why are you? Suddenly, one of them was hit on the head. They all turned around in shock. What? Bai Qingyin, staff in hand, was brimming with excitement. After a long wait, the group of men could only stand there watching her. A brown-haired young man, furious, yelled, You dare to attack us by surprise? You have no martial virtue. Do you think you alone can defeat us all? Meanwhile, Gue Li was still struggling. You idiots! One of you was knocked unconscious in a single blow, and you still don't run. The remaining men and their leader stepped forward. Strategist, please calm down. We won't let Bai Qingyin get away with this. Today, we will definitely take care of her and avenge you. They immediately charged forward together. Bai Qingyin, on the opposite side, gripped her staff, ready for them. Just in time, unafraid, she rushed into their midst. Go, keep Gue Li company. Immediately afterward, a series of cries for help rang out. 5 soldiers were bruised, gagged, and tied up by Bai Qingyin. She laughed, clapping her hands. What a bountiful harvest today. I caught 5 in one go. Gue Li, sitting amongst the captured soldiers, could only think to himself, I can't believe I have such foolish subordinates. They practically offered themselves up. The next morning arrived. Soldiers stood in formation, spears in hand. One soldier spoke up, It's already the second day. How is the competition between strategist Gue and Bai Qingyin going? Do any of you know? Another soldier replied, I think I know a little. I heard that strategist Gue was captured by Bai Qingyin on the first night. Another soldier exclaimed in surprise, Really? Is Bai Qingyin that powerful? The soldiers began to argue amongst themselves that, of course, it's fake. What did you hear these rumors? A soldier with his hair tied back yelled, Our strategist Gue is very capable. Don't talk nonsense, you hear. But inwardly, he cursed, Damn it. The news of the strategist's capture has already spread. He anxiously continued to think, The squad I sent for a sneak attack yesterday is also missing. Could they have been dealt with by Bai Qingyin? Bai Qingyin and Song Huayan appeared together, eliciting gasps from many soldiers. Watching the two approach, one soldier muttered, "It's Bai Qingyin and the general. It seems Bai Qingyin is unharmed. It looks like yesterday's five-man squad has completely failed." Bai Qingyin cheerfully praised the soldiers under General Huai and truly possess a heroic air. She excitedly declared to Song Huayan, "I want to be like them someday," and follow General Huayan onto the battlefield. Song Huayan simply nodded, reminding her, "Think about how you're going to handle the next round of the competition. If you lose, don't even think about following me into battle." Hearing this, she confidently asserted, "General Huayan, how could I possibly lose?" Bai Qingyin, even more delighted, held up her hands to show Song Huayan last night. "I caught 5 more rats." General Huayan, "Weren't you surprised when you woke up this morning?" He, recalling the morning, retorted with a hint of fear. "Surprised? I was more terrified to see so many people in my room when I woke up." Bai Qingyin confidently stepped in front of Song Huayan and declared, "In short, I won't lose." She innocently took his hand and continued, "General Huayan, no matter what methods they use, I won't let them take you away from me." Song Huayan blushed slightly at her words, thinking, "What is she talking about?" Blushing, he pulled his hand back and admonished her, "I understand. But as a young woman, could you please refrain from saying such suggestive things with a straight face?" Bai Qingyin asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by suggestive?" Song Huayan sighed helplessly in response, "There's nothing on my mind. I really don't know if you're pretending not to understand or if you really don't understand." A soldier in the distance, watching the whole scene, said irritably to the person beside him, "Boss, I can't believe this Bai Qingyin even has the gall to try and seduce him." The soldier with the tied-back hair, whose face was flushed, whispered, "You can tell just by looking at her that she's a woman with big breasts and a small brain." The mustached soldier, overhearing this, angrily smacked the other man's head and scolded, "You're the one with big breasts and no brain." This Bai Qingyin is fierce, and the esteemed strategist Gui Li and the 5-man squad sent out yesterday have all disappeared. You still dare to underestimate this woman? Use your head a little. The flushed-faced soldier rubbed his head and asked, "So what should we do? We can't just not rescue the esteemed strategist, right?" The mustached soldier, a frightening look in his eyes, replied, "Don't rush. This woman is not ordinary. Let her run wild for a while." Bai Qingyin was still thumping her chest, trying to explain, "General, I'm serious. As long as I'm here, not even a fly will be able to get a word in edgewise." Suddenly, she felt her heart pounding. Something seemed wrong. Immediately afterward, she coughed up blood, causing Song Huayan to look at her in surprise. Seeing the pain on her face, he asked worriedly, "Bai Qingyin, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly vomiting blood?" She reassured him, "I'm fine, General. Don't worry about me. I just got a little too excited." She continued her awkward explanation. "I didn't control my strength and accidentally hit myself hard enough to cough up blood." Inwardly, Bai Qingyin was lamenting dramatically, "This human body is truly too weak. A little carelessness and it can't handle it. I've lost face in front of the general. Being a tiger was so much better." Song Huayan looked slightly bewildered by her explanation. "You're saying you accidentally hit yourself hard enough to vomit blood?" She rubbed her head and replied, "That's right, General. Don't worry." Suddenly, he grabbed her arm and lifted her into his arms, causing her to cry out, "General." Song Huayan said with a serious expression, "No one is foolish enough to hit themselves until they bleed." He continued, "All right, stop hiding it. It must be your old wound that hasn't healed. I'll take you to Shui Air to have a look." Hearing this, Bai Qingyin struggled and tried to explain, "No, General, I'm really fine. I really just didn't control my strength well." Song Huayan turned his head and said firmly, "Be quiet. You've already vomited blood. How can you be fine? Come with me." As the two figures walked away, the flushed-faced soldier pointed and shouted, "Boss, look, Bai Qingyin coughed up blood." The mustached soldier said, with satisfaction, "See, it seems our 2 previous raids were effective." He continued triumphantly, "Bai Qingyin is actually seriously injured. She couldn't even move and had to be carried away by the general." The flushed-faced soldier asked excitedly, "So, should we send people to raid again tonight?" The mustached soldier shook his head. He said, gravely, "The strategist and the squad were captured by Bai Qingyin last night. She must have set a trap in the general's courtyard. We can't just barge in there recklessly." The flushed-faced soldier asked, "Then what should we do next?" He speculated with a dangerous glint in his eyes. It seems she and the strategist will be returning soon. This time, we'll ambush them on the way back and catch her off guard. The flushed-faced soldier grinned and saluted, "Yes, sir." He raised his head and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that arrow to fly back so quickly." Bai Qingyin is weakened and declining. Victory will be ours. Bai Qingyin continued struggling, flailing her arms and legs. "General Huayan, I'm really all right. Look, I'm very strong." Song Huayan. He held her hand and replied, "Bai Qingyin, stop moving around." He continued in a firm voice, "Whether you're all right or not isn't for you to say. Schwerer needs to examine you first." She said anxiously, "There's no need for Schwerer to examine me, General Huayan. I'm really—" She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering something. "Wait, that's not right." Recalling the previous incident, a cunning thought crossed her mind. "Last time I was hit, I pretended to be weak, and General Huayan ate with me, stayed with me for many days, and we became much closer." Bai Qingyin's face lit up as if she had an epiphany, and her smile became mischievous. Song Huayan noticed something and asked, "Bai Qingyin, what are you thinking about?" She immediately clutched her chest dramatically. "Ouch," she cried, leaning her head against Song Huayan's shoulder. "General Huayan, my chest hurts so much." Song Huayan panicked. "Bai Qingyin, are you?" She continued her act, wiping away fake tears. "General Huayan, you were right. It must be my old wound. It hasn't healed. I don't have much time left." He tried to reassure her, "Don't say such things." Huayan found the situation strange. Although he shouldn't overthink it, Bai Qingyin's behavior felt strangely familiar. Bai Qingyin, still immersed in her performance, continued, "I've coughed up blood, General Huayan. My wound must be very serious. It's a pity I still have unfulfilled wishes. I don't know if I can fulfill them in this lifetime." He stopped walking upon hearing this. Song Huayan comforted her resolutely, "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing will happen to you. I won't let anything happen to you. As for your wishes, I will help you fulfill them no matter what. But I won't let you talk like this anymore." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. "What? You can help me fulfill my wishes?" He feigned surprise. "Why aren't you weak anymore?" She continued her act, trembling. "Ouch." Bai Qingyin trembled as she raised a finger. "My wish is very simple. I want to stay by General Huayan's side." Suddenly, in the distance, someone drew a bow towards them. Song Huayan embraced her tightly and said affectionately, "As long as you're all right, I agree." The arrow flew towards Bai Qingyin and Song Huayan. They both noticed the arrow at the same time. "What?" He protectively wrapped his arms around her and shouted, "Bai Qingyin, be careful." She angrily shouted, "Which insignificant scoundrel is this?" Bai Qingyin kicked her leg upwards, splitting the arrow in two. "How dare you ambush your Lord Tiger?" Song Huayan, stunned, pointed at her. Bai Qingyin continued her tirade. "How dare you bring out such a toy? Why don't you come out here and face me?" Song Huayan called her name in a low voice, Bai Qingyin. She raised her hand in front of him dramatically. "Don't be afraid, General Huayan. Hide behind me. I won't let anything happen to you." He questioned her with a frightening intensity that startled her. "Bai Qingyin, were you pretending just now?" He thought to himself, seeing Bai Qingyin so energetic and agile. She really doesn't seem injured. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers. She stammered, fear gripping her heart. "I'm busted." Then he was exposed, and that guy blocked the road. Bai Qingyin and Song Huayan acted tough and spoke loudly. Bai Qingyin said, "Twice before, you were lucky enough to capture my strategist and junior disciple. He's relying on his numbers." She declared imposingly, "Today, you will definitely lose." I was determined not to let him finish his sentence. Qingyin cut him off, leaving him dumbfounded. Suddenly, Qingyin turned around, putting on a pitiful and frail expression, and said to Huayan, "General, my chest really hurts. You saw me cough up blood just now." Seeing Qingyin like this, he was furious. He gritted his teeth. "By Qingyin, you..." But before he could finish, Qingyin turned back and snapped, "Are you annoying or what? Can't you see I'm talking to the general?" Qingyin's reaction made the guy so angry he trembled and stammered, unable to speak. The man beside him advised, "Boss, Bai Qingyin really is talking to the general. How about we fight her later?" Hearing this, his eyes blazed with fury. He punched the man beside him twice and roared, "Fight later, my foot. We're in a sneak attack competition. You think we're playing some kind of turn-based game? Do you want to go over there, bow to the general, and then compete?" The man who was punched remained cheerful and foolishly scratched his head, laughing, "Boss, I didn't know you had such a rich vocabulary." Hearing this, he yelled, shut up, and punched the guy, sending him flying onto the roof. Finished with that, he turned back to Bai Qingyin, filled with rage. You dare look down on us like this? Today I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Bai Qingyin replied disdainfully. You and your small fry dare to challenge me? She impatiently beckoned them forward. If that's the case, I'll make this quick. I'll finish you all off and then explain to the general. Come on. He sneered. You think you're so great? There's so many of us. You can't possibly quickly. The last word didn't leave his mouth before Bai Qingyin's fist came hurtling towards him. And as he finally uttered the last word, the punch landed squarely in his face, causing him to spit out syrup. Seeing him knocked flat with a single blow, the men who followed him cried out in shock. Boss! Qingyin rubbed her hand and lightly reminded them, why so much talking during a fight? Don't you know villains die from talking too much? He lay on the ground, trembling, and pointed at Qingyin's face. You're despicable. Then he hastily ordered his underlings. Quick, shoot her with arrows. Only then did the idiots snap out of it. They shouted in unison, yes, and drew their bows, aiming at Bai Qingyin. Seeing the situation turn dire, Huan reached out and said, Bai Qingyin. But Qingyin wasn't afraid. Instead, she instructed, General, please stand back a bit. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. He cautioned. They came prepared. Be careful. He was worried. Although Bai Qingyin had pretended to be weak earlier, she had coughed up blood. If the situation worsened, he couldn't let her get hurt further. By now, the man from line 8279 had gotten up. He clutched his swollen cheek, where a tooth had been knocked out, and roared, shoot. Shoot her now. Instantly, arrows whizzed through the air. Bai Qingyin didn't even blink. She calmly faced the incoming barrage. Meanwhile, inside a room, strange but meaningful sounds echoed. Hurry, gently, look inside. Two blurry figures could be seen, with their faces pressed close together. But it wasn't a scene of lovers' intimacy. Instead, it was two men tied up in a strange position. It turned out Gue Li was tied up with one of his underlings. Gagged, he could only angrily gesture in frustration. He seethed inwardly. If it weren't for Bai Qingyin, he wouldn't be in this predicament, forced to rely on another man to untie him. He would remember this grudge. His underling diligently worked at the knots, gesturing back. Strategist, please don't move. I'm almost done. But Gue Li, losing patience, said, let's try something else. This is taking too long. I can't stand it anymore. Just as he thought that, the gag was removed. Surprised, Gue Li hadn't even collected himself when their lips touched, leaving both men stunned. Gue Li thought incredulously, what the? In an instant, they pulled apart. Gue Li spat angrily and yelled, what are you doing? His underling, frightened, quickly explained, I apologize, strategist. I was too focused and couldn't stop in time. He leaned closer and said, you're still tied up. Let me untie you. Gue Li ordered him to hurry. Gue Li turned to look at his unconscious and bound underlings and sighed in relief. Thankfully, no one else saw that. I'll definitely get Bai Qingyin back for this. Meanwhile, his underling continued diligently working at his bonds with his teeth, oblivious to Gue Li's thoughts. Finally, the ropes were undone. Gue Li stretched, relieved, finally free. Bai Qingyin could return at any moment. Just in case, I'll leave first and then bring people back to rescue you all. His underling responded joyfully, yes, strategist. Please be careful. Gue Li jumped up and reached for the window, planning his escape. Looking outside, he grinned. Bai Qingyin isn't here. Let's see who can stop me. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes met Bai Hu's. Seeing his attempt to escape, Bai Hu roared fiercely, terrifying Gue Li. Panicked, he thought, damn it, isn't Bai Hu in the back courtyard? Why is he guarding here? Looking at Bai Hu's ferocious face, he tried to reassure himself. Bai Hu and I have no quarrel. He probably won't bother with me. With that, Gue Li carefully climbed out the window, tiptoeing around Bai Hu. But contrary to his expectations, Bai Hu immediately pounced, biting him on the backside. Gue Li screamed in pain, ouch. My ass. His face contorted in pain, tears streaming down his face. But remembering his manhood, Gue Li pulled himself together, punching the tiger angrily. You damn beast. Get off me. Bai Hu, with a piece of cloth from Gue Li's backside in its mouth, seemed satisfied. It simply let out a soft growl and did nothing more. Gue Li, clutching his backside, jumped onto the roof, continuing to curse Bai Hu, damn beast. Just you wait. This isn't over. He was so furious he nearly cried, roaring fiercely, sooner or later, I will kill you, and Bai Qingyin. He returned to Bai Qingyin's group in the courtyard where, just moments ago, there were now shrieks of pain. Oof. Ow. Mother. Bai Qingyin, hands on her hips, angrily snorted. She was standing on a badly beaten subordinate. The remaining men scoffed. Just relying on these small fries, you dare to try and take the general from me? Song Hwaiyan, watching Qingyin from behind, wore a contemplative expression. He thought to himself, Bai Qingyin's martial arts skills are quite extraordinary. As the young mistress of the Chongling Manor, how did she manage to cultivate such skills? A complex, unspoken expression flickered across his face. While Huan was lost in thought, Qingyin had somehow appeared before him. She smiled brightly and asked, General, what are you looking at? Huan snapped back to reality and evasively replied, nothing. Then he asked a question that left Qingyin speechless. I was just wondering where you learned to act so weak and sickly. Qingyin, regaining her composure, feigned bringing a hand to her chest. Oh, General, I wasn't pretending to be weak. Just now, my chest really hurt. Ouch. She dramatically leaned against his chest and weakly said, I just had a brief moment of recovery, but now I'm not feeling well again. Slightly annoyed, Song Huan pushed her away and said coldly, Bai Qingyin, do you think I'm a fool? Before he could continue, he heard the roar of Bai Hu. They turned to see Bai Hu gnawing on a piece of cloth. Walking closer, both of them wondered Bai Hu. Qingyin, seeing Bai Hu, wondered aloud, why is Bai Hu here? Wasn't he supposed to be watching Gue Li for me? She rushed towards Bai Hu, but not before addressing Huan. General, please wait a moment. I'll explain to you later. I'll perform. No, I'll explain. Huan placed a hand on his forehead, thinking exasperatedly. This Bai Qingyin is so dense, and her acting is terrible. Recalling his previous suspicions, he remembered saying, Chongling Manor, you are the Emperor's loyal dogs, and the Emperor has wanted me dead for quite some time. He chuckled to himself. Why did I ever suspect her of being a spy? Then, Huan noticed Qingyin, looking surprised as she asked Bai Hu, what did you say? He approached and asked Bai Qingyin, what's wrong? Hearing this, Qingyin quickly replied, General, Xiao, Bai said Gue Li has escaped. He only managed to bite his backside. Look, she held up the piece of cloth from Gue Li's pants. Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Hu spoke. Finding it hard to believe, he chuckled awkwardly. Bai Qingyin, how can you understand a tiger? You're not teasing me again, are you? Not knowing how to explain, Qingyin simply grabbed his hand and pulled him along. As they ran, she said, General, don't worry about this now. Come with me and see. Rushing to the room where the men were held, Qingyin threw open the door with a bang. Looking around, Gue Li was indeed gone. Song Huan thought in astonishment, Gue Li really isn't here. His eyes widened in disbelief as he speculated. Could Bai Hu really have told Bai Qingyin? How is that possible? How can a human and a tiger communicate? This is unreal. Just then, the bound subordinate shouted, Bai Qingyin, you didn't expect this, did you? He spoke arrogantly and triumphantly. With my help, strategist Gue Li has successfully escaped. Just you wait. With strategist Gue Li here, you're sure to lose this competition. Bai Qingyin flew into a rage and interrogated him. So, Gue Li escaped with your help. The guard, trembling under her questioning, replied, Whoa, what do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by the tyrant. And you think you're so clever, don't you? She yelled. The guard could only cry out to heaven for help. Bai Qingyin showed no mercy, beating him black and blue. And you say he escaped with your help? I'll beat you to death. Unable to bear the beating any longer, he begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. After she saw that he was completely deflated, she walked away. Idiot, and you dared to gloat in front of me. I've never met anyone who asked for a beating like you. Bai Qingyin didn't forget to threaten him with a cold glare. Feel better now? Fuming, she ran outside and declared, General, I'm going to capture Gue Li. However, Song Huan advised her against it. Take the loss this time. Gue Li won't be so easily captured again. I suspect he's already fully prepared. You won't gain anything by going after him. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin reluctantly obeyed. Yes, sir. She didn't forget to curse Gue Li under her breath. That Gue Li is truly cunning. I couldn't even tie him up. Seeing this, Song Huan comforted her, saying, Gue Li is, after all, a vice general I personally promoted. He wouldn't be in that position without some skill. If he were truly that easy for you to capture, I'd have to question my own judgment. Suddenly, he realized something was strange. Song Huan expressed his desire to speak with her privately. Speaking of which, Bai Qingyin, follow me inside. I have something to ask you. Bai Qingyin was a little confused, but agreed. All right. She quietly followed Song Huan into the room, even carefully closing the door behind them. Only then did she shyly ask him, General, What did you want to ask me? Song Huayan, after confirming no one else could hear, said Bai Qingyin. He voiced his doubts that I heard you say. How could you know that Gui Li escaped through Bai Hu? Bai Qingyin replied casually, General, little Bai told me. But the more she spoke, the more puzzled he became. Bai Qingyin, how can you understand a tiger? I'm asking you seriously. Don't lie to me. Seeing his disbelief, she firmly asserted, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. Bai Qingyin revealed her true identity once more. I am Bai Hu. Of course, I can understand little Bai. Stunned, Song Huayan asked, you say you're what? Bai Hu. She then reminded him of everything. General, the first time we met, I told you I was Bai Ying, but you never believed me. Following her words, Song Huayan recalled something similar happening before. Asterisk, General, it's me, Bai Ying. I have something very important to tell you. I want to tell you I really am Bai Ying. I can prove it. Bai Ying will always be loyal to the general. Asterisk, the memory flashed through his mind, making him remember. Come to think of it, when they first met, Bai Qingyin had indeed called herself Bai Ying. But even now, Song Huayan still refused to believe it. Bai Qingyin, there are no such things as ghosts and gods, and a tiger transforming into a human is even harder to believe. He continued to question her. How do you expect me to believe you? Hearing this, Bai Qingyin wanted to explain herself further, but Suddenly, Huayan interrupted her. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. He was still convinced she was lying to him, and no need to find such an absurd excuse to deceive me. Get out. I'm going to rest. Bai Qingyin felt more heartbroken than ever. She shouted, General. Her sudden action startled him. Unable to react in time, Bai Qingyin pinned him down, preventing his escape. She insisted Bai Hu would never lie to you. But the current situation was somewhat embarrassing for him. Bai Qingyin, get up first. Bai Qingyin couldn't accept that he didn't believe her. She said, General, I know you don't believe me, so I won't mention being Bai Hu again. But then, she declared firmly, I really didn't lie to you. This isn't some absurd story. Her determined demeanor left him speechless. She moved closer, urging him to look at her carefully. General, look closely at me. You raised me from when I was little. Do you really not feel any familiarity with me? After observing her for a moment, Song Huayan did recognize something. Bai Qingyin, what's going on? These eyes, they feel so familiar. Seeing a glimmer of progress, Qingyin said happily, General, he unexpectedly turned out to be stubborn. Enough, Bai Qingyin. I don't want to continue this bizarre and absurd topic with you. Go out, Song Huayan insisted, still refusing to admit anything. Asterisk, I must be crazy. How could I actually think for a moment that Bai Qingyin resembles Bai Hu? Asterisk Qingyin, seeing his continued disbelief, refused to leave. No, I'm not going out. I have to prove myself. Qingyin suddenly grabbed Song Huayan's hand and placed it directly on her chest, flustering him. What? Song Huayan, experiencing this for the first time, stammered, Be Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Qingyin hoped this gesture would jog his memory. That I'm letting you touch me, General. It's a pity I've lost my tail, but you used to groom me like this. Touch me. Doesn't it feel familiar? This situation was incredibly awkward for him. Bai Qingyin, you're a respectable lady. How can you let another man touch you like this? But Bai Qingyin replied, General, you're not just any other man. She nuzzled against his neck, just like she used to. I used to be so close to you, General. You would scratch me, pet me, and groom me. But for Song Huayan, it was different. He couldn't handle this level of stimulation. Asterisk Bai Qingyin, wait, I shouldn't have brought this up. I never expected her to be like this. Asterisk. He was completely frozen by her next, even bolder action. Asterisk what? Bai Qingyin is kissing. Kissing me? Asterisk. Seeing him stunned, Bai Qingyin asked, General, why aren't you saying anything? Did you remember something? His silence only encouraged her. I knew you wouldn't forget me, General. After all, no other tiger was as close to you as I was. Suddenly, she felt something strange. Having just questioned the general, she moved closer to examine him. There seemed to be something on him, but Song Huayan abruptly pushed her away. Annoyed, he stood up and scolded Bai Qingyin. What are you doing? Qingyin, bewildered and clueless, asked, I haven't done anything, General. She even repeated herself, fearing he hadn't heard clearly. I haven't done anything, General. Song Huayan, worried that this tiger would continue to cause trouble, preemptively said, Don't come any closer. Didn't you say your chest hurt earlier? I'll go find Shui Er to examine you. He carefully instructed her to wait obediently and not follow him. Due to the intense stimulation just moments ago, his uncle Peter had awakened and wanted to revolt. He hadn't expected this to happen in front of Bai Qingyin, Only Bai Qingyin remained innocent, not understanding where she had gone wrong. Why is this happening? It seems the general still doesn't remember. Could becoming human cause such a big difference? Song Huai and could only vent his frustration on the door. The poor guards she had grabbed outside were frightened by what they heard. What's going on? What happened? They looked at Song Huai's slightly flushed face, suspecting, is the general? These guards concocted a whole array of scenarios in their minds that I'm not seeing things. The general's clothes are disheveled, and his face is red. Oh my God, could it be that General Huaiyan was molested by Bai Qingyin? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gue Li was meeting with his soldiers. His soldiers lined up to report. Seeing him arrive, they immediately saluted Strategist Gue. Gue Li addressed them. Tomorrow is the final competition. Bai Qingyin is bound to lose. One of the guards asked for his guidance. Yes, strategist, what should we do? Gue Li first inquired about the state of their troops. How many men do we have left? The soldier replied, Strategist, we have more than 20 men who can participate in the battle. This number seemed sufficient to him. Bai Qingyin's martial prowess is not to be underestimated. All right, tomorrow at the training grounds, we'll directly confront Bai Qingyin. I will hold her back, and the rest of you will attack the general. However, the soldier hesitantly asked, so many of us attacking the general. Won't that make others think we're ganging up on him? To Gue Li, nothing was impossible. He said, so what if there are many of us? Would anyone care about that on the battlefield? We only need to know that breaking through Bai Qingyin's defenses to touch the general means we win. Don't worry about anything else. Understood. The soldiers immediately obeyed. Understood. After the other soldiers left, Gue Li quietly called for Wang Yong. Wang Yong immediately stepped forward and saluted, Sir. Gue Li cautioned him, tomorrow is a good opportunity. Be careful. He didn't even bother hiding his close relationship with Wang Yong. He revealed his treacherous plan. I want you to attack Song Huaiyan along with the other soldiers. Song Huaiyan knows this is a competition and won't be overly cautious. You'll have a great chance to actually kill him. Wang Yong immediately understood and replied, Master, I understand. He was even determined to execute the plan flawlessly, as long as Song Huaiyan is eliminated. Master's great undertaking will succeed. Gue Li carefully laid out an escape plan for him. If you fail, pretend to accidentally stab him. Don't lose your life over this. Think carefully about your own interests. If the assassination fails and Wang Yong is caught, it's very likely they'll trace it back to us. We must devise an escape route for Wang Yong. Wang Yong lived up to his expectations. Don't worry, Master. I've followed you for a long time. You haven't abandoned me. I'm prepared to sacrifice myself on this mission. Gue Li feigned distress and said, but Wang Yong didn't want to hear any more. Master, you don't need to say anything more. I'll go now. Hearing Wang Yong's words, Gue Li became even more pleased, better than Bai Qingyin. Compared to my years of ambition and desire, he didn't care about Wang Yong's life in the slightest. What does your little competition matter? What does Wang Yong's life matter? Even if we lose, if we can kill Song Huaiyan, it's completely worth it. Huaiyan felt increasingly troubled. How did I raise a girl like Bai Qingyin? His mind was filled with images from last night. He hadn't expected her to be so unconcerned about the differences between men and women. Yet, there was only one thing Bai Hu, that is Qingyin, that he couldn't accept. But what exactly is her relationship with Bai Hu? Huaiyan couldn't convince himself. Bai Hu transformed into a human? How is that possible? Just then, Bai Qingyin chased after him, calling out, General, why didn't you wait for me to go to the training grounds? As soon as he saw her arrive, he recognized Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin anxiously approached him and said, General, I told you I have to stay close and protect you. She cared for him like a 3-year-old, then thoughtfully asked, why did you run out here alone? What if something happened? Huaiyan, embarrassed, replied, all right. Aren't you following me now? Suddenly, Qingyin noticed his expression and asked, General, your face is very red. She immediately realized why he was blushing. Is it because of what happened last night? Speaking of which, you didn't come back last night. But the more she went on, the more embarrassed he became. Stop touching me. Just then, Gue Li's men arrived. As soon as Bai Qingyin saw him, she said, Gue Li, you dare to appear before me again. Bai Qingyin didn't forget to taunt him a little. Seems like being bitten by Xiao by last night hasn't taught you a lesson. Gue Li was furious, but couldn't argue. He forced himself to swallow his anger and said to Bai Qingyin, I don't want to waste words with you. 3 days of competition. Today is the last day. I've decided to have a direct duel with you in the arena. Do you dare accept? Bai Qingyin immediately accepted. Fight then. I'm not afraid of a villain like you. Seeing her eagerness, Huaiyan stopped her. but she paid no attention and said disdainfully, "General, don't worry. Useless things like him." She looked at him confidently and said, "I can take on 8 of him." Gueli didn't know where she got her confidence. Such big talk. Seeing her like this, Huayan relented. "Fine, I won't stop you." He didn't forget to set a condition for both sides. But a competition is a competition. You are not allowed to use real weapons to injure each other. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Understand? Hearing him speak, Gueli had to comply. "Yes, General." He seemed to see right through him, the intent behind his words. The general is truly biased. "I'm not saying this because I'm afraid Bai Qingyin will get hurt. But it doesn't matter. My true purpose isn't this competition anyway." Your suspicion is spot on. Gueli has always been full of schemes. Would he really choose such a mundane, direct confrontation with Bai Qingyin? Seeing his prey fall into the trap, Gueli smiled smugly. He didn't say much, immediately rushing forward and telling Bai Qingyin, "Stop wasting your breath. Let's just fight." Bai Qingyin didn't want to waste words either. She charged forward, saying, "Perfect timing. Let's see if I don't beat you to a pulp." The two of them lunged at each other. Seeing her approach, Gueli said, "Did you really think I wanted a one-on-one fight with you?" By the time Bai Qingyin realized what was happening, it was too late. "What?" Gueli suddenly stopped and ordered his soldiers, "Go. Attack the general." The soldiers, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, the leader charged forward aggressively. "General, this is a duel. You're not allowed to fight back." Bai Qingyin knew she had been tricked, but it was too late to react. And oh, I can't believe I fell for their empty fort strategy. Without a second thought, she ran straight towards them, shouting, "Don't you dare touch the general." Not even Gueli could stop her. What? Bai Qingyin is too fast. With just a few moves, Bai Qingyin defeated the soldiers surrounding Huainan, sending them sprawling and wailing. Help! More than 10 soldiers lay defeated on the ground, groaning incessantly. Ouch! Standing protectively in front of Huainan, Qingyin warned them, "How dare you attack the general in front of me? You've got some nerve." Huainan finally regained his composure. Seeing his momentary daze, a worried Bai Qingyin asked, "General, are you all right? Did those men touch you?" Touched by her actions, Huainan said, "No, you arrived just in time." He suddenly became shy, thinking being protected by Bai Qingyin doesn't feel so bad. Hearing this, Qingyin was relieved that that's good. She then turned to berate Gueli. "Gueli, you despicable villain. You tricked me into a duel, only to use the empty fort strategy against me." However, Gueli was adept at twisting the truth. How is that despicable? The empty fort strategy is a common tactic in warfare. Those soldiers were no match for Bai Qingyin, but thankfully, I have backup. Hearing this, Huainan immediately realized his scheme. Gueli's plan is clearly more complex than it seems. Even Bai Qingyin was furious. Despicable. Only Huainan, who had been observing the entire time, noticed something unusual. Gueli's expression didn't show any anger, despite his plan being so easily foiled by Bai Qingyin. His objective is likely more than just this. Bai Qingyin continued to angrily berate him. "You only resort to sneaky tricks. You even dared to use the empty fort strategy against me." Infuriated, she channeled her energy, ready to attack him. "Today, I'll show you what playing with fire means." Yet, Gueli remained unafraid, retorting, "Bai Qingyin, who will die first is still uncertain." However, under her pressure, he couldn't do anything. Gueli finally realized a painful truth. Bai Qingyin's strength is overwhelming. "I'm actually a bit weaker than her." He immediately looked back to assess the situation. Fortunately, he only needed to keep Bai Qingyin occupied for a little longer. As long as the other person found an opportunity to strike, it would be done. The soldiers she had just taken down were still groaning. Bai Qingyin's attacks were too strong. They sat there lamenting to each other, "I don't have any strength left." Just then, they saw Wang Yong stand up. "Look, that kid Wang Yong is still struggling." Wang Yong, determined, forced himself to his feet. Bai Qingyin was being held back by her opponent, and Song Huaiyan wasn't paying attention to him. He carried a murderous intent as he slowly walked towards Song Huaiyan. Now is the best opportunity to strike. Huaiyan's warning radar went off intensely. He immediately realized someone was approaching. Wang Yong rushed forward, shouting, "General!" During the sparring, Huaiyan couldn't fight back. He looked at the eyes of the man in front of him suspiciously. That's not right. This isn't the right person. Even Bai Qingyin sensed the murderous aura. Gueli feigned surprise and shouted a warning. "This person is dangerous." "General, Be careful. But just a second later, he revealed his true colors. Bai Qingyin is occupied by me. It's too late for her to get over there now. This time, Wang Yang's assassination will definitely succeed. Bai Qingyin, looking at Gue Li's hateful smile, thought to herself, this assassin was definitely arranged by Gue Li. But it's too late for me to get there now. Throw him over there, she shouted, ordering him. Gue Li, quickly go and save the general. Gue Li was taken aback by her words. Bai Qingyin didn't let him remain surprised for long. She ran over and grabbed his ankle. Then, with all her might, she pulled him up. Damn it. Next, she threw Gue Li forcefully towards Huayan. What's going on? Wang Yong was charging forward when suddenly something blocked his path. Huayan also had to deal with the situation in front of him. Gue Li's sudden appearance caught Wang Yong off guard. What the knife in Wang Yong's hand plunged downwards. Gue Li took the blow for Huayan, crying out in pain. Huayan, seeing this brave act, wondered Gue Li. Wang Yong, trembling, asked, Sir, why did you suddenly jump in front and take the hit? This wasn't part of the plan. At this point, Gue Li had to commit to the act. He decided to play the role of the good guy. How dare you try to sneak attack the general? You deserve to die. I didn't expect that Bai Qingyin would throw me over here. The assassination had failed. Wang Yong definitely wouldn't escape. I can't let him expose me. Wang Yong was thus eliminated by his own master without a second thought. Sir, in the end, Wang Yong couldn't utter another word. Gue Li took all the blame. This subordinate failed to protect you, General. I beg for your punishment. Huayan looked at him coldly and said, I'm not injured. Suddenly, he spoke again. But Gue Li, this man was Wang Yong, your subordinate, wasn't he? Gue Li had no choice but to admit, yes. I never expected him to commit such a treasonous act. Suddenly, Song Huayan stepped closer to him and asked, Gue Li. His abrupt question rendered Gue Li speechless that we always capture assassins alive. Wang Yong was still useful. You could have captured him. Why were you so quick to silence him? Clutching his injured shoulder, Gue Li dejectedly reported, General, one of my subordinates just suffered an attack from assassins. He was quite agitated and stressed. Song Huayan eyed him suspiciously. Is that truly the only reason? Gue Li stammered nervously. Well, yes. He then adopted an air of earnest cunning. General, my subordinate, wanted to use a diversionary tactic to ensure victory. But unexpectedly, some audacious villains dared to exploit the sparring match between myself and Bai Qingyin to assassinate you amidst the crowd. He continued, feigning tears. General, I have served you countless times through battles big and small. My loyalty is absolute, but this matter is indeed my fault. I beg your forgiveness. Inwardly, panic seized him. I must stay calm. I've already taken care of Wang Yong and everyone involved. They'll never trace it back to me. Song Huayan uttered non-committally such loyalty. Just then, Bai Qingyin cheerfully approached. General, her eyes sparkling with concern, she asked, I couldn't get here in time. I had to deal with some urgent matters. General, are you all right? He responded gently, I'm fine. Don't worry. Bai Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She then turned to Gue Li, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Gue Li, don't tell me you actually used your flesh as a shield. Did it even work? Gue Li's face paled. Save the general. I would gladly offer my body as a sword. I would not hesitate to die. His hands clenched, seething with rage. Damn it. If it weren't for Bai Qingyin, my plan would have succeeded. But luckily, I have a backup plan. At that moment, Song Huayan barked, someone search Wang Yong. See if he has anything on him to identify him. His subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. As they searched the corpse, Gue Li watched, supremely confident. My second plan is already in motion. When a soldier pulled up the dead man's shirt, he exclaimed in shock, This is... The soldier hastily reported, General, there's a tattoo. Song Huayan stared at the tattoo for a long moment. Then his eyes narrowed. This is the mark of a death sworn of the Chongling Marquis' estate. Gue Li feigned shock, crying out, General, that tattoo is the symbol of the Chongling Marquis' estate. This man was an assassin sent by the Marquis. Panic rippled through the ranks. How? Is this possible? How dare the Chongling Marquis send assassins to kill our general? Another man added suspiciously, Come to think of it, Bai Qingyin is also from the Chongling Marquis' estate. Someone else jumped to a conclusion. Could this assassin be connected to Bai Qingyin? Bai Qingyin, enraged, whirled around at you're slandering us. He and I have no connection. She then tugged at the general's sleeve, whispering urgently, General. Others also called out to him. Gue Li immediately dropped to his knees. This assassin was from the Chongling Marquis estate, and Bai Qingyin is the Marquis' daughter. It's hard to believe there's no connection. Perhaps she planted this assassin among your confidants, plotting to harm you, General. Bai Qingyin, speechless, could only desperately defend herself. I would never harm the general. Immediately after, she heatedly exposed him. Clearly you are the traitor. This man was also arranged by you to harm the general. Guili calmly replied to Bai Qingyin, you keep saying I'm the traitor. Do you have any proof? Then he loudly pointed at the assassin. Accuse him. The assassin who attacked the general is from the Chongling Marquis estate. She was momentarily speechless, stammering a feeling of helplessness flooded her. This Gui Li was truly cunning by nature. Based on her intuition, this assassin was connected to Gui Li, but she had no proof. It was infuriating. Gui Li immediately seized the opportunity to turn around and accuse the general's subordinates. Your subordinates are disloyal to you. On the contrary, this competition was proposed by Bai Qingyin. The assassin is from her family's estate. No matter what, the suspicion cannot be cleared. Therefore, for your safety, Bai Qingyin absolutely cannot be your guard. Gui Li then made another suggestion that I suggest removing Bai Qingyin from the military camp. I hope the general will see reason. He thought to himself, as long as Bai Qingyin leaves Song Huayan, all my plans will proceed smoothly. Bai Qingyin, agitated, immediately retorted, you hateful man. This assassin is clearly connected to you. How dare you try to shift the blame onto me? I'll beat you to death. But just then, the general grabbed her hand. Then, Song Huayan, with a helpless expression, shouted enough. She was instantly frightened. General. Then, with a face as cold as ice, Song Huayan bellowed across the camp. There could be a traitor among us. Do you really think my military camp is a place for freeloading? He immediately ordered his subordinates. Someone investigate Wang Yang's background in the camp, who he's met since joining the army, what he's encountered. Everything must be reported to me. The subordinates below responded in unison, yes, General. He carefully added another instruction. Remember, the Chongling Marquis estate's tattoo can be forged, but the person absolutely cannot be faked. He also clearly reminded them, don't jump to conclusions about anything. Immediately after, he turned to Gui Li, especially you, Gui Li. Wang Yong is, after all, your confidant. He continued, his eyes probing. Although I trust you, it doesn't mean I don't suspect you. Nor does it mean you can drag others down with you. Hearing this, Gui Li's face darkened. He replied, General, I understand. Song Huayan didn't press him further. All right, go and recover from your injuries. Gui Li obeyed, replying, yes, General. Turning back, he coldly ordered Bai Qingyin, follow me. Seeing his demeanor, she briefly thought, is the general this serious because he doesn't trust me? Getting up, Gui Li now knew that the Chongling Marquis estate's tattoo was indeed not drawn incorrectly. Song Huayan had recognized it at a glance. Of course, it was he who had forged it. He was now extremely pleased, thinking, it seems the assassination, although a failure, has planted some suspicion in Song Huayan's mind thanks to this tattoo. Thinking this, he continued to scheme. Asterisk, the Wang Yong pawn wasn't a complete loss. I didn't take that knife wound for nothing. Asterisk. Upon returning to the room, Bai Qingyin hurriedly asked, General, I truly have no connection to the assassin from the Chongling Marquis estate. Close to tears, she continued, I didn't arrange it. Please believe me. Unexpectedly, the general turned and cornered her. He asked, his eyes filled with tenderness, are you foolish, Bai Qingyin? At this moment, she couldn't hold back her sobs. General, you really don't believe me, and you scolded me so coldly. He responded helplessly, I do not believe you. Looking at her crying, he gently pinched her cheek and said, if I truly suspected you, I would have directly sent someone to bring you to the prison for a strict interrogation, not to the study. Bai Qingyin stammered, then why were you so cold to me just now? Song Huayan said seriously, the mastermind behind this hasn't been revealed yet. I intentionally showed a suspicious attitude towards you just now. This might make the mastermind lower their guard, making them mistakenly believe that I truly think these are assassins from the Chongling Marquis residence. Bai Qingyin asked back in a daze, so they aren't assassins from the Chongling Marquis residence. Turning to walk away, he explained, I've killed quite a few assassins from the Chongling Marquis residence. Wang Yong's style doesn't match theirs. However, the general continued analytically, my military camp is heavily guarded. If assassins from the Chongling Marquis residence could really send people here without being detected, that would be underestimating me, Song Huayan. Bai Qingyin then smiled happily and said, Don't act like I don't understand. As long as you don't suspect me, I'm relieved. She then moved closer and said softly, General, I definitely wouldn't do anything to harm you. I'll live for you and die for you. He frowned slightly, displeased. What do you mean die? Song Hwaiyan said sincerely, don't talk nonsense. But she replied naively, I'm serious. I'm willing to live and die for you, General. Even dying on the battlefield, I wouldn't be afraid. Looking at her naive manner, he thought to himself, why does Bai Qingyin acting like this feel so familiar? Like by who? He reached out and gently said to her, Bai Qingyin, from now on, you don't need to panic because of my attitude. I've already said I don't suspect you anymore. Being stroked on the face, she was momentarily speechless. Bai Qingyin moved closer, touched, and softly called out, General. Song Hwaiyan then continued in a most caring tone, the times you risked your life to protect me, even saving me in the harsh snow. Without you, I, Song Hwaiyan, would probably be dead already. So, no matter what you do, I will believe you. Saying this, he gently patted his precious one's head. Bai Qingyin immediately jumped into his arms and said, That's great. Thank you, General. She moved her face close to his, blushing slightly, and whispered, Your words are so touching. I want to be closer to you, General Song Hwaiyan. He suddenly pushed Bai Qingyin away in alarm. Don't get handsy. She replied with an innocent look. I'm not getting handsy. I'm just getting mouthy. His face flushed crimson. Getting mouthy is even worse. After a moment of composing himself, he said to her in his most serious tone, Have you forgotten what I told you? Men and women are different. You can't be so casual. Bai Qingyin replied sadly, Humans sure have a lot of rules. Even expressing closeness is divided by gender. How troublesome. Song Hwaiyan asked in surprise, What nonsense are you talking about? A suspicion arose in her mind. Bai Qingyin's way of speaking was a bit odd, but she seemed to truly believe she was a tiger. Then she stepped forward and softly asked, General, what are you thinking about? His train of thought interrupted. He hastily replied, Nothing. I was just thinking about the assassins. A strong hand slammed down on the table. Bai Qingyin stated firmly, General, there's no need to think about it. It must be related to Gue Li. He calmly replied, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. He then turned to Bai Qingyin and cautioned, Also, Bai Qingyin, you have no proof. Speaking carelessly outside could easily lead to trouble for you from those who are jealous. Bai Qingyin pouted, I'm not afraid. Gue Li is no match for me. Song Hwaiyan took her hand. His face softened as he said, I would worry about you. In a quiet space, the two gazed at each other intently. Comforted, Bai Qingyin brightened. All right for you, General, I won't mention it again. Inwardly, she was elated. As long as the General believes me, I have nothing to fear. Moreover, with the General on the case, the truth will surely be revealed. Song Hwaiyan smiled with satisfaction that you're quite the flatterer. But I suppose it's fine. Bai Qingyin, misunderstanding his idiom, retorted, I'm a tiger. Why would I be afraid of a horse's rump? I simply trust the General. You are wise and powerful. You will certainly find the truth. My responsibility is to protect you. Song Hwaiyan nodded. You should focus on protecting yourself. Don't get injured again and worry me. Bai Qingyin thumped her chest and laughed heartily. Were a few injuries to me. With a proud expression, she declared, Protecting the General is my lifelong duty. Even in death, I will not abandon you. Looking at Song Hwaiyan's expression, she wondered, why does he suddenly look so angry? Song Hwaiyan frowned. Being a ghost shouldn't be necessary. Just stay alive and well. Bai Qingyin suddenly touched Song Hwaiyan's shoulder. Then, sitting down, she proclaimed, Whether I'm human, ghost, or tiger, I will protect the General. Song Hwaiyan was speechless. Honestly, she's... He then pulled her into an embrace. Her simple, adorable devotion was truly touching. Suddenly, the door opened. Qin Tujit entered, announcing, General, I have an urgent matter to report. The three of them froze, looking at Qin Tujit. Qin Tujit quickly backed towards the door. I apologize for interrupting, General. I'll come back later. Song Hwaiyan jumped up and ordered, Stop right there. He tried to explain, Don't misunderstand. Bai Qingyin and I weren't doing anything. Inwardly, he panicked. Damn it, why do I always feel the urge to be close to her when we're alone? Could I be infected by her strangeness? Qin Tujit forced a smile. Did I ask that so? Well, General, you're a man in his prime, and with a beauty in your arms. I can understand if you have certain needs. Bai Qingyin asked innocently, Needs? What needs? She then turned to Song Hwaiyan. General, what needs do you have? Can I help you with them? Song Huaiyan coughed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Enough, he said, changing the subject to Qin Tujiet. Didn't you have something urgent to report? What is it? Qin Tujiet calmly reported. General, someone from the Imperial Palace has arrived, saying the Emperor has an urgent decree and invites you to return to the capital. He presented the decree he was holding. This is the Emperor's decree. Bai Qingyin fell into thought, frowning as she recalled something. A decree. It seems like something similar happened in my past life, a summons to the capital. But the general didn't go. He only sent Qin Tujiet back to deal with the Emperor. She remembered a crucial detail. Qin Tujiet is the general's confidant, the most cunning strategist in the army. If he's not here, Gui Li will be even more unrestrained in betraying the general. She made up her mind, and this time, I absolutely cannot let Qin Tujiet return. Song Huaiyan looked over the decree, hesitant. The last battle at the border, the enemy is still lurking like a tiger. If I return to the capital immediately, I'm afraid things won't be peaceful here. Qin Tujiet said worriedly, General, the Emperor has been suspicious of you for a long time. He deliberately withheld reinforcements last time, wanting you dead, hoping to use the opportunity to seize your military power. You survived and held your ground. This time, I fear he intends to summon you back to the capital to deal with you. Song Huaiyan sighed, rubbing his forehead, that a wise ruler is truly hard to find. He then said, Tell you what, Qin Tujiet, you go in my place. Return to the capital. Before he could finish, Bai Qingyin reacted, Qin Tujiet can't go. Her outburst confused the two men. Bai Qingyin, she then snatched the decree, trying to explain that Qin Tujiet is just a sly old fox suited for the army. How about I return to the capital in the general's place and deal with the emperor? Song Huaiyan responded exasperatedly. What do you understand about the emperor? He took the decree back, reminding her, don't cause trouble. Only Qin Tujiet can handle meeting the emperor. He was worried about her. If Bai Qingyin really went, he feared she'd be accused of treason within days. Bai Qingyin didn't know how to explain, but Song Huaiyan was firm, and Bai Qingyin, you stay put in the camp. Don't cause any trouble. Having no other choice, Bai Qingyin suggested, then let that sly fox Qin Tujiet take Gui Li with him. They can return to the capital together. Her expression was tense. Qin Tujiet can't return to the capital alone. Let Gui Li go back too. Bai Qingyin was determined not to let the events of her past life repeat themselves, letting those two foxes scheme together while Gui Li caused trouble in the camp. Qin Tujiet immediately reacted to the mention of Gui Li. He looked at Bai Qingyin thoughtfully. It seems Bai Qingyin is very prejudiced against Gui Li. But Gui Li holds an important position in the army. I'm afraid the general won't easily allow him to return. To his surprise, Song Huaiyan simply sighed and patted her head. All right, I agree with you. Qin Tujiet's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Song Huaiyan gave his order. Qin Tujiet, take Gui Li with you on this trip back to the capital. He then added, thinking of a plan, it just so happens that Gui Li was the one who went to seek reinforcements during the last battle at the border. We could just ask the emperor where those reinforcements went. Tujiet nodded. Yes, General. Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, the general isn't someone who lets beauty cloud his judgment. He actually agreed to let Gui Li return to the capital, unless there's something wrong with Gui Li. Suddenly, Song Huaiyan leaned closer to Qin Tujiet and whispered, Qin Tujiet, you're so clever, you must understand my purpose in sending Gui Li back. He frowned and instructed, keep an eye on Gui Li for me. If he acts strangely, report it to me immediately. Qin Tujiet bowed. Yes, General, I understand. I'll take my leave. As soon as he left, Bai Qingyin clung to Song Huaiyan's arm. General, what did you whisper to that sly fox Qin Tujiet just now? After Qin Tujiet left, Bai Qingyin confirmed again, and you really agreed to let Gui Li return to the capital with him? Song Huaiyan tapped her head lightly and replied, look at how hasty you are. I told Qin Tujiet to keep a close watch on Gui Li and report back on his actions. Bai Qingyin brightened. That's good. Qin Tujiet is so clever. With him watching, Gui Li definitely won't be able to do anything. Suddenly, Bai Qingyin realized something. Wait a minute, she asked excitedly. General, does that mean you believe me? Does that mean you also suspect something is wrong with Gui Li? Song Huaiyan patted her head. Keep your voice down. Don't make a big fuss about me, suspecting Gui Li. Bai Qingyin replied cheerfully, yes, Yes, I understand. We can't alert him. As your close guard, I will definitely help you get a handle on Gue Li's weaknesses. Song Huayan patted her head and explained, you're not officially my close guard yet. Your match with Gue Li doesn't count. If you want to rightfully become my personal guard, you'll have to train in the elite soldier camp. Bai Qingyin suddenly remembered the elite soldier camp. She had been there with the general in her past life. It was full of highly trained experts. I also have to become an expert to protect the general. Bai Qingyin fell into deep thought. Seeing her silence, Song Huayan spoke up. The elite soldier camp is the most formidable camp under my command. It's also a place where it's difficult to play tricks. The training requirements are extremely harsh. If you don't want to, Bai Qingyin gripped the general's hand tightly, her face serious. I want a general. I want to go to the elite soldier camp. Song Huayan looked worried. Bai Qingyin, are you sure? The elite soldier camp isn't as simple as you think. Bai Qingyin declared confidently, I'm sure. I swear I'll protect you well, General. I can endure any hardship. The elite soldier camp is nothing. It's just a small matter. Her words immediately swayed Song Huayan. He nodded in agreement. All right, Bai Qingyin. I'll wait for you to truly become my personal guard. At the elite soldier camp, the soldiers are training diligently, preparing for battle. Sima Chung was directing spear practice. You must be steady in battle to strike your enemy's weak points directly. Bai Qingyin watched with great interest, praising silently. This elite soldier camp is still as powerful as it was in my past life. It really suits this tiger. As soon as they arrived, murmurs arose. The general brought a woman here. Another replied, that woman is called Bai Qingyin. I heard she wants to be the general's personal guard. The others reacted, what the hell? We, the soldiers of the elite soldier camp, don't even have the qualifications to be his personal guard. And a woman like her? What can she do? Look at her small frame. How could she be a guard? I feel like I could take down 10 of her with one hand. Sima Chung yelled, restoring order? What's all this nonsense? Keep talking and I'll make you run for 3 days straight. Then he turned and bowed apologetically to the general. These men speak without thinking, General. You're making a mockery of me, Song Huayan said coldly. The soldiers in my elite soldier camp are all skilled warriors, not gossiping women. I don't want to hear these words again. Sima Chung lowered his head and replied, yes, General. Bai Qingyin spoke up from beside him. Did they just say I was being disrespectful? Did they look down on me? Sima Chung apologized outwardly, saying it didn't mean it. But inwardly, he thought, asterisk the general already warned everyone. Why won't this woman let it go? Asterisk. Bai Qingyin, enraged, punched a nearby rock, shattering it instantly. This startled Wang Yong. What? You're not satisfied? She said, frowning. Don't judge others by your own standards. If you're a delicate woman, how can you be a bodyguard for the general? Wang Yong stared blankly at the shattered rock fragments on the ground. But this is the stone we use for training. It's incredibly hard, even for us to break. The soldiers behind them were also sweating with fear. How could Bai Qingyin break it so easily? Song Huayan turned and whispered in her ear, Bai Qingyin, don't hit the rocks next time. These are for training in the camp. Bai Qingyin immediately understood and clasped her hands apologetically. Forgive me, General. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Seeing this, Song Huayan could only sigh helplessly. He then cleared his throat and announced, Bai Qingyin's strength is exceptional. Today, she will join the elite soldier camp for training. This announcement stunned all the soldiers present. They began murmuring in disagreement. What? General, you want to let this woman into the elite soldier camp? Another soldier spoke up. What good is strength? The elite soldier camp tests overall ability. We endured incredibly arduous training to join. Even if Bai Qingyin can break rocks, she can't just waltz in like that. Bai Qingyin, hearing these words, angrily retorted, who says I only have strength? My overall abilities are no less than yours. She stepped forward boldly. If you don't believe me, then tell me, what do I have to do to join the elite soldier camp? Wang Yong scoffed and then stated the requirements. To join the elite soldier camp, you must be number 1 in all training exercises. Only then will we acknowledge your strength. He paused, then smirked, pointing at his comrades behind him. We're just about to start competition. If you achieve first place, we'll recognize your abilities. Without a second's hesitation, Bai Qingyin agreed. All right, what's the competition? She thought to herself, when it comes to speed, who can beat a tiger? Wang Yong presented a rock and said, Bai Qingyin, let me explain. This isn't just a normal race. It's a weighted run. He then threw the rock in front of Bai Qingyin and said, before running, you have to tie this iron piece to your leg. Bai Qingyin looked at it with curiosity. An iron piece? Wang Yong replied with a smirk. That's right, Bai Qingyin. We may be strong, but this iron piece is Xian iron, extremely heavy. Running with it tied to your leg isn't as simple as you think. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin immediately bent down and picked up the Xian iron. She then cradled it in her arms and asked innocently, "Is there anything else special about it?" Wang Yong and the men behind him were stunned, jaws agape. Bai Qingyin effortlessly held it between her palms and innocently inquired, "Are there any other special requirements?" Wang Yong, drenched in sweat, and his comrades were dumbfounded, as if they had been slapped across the face. They stammered in response. No. Song Huaiyan stepped forward to preside. "Since it's like this, let the competition begin." He looked at Bai Qingyin with tender eyes and thought to himself, Bai Qingyin is a girl. How could she have such extraordinary strength? Among the elite soldiers, I'm afraid they're all intimidated by her. Sima Chung saw the soldiers just standing there blankly and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and tie the iron weights." The frightened soldiers replied, "Yes, sir." But when Bai Qingyin saw those men tying the iron to their legs, she suddenly realized, wait a minute, I seem to have encountered a problem. She stared at the iron weight in her hand, thinking, do I even know how to tie this thing? Song Huaiyan quickly noticed her hesitation. He smiled gently and thought, Bai Qingyin has never known how to do this kind of thing. She probably won't know how to tie it. I'll go help her. However, before Song Huaiyan could go over to help, Li Geng had already approached Bai Qingyin, much to his surprise. Li Geng saw that she hadn't tied the weight yet and asked, "What's wrong? Why haven't you tied the iron yet?" Bai Qingyin scratched her head and replied, "I don't know how to tie it." Hearing this, Li Geng sighed in exasperation. How can this woman not even know how to tie iron weights? He immediately bent down, intending to take the iron weight and offer, "I'll tie it for you." But before he could touch it, Song Huaiyan's angry voice rang out, "Let her tie it herself." Li Geng, startled, looked over at the general. Song Huaiyan glared at Li Geng with a look of pure jealousy and scolded, "Are you that free? There are so many soldiers here, and you still have time to help Bai Qingyin tie her weights." Li Geng flinched. He quickly backed away and admitted his fault. "I was wrong, General." He was completely bewildered. "I was just helping Bai Qingyin tie the iron weight." Why is the general's gaze so terrifying? Seeing this, Bai Qingyin walked over and called out, "General." But before she could say anything more, she was angrily rebuked by Song Huaiyan. "And you, Bai Qingyin, you're so grown up, and you don't even know how to tie an iron weight? Do you need another man to help you?" Song Huaiyan was filled with annoyance. This woman has never been aware of the difference between men and women. If I weren't here today, wouldn't she just let another man tie the iron for her? Bai Qingyin was stunned by the scolding. Holding the iron weight, she pouted and said, "General, I really don't know how to tie it. This thing is harder than fighting. Why don't you help me tie it, General?" The soldiers behind them chuckled, enjoying the show. They couldn't believe Bai Qingyin actually wanted the general to tie the iron for her. Where did she get the guts? Someone beside them said in agreement. Look at the general's face. It's as dark as the bottom of a pot. Bai Qingyin is doomed. Another confidently added in a loud voice, "Our general is a god of war. He only holds weapons in his hands." Even Deputy General Li got scolded for trying to help. How could the general possibly help her himself? Meanwhile, Song Huaiyan remained annoyed. He crossed his arms and asked Bai Qingyin, "What makes you think I would tie it for you? What do you take me, Song Huaiyan, for?" Hearing this, Bai Qingyin impatiently thrust the iron weight in front of Li Geng and said, "Then let Li Geng tie it for me. I'm in a hurry to compete. Don't waste time on this small matter." These words startled both men beside her. Knowing he couldn't do anything about Bai Qingyin, Song Huaiyan immediately stepped forward and snatched the iron weight from her hand. Bai Qingyin looked on, bewildered and confused. Song Huaiyan's tone softened considerably as he said, "If you know you're wasting time, then talk less and stand still. I'll tie it for you." Bai Qingyin obediently replied, "Yes," but felt a mix of frustration and confusion. Asterisk, I wasn't talking that much. Isn't it General Song who keeps lecturing everyone? Asterisk then, Song Huaiyan gently sat down and, while tying the iron weight for her, reminded her from now on, if you don't know something, ask me. Don't get so close to others like that. Understood. Bai Qingyin smiled brightly and nodded. Yes. I only get close to General Song." This scene stunned Li Geng. Asterisk, the general is personally tying the weight for Bai Qingyin. It seems her position in his heart is far from ordinary. Asterisk. The soldiers behind them were also amazed. They couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, What's going on? After all that lecturing, General Song is kneeling down? How can this be? Deputy General Lee was just scolded, and now, instead of letting him help, the general is doing it himself. Something's up. After a while, the iron weight was secured. Song Hwayon stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "It's done. Focus on the competition. Don't get hurt, and don't push yourself too hard." Bai Qingyin confidently patted her chest and replied, "Don't worry. I'm tough. I'm not afraid of getting hurt." The soldiers watched this scene with puzzled expressions. This competition was going so smoothly. Why does it feel like we're being force-fed dog food? I feel like a third wheel. The soldier beside him sighed. The general is impartial with us, but so gentle with Bai Qingyin. Talk about double standards. Hearing this, Li Gung coughed, regaining his composure. Then he barked, "What nonsense are you talking about? Gossiping about the general? The competition is about to begin. Get ready." The soldiers, startled, hurried away. "Yes, sir. Getting ready." Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin was full of determination. The competition is starting. Li Gung then explained the rules. He pointed to the person holding the red flag above and said, "Run straight down this path. At the end, our soldiers are holding red flags. Whoever reaches the end and grabs a red flag first wins. Do you understand?" The soldiers roared in unison, understood. Bai Qingyin was determined. I must win first place. I'll prove to them that I can protect General Song. Song Hwayon looked at the other competitors with Bai Qingyin and assessed them silently. These are all trained soldiers. It will be difficult for Bai Qingyin to get first place. But whether she gets first or not doesn't matter. I have a way to get her into the elite soldier camp. I just hope she doesn't get hurt. After everyone was ready, Li Gung raised his hand and shouted, "All right." As his hand dropped, he yelled, "Begin." Upon hearing this, all the soldiers immediately dashed forward. Bai Qingyin, full of confidence, also started running. "First place is mine." But as soon as she lifted her foot, she stumbled. What the thud? Bai Qingyin fell face first on the ground. Hearing the noise, the soldiers turned to look. Li Gung was stunned. Bai Qingyin fell. Seeing her fall, Song Hwayon rushed to her side. He anxiously helped her up. "Bai Qingyin, why did you suddenly fall? Are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Qingyin said worriedly, "General Song, I'm not hurt. Bai Qingyin looked at her iron-bound feet with dissatisfaction. "I'm a tiger. I run on all fours. I'm not used to running on two legs, and now I have these weights. The pressure is uneven. I can't run. What am I supposed to do?" Song Hwayon gently lifted her and said, "All right, don't push yourself," he said casually. "This iron is indeed a bit heavy for a girl. I say we forget the weights and just run." But Bai Qingyin wouldn't agree. She immediately wriggled out of Song Hwayon's arms. "Absolutely not." She anxiously protested, "General, I must continue running. I must win first place." Her determined attitude surprised Song Hwayon. Bai Qingyin. The soldiers behind them immediately started mocking her. "Give it up, Bai Qingyin. You can't even run. What's the point of competing? We thought you were strong, but you're just a weakling. We shouldn't have taken you seriously. You're just a frail woman after all." Hearing these words, Song Hwayon became upset on her behalf. He stepped forward and scolded them. "Enough. If I hear any more of you mocking her, I'll break your legs." Wang Yong stepped forward and said, "General, look, she's already fallen." But before he could finish, Bai Qingyin interrupted him. "Oh, what if I fell?" She clenched her fists and declared confidently, "You just keep running. The competition isn't over yet." One of the soldiers scoffed. "What competition? We've already won. Why are you still putting on a brave face when you're about to lose?" Song Hwayon angrily roared, "Silence." Bai Qingyin said confidently, "General, don't mind them. I will win." She held her hands up in front of her chest and declared resolutely, "General, add 2 more iron weights to my arms." She was very confident. These pieces of iron felt as light as feathers to her. However, the uneven distribution of weight did make it difficult to run. Bind iron to all 4 limbs. That way, the weights won't affect me anymore. Hearing this, Song Hwayon exclaimed in surprise, "What? You want weights on your arms too?" Bai Qingyin didn't let him finish. She interrupted him, full of confidence, "General, trust me." Seeing this, Song Hwayon sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. "All right, I trust you." The soldiers beside them were full of doubt. What is she thinking? Does she think she'll lose with more dignity, with more weights? Wang Yong sneered contemptuously. "Bai Qingyin, what are you playing at? Do you think adding more iron will make your loss more honorable?" Bai Qingyin turned around and said confidently, "I want you to lose convincingly." She declared triumphantly, "Even with heavier iron than you, I'll still be faster." Wang Yong naturally didn't believe her. He clicked his tongue. Such confidence. The soldiers beside him also snorted, "Don't waste your breath on her. Let's go see how Bai Qingyin tries to catch up." Wang Yong also mocked, "This woman is good at pretending. With 4 iron weights, I could beat her running on one leg." By now, Song Huaiyan had finished tying the weights. He released Bai Qingyin's hands that it's done. He didn't believe she could do it either and asked worriedly, "Bai Qingyin, they're already far ahead. Can you really do this?" Bai Qingyin winked confidently and replied, "General, don't underestimate me. Remember, I was the fastest tiger on the mountain." The more Song Huaiyan listened, the less he understood. Bewildered, he asked Bai Qingyin, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But Bai Qingyin didn't reply. She turned and chased after the Sihai 8 soldiers. She was astonishingly fast. She ran off, leaving Song Huaiyan in her dust. He watched Bai Qingyin's retreating figure and thought to himself, applying equal force to all 4 limbs allows her to run that fast? Could Bai Qingyin actually be a fox demon? Wang Yong finally saw the finish line. He sped up and said smugly, "Finally, the end. The flag is right there. I can't believe the general let a woman like Bai Qingyin compete with us. Today, I'll make her admit defeat." Wang Yong, in the lead, joyfully reached out for the flag. "The winner of this competition is definitely us." But before he could touch it, another hand grabbed the flagpole and pulled it up before the stunned gazes of the group. "What?" And that person was none other than Bai Qingyin. She slung the flag over her shoulder and looked at them, saying, "The winner is indeed me, Bai Qingyin." This left Wang Yong and the others in disbelief. How did Bai Qingyin run so fast? How is that possible? At this moment, Bai Qingyin slammed the flagpole into the ground, creating a hole in the floor. She smiled brightly and asked Wang Yong, "I won. According to the rules, I qualify to enter the elite soldier camp, right?" Wang Yong, pale-faced, stammered, "Why yes, possible." Hearing this, Bai Qingyin couldn't contain her joy and jumped up. "Great. I'm about to become the general's personal guard." Wang Yong, indignant, retorted, "Don't celebrate too soon. You've only qualified for the elite soldier camp. You're a long way from becoming a personal guard. There's a rule in the elite soldier camp. Only the strongest can become the general's personal guard." Hearing this, Bai Qingyin scoffed, "Strongest? The strongest?" Then, she confidently crossed her arms and declared, "I'm definitely going to be the strongest in the elite soldier camp." Wang Yong, disbelieving, put his hands on his hips and replied, "Big talk. You might not even pass the horse riding test." Just then, the sound of hooves and shouts rang out. "Get out of the way." Black Shadow broke loose again. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the commotion in surprise. "What? The black horse over there?" The angry horse neighed loudly. The soldiers nearby were terrified. Black Shadow? How did it break free from its ropes and escape? Someone shouted a warning. "Everyone, get out of the way. Black Shadow is the fiercest horse in the elite soldier camp. Be careful not to get trampled." Hearing this, everyone scattered in panic. "Go inform the general." Only the general can tame Black Shadow. But upon hearing this, Bai Qingyin's interest was piqued. The fiercest horse in the elite soldier camp? She watched the horse rampaging in the distance, her interest growing. Only the general can tame it. Huh? Seeing that she wasn't running away but standing there, Wang Yong rushed over and called out, "Bai Qingyin, what are you still doing there? Run. Black Shadow has a fiery temper. Be careful not to get hurt." But Bai Qingyin, unconcerned, confidently replied, "A fiery temper? Is its temper as fiery as mine?" With that, she walked straight towards Black Shadow. "I'll go teach it a lesson." These words startled Wang Yong. He shouted a warning, "Bai Qingyin, don't be reckless." At this moment, Song Huaiyan also arrived. He anxiously asked Wang Yong, "Where's Bai Qingyin?" Seeing him, Wang Yong was surprised and thought to himself, "The general." He pointed at Black Shadow and stammered. Bai Qingyin said lightly that she wanted to teach Black Shadow a lesson. These words startled Song Huaiyan. What was she doing? How could she act so recklessly? He rushed towards Bai Qingyin, filled with worry. Black Shadow's fiery temper was notoriously untamable. Why was this girl causing him more trouble? Upon reaching Black Shadow, Bai Qingyin grabbed its mane. Then, she vaulted onto its back. Angrily, she scolded the horse. "Who gave you permission to cause such chaos and injure people here?" The horse, unyielding, neighed in defiance. Bai Qingyin exclaimed, "You dare neigh at me? If this were before, you'd be tiger food, you know." As she spoke, she slapped Black Shadow's cheek a few times. At that moment, Song Huaiyan arrived. He shouted anxiously, "Bai Qingyin, get down. It's dangerous." Seeing him, Bai Qingyin was surprised, thinking general, but she didn't dismount. Instead, she called out excitedly, "General, don't worry. I'll tame this Black Shadow for you right now." Her words astonished Wang Yong and the others. Was Bai Qingyin crazy, riding on Black Shadow's back and claiming to tame it? The onlookers couldn't believe it. The people who said that before are already 6 feet under. Someone muttered that I'm doomed. We're doomed. Bai Qingyin is dead for sure. Song Huaiyan was also shocked. Faced with Bai Qingyin's declaration, he urged, Bai Qingyin, listen to me. Get down. His words were cut short by Black Shadow's enraged neigh. It bucked violently, raising its front legs, attempting to throw Bai Qingyin off. The soldiers in the camp were terrified. Not good. Black Shadow is enraged. Song Huaiyan couldn't just stand by. He prepared to rush forward and save Bai Qingyin. But at that moment, Bai Qingyin raised her fist and brought it down hard on Black Shadow's head without hesitation. Her white tiger aura radiated outwards, frightening Black Shadow. A mere horse daring to show off in front of this tiger? I'll make you behave. The horse immediately calmed down. Then, without hesitation, it knelt, submitting to Bai Qingyin. This was beyond Song Huaiyan's comprehension. What? Wang Yong and the others were also stunned, their jaws dropping. Am I seeing things? Black Shadow, kneeling? Unbelievable. Normally, Black Shadow won't even let anyone near it, but now it's been tamed by Bai Qingyin with a single blow. This woman, she's incredible. Bai Qingyin gently stroked Black Shadow's mane, praising it. That's a good boy. Get up. Don't be so wild anymore, understand? Only I can be the Wild King, got it? The horse seemed to understand, baying softly in obedience. Having tamed Black Shadow, she waved cheerfully at Song Huaiyan. General, I've tamed Black Shadow. It won't dare run wild anymore. Song Huaiyan started to say something Bai Qingyin, but ultimately held back. He walked over to her, sighed, and reminded her, don't do anything so reckless again. Bai Qingyin smiled in response. General, I wasn't being reckless. I'm very capable. See, isn't Black Shadow very obedient now? But at that moment, Song Huaiyan grasped her shoulders and pulled her into a tight embrace. Bai Qingyin was stunned, speechless. General, Song Huaiyan gently touched his forehead to Bai Qingyin's. But I'll worry, she said. Next time, even if it's for me, don't be so reckless, okay? He was still frightened, thinking back to when he saw Black Shadow enraged. His first reaction was concern for Bai Qingyin's safety. It turned out her place in his heart was already this important. Bai Qingyin responded dazedly, I know. Her heart was filled with a strange curiosity. Why was her heart beating so fast? She felt that the general was acting strangely, and she herself felt strange too. Could she have heart disease? At this moment, Song Huaiyan announced, Bai Qingyin has achieved first place in the competition and has also tamed Black Shadow, whose strength is extraordinary. He paused, then continued from now on. Bai Qingyin will train in the elite soldier camp. Does anyone object? This time, even Wang Yong and the others didn't dare to object. And oh, sir, we agree, one of them said. Bai Qingyin is so skilled, she truly qualifies to enter the elite soldier camp. Hearing this, Song Huaiyan replied with satisfaction, good. Furthermore, since Bai Qingyin tamed Black Shadow, from now on, Black Shadow will belong to her. These words caused everyone to erupt in surprise. What? Black Shadow is the best horse in the elite soldier camp. Is the general really giving him away? Someone said enviously, I'm so envious of Bai Qingyin. With this war horse, she'll be victorious in every battle. Another side at their own fate. Only Bai Qingyin could tame Black Shadow. Our envy is useless. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin was overjoyed. General, are you really giving Black Shadow to me? Her eyes sparkled. Can I ride him out for a stroll? Song Huaiyan thought to himself. Asterisk, a stroll. Perfect. I also have something I want to talk to Bai Qingyin about in private. Asterisk. He immediately mounted Black Shadow and extended a hand to her. All right, then I'll go out with you today. Bai Qingyin immediately got on the horse behind Song Huaiyan, a bright smile on her face. Wonderful. Qingyin and Huaiyan rode through the bustling streets. Delicious candied hawthorns. 10-1 for 3 skewers. Come look at the rouge and powders. New silk imported from the capital. She looked at Huaiyan expectantly. General, can I often ride Black Shadow out for a stroll in the future? He replied coldly, no. You will be training in the elite soldier camp. Although a little disappointed, she was still happy. Training is fine. As long as I can see you every day, General. He was surprised to hear this. Asterisk, see me every day, but I've received a war report. I'll be leaving for lynching soon. Asterisk. Sadness filled Huaiyan's eyes. If I tell Bai Qingyin this, will she be disappointed? Seeing him silent, she called out, General, What are you spacing out for? Huayan casually took her hand. He looked at Qingyin with a serious expression. I came out with you because I have something to tell you. Her anticipation grew. What is it? He continued to look at her, about to speak. At that moment, everyone looked at the two of them. Look, quick! Is that the priestess? The two looked back at the crowd. Are those the citizens? They cheered and immediately ran towards them. It really is the priestess. I never thought I'd see the priestess riding a horse. She looks so elegant. Wait, is that the general behind her? Oh my goodness, they look so close. The priestess and the general are riding the same horse. They're such a perfect match. Qingyin asked innocently, General, what does a perfect match mean? Huayan blushed at the question. A perfect match. It means you can tell just by looking at them that they're good together. Don't worry about it too much. He thought to himself, I forgot that by Qingyin played the priestess in Rongqing. Now that she's outside, she's definitely going to attract attention. Qingyin, delighted, said to the crowd, is that what it means? Well, the citizens are right. We really are a perfect match. She called out loudly while he stared at her, wide-eyed. Thank you everyone for your praise. The general and I truly are a perfect match. Huayan immediately covered her mouth with his hand. While she looked at him in confusion, he was flustered. By Qingyin, you know what it means. You don't have to shout it out loud. Qingyin wondered, why did the general cover my mouth? I didn't say anything wrong. Suddenly, a young woman approached them with a smile. Priestess, please have some of this corn. The young woman confidently added, it's really sweet. Qingyin happily accepted the gift. Thank you, she replied with a sweet smile. The young woman blushed, overjoyed. The priestess complimented me. She's so kind, and she's even more beautiful up close. I can hardly look directly at her. Seeing this, other citizens rushed forward. General, priestess, we also want to give you gifts. These vegetables are all homegrown. General, you protected us from the war, and priestess, you bless us with a good life. This is a small token of our appreciation. The kindness of the general and the priestess will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of Rongqing. Huayan was touched, but declined their offerings. We appreciate your kind intentions, but we cannot accept these gifts. Protecting the citizens is my duty as general. The priestess and I must leave the city today. Please make way for us. The citizens immediately parted to create a path. Of course, we won't delay you, general and priestess. Qingyin looked at him with adoration. The people of Rongqing love you so much, General. It's because of you that this place hasn't been ravaged by war. I will definitely defend the border with you in the future so that the people here won't suffer and can live peaceful lives. Let's watch the sunset over the river together. Qingyin asked eagerly, General, what did you want to talk to me about earlier before we were interrupted by the citizens in the city? He stopped walking. Huayan smiled encouragingly at her. By Qingyin, you must train hard in the elite soldier camp. With your abilities, I believe you will become one of the best soldiers there soon. Qingyin nodded happily. Yes, General, I will definitely do my best. He gently patted her head and said, and also, take good care of yourself during this time. His words conveyed a deep concern that don't be reckless anymore. If you get hurt, I'll be worried. Qingyin's hand lightly brushed against Huayan's, recoiling slightly. I knew it. You suspected something and were worried. General, why are you suddenly speaking like this? As if you're going far away. A hint of sadness flickered across his face. I'm about to leave for Lincheng. Qingyin's eyes widened in surprise. What? Lincheng? Huayan gazed out at the wide river, lost in thought. Yes. Recently, there's been an enemy uprising in Lincheng. I need to lead troops there to quell the rebellion. I'll likely be in Lincheng for a while. Qingyin puffed out her chest, determined. General, you have to go to battle? Then I want to go to Lincheng with you. I want to be by your side and protect you at all times. He immediately rejected her idea, his voice and expression serious. Absolutely not, by Qingyin. You must stay at the elite soldier camp to train. Besides, I'm not some weakling who can't handle myself. I don't need you to protect me all the time. Qingyin couldn't help but throw her arms around him. I know you're a brave and skilled warrior, general, resourceful and wise. But stray arrows are hard to guard against. Last time you went to Rongqing, you were almost. I don't want something like that to happen again. He stared at the distressed girl, taken aback. And I don't want to leave you either. A blush crept up his cheeks, the color of the setting sun. Oh, you miss me? He felt a surge of confusion. Does Bai Qingyin miss me because she likes me? She said she liked me before, but looking at her expression, she clearly doesn't understand what liking someone means. Qingyin, without hesitation, pushed Huaiyan against a tree. Of course I do. Huaiyan followed the movement of her arm, surprised. Her face was filled with determination. You said it yourself, General. I'm your personal guard. How can you just leave me behind? Inwardly, she fumed. Before, when I was a white tiger, I could follow you even in your sleep. Now that I'm human, you're always leaving every few days. I don't want to be human. I want to be a tiger. Huaiyan spoke to her gently. Bai Qingyin, the battlefield isn't as simple as you think. I have to go fight the enemy. But his words did little to soothe her. Oh, what if you're going to fight? It's not like I've never been on a battlefield before. General, wherever you go, I want to follow. Qingyin even tried to threaten him. If you don't let me follow, I'll tie you up. I'll bring you along when I eat, when I sleep, even when I bathe. So you can't leave me for even a moment. He was taken aback by her attitude. Huaiyan suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Qingyin stared blankly at the man before her. General, he leaned close, his eyes sharp. Bai Qingyin, what's this about bringing me along when you eat, sleep, and bathe? Who taught you to say such things? Her eyes, sparkling in the setting sun, met his. One taught me. These are all things we did together, General. During the time we competed to be your guard, didn't we eat together, sleep together, and bathe together? She then remembered another detail. You even brought a wooden stick with you when you bathed. I still remember it to this day. His face darkened at the mention of the wooden stick. He released her hand, flustered. Enough, Bai Qingyin. Don't ever say such things to another man again. She suddenly became timid, like a kitten. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Can you tell me, General? Then, she became excited about her plan. If General doesn't like being tied up by me, then General tying me up beside you is the same, right? Huaiyan was speechless with this girl that we're not animals. We don't need to be tied up. Seeing this, Qingyin lowered her head sadly. But if we're not tied up, we'll have to separate. I like being by General's side. I like General brushing my fur. And I also like sleeping with General. Hearing this, he froze for a few seconds. Like sleeping with me? His gaze changed slightly. Bai Qingyin, if you say things like that again, I won't be able to hold back anymore. But Qingyin was still very innocent. Hold back what? He stared at her and swallowed. The way you're looking at me, General, it's like a wolf that's been starving for a long time, suddenly seeing food and immediately pouncing on it. He then moved closer to her face. I can't hold back from wanting to eat you. Hearing this, Qingyin was so scared she nearly jumped out of her skin. Eat me? General, you want to eat me? She trembled like a leaf, tears constantly falling to. No way, General. What kind of hobby is this? Why do you suddenly want to eat a tiger? You weren't like this in my past life. But he didn't seem to be joking. If I said I wanted to, would you agree? Huaiyan couldn't hide his feelings any longer. My feelings for Bai Qingyin are truly special. I worry and fear for her, and I also rejoice immensely because of her. I like her. He was also hoping for the same from her. But what about her? Does she feel the same way about me? Qingyin was still trembling, but she said, I agree. The tiger within her had transformed into a small cat. I didn't expect General to really want to eat me. It's okay. For General, I can accept it. At worst, I'll be a tiger again in 18 years. This answer was unexpected. Bai Qingyin, you're saying you agree? While Qingyin closed her eyes in fear, he moved closer. I'm very happy. So, Bai Qingyin, you like me too, right? Qingyin suddenly pulled up her sleeve. She turned her face away as if she couldn't bear to watch. General, you can bite. Her action surprised him. Bite what? Qingyin was still scared. Didn't you say you wanted to eat me? The meat on my arm is the tastiest. Or do you want to eat this part first? She continued to ramble, despite his silence. And I haven't bathed yet. Or should I take a bath first? All right, General. Do you want to eat it raw? Do you need some seasoning? If you eat it like this, it might be a bit bland. Huaiyan was getting annoyed. Bai Qingyin, did you really think the eat I was talking about meant eating your flesh? But Qingyin was still very naive. He could only sigh in exasperation. You really are? Then, he brought his lips to her arm, pretending to bite. He looked at Qingyin with a not-so-gentle gaze. Does it hurt? Qingyin's eyes teared up. It hurts. She squeezed her eyes shut as if she had made up her mind. But for General, I can endure it. General, just eat. I'm not afraid. Seeing her like this, he could only sigh. Bai Qingyin, you're an idiot. Huaiyan gently stroked the crybaby's head. I didn't really mean to eat you. Put your arm away. He stared at the girl in front of him, thinking, Bai Qingyin doesn't understand what I mean. Oh well, I'll teach her slowly later. Qing Yin, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Really? General Huaiyan is so kind. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to eat me. But he only replied coldly. Who said I wouldn't eat you? I'm just saving you for later. He gave a bright smile and promised, remember this, sooner or later, I will eat you. Qing Yin's face paled at his words. He found her expression quite amusing. All right, silly girl. Huaiyan gently stroked her hair. Let's go back. But Qing Yin wasn't ready to end the conversation. Wait, General Huaiyan. We haven't finished talking about lynching yet. She was determined to make her point. Eating is eating. Before you actually eat me, I have to be by your side. You have to take me with you. Her words made him laugh. You're already scared, yet you still want to follow me? This time, I'm going to lynching on official business. Taking you along would be inconvenient. Be a good girl and stay here in the elite soldier camp to train. Qing Yin still felt a little aggrieved. To appease her, Huaiyan took out something. He offered her a wooden token that if you really encounter any trouble, take this token and come find me. He was well aware of her stubbornness. It seemed that if he didn't let Bai Qing Yin follow him, she wouldn't give up. Fine, I'll use my token to coax her. Qing Yin looked at it, a little startled. The general's token? She picked it up, her eyes sparkling at SO. If I miss General Huaiyan, I can also use this token to find you, right? Huaiyan nodded, not forgetting to add, you can, but don't do it too often. I'm very busy. You should focus on your training. Overjoyed, Qing Yin hugged him. I know. Thank you, General Huaiyan. You're the best person in the world. I'll definitely train hard and become your personal guard, standing proudly beside you to protect you. She was brimming with excitement. With the general's token, I can go find him every day. Huaiyan was worried about this naive girl. Before you want to protect others, you must protect yourself. I don't want to see you get hurt again, understand? Qing Yin leaned into his embrace. Yes, I understand. Birds sang under the sunlight. Qing Yin leaned against the window, feeling melancholic. The first day the general is gone. I miss him. Yesterday, when we parted, he told me to train hard. She recalled Li Geng's cheerful face. Qing Yin, you can rest from horse riding practice today. But she felt no joy. But today is horse riding practice with Xiao He, and he's already mine. Li Geng said my riding skills don't need any more training. This is so boring. But then, remembering something, her cheerfulness returned. That's right. Yesterday, when the general left, he gave me a token, saying I could go find him if I needed anything. Her mind lit up. I have something to do today. I'll bring him food, saying I'm worried he won't be used to the food and lynching. Qing Yin happily called out Xiao He. A black horse immediately came running. She nimbly jumped out the window. She jumped onto the horse's back excitedly. Come on, let's go to Linsheng to find the general. The two of them ambled along amidst the snowy mountains and forests. She shielded her eyes with her hand, looking far ahead towards Linchenji. IT shouldn't be too far with Xiao Hei's speed. We should arrive before nightfall, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed the horse's leg. Help! Help! The horse neighed loudly, and she was startled. What the hell? Xiao He! Xiao He kicked the young man, sending him tumbling to the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground, coughing painfully. Qing Yin immediately jumped down, her expression displeased. What kind of demon dares to frighten my tiger in broad daylight? The young man, also angry, retorted, Who's frightening who? Wasn't I just calling for help? He coughed incessantly and reproached her. Is this how you treat someone who's injured? I'm dying here. Qing Yin looked down, scrutinizing him. So it's a human. Looking at him, she recalled Huaiyan's condition and thought to herself, this is a sword wound. The angle, the position, the length, even the force of the blow. It's identical to the general's wound when I found him in the snow. With a contemplative expression, she considered, could it be that the person who injured this man and the general is the same person? The man clutched her clothes, pleading as if about to faint. What are you just standing there for? I think I can still be saved. Can you save me? I'll repay your kindness. Qing Yin casually tossed him a bottle of medicine. Fine. It was my horse that stepped on you, after all. He took the medicine, still bewildered. This is medicine for injuries? You can treat the sword wound on my chest. She was still lost in her own thoughts. Saving him will also give me a chance to ask about who injured him. Maybe I can find a clue about who injured the general. The young man, after taking the medicine, seemed to revive. Thank you, miss. What's your name? I am Hack Lianqi. You saved me today. What do you want? I will definitely repay this kindness. Qing Yin looked at him and replied, My name is Bai Qing Yin. It was just a small act. You don't need to repay me. Just tell me who injured you. Lian Shi looked to the side, as if recalling something. The one who injured me? I think they were a group of bandits. They're currently based in an area about 10 miles south of Binga Lake. He clenched the medicine bottle, his hand trembling with anger. If it weren't for the sudden onset of my poison, if I hadn't been weakened during the fight, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Once I recover, I'll make them regret this. This information surprised her. She hadn't expected there to be bandits around here. She questioned him further, her tone serious. They slashed you and poisoned you. Lian Shi replied gravely, they didn't poison me. It was someone of my own family. His face fell, his voice filled with sadness. That's why I was trying to get to Rongqing. Someone in my family told me that the poison maiden is currently in Rongqing. Only she can save me. Qing Yin stared at him, stunned that you're looking for the poison maiden. Then, her face lit up as she leaned closer. What a coincidence. I know her quite well. He looked at her in disbelief. You know the poison maiden? Lian Shi still seemed unconvinced. Don't lie to me. I've heard that the poison maiden is ruthless and doesn't interact with anyone. She would never save a stranger. Qing Yin was still cheerful and reassured him again that don't worry. With me here, the poison maiden will definitely save you. My relationship with her is very good. She looked at him and stated her condition. Just take me to the bandits' territory and I'll bring you back to get the antidote. Lian Shi was startled and filled with fear upon hearing this. What? You want to go find the bandits? There are so many of them. Don't run headlong into death. Qing Yin, with a serious expression, thought to herself, this tiger isn't seeking death. I just want to investigate and see if the ones who injured the general are those people. Just then, a scream startled them, making them turn around and oh, don't hurt me. In the distance, two figures were faintly visible. A girl was being pushed to the ground by two men. Please, let me go. Qing Yin, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel indignant. Those despicable people, how dare they secretly capture the women of Rongqing? Lian Shi's face darkened, extremely displeased. He pointed ahead that I know them. Looking at their attire, they're the bandits I mentioned. Hearing this, Qing Yin became even angrier. Great. These bandits dare to act up in front of me and even harass women. Her eyes were truly frightening. Unable to bear it any longer, she rushed forward, looking for death. This startled Lian Shi, who called out, hey, wait for me. With a punch, she landed a direct hit on the bandit's face. The other bandit was startled and turned around. What the? He too received a painful blow from Qing Yin. Just as she finished, Lian Shi ran up, these two insignificant. Lian Shi was frightened by the scene. This woman took down these two bandits so quickly. It seems she's no ordinary person. Qing Yin ran over to comfort the girl that don't be afraid. The bandits have been defeated. Qing Yin smiled gently to help the girl calm down, that you're all right now. Don't be afraid. The girl recognized Qing Yin, tears welling up in her eyes. You're the Divine Maiden? Divine Maiden, you came to save me? Like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, the girl hugged Qing Yin tightly that it's not just me. There are others who were captured. Those bandits took the women back to their lair. Divine Maiden, please save them too. Hearing this, Qing Yin couldn't hold back any longer. What? These despicable people. Truly despicable. She immediately agreed, her eyes filled with determination that I understand. I will go save them. Qing Yin helped the village girl onto her horse and instructed, Heiying is very fast. Ride Heiying back to the city. And please inform them. Call the soldiers here. The girl was still quite frightened, but determined that I will. Divine Maiden, you must be careful. Qing Yin smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, she seriously instructed her horse. Take her home safely. Okay. Qing Yin, still worried, watched as the horse rode away at Heiying speed. They should reach Rongqing quickly and call for reinforcements. Immediately after, while Lian Shi was still dazed, she started walking. Let's go quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid those women will be in danger. Lian Shi sighed dejectedly. I really don't know if you came to save me or if the King of Hell sent you to take my life. Seeing her walk so quickly, he hurried after her. Wait for me. Elsewhere, Huayan's soldiers were also training. Ma Cheng reported the situation with a serious expression. General, we've found the bandits' hideout. It's on the snowy mountainside, about 10 miles south of Binga Lake, outside the city. They've been very active lately, constantly harassing Rongqing and Lancheng. It's quite troubling. I suspect they must have someone backing them to be so brazen. Then, he broke into a smile and gave Ma Cheng an order, M.A. Cheng, lead the troops and eliminate them. While you're at it, find out who's behind them. Ma Cheng was taken aback. Just me, sir? Aren't you going, General? Why feign nonchalance? There aren't that many bandits. Does it require me, the general, to personally handle them? He glanced at Ma Cheng. Or are you saying you're incompetent and unable to carry out my orders? Ma Cheng didn't dare refuse. Of course not, sir. I'll eliminate those bandits immediately. As they were talking, a messenger rushed in. The soldier reported, General, a messenger from Rongxing has arrived. A woman who was rescued by the Divine Maiden from the bandits said that the Divine Maiden then charged into the bandits' lair. Rongxing requests reinforcements. Huan was startled. What? The Divine Maiden is Bai Qingyin? He was shocked. Bai Qingyin charged in the bandits' lair alone? How reckless! His worry was evident as he immediately mounted his horse. He didn't forget to instruct Ma Cheng, you don't need to go after the bandits anymore. I'll go myself. Prepare a squad of soldiers to follow me. Huan urged his horse to a gallop. Ma Cheng could only stare after him in bewilderment. General, Huan's horse was already at full speed. Ma Cheng couldn't help but think to himself, this is the first time I've seen the general in such a hurry. He didn't even care about those bandits before. But because Bai Qingyin went there, he immediately wants to go himself. He's truly furious because of a woman. The bandits had returned to their lair. From afar, Qingyin and Lian Qi were observing that this is the bandits' lair. She glared angrily at the group in front of them. There are a lot of bandits. Lian Qi said casually, of course there are. There are at least 200 or 300 bandits here. He looked serious. That I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, their spit alone could drown us. But Qingyin was confident. Don't worry, I'm always rational. I'll make sure we gain everything and lose nothing. Just then, someone kicked open a door and emerged, dragging a disheveled woman. He angrily threw the woman to the ground. This woman is stubborn. Before I could even start, she banged her head against the wall and ruined my fun. What bad luck. The woman lay there, pale and lifeless. Qingyin was shocked that that's the girl who gave me corn. Is she dead? The other bandits tried to console him. Come on, boss. It's just a woman. There are plenty more inside for you to enjoy. That vicious bastard even kicked the body. The Scar Man looked very pleased with himself. There are plenty of women. I don't believe anyone else would want to die like that slut. Bai Qingyin, watching from nearby, was furious. She clenched her fists so tightly that the bark of the tree she was gripping cracked. I have to kill them. Lian Qi, beside her, was worried, trying to dissuade her. Wait. Bai Qingyin, you just said we need to be rational. There's so many bandits. Don't do anything rash. His face was filled with fear. Rational. Bai Qingyin started walking, her eyes burning with murderous intent. Being rational means I have to kill every last one of these animals. The young man was terrified of her. The Scar Man ordered his men. All right, you two continue patrolling. I'm going inside to have some fun with this woman. One of the men looked envious. I'm so jealous of you. Go on. He watched the other man enter the house, calling after him with a laugh. Remember to save a couple for me. I want to have some fun after my shift, too. The scarred man laughed back. All right, don't worry. I will. But he was met with Bai Qingyin's fist. With a single blow, the man collapsed. His eyes were wide with shock and fear, his body trembling. He lay still, unmoving. The other bandits, seeing this, were enraged. Who are you? How dare you trespass on our territory and kill our man? Bai Qingyin looked at them with disgust. Me. Kill someone? The man I killed wasn't even as good as an animal. She looked sorrowfully at the woman's body on the ground. Then, Bai Qingyin bent down and picked up the dead bandit's sword. Her resolve was absolute that you're all the same. You all deserve to die. The bandits, still unafraid, threatened her. Just a woman who knows a little bit of martial arts, and you dare to defy us? Coming here alone to die. They charged at her with their swords. Damn it. Grab her arms and legs. We'll play with her until she's dead. She glared at them with murderous intent. In moments, she used her skills to strike down her opponents. With a few swift moves, they collapsed. One of the bandits, terrified, backed away. She looked at him and said, "Your turn." The bandit trembled in fear. Dead. They're all dead. A loud whistle echoed through the air. The remaining bandit was trying to call for help. Help. We're under attack. Before he could understand what was happening, he was dead. Bai Qingyin looked at him coldly. Now that you've called for help, you're useless. You can die. The bandit immediately fell face first to the ground. Lian Qi, terrified, ran towards Bai Qingyin. He looked at the dead bandit, worried. Are you crazy? You deliberately let him whistle. The other bandits will be here soon. But it was all part of her plan. That's exactly what I want. I want them to come. Bai Qingyin smiled confidently. I don't want to have to hunt each of them down. It's better to have them all come here. I'll kill them all. Lian Qi couldn't believe the woman before him. He wondered, why is this woman so reckless? But right after, he looked at her and found her quite intriguing. She was completely different from the other women he had met. Reckless enough to make one's heart surge. Lian Qi's heroic blood stirred, and he quickly drew his sword. All right, I'll stay with you. I also need you to help me detoxify this poison. I can't let you die no matter what. Jing looked at him in surprise. She was also quite frustrated with this guy. Does this guy have a problem? I could defeat 100 of them alone. Who are these brats in front of me? As for him, just don't get in my way. There are a lot of bandits running up from the foot of the mountain. I hear whistling. Hurry up, we're being ambushed. Don't let them escape. Surround this place. She was actually looking forward to their arrival. At this moment, Huan also arrived on horseback. He was looking around, trying to find someone. He didn't know where Bai Qingyin was now. He decided to dismount to search more easily. There are so many bandits. She wouldn't be reckless enough to run straight into their lair, would she? Just then, voices rang out. How dare you run straight into our mountain stronghold? Kill this woman immediately. This caught Huai's attention. What? He saw the crowd surrounding her. It was Qingyin, standing proudly amidst the bandits. By Qingyin. They all charged at the two of them. Kill them both. Lian Qi immediately drew his sword, preparing to attack. Bai Qingyin, step back and let me. But she pushed him aside with a serious expression. Step aside. Don't interfere with my performance. The young man was stunned. Bai Qingyin, he was still trying to stop her. There are dozens of bandits. But contrary to his fears, she beat them to a pulp. Help! Qingyin stood before them, incredibly powerful. When I was the white tiger, she continued, addressing the down bandits. I didn't understand the feeling when the general spoke of the bandits, only hating that I couldn't kill them all. I didn't understand the suffering of the people the general spoke of. She felt a pang of heartache. I didn't understand when the general said how difficult it was for women and children living in times of war. Her expression turned cold, but now I understand. She looked back at the dead woman's body and sighed. Some innocent, good people end up being torn apart by hyenas. The remaining bandits got up and charged at her with their swords. Kill! She turned back to the bandits in fury. S.O. These filthy, vicious hyenas. She raised her sword once more, deserved to die. The bandits paid the price for their actions. At this moment, Huan finally arrived. Lian Qi was utterly astonished. Bai Qingyin actually killed all the bandits. He wondered, is this woman always this fierce? Looking at the body strewn at her feet, Bai Qingyin touched her sword that I've avenged you. Then, turning to the dead woman, she said, you can rest in peace now. Lian Qi, still amazed, walked over to her and asked Bai Qingyin, are you all right? A wounded bandit on the ground trembled. Crazy woman, you killed us. You must die too. Suddenly, someone made a hand gesture. An arrow was shot. Two of the bandits saw it and sensed something was wrong. There's still another one alive. Lian Qi quickly shielded Bai Qingyin. Be careful, Bai Qingyin. Luckily, a sword blocked it. It was Huan who appeared just in time. Qingyin exclaimed in alarm, General. Huan's face darkened as he said, how dare you harm my person? You're courting death. Finishing his sentence, he swung his saber towards the remaining bandit. The bandit stood there dumbfounded, only able to stare. And then, with one swing of the saber, he was sent to meet his maker. He fell dead on the spot. Lian Qi seemed intimidated by this couple. Their inner strength is too strong. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Huan was still fuming. He turned to Qingyin and asked, Bai Qingyin, who told you to run to the bandit's lair alone? Seeing her silence, he pressed further. Do you even realize how dangerous that was? What if I hadn't allowed you to your moment? Lian Qi raised his hand and interjected, excuse me, I'd like to say something. He then earnestly explained to Qingyin she wasn't alone. I was there too. I'm a person as well. Before he could finish, Huan glared at him. Can't you see I'm disciplining someone? Don't you know how to wait your turn to speak? Lian Qi had no choice but to appease him. All right, you continue. He thought to himself helplessly, this immortal is truly no ordinary person. His aura is terrifying. Huan continued to scold Bai Qingyin angrily. Are you even listening to me? Who told you to recklessly run to the bandit's lair? Do you think you're invincible? If I hadn't arrived in time, that arrow just now would have. But then Bai Qingyin couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. Huan was taken aback. Did I speak too harshly? He became flustered. Don't cry. I didn't mean to be fierce with you. I was just worried. I was afraid something would happen to you. Qingyin couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. I'm not crying because of what you said. He asked then why. He thought to himself, but Qingyin almost never cries. Not when she's beaten, not when she's covered in wounds, not even when she almost died. What could have happened to make her so heartbroken? Then Qingyin explained to Huayan, General, that woman, she's dead. She was killed by these bandits. Huayan seemed to understand and comforted her. I'm here now. It's all right, he thought to himself. So Bai Qingyin is grieving for that innocent woman. He then gently kissed her forehead. Lian Shi watched them and remarked, up until now, Bai Qingyin has maintained an indifferent and aloof demeanor. I didn't expect it was all an act. As soon as this couple arrived, she dropped the facade and revealed her true emotions. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. This man is definitely not ordinary. Then Lian Shi realized that Bai Qingyin addressed him as General. Could this be the renowned General Song Huai and of the Ming Guang Kingdom? Lian Shi looked at them again, analyzing the situation. They say Song Huayan is difficult to approach and uninterested in women. But why is he so gentle? Bai Qingyin was able to throw herself into his arms, and Song Huayan patiently comforted her. What is their relationship? Could there be some misunderstanding? Suddenly, Huayan spoke up, then looked over at him and asked, Who are you? Startled, Lian Shi quickly explained, My name is Hack Lian Shi. I was injured by bandits, and Bai Qingyin saved me. He cried silently to himself, thinking, I clearly spoke just now, but Song Huayan only paid attention to me after that. It seems in his eyes, there's truly only Bai Qingyin. Qingyin also spoke to ease the tension. General, the blade wound on Hack Lian Shi is similar to the one you had in the snow that time. She pleaded, continuing, I saved him. He said he was attacked by bandits, so I want to go to the bandits' hideout to investigate. Lian Shi sighed, finishing her sentence. Let me explain. Afterward, we heard a woman's cries for help, so we went to rescue her from the bandits. The woman said there were other women captured, so we came here together. We originally intended to just scout the area, but when we arrived, Lian Shi continued, Bai Qingyin went berserk as if she didn't care about her own life and killed all these bandits. Qingyin spoke bitterly. They were waiting. Then she walked over and stroked the hair of the girl lying in the snow, preying on innocent commoners. They're nothing but beasts who deserve to die. Huayan echoed her grief. Yes, they deserve to die. He added, You did well, avenging this woman. Qingyin looked at her regretfully. General, do you remember her? She gave me corn back in the city. Overcome with grief, she continued, She was so kind, and now she's just a corpse. It's so tragic, it's unbearable. Such a simple, honest person. She should have lived a long, happy life, not died like this. I was too late. Huayan comforted her. Bai Qingyin, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. He gently added, Let's take her back and bury her, so she can rest in peace. Inwardly, he thought, when I thought Bai Qingyin was riding Heiying to cause trouble, she was actually investigating the bandits for me. She even witnessed the good she had just brought into the world cruelly snuffed out before her eyes. She must be in so much pain. A group of people approached from the distance. General, Huayan quickly turned at the soldiers. They must have all arrived. Huayan stood up and ordered the group. The bandits have been eliminated. Take care of this. Bring everything the bandits looted back to Rongqing. They immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Huayan turned to Bai Qingyin. Don't cry anymore. Let's go back. I guarantee that within 2 months, these bandits won't be able to show their faces again. Bai Qingyin looked at him, stunned by his words. General. Then she agreed, taking his hand. They looked at each other happily. Lian Shi, standing to the side, observed Qingyin's agreement and judged, as expected of General Huayan. Even comforting a woman, he's incredibly impressive. Even the soldiers were surprised. Such gentle comfort from the general. We've truly never seen this before. It seems the general's heart has been moved. Suddenly, he called out someone, Bring this woman's body back to Rongqing and return it to her family. The soldier obeyed again. Yes, sir. He wondered to himself, I wonder how heartbroken her family will be when they see her body. The scene shifted to Rongqing. People bustled about. Seeing them arrive, they murmured, That's General Huayan and the Divine Maiden. Why do they look so somber? A townsperson spoke up. Earlier, many soldiers ran out of Rongqing, saying they were going to exterminate bandits. It seems the general and the Divine Maiden have also left. Then they noticed the girl in the cart. Look on that cart. Isn't that Rong Zi's wife? Is she dead? Suddenly, a young man ran from the crowd towards Quan Zi. He stammered, Quan Zi, what happened to you? Wake up. Qingyin, seeing this, had a vague recollection. The stranger explained, I'm Quan Zi's husband. What happened to her? By the pond. I called her, but she ignored me. Was she ill? Janine, heartbroken, said, I'm sorry. Then, she painfully added, She choked back tears. Hwaiyan quickly stepped forward. She's dead. The husband still refused to believe it. Dead? He repeated. But when she left, she was so happy. She said she would cook me a delicious meal and told me to wait for her. His eyes became vacant. And now, you're telling me my Quan Zi is dead? The woman beside Chinin tried to comfort him. That it's true, she said, tears streaming down her face, that we ran into bandits. Quan Zi was taken to Xiaoya. The divine maiden saved me on the way. I begged her to save Quan Zi, but it was too late. Bai Qingyin couldn't help but apologize that I arrived too late. The man, before she could finish, exclaimed, Too late? Aren't you the divine maiden? He pointed at her accusingly. If you have the power to save one person, why couldn't you save my wife? Why didn't you save her? Why? Lin Shi couldn't hold back. You know how many wounds she had? Divine maiden or not, she's still flesh and blood. By the time she arrived, your wife was already dead. He continued, his voice rising, she's not a god. How could she save someone already dead? Can you stop blaming her for not doing enough when she already tried her best? But the man remained deaf to his words, that I don't care. If she's the divine maiden, why didn't she save her? She was such a good woman, so loving. Why didn't you save her? He picked up a corn cob and threw it at Qingyin. What kind of divine maiden are you? Hwaiyan had seen enough. He stepped forward angrily. Have you said enough? He glared at the man and ordered, if you're done, apologize to her. He threw the corn cob back. Then, his face darkening, he admonished him. Bai Qingyin single-handedly wiped out a whole band of bandits to bring back your wife's body. In the army, someone like her is a hero, not someone to be scolded. And you, a grown man, can't even tell right from wrong. Your wife, seeing you like this, would only feel ashamed of you. The man burst into tears. The general is right. Quan Zi was so good. She wouldn't like me like this. I'm sorry. He covered his face and sobbed uncontrollably. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do anymore. Hwaiyan, having finished his lecture, ordered his men to help arrange the funeral, give them all the help they need. Turning to Qingyin, he said gently, let's go. You've expended a lot of energy. You need to rest. She was taken aback. Qingyin was in pain. She collapsed to the ground, much to Hwaiyan's surprise. The general quickly scooped her up. Qingyin. Then he brought her back to his residence for Shui and I to treat. How is she? When will Bai Qingyin wake up? After examining her for a while, Shui and I gently said, I've used acupuncture to clear her meridians. She should wake up soon. Both of them watched Qingyin intently. She fainted because her mind has been under a lot of stress for a long time. Once she relaxed, she experienced this adverse reaction. She'll be fine after she wakes up and rests for a few days. Hearing this, Hwaiyan understood that I see. It's good that she's all right. Shui and I took this opportunity to add a few more things. General, I've heard about Quan Zi. She said with a hint of regret, although Bai Qingyin usually seems casual, careless, and unconcerned, she's actually quite innocent and a bit slow to react. Unlike the soldiers who are used to seeing life and death in the barracks. So after she wakes up, Hwaiyan moved closer to her and said caringly, I understand. This wasn't her fault. I'll talk to her when she wakes up. Before leaving, Shui and I added, since you understand, General, I won't say more. Please take good care of Bai Qingyin. Then she turned to leave that I'll go now. If anything unexpected happens, send someone to call me. The door finally closed. Hwaiyan spoke gently to her. Bai Qingyin, wake up soon. Don't worry me. Qingyin, in her unconscious state, called out the woman's name. Quan Zi. Hearing this, Hwaiyan was startled. Qingyin, Bai Qingyin, wake up. Seeing her like this, Hwaiyan could only think helplessly. Quan Zi. Bai Qingyin is having a nightmare. Suddenly, Bai Qingyin cried out, Quan Zi, I'm sorry. Now Hwaiyan was also extremely distraught. Bai Qingyin, calm down. It's all over. I'm here with you. Qingyin looked blankly at the person before her. General. Then she started sobbing that I dreamed of Quan Zi. I dreamt that she died in front of me. Her husband was beside her, crying desperately. He yelled at me, asking why I didn't save her. It's all my fault. Suddenly, Hwaiyan interrupted her train of thought. Bai Qingyin, you were just having a nightmare. Listen to me. He gently stroked her head. It's not your fault. This isn't your problem. If it weren't for you, Quan Zi's body would have been left exposed in the wilderness or devoured by wild animals, leaving no remains. You preserve her body so she could rest in peace. I believe if Quan Zi were still alive, she would be grateful to you. Qingyin was still very upset, but she's still dead. She said sadly, her husband is so heartbroken. He was right. I'm called the Divine Maiden by the people of Rongqing, yet I couldn't save an innocent innocent life. Huayan smiled, comforting her. Silly girl, just because people call you the Divine Maiden, do you really think you're God? You're not a god. You can't save everyone. He then reached out and wiped away her tears. Qingyin still wasn't convinced. But if it were you, General, you would definitely be able to save everyone, right? Huayan replied to Bai Qingyin, the war in Rongqing has been raging for years. Almost every day, we're attacked by the enemy. Thousands upon thousands have died. But this is war. Outside Rongqing is the battlefield. I'm not a god. I can only do my best so that more people can live. Bai Qingyin stared blankly at General Huayan. He continued gently, so, Bai Qingyin, you don't need to be fixated on the life or death of one person. Among the people of this world, countless die in places we can't see. The two gazed into each other's eyes. You can't control everything. What we must do is strive to become stronger, protect the border, so that those enemies who harm the common people will never dare to invade again. Their faces drew closer. This is our mission as soldiers. It's also your goal. I finally understand your beliefs, General. Qingyin said, her spirit returning, that I was wrong. Qingyin affirmed, from now on, I will train harder to help you repel the enemy as soon as possible. Huayan smiled and patted her head. Good. Don't overthink things. Focus on recovering. The people need you. He thought to himself, Asterisk by Qingyin was truly affected by Quan Zi's death. It's because she's too kind-hearted. Fortunately, she understands now. Asterisk Qingyin said cheerfully, General, thank you for your guidance. Then, with a shy expression, she said, You are truly a good and capable general. I really like you. Inwardly, she thought, General Huayan is truly the best person in my heart. Huayan, turn away. Speak properly. Aren't you embarrassed to confess like this? Qingyin, still oblivious, continued, I'm serious. I really like you. You are the most important person to me. Huayan blushed. All right. The lynching matter hasn't been resolved yet. I have to go back soon. He finally reminded her, rest well. Qingyin responded with a soft, oh. She said coquettishly, I thought you wouldn't leave this time, General. Huayan sighed, I'll be back soon. Don't let me catch you running around again. Outside, a sneaky servant girl eavesdropped. Don't worry, General. I'll be good this time. I won't cause you any trouble. All right, have you eaten? Should I have someone prepare some food for you? I'm not hungry. I want to look at you a little longer before you leave, General. The servant girl fumed. Asterisk, how hateful. The general is so gentle with Bai Qingyin. Asterisk, her face was contorted with jealousy. Asterisk, it must be that vixen, Bai Qingyin, seducing the general. I can't let her stay by his side any longer. Asterisk. The next morning, outside the elite soldiers' camp, Ling Qing lurked, plotting. Asterisk, the general suspects me now. I can't easily get rid of Bai Qingyin. Asterisk, her expression darkened. Asterisk, I once treated Li Gong. He owes me a favor. Bai Qingyin is now in the elite soldiers' camp. If I can convince Li Gong to help me, Bai Qingyin is as good as dead. Asterisk. She thought to herself with a cunning smile. Li Gong is a clueless idiot. His image appeared in her mind. Relying on her beauty, she'd feign weakness and vulnerability. She didn't believe he wouldn't fall for it. At this moment, Li Gong came out from inside. The opportunity had arrived. Xiaoling immediately pretended to sob. Seeing this, Li Gong approached and asked Xiaoling, what happened? Why are you crying at the entrance to the elite soldier camp? Xiaoling, seeing that he'd taken the bait, began her performance that it's nothing. I was just thinking about something upsetting. I feel very distressed. She thought gleefully, Asterisk, Li Gong will definitely ask me what happened. Then I can smoothly bring up Bai Qingyin. Asterisk. Li Gong patted her head. Yes, that's so. He said naively, well, why don't you go back to your room and cry? It's too sunny and hot outside the elite soldier camp. Xiaoling was dumbfounded. Isn't the point that I want to cry here? She continued her pitiful act. Brotherly, don't you want to say anything else? Li Gong looked slightly perplexed. Drink plenty of hot water. This made Xiaoling even more furious. Asterisk, drink plenty of hot water, my foot. Does this guy have no emotional intelligence? Asterisk, she turned away. Brotherly, let me just be blunt. Xiaoling declared firmly, I hope you can help me get Bai Qingyin expelled from the elite soldier camp and make her leave Rongqing. Li Gong was startled. What? What? He stammered, sweating. Lady Xia, has Bai Qingyin done something wrong? Why do you suddenly want to drive her away? Xiaoling put on another exaggerated display of distress. Brotherly, if Bai Qingyin doesn't leave, I'm afraid there won't be a place for me by the general's side anymore. She turned away and continued her act. I don't know what she said to the general after she arrived, but I've noticed the general becoming more and more distant with me. Even Schwerer has been bewitched by her, always opposing and excluding me. Li Geng, instead of sympathizing, countered, "That's not right." Xiaoling felt as if she'd been slapped. "Not right." Li Geng explained, "That's right, Lady Xia. You can't treat others based on your own biased perspective. There's genuine camaraderie everywhere. We're all good brothers and sisters." He became more animated as he spoke, "that I think you're focusing too much on trivial matters. Look, even before Bai Qingyin arrived, the general wasn't particularly close to you." He twisted the knife further. "Isn't that right?" Xiao Ling thought in anguish. "What is this idiot talking about?" She switched tactics. "Brotherly, please help me," she pleaded, attempting to use her feminine charms on him. "Just help me." But Li Geng immediately refused. "Lady Xia, let's talk this over." "What are you doing?" She lunged at him, startling him that if other soldiers see this, they'll misunderstand our relationship. As a result, she fell flat on her face. Xiaoling lay sprawled on the floor. Furious, she thought, that blockhead doesn't understand romance at all. It seems there's no way to use him. She sat up, her clothes disheveled, and asked with an irritated expression, "Brotherly, so you don't want to help me with this, do you?" Hearing this, Li Geng scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Medical Officer Xia, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that if Bai Qingyin hasn't done anything wrong, it would be unreasonable for me to dismiss her out of the blue." He patiently persuaded her. "Moreover, both you and Bai Qingyin are talented and capable individuals. The general needs you both. Losing either of you would be a loss for our army." Xiao Ling, upon hearing this, adjusted her clothes stiffly and replied, "Fine, I understand." Then, feigning dejection, she said, "It seems my place in Brother Li's heart is not as important as Bai Qingyin's. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore." Seeing her like this, Li Geng hurriedly said, "Medical Officer Xia, I truly didn't mean it that way." He couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering if it was his imagination. Why do I suddenly feel like Medical Officer Xia has become a different person? Xiao Ling stormed off, fuming inwardly I can't believe that useless Li Geng is so unhelpful. It seems I'll have to deal with Bai Qingyin myself. A sinister look spread across her face as she plotted, I must devise a foolproof plan to get rid of Bai Qingyin. She must die. Meanwhile, Qingyin sat at home, bored and sighing that I wonder if the general has arrived in Linqing yet. Her lovely face crumpled with longing for song. Why, and I miss the general so much. I really want to go find him. She hung her head dejectedly and complained, but I can't. I promised the general yesterday that I would wait for him obediently and not run around. I have to be a good, obedient little tiger and listen to the general. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten something. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind the curtains, weakly crying, "Help, help me." Startled, Qingyin turned around Jing Qi and asked loudly, "Who's there?" He Lian Qi, his face pale, groaned by Qingyin, "If you don't take me to get the antidote, I won't last much longer." Seeing him, Qingyin exclaimed in surprise, "He Lian Qi." She hurried over to help him up and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you to Schwerer right away." Qingyin thought to herself, what did I forget? Oh, right, I forgot to get the antidote for He Lian Qi. The two arrived at Schwerer's door. Qingyin knocked and called, "Schwerer, open the door quickly." "It's Bai Qingyin." He Lian Qi asked somewhat fearfully, "Bai Qingyin, will the poison maiden really help me with the antidote?" He whispered anxiously, "There are rumors outside that the poison maiden has a very cruel temperament. They also say that because she looks strange and ugly, she is often rejected by men. So, if you disagree with her, she'll kill you. Would she try something funny while detoxifying me?" Hearing this, Qingyin looked at him in confusion and reassured him, "What are you talking about? Schwerer is very kind. Don't worry." But He Lian Qi continued fearfully, not believing her kind. "People say that the poison maiden was born with a golden poison in her mouth. She killed someone at 3, and by 5, she could poison an entire city. She also enjoys poisoning people and then reviving them, only to poison them again. She's incredibly vicious." Just then, the door to the room opened. Schwerer, with a cold expression, stepped forward and asked, "Are you talking about me?" Seeing the beautiful young woman before him, He Lian Qi couldn't help but be astonished, wondering who she was. Then, as if realizing something, his face paled in fright, and he stammered, unable to speak, "Are you the poison maiden?" His jaw dropped as he thought, asterisk, that's not right. The rumors said the poison maiden was an old woman on the brink of death. How can she be a young girl? Asterisk, seeing He Lian-shi's intense reaction, Qingyin quickly took his hand and said, she is the poison maiden you're looking for. Her medical skills are incredibly advanced. Qingyin turned to Schwerer and said, Schwerer, my friend here has been poisoned. Please take a look at him. His face has turned completely black. Schwerer led the two of them into the room. Bai Qingyin helped He Lian-shi sit down on a chair. Schwerer closed the door, turned around, and snorted coldly. Bai Qingyin, she said, why did you bring a stranger back here? She looked at He Lian-shi with a scrutinizing gaze. General, do you know this man? Hearing this, He Lian-shi flinched. Qingyin scratched her head and laughed, replying, I just happened to run into him. Don't worry, Schwerer. The general knows him. Suddenly, He Lian-shi, who had been sitting quietly until now, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've figured it out. He jumped to his feet, his expression as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, and declared, you poisoned yourself to become a Tian Shan Tong Lao. Along with reversing your aging, you also conveniently altered your appearance, transforming into this youthful, innocent, and kind image to deceive everyone. Am I right? You are indeed the despicable poison maiden from the rumors. Your methods are truly ruthless. After hearing this, Qingyin and Schwerer were speechless. Schwerer stiffly uttered, is this guy crazy? Qingyin also didn't know how to describe the situation. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions on the two girls' faces, He Lian-shi, thinking he had guessed correctly, smirked smugly, I was right, wasn't I? He placed a hand on his forehead, looking extremely proud that I told you, nothing can be hidden from me. But just then, Schwerer, with a cold expression, flicked her hand, sending something flying towards him. 3 acupuncture needles shot towards He Lian-shi, causing him to exclaim in surprise, what? In an instant, the needles pierced his body, and blood trickled from his mouth. But instead of crying out in fear, he wiped his mouth and chuckled that I guessed the truth. So you want to silence me, huh? Qingyin, seeing that the situation wasn't right, patted Schwerer's shoulder and asked Schwerer. Schwerer's face remained grim. She walked over, pulled the 3 acupuncture needles out of He Lian-shi, and said, his poison has been removed. After finishing, she moved away from He Lian-shi as if avoiding something unpleasant. She then instructed Qingyin, Bai Qingyin, quickly take him away. Although I've cured his poison, I'm afraid his madness is contagious. That kind of illness is incurable. At this moment, He Lian-shi finally came to his senses. He checked his body in astonishment and asked, my poison, it's cured. He stood up abruptly, unable to believe it. Just a few flicks of the needles cured the strange poison that I've struggled to treat for so many years. Qingyin replied cheerfully, I told your medical skills are excellent. Come on, He Lian-shi, let's not bother Schwerer anymore. But upon hearing the name, He Lian-shi, Schwerer, who was about to leave, froze, her face filled with disbelief. He Lian. In that instant, Schwerer's hands suddenly shot out. With unexpected speed, she grabbed He Lian-shi by the throat. Schwerer's expression was strangely cold and gloomy. She questioned him in a harsh voice. Who are you, really? Seeing this, Qingyin quickly intervened. Schwerer, what are you doing? He's He Lian-shi. Let him go. But Schwerer continued to choke him, making He Lian-shi's breathing increasingly difficult. Schwerer said coldly, the goo poison, that it's unique to the Southern Kingdom. I thought it was just a coincidence. But then there's the He Lian surname of the royal family. In the Southern Kingdom, it's no longer a coincidence. If you don't honestly tell me your identity, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell right now. Hearing this, He Lian-shi gave in. I'll tell you. I am the 3rd prince of the Southern Kingdom. These words surprised Qingyin, who exclaimed what? She was secretly bewildered. He Lian-shi was a prince of the Southern Kingdom? Knowing He Lian-shi's identity, Schwerer still didn't release him and continued to interrogate him. Who sent you? What's your purpose in coming to Rongqing? He Lian-shi's eyes shifted slightly as he replied, Poison Maiden, whether you believe it or not, I really came to Rongqing only to detoxify myself. I have absolutely no other purpose. Qingyin agreed with him. Schwerer, I believe He Lian-shi. When I rescued him, he was buried in the snow, looking pathetic. He didn't look anything like a spy sent by another country. At this point, Schwerer gradually lowered her guard and released her grip, giving face to Bai Qingyin that I'll temporarily believe what you say. After all, a spy wouldn't be as stupid as you. She added, but I've detoxified you. In exchange, you must agree to one condition. Hearing Schwerer call him stupid, He Lian-shi wasn't even angry, instead scratching his head sheepishly clearly that I'm not that stupid, you know. But seeing that he wasn't addressing the main point, Schwer raised her fist with an extremely terrifying expression and threatened. Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing this, Lien Qi was frightened. Raising both hands in surrender, he hurriedly replied, "Yes, please tell me. I'll agree to any condition." Schwer didn't say much, reaching out and grabbing Lien Qi's clothes. Yanking him up, she threw him towards Bai Qingyin and calmly said, "My condition is that before Bai Qingyin leaves Rongqing, you are responsible for protecting her safety." Having settled everything, Bai Qingyin and Lien Qi were now walking down the main street. Qingyin wondered, "Schwer is so strange. Why did she suddenly tell you to protect me? It was just a small injury from killing bandits. On the battlefield, this kind of thing happens all the time." Lien Qi, on the other hand, said arrogantly, "By Qingyin, with this young master protecting you, you should be secretly rejoicing. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment." Qingyin told him, "But Lien Qi, I really didn't expect you to be the third prince of the Southern Kingdom. If Schwer hadn't discovered it, I wouldn't have noticed at all." Hearing this, Lien Qi put a hand to his forehead and replied wearily, "Well, a prince's identity is easily exposed. I conceal my identity to avoid trouble, especially in a sensitive border area like Rongqing. If others knew I was the prince of the Southern Kingdom, it might cause conflict between the two countries." Bai Qingyin understood and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You're right. Don't worry, I'll keep this secret for you. I won't tell anyone." Just as she finished speaking, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from behind them. In broad daylight, flirting with another man? Bai Qingyin, do you still have any respect for the general?" The two turned to see the person before them, and a name popped into both their minds. Xiaolang strode towards Bai Qingyin, her voice sharp with sarcasm and disdain. "Bai Qingyin, you're an unmarried woman. Not only are you entangled with another man, but you dare to bring him into the elite soldier camp? Do you think the elite soldier camp is your home?" Qingyin frowned, retorting, "Xiaolang, Lien Qi is my friend. Don't stand here and spout nonsense." Xiaolang scoffed derisively. "Nonsense?" And the surrounding soldiers all saw it just now. Seeing the crowd starting to pay attention, she deliberately raised her voice and pointed accusingly at Qingyin. "You were acting intimately with this man in front of everyone. Your bodies were so close, practically glued together." Qingyin stammered, unable to respond. Seeing this, Xiaolang pressed her advantage. "Moreover, Bai Qingyin, you're the general's personal guard, touching him casually all day. Fine, but the moment the general is away, you can't help but act intimately with another man. A shameless person like you. What do you expect everyone around you to think? How should the soldiers under the general's command treat you?" Her words swayed public opinion, and the surrounding soldiers began to murmur. Medical Officer Xia is right. Doesn't Bai Qingyin always cling to the general? Now that the general is gone, she's already attached to another man. Bai Qingyin even brought a strange man to the elite soldier camp. Does she think our elite soldier camp is a place anyone can enter? Bai Qingyin is going too far. Medical Officer Xia is absolutely right. Does Bai Qingyin think the elite soldier camp is her home? Seeing the crowd's whispers, Xiaolang smirked triumphantly. "Bai Qingyin, you dare to seduce another man behind the general's back? With this disgraceful act, let's see how you dare to continue staying in the army." At this moment, Lien Qi couldn't hold back his anger any longer and roared, "Hey, who are you? What did Bai Qingyin do to you? Why are you accusing her the moment you arrive?" He pointed at her face, questioning, "Which eye of yours saw me and Bai Qingyin acting intimately?" Bai Qingyin just patted my shoulder. "You're making a big fuss over nothing." Xiaolang sneered contemptuously. "Oh, so quick to defend Bai Qingyin? What?" She crossed her arms arrogantly. "Being exposed has made you so angry." Lien Qi, furious, couldn't help but yell, "What kind of woman are you? How can you be so despicable?" But a moment later, he was stunned. Bai Qingyin's face darkened after being scolded. She reminded Lien Qi with displeasure, "This is between me and her. Don't interfere." Lien Qi waved his hand at her and asserted, "What do you mean, don't interfere? Bai Qingyin, I am a man. How can I hide behind a woman?" He clenched his fists and stepped forward resolutely. "Besides, I promised Schwerer I would protect you." His face darkened, his voice lowering. "This guy just delivered himself to my doorstep for a beating." Seeing him advance, Xiaolang nervously clenched her hands and retreated. "You, what do you want to do?" A moment later, she shed a few crocodile tears, pointing at Lien Qi as she accused, "Look, everyone, This man got angry after being exposed and now wants to hurt me. I'm so scared. The soldiers behind her stepped forward to shield her. Then comforted medical officer Xia. Don't be afraid. The guard let you see it. Lian Qi was furious. He warned, if this guy dares to cause trouble in the elite soldier barracks, we certainly won't let him off. Seeing this, Xia Lang cried even harder. She weakly said, thank you. I was only telling the truth. I said that for the general's reputation, who knew they would want to attack me. But as soon as she finished speaking, a cunning smile spread across her face. Inwardly, she rejoiced. Asterisk by Qingyin. This time all the soldiers are on my side. Let's see how you'll explain yourself. Asterisk seeing this scene, Lian Qi trembled with anger. In this world, there's actually such a pretentious woman like you. He unceremoniously pointed at her and questioned, I haven't done anything, and you're already screaming. Compared to Bai Qingyin, you're truly a pile of dung deep in a dung pit, impossible to clean even after 100 years. I'm about to be nauseated by your disgusting behavior. Being criticized like this, Xia Lang flew into a rage as if she had bitten into a citron. Seeing the situation turn sour, Xia Lang gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Asterisk very well by Qingyin. You're quite capable, seducing this man to protect you like this. You must have given him a lot of love potions behind everyone's backs. Asterisk hearing these words. By Qingyin's expression didn't improve. She coldly reminded her, Xia Lang, don't provoke me. I don't want to bother with you, but don't mistake my kindness for weakness. If you continue to create trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Xia Lang stood behind the crowd with a smug look. I'm only telling the truth. She raised an eyebrow, her voice full of challenge. If you have the guts, then come and hit me. I'm right here. An upright tree is not afraid of death. Do you dare hit me? In her heart, she was already scheming. Asterisk, this is the military camp, and I'm surrounded by so many soldiers. Surely Bai Qingyin wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Asterisk. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand shot out. Before anyone could react, Bai Qingyin, swift as the wind, rushed forward and grabbed her. Hit you? I will. Xia Lang cried out in terror. What? Watching Bai Qingyin effortlessly lift Xia Lang up, the soldiers broke out in a cold sweat. Asterisk, Bai Qingyin's speed is too fast. We couldn't stop her. Asterisk. Bai Qingyin was furious, the strength in her hand increasing. Xia Lang, I warned you. This is what you asked for. Xia Lang choked, trembled, and struggled to speak, pleading, everyone look. Bai Qingyin wants to silence me. Her face paled as she desperately cried out, quickly save me. The soldiers, now panicked, rushed forward to intervene. Bai Qingyin, this is the military camp. Quickly release medical officer Xia. You were caught doing something wrong. Why are you making medical officer Xia take the blame? Bai Qingyin, I didn't expect you to be such a cruel and ruthless person. I misjudged you. But these words didn't make her loosen her grip. On the contrary, Xia Lang's face grew paler. It hurts, she gasped, struggling to breathe. Asterisk, damn it, crazy. Does Bai Qingyin really want to kill me? Asterisk, meanwhile, Bai Qingyin's expression remained cold and indifferent. Just then, someone appeared. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you have training? Seeing the person, Bai Qingyin was a little surprised. General, the person who just arrived was Song Huayan. Seeing Song Huayan appear, Xia Lang immediately reached out towards him, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. General, save me. Bai Qingyin. She rejoiced inwardly. Asterisk, the general is here. This is great. He's seen this scene. His impression of Bai Qingyin will definitely worsen. Asterisk. But before she could finish speaking, she was thrown aside by Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin cried out, General. Before Song Huayan's stunned gaze, Bai Qingyin tearfully embraced him. Ignoring Xia Lang fuming behind her, Bai Qingyin looked at him with tear-filled eyes and accused, General, you're finally back. I've been so wronged. Hearing these words, Xia Lang couldn't help but grit her teeth. Asterisk, who's the wronged one? I'm the one who was choked. This wretch, Bai Qingyin, is putting on such a pitiful act. Asterisk. Hearing her words, Song Huayan anxiously comforted Bai Qingyin. What happened? Don't cry. Bai Qingyin looked at him pitifully, seemingly unable to speak. General. Before she could finish, Xia Lang interjected, General, Bai Qingyin doesn't abide by womanly virtues. She angrily pointed at Bai Qingyin and hurled insults. She took advantage of your absence in Lincheng to handle important matters and dared to flirt with another man. She even brought him to the elite soldier camp. Inwardly, she cursed this wretch. Bai Qingyin even dared to complain to the general. Hearing this, Song Huayan was a little surprised. What? Bai Qingyin clutched his hand and continued, General, Don't listen to her nonsense. Anxious and flustered, she clasped both of his hands. You know, He said he wanted to see the general's elite soldier camp, so I just brought him to take a look. Xiaolang, from the side, immediately pointed and retorted, General, I'm not talking nonsense. All the soldiers here saw it. At this point, she put on a pitiful expression, crocodile tears streaming down her face. Moreover, Bai Qingyin just tried to kill me to silence me. I almost didn't get to see the general again. Hearing this, Song Huaiyan's expression darkened. All right, I understand. Seeing his change in expression, Bai Qingyin looked at him anxiously. General, it's not like that. General, please believe me. Witnessing the scene before her, Xiaolang secretly rejoiced. Great. Bai Qingyin is about to be kicked out of the military camp. Finally, the general will be mine. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped Bai Qingyin's hand. He looked at her tenderly and explained, Shi is being kept in Rongqing under my orders for protection. Bai Qingyin is helping me. He then looked towards Xiaolang. He and Bai Qingyin do not have any improper relationship. I'm very clear about this. Xiaolang's face changed drastically, her whole body trembling. What? General, how can you be so biased toward Bai Qingyin? She's already acted so wantonly, and you're still lying for her? Song Huaiyan looked at her with a chilling glare, his voice laced with anger. Xiaolang, are you questioning my words? He angrily pressed. Do you think I would lie in front of all these soldiers? She was startled by his imposing manner, her eyes darting away, and Song Huaiyan stepped towards her as he spoke, Shi, Bai Qingyin, and I returned to Rongqing after eliminating the bandits outside the city. All the people in the city saw us. His calm voice continued to resonate. Who in the city doesn't know? Shi is under my protection in Rongqing. Song Huaiyan's voice rose as he warned the soldiers. You are all soldiers. Don't just listen to one side of the story. Bai Qingyin was a soldier first, then a woman. Song Huaiyan continued in a firm voice. If she and a man walking down the street are viewed with such prejudice, then how will you treat her on the battlefield where she fights alongside men? She kills enemies just like any other soldier. Song Huaiyan's reprimand made the soldiers laugh awkwardly. The general is right. We overthought it. Medical Officer Xia's words led us to a misunderstanding. Now that we think about it, Bai Qingyin and this man didn't do anything improper. We were bound by our preconceived notions and misunderstood Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin looked at General Song Huaiyan in surprise. He looked at her gently, approached, and asked, what was that expression just now? Do you not trust me that much? His gaze was fixed on Bai Qingyin. He thought to himself, I never thought Bai Qingyin would show such sadness for fear of being misunderstood. I've never seen that expression on her face before. It seems she really cares about my opinion. Bai Qingyin's cheerful demeanor returned. She immediately replied, No, not at all. She stepped forward, took his hand firmly, and declared, I trust the general the most, and I like the general the most. Seeing the two of them standing together harmoniously, Xiaolang trembled with anger. She couldn't help but clench her fists. How could this be? Shouldn't the general be furious and order Bai Qingyin out of the camp? How did this happen? Shi finally brightened up. Someone went through all that trouble scheming, only to end up empty-handed. His words further fueled Xiaolang's anger. She cursed inwardly. It seems the general is definitely protecting Bai Qingyin. This can't be. Even if I can't get Bai Qingyin kicked out of the camp, I can't just let this go. Shi glanced at Xiaolang and then turned to Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin, did you see that? Someone's face is even darker than the bottom of a pot. But at this moment, Song Huaiyan glared at Shi with a murderous look. Your hand. Shi obediently withdrew his hand and started massaging it. He muttered to himself, this hand really doesn't know how to behave. I'll have to teach it a lesson later. He inwardly lamented the possessiveness General Song Huaiyan displayed towards Bai Qingyin. It's terrifying. Xiaolang still refused to give up. She shouted, General. A second later, Xiaolang pointed at Bai Qingyin and accused her. Even if Bai Qingyin and this man named Shi are innocent, Bai Qingyin just attacked me. She almost killed me. According to military regulations, she should be punished with a beating. Shi looked surprised and exclaimed, Now I know what it means to be a thief crying thief. You clearly falsely accused Bai Qingyin first, and she only retaliated. Xiaolang looked at Shi smugly and challenged him. Those are the military rules. It's useless even if you disagree. He Lianqi was so angry he was speechless. Bai Qingyin, silent until now, finally spoke. All right, He Lianqi, I accept the punishment. She calmly looked at Xia Lang and continued, I'm willing to be punished. But Xia Lang, you spread rumors that caused a misunderstanding among the soldiers. According to military regulations, you should also be punished, shouldn't you? Seeing Bai Qingyin's calm rebuttal, Xia Lang was taken aback. What? Is she playing the damsel in distress again? She looked anxiously at Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin, I only said a few words. It didn't cause you any harm. Inwardly, she thought, I can't be punished. I don't have skin as thick as Bai Qingyin's. My previous injuries haven't even healed yet. If I have to endure more beatings, won't I be half dead? He Lianqi, standing beside them, pretended to cover his mouth and said loudly, So you're scared now? By your logic, shouldn't you wait until Bai Qingyin is dead before considering punishment? Wait until she's dead, then we'll talk. Xia Lang was so angry at his provocation that she was speechless. Song Huayan then interrupted enough. He gestured with his hand and commanded, Both of you are at fault today. Considering that this hasn't caused any serious consequences, let's drop it. Any objections? Bai Qingyi nodded immediately. Yes, I will obey, General. Xia Lang gritted her teeth and glared at Bai Qingyin. General, Bai Qingyin tried to kill me. How can this be dropped? You're clearly biased. Song Huayan calmly looked at her and admonished. You've been in the army for a long time, Xia Lang. You should set a good example. While arguments and scuffles happen in the army, creating rumors and disrupting morale is strictly forbidden. Song Huayan emphasized, next time you violate military regulations, I will absolutely not let you off lightly. Don't think I don't know your intentions. Xia Lang trembled, seething with resentment. Bai Qingyin injured me, and the general calls it an argument and a scuffle. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her fists clenched and trembled that I just said a few words, and I'm accused of disrupting morale? General, you're clearly biased to the extreme. Song Huayan put his arm around Bai Qingyin. All right, Bai Qingyin, let's go. He Lianqi hurriedly called out, What about me? Wait for me. But Song Huayan just turned and gave him a sharp look. He Lianqi suddenly faltered, then made an excuse to leave. I just remembered I have something to do. General Song, you go ahead with Bai Qingyin. I'll catch up later. Bai Qingyin peppered Song Huayan with questions as they walked. General, why did you come back so soon? Is the matter in lynching resolved? General, you weren't really angry with me just now, were you? Song Huayan sighed. All right, Bai Qingyin, sit down. You're making me dizzy running around like that. He looked at her and reminded her, and you're asking so many questions at once. How am I supposed to answer? Bai Qingyin immediately sat down obediently. Well, I was just so happy to see you, General. She put on an adorable expression and asked again, General, you weren't really angry with me just now, were you? Song Huayan looked at her tenderly and asked, Angry about what? Bai Qingyin stammered nervously, It's just now, at the elite soldier camp, I fought with Xia Lang. Song Huayan said helplessly, Is that what you call fighting? He recalled the image of Bai Qingyin winning with a single move. That was you just hitting her. Bai Qingyin excitedly explained, I just couldn't hold back anymore. She leaned closer to him and tried to explain, General, are you really mad at me? I didn't do it on purpose. Bai Qingyin anxiously tried to justify herself, that I was just angry because she was talking nonsense, so I didn't let her finish. You stopped me anyway, so what's there to worry about? He gently touched her forehead and replied, I'm just teasing you. I'm not angry. Bai Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, If you're not angry, why do you keep that cold expression? She sprawled on the table and sighed. You really scared me. Suddenly, Song Huayan spoke, but Bai Qingyin, while I'm not angry, he pinched her cheek and warned, You can't act so rashly again. You're a soldier under my command, and so is Xia Lang. Even if there's an argument, you can't hit someone in front of a crowd. What will others think? Bai Qingyin's face was filled with remorse. I just lost my temper for a moment, General. I'm not good with words. Xia Lang said a few things, and I got angry. She keeps pretending to be weak, and it makes my hands itch. Suddenly, her attitude changed, and she cheerfully agreed. But, General, you're right. Then she thought of something else, that I really shouldn't hit her in front of everyone. Next time she provokes me, I'll wait until midnight, put a sack over her head, and beat her up. No one will know, not even Xia Lang. Song Huayan's face froze as he tried to explain, That's not what I meant. But with Bai Qingyin's personality, it was difficult to explain, so he gave in, Fine, whatever. Just don't get caught. Song Huayan fell into thought. Actually, Xia Lang was right about one thing. I don't know when it started, but I've become a bit biased towards Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin cheerfully patted his shoulder and affirmed, "Don't worry, General, I know my limits." She continued, "This time it was mainly because Xia Lang went too far, insulting both me and He Lianqi. I couldn't stand it and lashed out. If she hadn't said those things, I wouldn't have hit her." Song Huayan noticed the name He Lianqi and inquired, "It seems you and He Lianqi have a very good relationship. You just met not long ago, and you personally brought him to the elite soldier camp." Bai Qingyin replied without thinking, "It's all right." She continued cheerfully, "After all, we killed bandits together. We're acquaintances." Song Huayan couldn't help but ask directly, "Just acquaintances?" His eyes looked away as he probed, "Just now, at the elite soldier camp, I saw the two of you being very close. I thought you liked him." Song Huayan's mind was in turmoil. Why do I feel a pang of jealousy? But Bai Qingyin is so attached to me. She probably doesn't like him. But Bai Qingyin's answer was unexpected. "Well, I do like him a little." Song Huayan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "What?" Bai Qingyin paused in thought, then replied, "He Lianqi and Schwerer both have the aura of good people, so I like him too." Song Huayan asked, "Like Schwerer?" Bai Qingyin said, "The like I'm talking about is just the kind of liking between friends." "Right?" Bai Qingyin answered, "That's right. What other kind is there?" Song Huayan hesitated, and "Oh, nothing." He sighed in relief, thinking, "Good. That scared me. I almost thought Bai Qingyin liked He Lianqi." Bai Qingyin was also puzzled. Why is the general acting so strangely all of a sudden? Song Huayan then cautioned, "But Bai Qingyin, He Lianqi is a man after all. You shouldn't be so close to him in the future to avoid misunderstandings like today. Do you understand?" Bai Qingyin thought for a moment, then replied, "But in the elite soldier camp, everyone besides me is male. When I train with them, it's hard to avoid being misunderstood." Song Huayan frowned. "This is different, Bai Qingyin. So now, because of He Lianqi, you're starting to disobey me?" Bai Qingyin immediately denied "Oh no. I always obey the general. If the general says so, I will definitely keep my distance from He Lianqi in the future. I won't say a word to him." She noticed Song Huayan's attitude and thought, "It seems the general is angry. He Lianqi, I'll have to sacrifice you for now." He Lianqi suddenly sneezed repeatedly. He rubbed his nose, wondering, "Who's gossiping about me?" Night had fallen. Xiao Lang observed from a corner, "I originally wanted to wait a few more days and think of a perfect way to deal with Bai Qingyin. She's already figured out the situation and is considering her options. But the general is too biased towards Bai Qingyin during the day. If this continues, Bai Qingyin will become increasingly arrogant and act on her own in the camp." Xiao Lang took a vial of medicine from her robe. "That I can't stand that wretch Bai Qingyin any longer. Under the bright moonlight," she declared, holding the vial, "once today's plan succeeds, Bai Qingyin will definitely not survive." She then entered a room. Xiao Lang smirked smugly. "AT this time. The soldiers are still training." Entering the soldiers' clothing storage room like this won't be noticed by anyone. She had a plan. "I just need to put the poison on these soldiers' clothes. Tomorrow, when these soldiers wear the poison clothes for training, they will definitely be poisoned and weakened." Xiao Lang's eyes gleamed. "And I just need to put the poison in Bai Qingyin's room beforehand. Then I can blame it on her." She smiled triumphantly. "Bai Qingyin, last time the general protected you and helped you escape death. This time, even if the gods descend, they won't be able to save you." She then carried out her scheme, pouring poison onto the soldiers' clothes. Suddenly, there was a sound outside. Xiao Lang looked around anxiously. "That's the bugle call. Luckily, I've already applied the poison." She then left out, "I'll go outside and see what's going on." Under the bright moonlight, the bugle in the barracks blared continuously. Soldiers immediately assembled. "Enemy attack!" The bugle call shrieked. "Everyone, quickly change into your uniforms and assemble. Hurry, quickly get your gear in order and await the general." The calls echoed among the M.E. and IT. Must be the bandits outside the city launching a sneak attack. "They've shaken the city." Xiao Lang, having heard the news, gasped, "What? An enemy attack?" She felt a pang of anxiety. "It can't be that bandits are attacking at a time like this. Can it?" A soldier reported, "General, the enemy has entered our outer defenses. They've breached Rongqing. We await your orders." Xiao Lang, seeing the general arrive, panicked. "The general is here too?" Song Huayan immediately commanded, "Rongqing is a crucial base. We absolutely cannot let the enemy break through. Report. Soldiers, prepare yourselves. I will personally lead the troops to repel the enemy." "Yes, General, the soldiers responded, acknowledging the order. Suddenly, Xiao Lang rushed forward to stop him. General, wait. Song Huayan asked in surprise. Xiao Lang, why are you here? Xiao Lang tried to dissuade him. General, I heard the bugle call and came running. However, I just heard you say you intend to deploy the troops immediately. I feel this course of action is somewhat ill-advised. Xiao Lang's eyes filled with anxious malice. Why a battle at a time like this? If the soldiers' poison acts up on the battlefield, we're doomed. I have to think of a way to stall for time and administer the antidote to the soldiers first. As for framing by Qingyin, I'll have to wait for another opportunity. Song Huayan furrowed his brow and asked, Xiao Lang, what do you mean? Xiao Lang replied, General, please listen to me. The border climate is inherently cold, unsuitable for marching and fighting. Moreover, it's late at night, which will impair visibility. If we deploy immediately, I fear our soldiers will be at a disadvantage. It's not conducive to effective combat. Xiao Lang forced a smile and suggested, therefore, I think it would be better to wait until daybreak before setting out. That way, combat will be more assured. A voice scoffed. Bai Qingyin retorted, the enemy chose to attack at night precisely because they want to catch us off guard. If we wait until daybreak, as you suggest, I'm afraid the enemy will be right at our doorstep. Xiao Lang angrily snapped back. The terrain of Rongqing is complex. The enemy won't be able to advance that quickly. Bai Qingyin, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Song Huayan turned away wearily and said, enough. Xiao Lang, I can't believe you've been by my side for so many years, and yet you still fail to see things as thoroughly as Bai Qingyin does. He then ordered, you're a medical officer. Stay in the barracks and tend to the soldiers' wounds. You needn't concern yourself with other matters. Xiao Lang still refused to give in, retorting, General, but what if the enemy has laid a trap? Wouldn't a hasty deployment lead us right into it? Wouldn't it be better to devise a battle plan first? Song Huayan said coldly, you needn't remind me of that. I am well aware. Anything else? Defeated, Xiao Lang gave up. Fine. Bai Qingyin immediately called out, General, don't waste any more words on her. The situation is urgent. Let's go. Qingyin added cheerfully, just watch me crush the enemy and make them drop their swords and surrender. Song Huayan suddenly spoke Bai Qingyin. He continued, you stay here. You've just recovered, and it's not advisable for you to go to the battlefield. Bai Qingyin was instantly deflated. She tried to explain to the general, my body has recovered. I won't be a burden. Moreover, I also have to protect you. But Song Huayan let go of her hand. He said, no, and walked away. The battlefield is constantly changing. What if you get hurt again? Bai Qingyin shouted unwillingly. I assure you I won't get hurt. Bai Qingyin ran to Song Huayan's side, looking at him with an extremely determined gaze. General, I am also your soldier. How can I watch other soldiers go to battle while I stay behind? What will the other soldiers think of me? She stubbornly added, if you don't let me go, I'll go myself. Song Huayan was speechless. Bai Qingyin persisted, so Song Huayan sighed and compromised. All right, I'll take you. But you must not hinder the battle. You must obey all my commands. Bai Qingyin was overjoyed. She nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken, agreeing. She confidently affirmed, don't worry, General. I guarantee I'll obey you in everything. Xiao Lang, standing behind them, had overheard their conversation. Her face paled, and she thought in a panic, what should I do? What should I do? If the soldiers get poisoned, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, beneath the city gates, the enemy had formed their ranks and were preparing to attack. The enemy's deputy general, looking through his binoculars, saw Song Huayan directing from above. He cursed angrily, damn it, we deliberately launched a surprise attack at night. But Rongqing reacted so quickly. He turned and asked his general, General, should we directly attack Rongqing? The general thought for a moment, then said, no. Rongqing is easy to defend and difficult to attack. With Song Huayan defending it, a direct attack will be very difficult. Let's find a way to lure Song Huayan out to fight. Hearing this, the deputy general confidently stepped forward. General, watch me. He stepped forward and shouted provocatively, Song Huayan, I hear you're a god of war, incredibly brave and skilled with weapons. But today, it seems you're nothing more than this. Don't have any men left to use? Is that why you brought a woman to the battlefield to fight for you? He sneered inwardly, thinking, I've heard that Song Huayan is cold and indifferent to women. The woman beside him must be very important to him. I'll use her to provoke him. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin was furious. She pointed down and said, General, he dares to look down on women. I'll go down there and teach him a lesson. But Song Hawaiian stopped her. He explained, no, he's trying to provoke us. We shouldn't pay attention to him. We see no movement on the wall. The deputy general continues to attack Song Hawaiian. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared? He points at himself. What kind of war god are you? I think you're nothing but a coward. A coward hiding behind a woman. If you have the guts, come out here. Today, I'll take your head back for my soldiers. The soldiers behind him immediately joined in, laughing and jeering. What glorious war god of the great Zhou kingdom. That's all he is. He doesn't even dare to come out. He'd rather hide in a brothel. Our deputy general has already entered the battlefield, and he still doesn't dare to come out. Looks like he's afraid of having his head chopped off by our deputy general. These words infuriated the soldiers under Song Hawaiian's command. Bai Qingyin's face darkened, her hands clenching into fists. Despicable. How dare they insult the general? Immediately afterward, she snatched the bow and arrow from a soldier behind her. Give that to me. This startled Song Hawaiian. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Bai Qingyin aimed the bow at the deputy general and angrily said, General, you said they want to lure us out. So we just won't go out, right? She smiled confidently. This deputy general's mouth is too foul. Let's see me kill him. Below, the deputy general saw Bai Qingyin's movements on the wall. He wasn't afraid, but scoffed contemptuously that a woman wants to shoot me dead with a bow. Huh. He was incredibly arrogant and dismissive of Bai Qingyin. The distance from where I stand to the city gate is almost 100 paces. A soldier in his prime can only shoot 70 or 80 paces at most. You, a woman, want to kill me? Come out here and shoot. I guarantee I won't dodge. He finished with a burst of triumphant laughter. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin furrowed her brows. You want to die? Immediately afterward, the arrow flew, and the deputy general's retribution arrived. The arrow pierced straight into his chest, leaving him stunned. Looking at the blood flowing from his chest, the deputy general's face turned pale with fear. The whooshing sound of the arrow had startled his horse. It reared, throwing the already weakened deputy general to the ground. The general and the soldiers behind him couldn't believe what had just happened. Their faces paled. Impossible. They trembled and retreated. The deputy general is dead. The deputy general was clearly standing outside the range. How? How could that woman's strength be so great? How could she shoot an arrow so far? From atop the wall, Bai Qingyin angrily shouted down, No one is allowed to insult the general in front of me. She pointed at the deputy general that if you do, this will be your fate. This surprised Song Hawaiian. He stared at Bai Qingyin, his face flushing with happiness. He softly murmured her name. Having dealt with the deputy general, she turned back to Song Hawaiian, showing off her accomplishment. General, see? I told you bringing me along would be useful. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling to, I will fight alongside you on the battlefield, shoulder to shoulder, slaying the enemy. Song Hawaiian responded with a gentle smile. Indeed. He praised Bai Qingyin sincerely. With your archery skills just now, the enemy's morale has been shattered. This is the perfect opportunity to attack. Then he addressed the soldiers beside him. Relay my command. Open the gates and attack. The soldiers immediately obeyed, bowing their heads. Yes, General. The soldiers below responded with their own war cries. The city gates had just opened. They all charged out, roaring kill. This fighting spirit made the enemy soldiers hesitate. They asked each other in bewilderment, The deputy general is dead. Should we still fight? One soldier, sweating with fear, wondered aloud, Should we continue? Song Hawaiian hasn't even made a move, and our deputy general is already dead. But their general shouted, rallying his troops, Don't panic. Get a grip. I'm still here. No retreating. He raised his sword and bellowed, We outnumber them 2-1. Song Hawaiian's soldiers should be afraid of us. We must avenge our deputy general. Charge! Hearing this, the morale of the enemy soldiers was restored. The general is right. We must avenge the deputy general. Then both sides clashed. The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the city in the darkness. One of Song Hawaiian's soldiers cut down an enemy with a sneer that a bunch of bandits dare to attack under cover of night. I'll show you. But before he could finish, a sharp pain made his face pale. He coughed up blood, fear rising in his chest. What's happening? Why does my chest suddenly hurt so much? Other soldiers began experiencing the same thing. Just after striking down an enemy, they would double over in pain, their cries echoing, My body hurts. I can't control it. The enemy general laughed, charging forward on horseback. He cut down Song Hawaiian soldiers one by one, taunting, So this is the might of Song Huayan's army? Pathetic. His eyes gleamed with madness as he swung his sword. They're falling before we even touch them. Utterly worthless. He roared to his troops, "Soldiers, take Rongqing. Kill! Kill!" The enemy's soldiers roared, surging forward and quickly cutting down many of Song Huayan's men. On the city wall, Song Huayan noticed something was wrong. Our front lines are collapsing too quickly. They seem to have no strength at all. What's going on? Suddenly, a soldier rushed to him, clutching a wound on his shoulder. "General, something terrible is happening. Our soldiers are experiencing some kind of illness. If this continues, we won't be able to hold them back." Bai Qingyin asked anxiously, "Illness? How could this happen so suddenly? They were all fine before we left." Grimacing in pain, the soldier replied, "I don't know, but the situation is critical. We need orders, General." Song Huayan immediately commanded, "Inform the troops. Any soldier experiencing these symptoms is to return to Rongqing to rest." He grabbed his spear and instructed, "The rest of you fight and retreat. Minimize casualties and conserve your strength. Wait for my return." Bai Qingyin asked worriedly, "General, what are you going to do?" Song Huayan's eyes were unusually calm. "Capture the leader, and the rest will fall. Their deputy general is dead, leaving only their general in command." His expression hardened. "If I kill him, their army will be leaderless. They'll rout without a fight." He then turned to Bai Qingyin. Before she could say anything more, Bai Qingyin spoke up, "General, please go without worry. I will take the healthy soldiers and those without any unusual symptoms to the 9 camps. I absolutely will not let the enemy break through our lines." These words surprised Song Huayan. He was astonished, thinking to himself, "Bai Qingyin is on the battlefield with me for the first time, yet she can accurately guess my thoughts. This level of understanding is as if we've fought together for many years." Bai Qingyin patted her chest, assuring him, "General, I believe in you." Bai Qingyin's eyes were full of trust as she said, "My brothers and I will cover your return." Song Huayan smiled gently and replied, "All right." He then stepped forward and kissed Bai Qingyin lightly on the forehead, saying, "Bai Qingyin, you must protect yourself." Watching Song Huayan's retreating figure, Bai Qingyin firmly said, "Don't worry, General." She then kicked up the sword that had fallen on the ground. Holding the sword, Bai Qingyin was filled with confidence that "I absolutely will not let the enemy advance a single step." At this moment, on the battlefield, the excited enemy soldiers rushed forward, slashing and killing our troops. They laughed smugly. "Did you see that? Song Huayan's soldiers clearly can't withstand a single blow." Another one mocked, "I don't know how they won any battles before. Their reputation clearly doesn't match reality. Look, I haven't even made a move, and they're already falling. How ridiculous." Our soldiers truly didn't understand what was happening. They clutched their chests in anger. These hateful enemies. One wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but his body trembled with pain, leaving him powerless. Why are we suddenly having problems with our health? Otherwise, these enemies wouldn't be so formidable. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers roared with laughter. "There's still one alive here. Watch me kill him. This one's mine, let me." But before they could strike, a sword flashed across both their throats, stopping them in their tracks. Immediately afterward, blood spurted from their throats. This stunned the remaining soldier, who looked up. He stared at the person who had just saved him, his heart pounding. It was Bai Qingyin. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she glared at the 2 dead enemy soldiers. "You dare kill the soldiers of Rongqing? You deserve to die." She then turned to check on the young soldier. "Brother, are you all right? Can you stand?" He was still in shock, stammering, "Why, yes, I can stand." Hearing this, Bai Qingyin instructed, "Quickly retreat to Rongqing. Leave the rest to me." She then turned and went to where the healthy soldiers were. Bai Qingyin raised her sword, boosting the morale of the soldiers. "Brothers who are still well, advance with me. Hold the line and wait for the general's return." Following her words, they all charged forward to fight the enemy and defend the city. This also changed the way the soldiers behind them viewed her. The general was right. Bai Qingyin is truly a heroine, a true warrior. Meanwhile, she was surrounded by enemy soldiers. But with a single stroke of her sword, Bai Qingyin easily broke through the encirclement. Wiping the blood from her cheek, she thought to herself, "General, I will definitely hold the line with the soldiers. You must return safely." At this moment, on Song Huayan's side, he spurred his horse forward, charging towards the enemy commander. As soon as they saw him, several soldiers shouted, "Song Huayan, the god of war of great true." Unable to hide their surprise, they exclaimed, "You dare to charge into our ranks alone? Kill him." But just as they reached his horse's feet, they were dealt with by Song Huayan. Filled with angry contempt, he shouted, "Just a bunch of small fry, and you dare to violate our borders. Anyone who blocks my path will die." At this time, the enemy commander's voice rang out, "Song Huayan, I never thought you would dare to come alone." He was full of smugness, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. "The heavens are helping me kill you. Then Rongxing will no longer be an obstacle." Hearing this, Song Huayan snorted coldly in disdain. "Enough talk. Give me your head," he added, as if picking up an object, it's as easy as that. With that said, the two sides clashed. Their weapons met, emitting a sharp, piercing clang. Instantly, the enemy commander was forced back by Song Huayan's strength. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "What? So fast?" Song Huayan looked at him with sharp eyes. "That I told you. Killing you is too simple. Besides, I'm in a hurry." His words and gaze made the commander's face turn pale with fear. In the next moment, Song Huayan's spear thrust forward, piercing the enemy commander's throat. Clutching his wound, the commander said in disbelief, "You impossible." He then collapsed beneath the hooves of Song Huayan's horse. Song Huayan immediately shouted, "Lieutenant, your commander has died on the battlefield. If you still want to fight, then I, Song Huayan, will see it through to the end." His words startled and frightened the enemy soldiers. At this moment, reinforcements from the rear were charging forward. "Kill them all." The panicked enemy soldiers began to flee. "The commander is dead. Retreat, retreat. We can't win." Just now, Song Huayan killed hundreds of soldiers and then charged straight in and killed the commander. "He's a true demon," someone shouted in terror. "Without a commander, how can we fight? Retreat, retreat." Immediately, the victory horn sounded. Bai Qingyin, on the other side, heard it as well. Wiping her sweat, she wondered, is that the enemy's retreat signal? Has the general succeeded? Seeing this, the soldiers cheered joyfully throughout the city. "Brothers, the general has killed the enemy commander. Now the enemy is like a snake without a head, so scared that their entire army is running. The general is truly mighty. With the general here, there's no battle we can't win." Then everyone chanted, "General, General." Bai Qingyin was also overjoyed. She dropped her sword. "That's wonderful, General. I knew you would win." Bai Qingyin's entire body was covered in blood. She was almost completely exhausted. Just then, Song Huayan arrived on horseback from afar. He called out to Bai Qingyin. Upon reaching her, Song Huayan immediately jumped off his horse. He gently supported Bai Qingyin and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" This surprised Bai Qingyin. "General." She quickly regained her energy and replied with a bright smile, "I'm fine, General. I just couldn't keep up physically." As she said this, she became embarrassed, her voice softening. "But General, look, I promised you I would hold the line. I never go back on my word," Song Huayan replied with a light laugh. "I saw it, Bai Qingyin. You did well. You've worked hard." Praise like this, Bai Qingyin's eyes sparkled. She happily replied, "It wasn't any trouble at all." She continued to smile nonstop like a child being praised. "The general trusted me. That's why he gave me such an important task, to be able to help the general. I'm very happy." But at this moment, Song Huayan stepped forward and embraced her, gently calling, "Bai Qingyin." He whispered softly in her ear, "Thank you." Bai Qingyin, embarrassed, quickly slipped out of Song Huayan's embrace and said, No need to thank me. I didn't do anything. It was clearly all the general's going." But at this moment, Bai Qingyin was extremely puzzled. "General, what exactly happened? Why were the soldiers suddenly poisoned?" Song Huayan replied, "We'll have to wait until we get back and investigate to know for sure." Bai Qingyin urged, "This matter can't be delayed. Let's take the soldiers back now." Bai Qingyin immediately nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to Xiaolang, who is busy doing something while complaining. "I can't believe the enemy chose this time to attack. Well, I'll just have to use their plan against them." It turns out she was hiding a vial of poison. "I've put it in Bai Qingyin's blanket." Her eyes filled with jealousy. She said, "As long as the poison is in Bai Qingyin's possession, she'll be the one to bear the consequences." Finished, she quietly slipped away. After seeing that no one was around, Xiaolang quickly went outside and closed the door, secretly pleased with herself. The poison has been placed in Bai Qingyin's room. Now I just have to wait for the general to return and investigate, and my plan will succeed. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I've finally waited for this day. I can finally get rid of that wretch by Qingyin. While she was secretly gloating, Lianqi's voice suddenly rang out. What are you sneaking around in front of Bai Qingyin's room for? He questioned her suspiciously, his voice loud. Don't tell me you're up to no good again. Xiaolang scoffed and said, What's it to you? She spoke confidently. This is the city lord's manor. Who says I can't be here? Hearing this, Lianqi was filled with suspicion. Last time at the elite soldier camp, this Xiaolang was always targeting Bai Qingyin. Now she's sneaking around Bai Qingyin's room. She definitely has bad intentions. When Bai Qingyin gets back, I have to tell her to be careful and watch out. Suddenly, a soldier came running up in a panic. Calling out to Xiaolang, the young man said breathlessly, I finally found you. Healer Xia, something's happened to the soldiers who went to battle with the general. Come quickly with me. Hearing this, Xiaolang anxiously asked, Don't rush. Tell me what happened. Inwardly, she thought, It seems the poison has taken effect. The young man gasped, It seems like insect poison. The general told you to come quickly. Hearing this, Xiaolang immediately feigned shock. What? Hurry, take me to them. The two of them then left. Watching them go, Lianqi thought to himself, Bai Qingyin also went with Song Huayan. I hope nothing happened to her. That Xiaolang is untrustworthy. I need to get Schwerer to take a look. Xiaolang quickly arrived and began to examine the wounds and the poison in everyone's bodies. The more she looked, the more her brow furrowed. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin worriedly asked the general, Will the soldiers be all right? Look at them, shivering and curled up on the cold ground. Song Huayan gently embraced and comforted Bai Qingyin, Don't worry, they'll be fine. He then walked over and asked Xiaolang, How are the soldiers, Xiaolang? Xiaolang stood up and replied, General, these soldiers have indeed been poisoned. Fortunately, the poison only makes their limbs weak and causes headaches. Once I finish preparing the antidote, I'll give it to them, and they'll recover quickly. Hearing this, Song Huayan felt somewhat relieved. Good. Then, he began to investigate with Xiaolang. You know how these soldiers were poisoned? Xiaolang replied, I found traces of the poison on the clothes of some of the soldiers. She then adopted a detective-like pose, speculating, it seems someone applied the poison to their clothes. Then, due to the spread through the air, so many soldiers were poisoned. If the poison weren't limited in its spread, I fear everyone in the camp would have been affected. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin angrily exclaimed, Poison their clothes. This poisoner is truly shameless. She then turned to Song Huayan and said, General, we must find the poisoner. If it weren't for them, so many soldiers wouldn't have died on the battlefield. However, upon hearing this, someone sneered and then said coldly, The general has guarded the border for many years, and this has never happened before. She covered her mouth, her tone directed at Bai Qingyin. Yet, the day after you, Bai Qingyin, arrived, such a sinister incident occurred. How strange. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin's face darkened. What do you mean? She maintained her provocative attitude and replied, What do you think I mean? She folded her arms across her chest, feigning annoyance and saying, General, our guard is always strict. Not even a fly can get in. Her eyes seemed to point directly at Bai Qingyin, accusing her, if anyone could poison our soldiers under such tight security, it's highly likely they are from within the camp. She paused for a moment and then said righteously, We, your subordinates, have always been loyal. We would absolutely never commit such treachery. Xiaolang then pointed directly at Bai Qingyin. The only person not originally from our camp is Bai Qingyin. I suspect she poisoned everyone. Hearing this, the soldiers began to look at Bai Qingyin differently, whispering amongst themselves. What? Bai Qingyin? Someone spoke up in her defense, disbelieving. That can't be. Bai Qingyin risked her life to save so many poisoned soldiers. I don't think it was her. But another said, Healer Xia has a point. This has never happened before. Falsely accused, Bai Qingyin was not pleased. Her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Xiaolang, don't slander me. Xiaolang sneered in response that you're the daughter of Marquis Chongling. You're the only one in the entire camp with the strongest motive. She paused for a moment and continued triumphantly. If you wanted to poison the general and cause him to lose the battle, Marquis Chongling would certainly be very pleased. Bai Qingyin was so angry she could spit blood, but could do nothing. The two seemed about to fight when Song Huayan's angry voice suddenly rang out. That's enough. He spoke up to defend Bai Qingyin. Chongling Ho is Chongling Ho. Bai Qingyin is Bai Qingyin. I can 100% guarantee her identity. At this point, he gently reminded Xiaolang, Xiaolang, from now on, you're not allowed to use the Chongling Ho matter to cast suspicion on Bai Qingyin again. Although Xiao Lang was Bufu, she had to obey the general. Then I ask you to send someone to search by Qingyin's room. If my guess is correct, the poison is definitely hidden in her room. She thought to herself, it seems that even if I say more, the general won't easily suspect by Qingyin now. It's all right, as long as the poison I put in by Qingyin's room is found. Even if the general doesn't believe it, he'll have to. Song Huayan said sternly, this poison is a serious matter. I absolutely will not let the one who administered it go. If we're searching, we can't just search by Qingyin's quarters. Then he called out and ordered, someone search the entire residence immediately. No one is to interfere. The soldiers immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, General. Hearing this, Xiaolang secretly smiled. By Qingyin, the fun begins. Following Song Huayan's orders, the soldiers began searching by Qingyin's room. Nothing in the drawers, nothing on the bed, nothing under the bed either. But suddenly, one of them discovered something under the pillow. He called out, there's something under the pillow. After lifting the pillow, a small bottle immediately rolled out. Upon seeing it, the young soldier exclaimed in alarm, could this be the poison? The small bottle was quickly brought to Song Huayan. A soldier rushed over and reported, General, we found a bottle in by Qingyin's room. It's very suspicious. We believe it's the poison. As he spoke, he presented the bottle. These words stunned the surrounding soldiers, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. What? Poison was found in by Qingyin's room? Bai Qingyin also didn't understand what was happening. She hurriedly explained to Song Huayan, impossible. I've never had any contact with poison. Seeing this, Song Huayan grasped Bai Qingyin's shoulder and reassured her, don't worry. Whether or not this bottle contains poison is still unclear. Then he ordered, someone test it with a silver needle immediately. The soldier responded, yes, General. He quickly took out a silver needle and slowly inserted it into the bottle. Seeing this, Xiao Lang gnashed her teeth in frustration. She thought to herself, the general is so biased towards Bai Qingyin. Just wait until it's confirmed that the bottle contains poison. Let's see how he'll protect her then. Meanwhile, the poison testing process concluded. After withdrawing the silver needle, the soldier couldn't hide his shock as he saw the needle turn black. The soldiers behind him also exclaimed in surprise, the silver needle has turned black. Could it really be Bai Qingyin who poisoned everyone? Xiao Lang seized the opportunity and immediately declared, the silver needle turned black. This bottle contains poison. Her eyes filled with smugness. She said to Song Huayan with a smile, see, this poison was found in Bai Qingyin's room. It must be Bai Qingyin who poisoned the soldiers. Bai Qingyin wouldn't stand for it and hurriedly pleaded her innocence. General, I can swear on my life that this bottle of poison isn't mine. I've never seen it before. Then, pointing at Xiao Lang suspiciously, she said, today Xiao Lang has been targeting me, constantly accusing me of being the poisoner. I suspect she secretly planted the poison in my room. Xiao Lang saw the murderous look in her eyes, staring at her and saying, Bai Qingyin, don't try to cover it up. This is clearly your problem, and you still want to deny it. She walked over and swatted away the hand pointing at her. I'm telling you, she declared, no matter how you try to defend yourself, it's useless. The evidence is clear. Xiao Lang, full of confidence in her plan, laughed smugly. You should quickly kneel down and confess to the general and the soldiers. Maybe you can still save your life. Otherwise, according to military law, you'll be drawn and quartered. Seeing this, Song Huayan couldn't listen anymore. He shouted enough. He then stood up and shielded Bai Qingyin behind him, speaking up for her. Bai Qingyin has repeatedly risked her life to save me on the battlefield. She has also fought and killed the enemy alongside the soldiers, facing life and death together. She regards the soldiers as brothers. There's no way she would poison them. I believe her. Song Huayan looked toward Xiao Lang and continued, as for this bottle of poison, although it was found in Bai Qingyin's room, it cannot be confirmed that it belongs to her. These words infuriated Xiao Lang. She retorted Bu Fu Chi to Soa, General, the evidence is clear now. If it wasn't her who poisoned them, then who was it? Don't be fooled by Bai Qingyin's appearance. She deliberately infiltrated our ranks to find an opportunity to poison everyone. If you don't severely punish this insidious and vicious person, how can you make the soldiers obey? How can you face the soldiers who died from the poison? How can they rest in peace? The more she spoke, the more frantic Xiao Lang became in her accusations. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind. The one who caused those soldiers to die restless is you. Xiaolang looked towards the newcomer and panicked slightly. Helianchi. Helianchi pointed directly at Xiaolang and said, General, I want to accuse Xiaolang. Helianchi then recounted what he knew. Last night, I saw with my own eyes Xiaolang sneaking around outside by Qingyin's room, muttering about getting rid of her. So I suspect that Xiaolang poisoned the soldiers and hid the poison in by Qingyin's room to frame her. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers looked at her with disbelief. Murmurs arose. What? Xiaolang poisoned them? And framed by Qingyin. Hearing this, Xiaolang's face paled, and her voice became stammering as she denied the accusations. Helianchi, you're talking nonsense. I'm the camp's medic. I heal and save people. How could I poison the soldiers? She turned back to question Helianchi suspiciously. I think you're just too eager to save Bai Qingyin, so you're turning the tables on me, right? We all know about the shady things you and Bai Qingyin have been up to. You could be biased towards her, but you can't slander me like this. Helianchi, enraged by her words, clenched his fists. He retorted, what do you mean? Bai Qingyin and I are completely innocent. There's nothing shady going on between us. He raised his hand, threatening to hit her. You venomous woman, do you want a beating? Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his hand, Xiaolang screamed. She then ran to Song Huayan and knelt down, bursting into tears, feigning distress. General, look, it's clear that Helianchi can't argue his way out of this. So he's trying to throw dirty water on me. Now he's even so angry that he wants to hit me. Bai Qingyin poisoned the soldiers, and Helianchi is her accomplice. General, please punish them severely. Just as Xiaolang finished speaking, Xuanyi's voice rang out, who said the poisoner is definitely Bai Qingyin. Seeing her, everyone was surprised and exclaimed, the Poison Maiden is here. Helianchi looked at her, puzzled, and asked, Poison Maiden, why are you only arriving now? Bai Qingyin, seeing her, happily called out, Shui and I, why have you come here too? Shui and I crossed her arms and replied. Helianchi said the soldiers were poisoned. He was worried you might also be poisoned, so he asked me to come and check. As she spoke, she gave Helianchi a pointed look. The result? This guy ran faster than he could fly. Useless. He couldn't even help and got angry after just a few words. Helianchi hurriedly defended himself. I wanted to help Bai Qingyin. Shui and I pushed him away disdainfully, saying, get out of the way. In critical moments, we still have to rely on me. Shui and I then stepped forward and addressed Song Huayan. General, when I arrived, I heard the soldiers describe what happened. I believe that relying solely on the poison itself isn't enough to determine if Bai Qingyin is guilty. We must find the person who had direct contact with the poison to identify the true culprit. Hearing this, Song Huayan was secretly delighted. Oh, you have a way. Shui and I then took a small butterfly out of her pouch. She let it perch on her finger and explained, I have a poison seeker butterfly. Its sense of smell is incredibly acute. It can trace the scent of the poison and find the poisoner. Under the bright moonlight, it felt as if something interesting was about to happen. Hearing this, Xiaolang's face darkened. She asked incredulously, this poison seeker butterfly can find the poisoner by following the scent of the poison. Xiaolang then stood up abruptly and said angrily, Xuan, stop causing more trouble. I've never heard of this poison seeker butterfly. You made it up, didn't you? A poison seeker butterfly? Preposterous. Despite her outward confidence, Xiaolang was trembling with fear inside. She quickly hid the hand that had administered the poison. Drat. Why did the Poison Maiden have to come? And she even has a poison seeker butterfly, the holy relic of all poisons. No, I can't let them discover that my hand touched the poison. Shui and I looked at the butterfly in her hand and calmly explained, the poison seeker butterfly is a sacred creature among poisons. It feeds on poison from birth and is extremely sensitive to it. It can find the poisoner and also detoxify. It's incredibly difficult to raise and train. She then looked pointedly at Xiaolang and added, it's understandable if ordinary people don't know about it. But you're a medical expert. How could you not know? You're pretending to be ignorant. Are you feeling guilty? Exposed, Xiaolang's face paled, and she stammered, guilty? I don't understand what you're talking about. You can't find the poisoner just based on a butterfly. That's ridiculous. She then pointed at Shui and I and declared loudly, General, don't listen to the Poison Maiden. She's wicked and capable of anything. What if she uses this butterfly to poison us all? We'll all be doomed. Bai Qingyin couldn't stand these outrageous words. She snapped angrily at Xiaolang. Stop slandering Shui and I. She then stepped forward and swatted Xiaolang's arm away, just as hers had been earlier. I think you're the one who poisoned the soldiers. You're afraid the poison seeker butterfly will fly to you, aren't you? She turned back to Song Huayan and pleaded, General, Shui and I said the poison seeker butterfly can find the poisoner. If she says it can, then it definitely can. Please, General, let Shui and I try. Xiaolang, filled with fear and anger, still stubbornly argued. Bai Qingyin, you're the real poisoner. Stop beating around the bush. Song Huayan stopped Xiaolang from speaking further. He had made up his mind. If there was a way to find the real culprit, he had to try. He then spoke to Shui and I, who promptly began to act. Shui and I replied clearly. She quickly released her poison seeker, butterfly. Go, little butterfly, go. Seeing this, Xiaolang panicked and started making excuses. General, Shui and I has always been against me. She's definitely trying to use this opportunity to frame me. You can't believe her. As the butterfly flew around her, Xiaolang frantically tried to shoo it away. Get away from me, you disgusting butterfly. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly crying, Go away, go away. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers couldn't hide their surprise. Look, the butterfly landed on Xiaolang's hand. Xiaolang's face paled, and she stammered, No, it wasn't me. I'm a medic. How could I poison anyone? It must be when I was treating the poisoned soldiers that I must have been accidentally contaminated. Shui and I looked at her coldly and exposed her lie. Accidentally contaminated? When you treated the poisoned soldiers, did you scrape the poison powder with your bare fingers? She then walked over and grabbed the hand the butterfly had landed on. Holding it up high, she revealed the evidence. Look, everyone, there's black powder between Xiaolang's fingernails. This is clearly residue from preparing the poison, Shui and I declared. Just as she said, there was black powder on Xiaolang's fingertips. Seeing this, murmurs erupted. It was Xiaolang who poisoned them. Facing everyone's hateful gazes, Xiaolang tried to speak, but couldn't. The soldiers angrily questioned her. Many of our brothers were poisoned and died on the battlefield. It turns out it was the medic Xiaolang, whom we revered like a goddess. Xiaolang, you deserve to die. Kill Xiaolang. Avenge our fallen brothers. Hearing this, Xiaolang's face turned pale, her whole body trembling, tears welling up at her eyes. Don't kill me. She crawled over and grabbed Song Huayan's leg, pleading, General, save me. I didn't know the enemy would attack. I didn't know the soldiers would die. Before she could finish, Bai Qingyin slapped her across the face. Furious, she yelled, So it really was you who poisoned them. Her whole body trembled with rage. You wanted to frame me? Doesn't matter. But those soldiers could have fought 10 men each on the battlefield. Invincible. You poisoned them. They succumbed to the poison on the battlefield and were hacked to death, stabbed to death, shot to death by arrows. Xiaolang, how could you do this? You should go to hell and atone for your sins. Slapped hard, Xiaolang still had defiance in her. She retorted, Bai Qingyin, why do you have to hit me? I was driven to poisoning them all because of you. If it weren't for you, the general would love me. I wouldn't have poisoned the soldiers. I did it because I wanted to use a little trick to win the general over. What's wrong with that? The more she spoke, the more frantic she became, her smile twisting into a grotesque sneer. Those soldiers were just unlucky. They happened to encounter the enemy attack when the poison took effect. If they want to blame someone, they should blame their bad luck. They deserved it. This time, Song Huayan couldn't stand it any longer. He angrily roared, Silence. Glaring at Xiaolang, he furiously said, The fallen soldiers are all heroes. You show no remorse and even dare to disrespect them. This crime is unforgivable. His eyes turned icy. He ordered, Seize this woman. Xiaolang, with a venomous heart, you harmed your comrades and show no repentance. Gouge out her eyes and banish her from the manor. She will never be employed again. Immediately, the soldiers dragged her away. Hearing her punishment, Xiaolang cried out in terror. What? Gouge out my eyes? She struggled against the soldiers, trying to reach Song Huayan. Please, spare me. Don't. I don't want my eyes gouged out. General, I was wrong. Please, consider all the soldiers I've saved in the barracks. General, please forgive me. But there would be no mercy for Xiaolang. Her eyes were swiftly gouged out, and she was expelled from the manor, thrown mercilessly to the ground. The soldiers showed no sympathy, angrily demanding, Xiaolang, You poisoned and killed our brothers. Gouging out your eyes is already showing you mercy. Get out of the city, Lord's manor. Don't let us see you again. If we do, we will kill you." The manor gates began to close. Xiao Lang cried out in defiance. "No, I won't go. My eyes are gone. How can I live? How?" She pounded on the massive gates, wailing, "I did so much for the general. I don't believe he would truly abandon me. I want to go in. I want to see General Song Huaiyan." The commotion at the manor gates attracted the attention of those nearby. Someone recognized Xiao Lang and shouted, "Look, everyone, it's that vicious Xiao Lang. Not only did she poison the soldiers, but she also slandered the two tragically injured soldiers and the divine maiden." Hearing this, Xiao Lang spun around. "What?" She frantically tried to explain that I didn't do it. But before she could finish, someone threw an egg at her head. She shrieked, "What is this?" The crowd now swarmed the manor gates, hurling insults and curses. "Stone her to death. You deserve to be blinded for poisoning and harming others. The soldiers and the divine maiden did their best to protect Rong Chung, and you poisoned them. You deserve to die. Get out of Rong Chung. We don't welcome you here." The agitated crowd began throwing vegetables and fruit at Xiao Lang. She shielded herself in pain, angrily yelling, "Stop throwing things. You commoners, get away." As soon as she finished speaking, a banana struck her in the face. Hearing the curses echoing around her, Xiao Lang seethed. How had she fallen into such a desperate situation, losing her eyes and being torn apart by the crowd? It was all Bai Qingyin's fault. The pain and humiliation she suffered today were all because of Bai Qingyin. That hateful Bai Qingyin. She quickly turned and fled, thinking to herself, "Rongcheng no longer has a place for me. I must find another way. I must survive to return and seek revenge on Bai Qingyin. As long as I still breathe, I will never let her go." The scene shifted to Song Huaiyan, who was reading. Beside him sat Bai Qingyin. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. "General, I don't understand." Bai Qingyin asked in bewilderment. "Why did Xiao Lang say she resorted to poisoning because of me? I didn't tell her to poison anyone." Song Huaiyan immediately replied, "She poisoned the food not because of you, but because of her own jealousy." Bai Qingyin grew more confused. "Jealousy? What's jealousy?" Song Huaiyan chuckled softly and patted her head. "Jealousy is when someone resents others for being better than them." He paused briefly before continuing, "Like Xiao Lang. She's jealous because you've earned everyone's favor, so she resents you. She wanted to poison the food to slander you." Song Huaiyan's eyes softened as he continued. "Her claiming she resorted to poisoning because of you is just an excuse for her own jealousy and malice. This isn't your fault. Don't overthink it." Understanding dawned on Bai Qingyin. She clapped her hands together. "I get it. Like with Yongzi and Quanzi last time. The general said Quanzi's death wasn't my fault, and I shouldn't blame myself. But I still don't understand why Xiao Lang is jealous of me." Her mind was a tangled mess that in the animal world, there's no jealousy, only the strong preying on the weak. If you want something, you just fight for it with your strength. Human thoughts are so complicated. Being a tiger is so much simpler. Seeing her confusion, Song Huaiyan patted her head. "You don't need to understand her. You just need to know you didn't do anything wrong." He looked at Bai Qingyin, his eyes filled with tenderness, thinking to himself, jealousy is a common human trait, but Bai Qingyin doesn't even understand it. She's so innocent and pure, unlike anyone else in this world. Bai Qingyin nodded in understanding, but a hint of sorrow remained. That's just a pity for the soldiers who were poisoned and then killed by the enemy. If Xiao Lang hadn't poisoned them, they might not have died on the battlefield. The mention of this still angered Song Huaiyan. Now that we've punished Xiao Lang, we've avenged them. He paused, then looked at her thoughtfully. Speaking of the battlefield, Bai Qingyin, you did a great job during the enemy surprise attack. Do you want a reward? Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up. That a reward. Her eyes sparkling, she said, "What I want most is to protect the general, to be your bodyguard." But a moment later, her face fell. "But the general said only the strongest soldier in the elite camp can be your bodyguard. So I still have to work hard to rightfully become your bodyguard. So I should ask for something else. What else do I want?" Watching her mumble to herself, Song Huaiyan thought, Bai Qingyin really is a fool. For such a great contribution as repelling the enemy, if she just asked to be my bodyguard, I would definitely agree. No one in the army would dare gossip. He took a sip of tea. But oh well, her struggling to think of a reward is quite endearing. Let's see what else she comes up with. Then Bai Qingyin exclaimed, "I've got it. The reward I want is to sleep with the general." At these words, Song Huaiyan choked on his tea. sputtering in surprise. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin rushed over anxiously. "General, are you all right? Was my request too much? Won't you agree?" She immediately and enthusiastically offered alternative rewards. So, we can change it to something else. How about being intimate with the general? Cuddling with the general? Bathing with the general? The more Bai Qingyin spoke, the more Song Huayan's face changed, turning as red as a tomato. He blurted out, all right, stop talking, Bai Qingyin." He grabbed Bai Qingyin's hand and seriously asked, "Do you know what it means when you say such things to a man?" Bai Qingyin genuinely didn't understand. She innocently asked back, "What does it mean?" Inwardly, she thought, doesn't it just mean being more intimate with the general? Before, when I was a tiger, I slept and bathed with the general. He even often groomed and petted me. Doesn't that mean we were very close? Just then, Song Huayan embraced Bai Qingyin's waist, pulling her closer. He held her small chin and explained, "It means you're tempting me to devour you." These words startled Bai Qingyin, and she cried out, "What? General, why would you want to eat me?" Song Huayan replied with deep affection in his eyes, "I told you I wanted to devour you before. I'll ask you again. Do you still want me to devour you?" Bai Qingyin, though frightened with tears welling up, still resolutely said, "Yes, I do." She then extended her arm shakily and said, "General, do you want to eat my arm first?" Inwardly, she cried, "I just want to sleep with the general. Why is he angrily talking about eating me?" Hearing this, Song Huayan immediately knew she had misunderstood. He sighed and replied, "It seems you still don't understand what I mean by devoured." Then, he pressed her against the wall behind them, gently lifted her chin, and confessed, "Today, I'll use my actions to teach you what I mean by devour. It's not about eating your flesh, but..." As he spoke, he leaned down, intending to kiss Bai Qingyin's lips, but was interrupted midway by the sound of the door opening. Sima Chung rushed in from outside, shouting, "General, that old fox Xian Tujiet has sent a message from the imperial city." But seeing the two in such an intimate position, he stopped mid-sentence. The three stared at each other in an awkward silence. Sima Chung, in disbelief, pointed at his general and questioned, "General, in broad daylight, why are you clinging to Bai Qingyin like this?" But just then, a thought flashed through the straightforward Sima Cheng's mind. He blushed and hastily excused himself. "I understand. I came at the wrong time. I'll leave now. General, please continue." Song Huayan's face darkened at having his intimate moment ruined. He barked, "Come back." Sima Cheng's steps, as if magnetized, stopped. Then, Song Huayan cleared his throat and addressed the urgent matter, Bai Qingyin. She hadn't even finished speaking when Bai Qingyin, as if stepping on hot coals, immediately vanished. "General, you and, discuss official business. I'll be going now." Inwardly, she rejoiced, "I wasn't eaten by the general. This is such a relief. I'll just run away for now." Watching her retreating figure, Song Huayan thought helplessly, "I originally wanted Bai Qingyin to sit beside me, but it seems she's truly afraid I'll eat her. There's no helping it. I'll let it go for now. Perhaps she still doesn't understand. I'll continue to teach her later." After running outside, Bai Qingyin breathed heavily. "I almost got eaten by the general." However, she couldn't help but worry inwardly. Why is the general's mood swinging so wildly? At first, he was talking about rewarding me, and the next moment he wanted to eat me. That was so dangerous. She couldn't help but think of various scenarios, then heartbrokenly cried silently. It must be because she and the general weren't that close yet, so the general wanted to devour her. She had to find someone to ask how to become closer to the general, so he wouldn't get angry and want to devour her again. At this moment, a thought crossed Bai Qingyin's mind. Go find Yin Yang. Last time, it was Yin Yang who came up with the idea for her to pretend to be a goddess. The general seemed to really like it after seeing her. Surely Yin Yang would have a way for her and the general to become closer. After Bai Qingyin left, Song Huayan began to reprimand Sima Chung. "Sima Chung, before you entered, didn't you know to knock first?" His eyes were full of anger as he looked at him and instructed, "Later, you go tell all the soldiers, unless it's extremely urgent from now on, everyone must knock before entering my room." Sima Chung quickly replied, "Understood." But in his heart, he still didn't quite understand, thinking to himself, "We're all men. Who would have thought we'd need to knock?" But remembering the intimate scene he had just witnessed, Sima Chung understood a little, but now it's different. The general general has by Qingyin. The hard steel has been tempered soft. Of course, he can't help but want to be caressed. Comforting himself with this thought, Sima Chung reminded himself, I have to tell the soldiers. The general can't control himself. The general can't leave by Qingyin. The general wants to be intimate with by Qingyin in the room. We must knock before entering. Seeing him standing there foolishly chuckling to himself, Song Huaiyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He called out to Sima Chung, what are you standing there thinking about? He quickly returned to the matter at hand and asked, didn't you say Xin Tujiat sent a message from the imperial city? Quickly show me the letter. Only then did Sima Chung come back to his senses. He looked at Song Huaiyan and reported, General, the messenger that Qin Huli sent also said it was urgent. He quickly handed the letter to Song Huaiyan. Please see what is written in this letter. After reading the letter, Song Huaiyan said suspiciously, the emperor wants to summon me back to the capital. This made Song Huaiyan a little suspicious. Qin Tujit said news of our army annihilating the bandits and repelling the enemy has spread back to the imperial city, causing a stir. The emperor is becoming increasingly wary of me, perhaps suspecting I have ill intentions. Hearing this, Sima Chung couldn't believe it. He exclaimed, what? We worked hard to eliminate the bandits and repel the enemy, guarding the border for the emperor. It's fine if the emperor doesn't reward us, but to be wary of us because of this? So, General, what should we do now? Song Huaiyan folded the letter and continued. Now that the bandits have been eliminated and the enemy repelled, if I leave now, there's no guarantee they won't take this opportunity to regroup. So, I can't return to the capital for the time being. Song Huaiyan quickly made a plan for himself. The official decree will arrive in a few days. I have to think of a way to decline. In his heart, Song Huaiyan thought, if I return to the capital, it's highly likely the emperor will take action against me. Bai Qingyin being by my side will inevitably face danger. I have to think of a plausible excuse not to return to the capital. The scene changed to a street in Rongqing. Bai Qingyin went to find Yin Yang and recounted everything to her. After hearing it, Yin Yang almost choked on her tea. She exclaimed in shock, Miss Bai, what are you saying? The general wants to eat you. Bai Qingyin replied sadly, yes. With a melancholic sigh, she confided in Yin Yang, on the battlefield, I repelled the enemy and helped the general. I thought he trusted me and wanted to be close to me. But at this point, she started to cry sadly. But why does the general want to eat me? Yin Yang, hearing this, thought to herself, General Song has never been close to women. Even when they sit on his lap, he remains unfazed. Yet he says he wants to eat Bai Qingyin. It seems even the general is a mortal man. It's hard to control one's feelings for a woman he likes. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin continued to sigh sadly. Did I do something wrong? Is that why the general wants to punish me like this? Hearing this, Yin Yang felt a little helpless, thinking, it seems Miss Bai doesn't understand what eat means in this context. Bai Qingyin then grasped Yin Yang's hand, pleading, Yin Yang, can you help me? Bai Qingyin earnestly implored, how can I get closer to the general? So close that he won't want to eat me anymore. Yin Yang coughed a few times, regaining her composure. Then she said, Miss Bai, don't worry. I do have a way to make the general even closer to you. Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up. Really? What is it? Yin Yang leaned close to Bai Qingyin's ear and whispered at night, do this, and then that. Bai Qingyin nodded repeatedly. Okay. Having heard everything, Bai Qingyin was extremely confident that I understand. Yin Yang, thank you. Yin Yang smiled gently and replied, you're welcome. Yin Yang walked over and took out a box. Miss Bai, I have one last treasure hidden at the bottom of this chest that I want to give you. She said with a meaningful look, tonight, wear this and do as I said. I guarantee the general will stick to you like glue and never leave your side. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin was incredibly excited and accepted the gift. So powerful. I want it. Her eyes shone as she continuously praised Yin Yang. Yin Yang, you truly live up to your reputation. You have so many ideas. Yin Yang winked with a confident tone. Of course. I, Yin Yang, am known as a love expert. How could I not have any solutions? Then she leaned closer and whispered, Miss Bai, hurry back and prepare a surprise for the general. I believe that after tonight, the general will definitely be closer to you. After hearing this, Bai Qingyin hurried back, not forgetting to say, thank you for your fortunate words, Yin Yang. I'll go prepare now. Her attitude amused Yin Yang. The innocent and naive Miss Bai doesn't understand love. The general wants to eat, but can't. Well then, let me give them a hand. Tonight, if Miss Bai follows my instructions, the general will surely think that she's become more open-minded. If they experience a night of passion together, I'll be the one who deserves all the credit. The stars twinkled in the night sky. Song Huaiyan looked outside. Waiting, but it's this late already? Why hasn't Bai Qingyin come back to me yet? His expression held a hint of anticipation. She used to be so clingy. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Huaiyan put down his book and called out, "Someone." A soldier immediately appeared and respectfully asked, "General, what are your orders?" Huaiyan spoke with a very serious expression. "Where did Bai Qingyin go today after she left?" He was startled when he heard the soldier's report. "General, after leaving the residence, Miss Bai went towards the Drunken Flower House." Huaiyan slammed his hand on the table in anger. "What? She went to the Drunken Flower House?" He seemed furious. "Last time, I told Bai Qingyin not to go to brothels anymore. Why did she go again?" "No, I have to go bring her back." As soon as he opened the door, he saw the girl standing there. It was Bai Qingyin. Huaiyan frowned upon seeing her. Bai Qingyin. Qingyin was also surprised by this. "General." His face darkened like the surroundings. "Bai Qingyin, it's late. Why are you only coming back now? Where did you go today?" Qingyin answered innocently when asked, "I went to the tavern, but then remembered something and fell silent. Oh no, I forgot the general forbade me from going to brothels." She then tried to hide the wooden box behind her back. Huaiyan's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "Even if you didn't tell me, I already know you went to a brothel. Are brothels so fun? Are they worth you lingering there until now?" Qingyin suddenly tugged at his clothes and looked remorseful. "General, I was wrong. I won't go again." Huaiyan, still annoyed, pushed her hand away. "Easy to say. I don't think you take my words to heart." Qingyin moved closer again. His face flushed red from the unexpected kiss. "What the?" She kept rubbing her cheek against his. "General, please forgive me this one time. I really know I was wrong." Huaiyan blushed and turned away, embarrassed. "If there's a next time, I definitely won't forgive you." Seeing this, Qingyin said happily, "General, I understand." Qingyin looked at him with a curious expression. "General, were you in the study handling work tonight?" Huaiyan's face brightened. "Did I finish the remaining work and was about to go back to my room to rest." "If you're sleepy then." Too excited, she didn't let him finish. "Really? That's great." Immediately afterward, Qingyin ran off. "General, then I'll go back first. You should also go back to your room and rest early." Qingyin seemed to be plotting something. "Yin Yang told me I must take advantage of the quiet night to give the general a surprise. I have to go to the general's room to prepare first." Her actions made Huaiyan suspicious. Before, when I was working in the study, even if Bai Qingyin was sleepy, she would cling to me. Why did she run off so quickly today? He walked slowly to his door and thought to himself, "Oh well, she always has strange thoughts. She must be tired today." So she went back to her room to rest early. "I'll finish my work first." Large clouds were covering the sky. After a while, he sighed tiredly and walked back. "There was so much work today, I ended up working until midnight. It's good that Bai Qingyin went back to her room to sleep first and didn't wait for me. Otherwise, she would be very sleepy now." Huaiyan pushed open his door and walked in. A girl with a graceful figure was standing before him. Huaiyan looked around the room in astonishment. "What is this?" The slender figure looked very familiar. The girl slowly turned around. Huaiyan couldn't believe his eyes. "This is my room, isn't it? What's going on? Why has it become like this? That girl is moving so gracefully." General Huaiyan spoke with a rather indifferent tone. "It's a quiet night. I'm so cold. Why won't my general come and warm me?" This made him extremely uncomfortable. "Bai Qingyin, what are you doing? Straighten your tongue and speak normally." He couldn't understand what was happening. Why did Bai Qingyin's voice sound so strange? Qingyin wrapped herself in the curtain, feeling anxious. "Has the general already discovered me? It seems plan A has failed." Slightly panicked, she pulled out a piece of paper and told herself, "It's okay. There's still plan B that Yin Yang taught me." Huaiyan, his expression unchanged, walked closer. "Bai Qingyin, what are you doing hiding behind the curtain? Come out." Qingyin once again flung the curtain open. She took a deep breath to prepare herself. Then she gently walked towards him. "My general, I'm here." Huaiyan was startled, his face flushing red. "What?" He still couldn't take his eyes off her. "Bai Qingyin, why are you dressed like this?" Qingyin walked forward and pushed him against the wall. She looked at Huaiyan and asked seriously, "Are you satisfied with what you see?" Huaiyan, too embarrassed, turned his face away. "Satisfied with what?" "Bai Qingyin, do you know what you're doing?" Bai Qingyin immediately turned his chin back to face her. "Don't just look at me, listen to me." Their eyes met, filled with awkwardness. Bai Qingyin, he continued to stare at the beautiful girl before him. "General, I know you like me, so I..." Qingyin paused mid-sentence, having forgotten her line. What comes next? Huaiyan was still embarrassed and didn't dare look directly at her. "Bai Qingyin, you know, Then you can't dress like? After looking at the paper, she slapped her hand against the door. Qingyin continued to read each word carefully. I'm dressed like this. Isn't it all for you? Huan froze, looking at the excited girl. This is the first time in my life I've worn this outfit. From now on, I'll only wear it for you, okay? He remained silent as she touched his chest. She looked at the paper in her hand again. If there's no reaction, increase the hand pressure slightly. Damn it, I've already gone this far. Don't you understand what I want? She spoke while angrily looking at the paper. What I want. Seeing that she was about to touch him, he grabbed her hand, General Huai, and pushed her hard against the door. He looked at her seriously. By Qingyin, who taught you to say these things? Qingyin hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered what she had been told. Yin Yang told her that if the general asked, she must say that everything came from the bottom of her heart. That way, the general would willingly be intimate with her. Qingyin took his hand and confidently said, myself. She gently intertwined her fingers. I want to be close to the general, so I prepared these words. These words, they're all from my heart, General. Don't you like me saying these things? Don't you like me being close to you? Huan looked at her tenderly. Asterisk I like you. Asterisk he kept telling himself. Asterisk if these words are from Bai Qingyin's heart, then does that mean Bai Qingyin understands romantic feelings now? Is she doing this to tell me that she likes me? The kind of love between a man and a woman? Asterisk. Qingyin, hearing this, was overjoyed. General, you like me being close to you? That's wonderful. She recalled Yin Yang's words. Yin Yang is truly amazing. She can predict anything. Asterisk next is the final move. Yin Yang said as long as I use this big move, the general will definitely be close to me and won't want to eat me anymore. Asterisk. Qingyin adjusted her clothes. Huan, seeing this, froze. Bai Qingyin gently moved even closer. General, don't you want to do something with me? Huan, unable to resist any longer, placed a kiss on her lips. He then embraced her. So sweet. Qingyin, on the other hand, was grimacing. So ticklish. Suddenly, she noticed something was amiss. Qingyin looked down innocently and asked, General, it seems your magic stick has appeared again. There are guards all around the camp. Put your stick away. It's poking me, and it's a little uncomfortable. This caused Huan to jump back in alarm. He was now in a state of severe crisis. Asterisk heavens. What am I doing? Doing this to Bai Qingyin. Asterisk. Huan didn't say anything, only took off his outer robe. He then placed it over the bewildered girl. Huan wrapped Qingyin up like a caterpillar and pushed her onto the bed. Unable to move, she could only shout as he left, General, why are you leaving? We haven't. But Huan slammed the door shut and said loudly, By Qingyin, I order you to stay in this room. Do not come out. Qingyin could only lie on the bed, tossing and turning. Confused, she wondered, Asterisk, what's wrong with the general? He was clearly being intimate with me. Why did he run out? Asterisk, Huan ran all the way to the garden, breathing heavily. He clutched his rapidly beating heart. Asterisk, why was Bai Qingyin so enthusiastic tonight? I almost lost control, and with her, Asterisk, his face was tinged with frustration. Asterisk, Bai Qingyin was too seductive tonight. I almost couldn't control myself. Did this girl learn something from the brothels? Asterisk. I need to take a cold bath to calm down before I go find Bai Qingyin and get this straightened out. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. A bird was flying towards him. The hawk immediately landed on his arm. He gently removed the letter attached to its leg. Asterisk, the hawk went to the capital with Qin Tu Jie. Now it's back. Could something have happened in the capital? Asterisk. The contents of the letter made him frown. Asterisk, Bai Qin has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison by Marquis Chongling for colluding with the enemy in treason. The emperor has ordered his execution in 3 days. Qin Tu Jie. Asterisk, Huan's expression remained unchanged. Asterisk, Bai Qin always enjoyed doing good deeds. How could he collude with the enemy and commit treason? I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Asterisk. He let the bird go and decided to return. Bai Qin is Bai Qingyin's older brother. He had to tell Bai Qingyin about this. Huan pushed the door open again. He entered with a very serious expression. Bai Qingyin was still very bewildered. General, why have you returned? Huan went straight to the point. I just received news. Your older brother, Bai Qin, has been imprisoned by Marquis Chongling for colluding with the enemy and treason. He may be executed in a few days. Qingyin was startled and shocked. What? Bai Qin is going to be beheaded. Her face was filled with worry. This won't do. Qingyin recalled her memories with her older brother. Bai Qin was the only one who treated her well in the Marquis Chongling's residence. I've taken over Bai Qingyin's body, so I must protect her older brother. Qingyin couldn't stand it anymore and ran off. I'm going to save him now. This frightened Huan. Wait, Huan immediately pulled her back. You haven't even finished dressing. How can you save anyone? He sighed and took off his outer robe. Be good and wait here. I'll get you some clothes and prepare a good horse. We'll return to the capital together. Qingyin was ready. Just then, she realized something and was surprised. Qingyin looked at the young man with a serious expression. General, did you just say you want to go back to the capital with me? Huan looked bewildered. Yes, why? Is something wrong? Qingyin's eyes glistened with tears. She hesitated. General, if we all leave, what about the people in Rongqing? I said I would protect them. Hearing this, he sighed as if to dispel her worries. Don't worry. He gently helped Qingyin sit down and reassured her. The enemy has been repelled. Rongqing won't be attacked again anytime soon. Huan looked at her with gentle eyes. That I'll arrange for Sima Chung to guard Rongqing. He'll protect the people, rest assured. Hearing this, Qingyin immediately smiled. All right then. Guzi is quite reliable in critical moments. Huan walked out of the room and didn't forget to add, wait here for me. I'll find you some clothes. Then we'll leave for the capital immediately. He had his own thoughts. Asterisk by Qin's sudden imprisonment. I'm 80 to 90% sure Marquis Chongling is forcing me to return to the capital. Asterisk Huan walked while pondering. Asterisk, but with Bai Qingyin's brother imprisoned, neither she nor I can stand idly by. The capital, with its constant deception, isn't as safe as the battlefield. I must protect Bai Qingyin. Asterisk. The moon had risen high. In a room, the emperor was facing his subordinate. He was feeling very frustrated. Marquis Chongling, are you sure about this plan? Will imprisoning Bai Qin really make Song Huaiyan obediently return to the capital? The Marquis was confident in his scheme. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I've heard that the general is quite fond of Bai Qin's younger sister, Bai Qingyin. He reaffirmed his point. With her older brother in trouble, Bai Qingyin will definitely want to return to the capital. Then, Song Huaiyan will have no choice but to follow. The emperor seemed somewhat relieved. It's best if that's the case. He seems very agitated, waving his hands constantly. A few days ago, I heard that Song Huaiyan had eradicated the bandits. He repelled the enemy. He used without finishing. The common people all praise him. Such a strong reputation. He also holds military power. If he harbors rebellious intentions, then my position will be in danger. The emperor picked up a cookie and sighed. These past few days, I haven't been able to sleep or eat peacefully because of this matter. I have no appetite. After taking a bite of the cookie, he was astonished. The emperor forgot his worries because of the cookie. This cookie is so sweet. Marquis Chongling's face immediately darkened in annoyance. He says he has no appetite, yet he eats constantly. This foolish ruler only knows how to indulge in pleasures all day long, or sigh and lament. He doesn't quickly think of a way to eliminate Song Huaiyan. He immediately knelt down, showing his loyalty. Your Majesty's worries are also this old official's worries. This old official is willing to offer a plan to Your Majesty. His face took on a sinister, villainous expression. Your Majesty, Song Huaiyan focuses on using his military power. He is complacent with his achievements. I fear he has long harbored rebellious intentions. Such a traitorous official should be completely eradicated. This old official believes that assassins should be sent to ambush him on his way back to the capital. With Song Huaiyan dead, Your Majesty can sleep soundly. The emperor still seemed uneasy and asked, but Song Huaiyan possesses exceptional martial arts skills. He will certainly have guards, both overt and covert. Are you certain? Marquis Chongling remained confident. If this old official has made this proposal to Your Majesty, I naturally have confidence. His eyes and smile were full of complacency. Even if we cannot kill Song Huaiyan in the end, we can still inflict serious injuries upon him. Then, his threat to Your Majesty will be negligible. The emperor continued to enjoy his cookies and nodded, saying, very reasonable. Leave this matter to you. His expression unchanged. He reminded, remember, this matter must be kept secret. Absolutely do not let Song Huaiyan discover any clues. The old man bowed as the emperor turned to leave. This old official understands and obeys. The emperor seemed very excited. All right, Marquis Chongling, go and do it. I must go to the Imperial Garden to spend time with my consorts. Marquis Chongling had not yet risen to see the emperor off. He was rejoicing inwardly. This foolish ruler is truly easy to manipulate. Without Song Huaiyan, I can control everything in the Great Chu. The two of them were riding horses in the late afternoon. Soon they arrived at an inn. At this time, Huan also ordered the group to stop. He turned to speak to those behind him. We have been traveling all day, and the horses are tired. This place is still hundreds of miles from the capital. Tonight, let's stay at this inn and rest. We will continue our journey tomorrow. The accompanying guards immediately obeyed. Qingyin also prepared to dismount. The innkeeper immediately rushed out enthusiastically. Honored guests, are you just stopping for a rest or staying the night? Inwardly, he was sneering. As expected, Master's prediction was accurate. Song Huaiyan and his group really did stop to rest here. It will be much easier to kill them later. Qingyin looked at him and was startled, thinking to herself, something's not right. Why does this innkeeper have the aura of a villain? She saw the shadows in his soul. This man definitely has ill intentions. Qingyin, with a serious expression, walked over to the general. Then she leaned in and whispered, I sense that this innkeeper has some malicious intent. Be careful. Huan was surprised. How did you realize that? But Qingyin spoke with a determined voice. It's just a feeling. I've had this feeling since I was born. But I'm not joking, General. You must believe me. Huan smiled gently at her. All right, I'll test him later. Then he turned and smiled at the scheming innkeeper. Innkeeper, we'll be staying. Prepare some takeout food for us. He offered a large money pouch. Here's the silver. The innkeeper happily accepted it. Certainly. Please come in, honored guests. I'll immediately have the waiter prepare your rooms and the finest wine and food. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. The innkeeper turned and shouted to his staff, Waiter, hurry up and attend to these honored guests and see to their horses. The waiter immediately ran out enthusiastically. The entire group entered the inn. Qingyin's expression was still worried. General, have you noticed anything? He recalled the earlier moment and whispered, just now, when he took the silver, I saw the calluses on the innkeeper's palms. They're very thick. He's definitely used a blade for many years. Your judgment might be right. Qingyin looked smug that I told you. She immediately raised her hand to her forehead in a salute. She fell silent, and Qingyin could only look back blankly. He turned and spoke quietly to his subordinate, Go tell the others that this inn is a bit strange. Be careful. Don't act rashly. Let's see what they're really planning. The guard immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood. I'll inform them right away. The innkeeper personally poured wine for Huan honored guest. The food is all ready. He continuously boasted about his cuisine. This is the finest wine in our establishment. You must try it. Inwardly, he was full of anticipation. Once they drink this drugged wine, even someone as strong as Song Huaiyan won't escape death today. Huaiyan looked at his reflection in the wine bowl. He smiled and said to everyone, The finest wine, you say? Then it must taste different from the others. Let's try it, brothers. They seemed to realize something, but remained silent. Soon after, they all raised their bowls and cheerfully said, Yes, let's try it. We've been traveling all day. We should drink some wine to relieve our fatigue. Qingyin also stared intently at her wine bowl, looking tense. Seeing her like this, he gently touched her face. Huan whispered his plan into her ear. By Qingyin, there's something wrong with this wine. Pretend to drink it and feign unconsciousness. Qingyin nodded and replied, I understand, General. Immediately afterward, they both drank the wine. Huan looked back at his guards with feigned surprise. Truly fine wine. But my head feels a little dizzy after drinking it. He clutched his head, pretending to be affected by the poison. Qingyin overacted even more dramatically that I'm so dizzy. I'm not good at pretending to faint, but I'll try to follow the general's lead. The innkeeper approached, grinning triumphantly. The renowned General Song Huaiyan, victorious in 100 battles, has finally fallen into my hands. He then ordered his men, Go, take Song Huaiyan's head and report back. The waiter from earlier drew his knife. Yes. He immediately raised his sword to strike, but Qingyin glared back. Huan also opened his eyes at this moment. She was the first to speak, and angrily, How dare you try to kill the general? You want to die? Qingyin very quickly retrieved his blade. She swung the blade with all her might. 2 flashes of light were all that could be seen. The innkeeper, now injured, trembled uncontrollably. Who is this woman? How could we not withstand a single blow from her? Then he immediately yelled, What are you waiting for? Their soldiers are all unconscious. Hurry up and kill Song Huaiyan. Hearing the order, the assassins outside broke down the door and charged in. On Huaiyan's side, his men also sat up. Huaiyan also drew his sword as expected. There was an ambush. Attack and capture them alive. His men immediately charged forward. The innkeeper only now realized he had been tricked. Not good. We've been set up. These people didn't drink any wine. Qingyin and his men were also fighting. What's going on? In just a moment, the assassins were thoroughly defeated. The vicious innkeeper was pinned to the ground. He was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, Song Huayan truly isn't easy to deal with. His hand trembled with rage that I've run this in, robbing and killing for so many years. The innkeeper slammed his hand on the floor. To die at your hands. Consider me unlucky. He saw no way out and made up his mind. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather end it myself. Huayan sensed something was wrong. Restrain their jaws. They're going to take poison. But the old man had already bitten down on the poison. The remaining assassins followed suit. The guards panicked slightly. Forgive us, General. We couldn't stop them. They've all taken poison and died. He could only hold his head. It's not your fault. These men were all suicide assassins. They had poison hidden in their teeth. Huayan's gaze was sharp. Unless their jaws were restrained from the start, there's no way to prevent it. Qingyin's face was serious. The people in these bandit dens, how could they hide poison in their teeth and have the courage to commit suicide? Such actions are only seen in trained assassins. She was now also very angry. General, it seems these assassins were specifically sent to assassinate you. Huayan immediately thought of the other man, that's right. In the capital, the only person who wants me dead is Marquis Chongling. He looked at the bodies and confirmed these assassins must have been sent by him. Hearing this, Qingyin slammed the table, furious. Marquis Chongling, that despicable old man. Not only did he send people to assassinate the general, but he also captured Bai Qin. He deserves to die. Just wait until I return to the capital. I definitely won't spare him. Huayan turned to Bai Qinyin with a serious expression do you think Bai Qin is trustworthy? Qinyin seemed surprised by the question. General, what do you mean by that? You're not hiding anything anymore. Just say it. Marquis Chongling used Bai Qin to lure me back to the capital. At the same time, he set a trap to assassinate me along the way. His face darkened, not daring to look at her. If Bai Qin had listened to Marquis Chongling and cooperated with him, I didn't let Huayan finish his sentence. I rushed forward General. When I went to Marquis Chongling's residence to save Shui and Bai Qin helped me. He even severed ties with Marquis Chongling because of it. He's definitely a good person. My attitude surprised him. I really trusted Bai Qin. Qinyin replied confidently, of course. My intuition is very accurate. In my eyes, Bai Qin is an upright and kind man. Oh, and his martial arts skills are also very strong. Qinyin continued to praise him. Huayan immediately put his hand over my mouth, wanting me to stop. Perhaps out of jealousy, his face darkened. All right. I didn't ask you to praise him. Qinyin noticed his expression. General, you seem a little unhappy. Huayan turned his face away, trying to lie. Happy? Of course I'm happy. I don't mind you praising Bai Qin at all. Qinyin still didn't understand what was happening. General? The young man was getting very angry. So frustrating. His eyes and words contradicted each other. Bai Qinyin, I said I don't mind you praising Bai Qin. He then turned to look at her, his gaze serious. But I still want to ask you a serious question. Qinyin was ready. General, ask away. Huayan was embarrassed and didn't dare look directly at her. If Bai Qin and I were both about to be beheaded, who would you save first? Qinyin closed her eyes and thought for a moment. With my martial arts skills. She then replied with great confidence that I don't think I need to choose. I could save both of you at the same time. Her answer made him uncomfortable. What if you could only save one person? Qinyin immediately, before she could finish her words. Impossible. She had immense faith in herself. Based on my martial arts skills, I definitely wouldn't be able to save only one person. Not only that, she cheerfully promised, General, I think you still don't understand my true strength. Next time, I'll show you my real abilities. Huayan could only hold his head in his hands, speechless. He turned and walked away, dejected. Forget it. I shouldn't expect anything from an oblivious person like you. Qinyin was surprised and called after him. Oblivious? General, why would you say that about me? Besides, it's the middle of the night. Why are you going out? Huayan turned back, his expression serious. If you say Bai Qin can't be Marquis Chongling's accomplice, then Marquis Chongling definitely won't let us easily rescue Bai Qin. We should return to the capital as soon as possible, just in case. Immediately afterward, Huayan gave orders to his men. Everyone, listen up. We will depart for the capital tonight. They quickly responded, yes. This action made her admire him even more, as expected of General Huayan. You think of everything. Qing Yin excitedly walked forward. Then let's go. She took his arm and repeatedly exclaimed, let's depart. Huan looked at her with a gentle gaze. This silly Bai Qing Yin. He sighed and said to himself, I don't know when she will understand my feelings for her. Meanwhile, a young man was tied up on the other side. Hearing a noise, he opened his eyes. Marquis Chongling appeared at the front of the cell. The Marquis was extremely frustrated. Unexpectedly, all the assassins sent to the inn had been eliminated. Song Huayan and Bai Qingyin's lives were truly hard to take. Bai Qin, seeing this, taunted Marquis Chongling, your face is so grim. Could it be your schemes have backfired? He mocked the Marquis triumphantly. I told you long ago. A selfish, treacherous, and malicious villain like you will eventually face retribution. Marquis Chongling's face remained dark with displeasure. How dare you laugh? Unable to bear it any longer, he grabbed a rope. A prisoner like you still has the nerve to talk about retribution with me. Immediately afterward, he lashed out at the young man. Bai Qin cried out in pain from the blow. Marquis Chongling immediately issued a threat. Bai Qin, this Marquis's patience is limited. Confess truthfully. What is the token that can summon hundreds of merchants under your name? Bai Qin, beaten until he coughed up blood, remained resolute. Even if you kill me, I will absolutely not tell you. Marquis Chongling, enraged, pointed at him and roared, kill you? You think I dare not? He then stepped forward arrogantly and added, you have been charged with colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. If you still refuse to repent, then await your execution. Bai Qin smiled fearlessly in response. Kill me then. Knowing he couldn't extract anything more, Marquis Chongling turned to leave, warning, just you wait and see. Before leaving, he secretly plotted, I'll slowly take Bai Qin's properties later. There's no rush. He also devised a plan. The urgent task right now is to prevent Bai Qin from living long enough to see Song Huayan. At this moment, people in the execution grounds began to murmur. I heard they're executing Bai Qin today. He's been charged with colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Bai Qin is a kind and good person. I often see him helping the people in the city. How could he collude with the enemy? The person beside him sighed dejectedly. The emperor has decreed that Bai Qin's adoptive father, Marquis Chongling, will personally carry out the execution. Today, Marquis Chongling will uphold justice over personal feelings. He clicked his tongue in regret. Just as the wounded Bai Qin was let out, a loud shout rang out, silence. Marquis Chongling, holding a gavel, slammed it decisively on the table. Then, with a complex expression, he stood before the crowd and once again asked Bai Qin, you colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. This crime is unforgivable. Do you confess? Bai Qin responded defiantly, false accusations. You're framing me. He then raised his head and loudly questioned, Marquis Chongling, you simply want to kill me. Everyone here knows it. Don't waste time with these meaningless words. Struck to the core, the Marquis used his authority to silence him. Marquis Chongling, how could I have raised a traitor like you? Even at death's door, you refuse to repent. Truly ignorant and foolish. As he decisively threw down the execution order, a somber voice announced, noon has arrived. Carry out the execution. Life or death hung in the balance. Bai Qin briefly thought of Ayin. In this life, the only person I won't let go of is you, my sister. I can no longer protect you. I hope you will be safe and well in the future. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shout rang out. Stop! The executioner's short blade wavered, losing control and falling to the ground. Bai Qin witnessed this in astonishment, murmuring what? The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in confusion, asking each other, someone's interrupting the execution? Rumors spread like wildfire. Who is so bold? Do they not value their life? Unexpectedly, the person who appeared was Song Huayan. He declared his presence boldly and uprightly. It is I, Song Huayan, Marquis Chongling. Seeing things going awry, roared furiously, Song Huayan. Inwardly, he cursed, damn it, how did he get back to the capital so fast? Bai Qin also quickly turned to confirm it was Song Huayan. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he wondered, has Ayin returned as well? The crowd instantly buzzed. General Song Huai and is interrupting the execution? Then everything will be all right. Everything the general does is right. Whispers rippled through the crowd. As expected of General Song, unparalleled in bravery. A single flying knife, and he hit the executioner's hand. Bai Qinyin observed the crowd's reaction and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as expected of a general. He held a high position in the hearts of the people. The crowd below cheered excitedly. The general is still the general, still as formidable as ever. Looking at the figure before her, Bai Qingyin thought, just like in her past life, simply being by the general's side was the greatest honor. Marquis Chongling, realizing the situation was difficult to control, decided to exert his authority. Bai Qin is guilty of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. According to the law, he must be beheaded. General Song, interrupting the execution before the people. Could it be that you intend to condone this traitor? Are you defying the emperor and the court? Bai Qingyin immediately retorted, Traitor? What traitor? She then unhesitatingly pointed at the Marquis and scolded, You old scoundrel! You dare to slander Bai Qin as a traitor here? Do you have any proof? Marquis Chongling ignored her question and replied, Bai Qingyin, you wretched girl, I am your father. You have no right to speak here. Song Huan also spoke up. Bai Qingyin is right, Marquis Chongling. If you say Bai Qin is guilty of treason, show this general your evidence. He then pulled her close, continuing, Otherwise, if you wrongly accuse an innocent man, Marquis Chongling, you'll be held responsible. The Marquis, of course, couldn't produce any evidence. His face darkened as he retorted. He then resorted to raising his voice to assert his dominance. Song Huan, you don't need to say these things to me. Beheading Bai Qin is the emperor's decree. Do you intend to defy the imperial edict? Hearing this, Song Huan calmly remained silent. Then, with an air of authority, he stepped forward. This general is always loyal to the emperor. Naturally, I would not defy the imperial edict. Slamming his hand on the table, Song Huan pressed the Marquis directly, but the emperor decreed Bai Qin's execution. Where's the imperial edict? Marquis Chongling couldn't produce the imperial edict and stammered about the matter. Given the urgency, the emperor hadn't written one yet. Song Huailing immediately seized on this point, retorting, The emperor hasn't written an edict, yet you dare claim it's the emperor's will? This is falsely transmitting the imperial decree. He continued to push Chongling into a corner. Moreover, you haven't presented any evidence of Bai Qin colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Bai Qin's charges won't stand. It seems Marquis Chongling has made an error in his judgment. So, let me handle this case. Reinvestigate it. Hearing this, Marquis Chongling was furious. He shouted, Wait, this Marquis could not have misjudged. The emperor simply didn't have time to issue the edict. I will send someone to the palace to request it. Immediately afterward, he ordered his servant, Someone, go to the palace at once. Report this matter to the emperor and let his majesty decide. The servant obeyed and replied, Yes, sir. Then he quickly mounted his horse and rode off. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin couldn't help but worry. She softly asked, General, what if the emperor? But he looked back at her reassuringly and replied, Don't worry. If I'm here, Bai Qin will be fine. Marquis Chongling, seeing their affectionate exchange, was fuming. He thought to himself, This Song Huan is very confident, but the emperor is on my side. He will certainly agree to let me execute Bai Qin. Once the emperor's edict arrives, Song Huan won't be able to say anything. Then I will accuse Song Huan of disregarding rules and decorum in front of the emperor. By then, Bai Qin, Song Huan, and that cursed Bai Qingyin, will all die. Then, feigning kindness, he stepped forward and said, General Song, the imperial edict might take some time. You can sit here for a while. He added, Once the edict arrives, you can also supervise the interrogation with me and witness this traitor's head fall to the ground. But Song Huan wasn't easily fooled. He calmly replied, No need to sit. He added, I think I'll be taking Bai Qin away soon. Marquis Chongling, please be my guest. This truly made Chongling's face turn livid. He retorted, General Song, his crime of colluding with the enemy and treason was clearly stated by the emperor himself. He then pointed at the crowd and shouted, And this time, you stormed the execution grounds and harbored a traitor. I want to ask you on behalf of the common people, are you worthy of your position as general? Are you worthy of the land under your feet? Are you worthy of the people you claim to protect? Bai Qingyin immediately stepped forward and retorted, You old man, stop falsely accusing the general. Who are you to claim to represent the people and question him? Did you even ask if the people agree? He was rendered speechless, only able to sputter, You stormed the execution grounds, and you still dare to talk back? He then flung his sleeve and declared, Do you really think the people will help you? But to his surprise, the crowd below erupted in shouts of support that of course we support General Song. We can live in peace thanks to General Song. My life was saved by General Song. General Song is the best person I've ever met. General Song is the protector of the people. We all listen to General Song. If General Song says the moon is square, I believe him. Witnessing this scene, Marquis Chongling could only scream internally. What? He went pale. To think that while despising these commoners, they actually believe Song Huai, and so readily. This guy can't be kept around. Song Huaiyan, emboldened by the public support, stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your trust, everyone. I, Song Huaiyan, can swear to you all, I will absolutely not let a good person be wronged." Saying this, he glanced towards Marquis Chongling. "Nor will I let any evildoer go unpunished." This made the Marquis furious. Just then, a loud shout rang out. "The imperial decree has arrived." Marquis Chongling was momentarily overjoyed. "The imperial decree is here. Excellent. His Majesty will surely side with me. We'll see how I deal with Song Huaiyan then." Thinking this, he smirked sinisterly. The eunuch held up the imperial decree and proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Marquis Chongling's execution of Bai Qin was for the sake of the realm and its stability, a great contribution, demonstrating loyalty to the court." At this point, the Marquis was certain. "See, I told you His Majesty was on my side. Bai Qin's execution is a settled matter." But unexpectedly, the decree continued. "However, if Minister Song has any dissenting opinions, then the Bai Qin case will be handed over to Song Huaiyan for full authority. By imperial decree." Marquis Chongling, his mind still processing, started to say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." But his thoughts quickly caught up. Panic filled him as he wondered, "Wait, why is it being handed over to Song Huaiyan?" Watching the decree being handed to Song Huaiyan, he wondered, this change is too absurd. Isn't this humiliating me in front of everyone? Bai Qinyin immediately stepped forward and asked, "General, what does this strange decree mean?" He gently replied, "Marquis Chongling sharing the burden with the emperor is the right thing to do. But the case has been given to us to handle." Though still not fully understanding, she exclaimed in surprise, "That's allowed." Next, Song Huaiyan knelt to receive the decree. "Your subject, Song Huaiyan, receives the decree. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years." Marquis Chongling remained rooted to the spot, thinking impossible. How can this be? He recalled the earlier scene, repeatedly asking himself, "Didn't I already persuade His Majesty? Why did he go back on his word?" Song Huaiyan, holding the decree, chuckled softly. "Marquis Chongling, it seems your grasp of His Majesty's intentions is still lacking." Then, feigning friendliness, he went over and helped the Marquis up, continuing, "Although His Majesty is wary of me, compared to the wrath of the people and the unrest among the populace, His Majesty desires a peaceful and prosperous realm even more." He leaned in and whispered, "Besides, His Majesty still needs me to fight his battles and maintain this era of peace and prosperity for him, so he can continue to sing and dance." Understand? In that moment, the Marquis seemed to grasp the truth. What? Inwardly, he could only curse the emperor. Before, he was always apprehensive of Song Huaiyan, constantly bad-mouthing him to me. But the moment Song Huaiyan returned, he's scared, just so he can continue to indulge in revelry and debauchery. He doesn't dare offend Song Huaiyan, a foolish ruler. Truly a foolish ruler. Song Huaiyan didn't linger any longer. "All right, Marquis Chongling, since His Majesty has entrusted this matter entirely to me, I will take Bai Qin away." He then turned to the crowd and ordered, "Let's go. Back to the manor." Bai Qin was led away by two of Song Huai and subordinates. The crowd below cheered, "General Song is mighty." It's fortunate General Song was here. Otherwise, Bai Qin would have become a soul under the blade. General Song is truly a god, a protector of the people. With him here, the people won't be unjustly wronged. Marquis Chongling turned around, looking disgusted that what's wrong with this Marquis Chongling? He wanted to kill Bai Qin without evidence, so casually letting a good man suffer injustice. It's truly infuriating. He was truly furious. Damn this foolish emperor. He's not afraid of a strong enemy, only a stupid teammate. This time, not only did I fail to kill Bai Qin, but I'm also mocked by the commoners. Damn it. In a small room, a dim oil lamp flickered. A physician carefully took Bai Qin's pulse. After a moment, the physician concluded, "The wounds from the knife and whip on young master Bai are severe. If not treated properly, they could worsen. He then turned to Song Huai and reported, "This humble physician's skills are limited. I can only temporarily stabilize his condition. General, please quickly invite someone with greater medical expertise." Song Huai immediately turned and ordered Chen Ban, "Go inform Shui Er. Tell her to return from Rongqing quickly." Chen Ban acknowledged the order with a "Yes, sir." Bai Qingyin then approached Bai Qin gently and asked, "Brother, can you hold on?" That hateful old Marquis Chongling was so ruthless. "Did you suffer any internal injuries?" He gently stroked her face and softly reassured her, I can endure it. You're concerned about me now." He stroked her head for a long time. Song Huayan, watching this scene, felt a pang of discomfort. He thought to himself, why is Bai Qin so close to Bai Qingyin? It seems a bit inappropriate. He felt a surge of jealousy, but told himself, well, they are siblings. It's normal for them to be close. Bai Qin is injured, so I'll just bear with it for now. Then, Bai Qin coughed a few times and said softly, General Song, Ian and I have some things to discuss. Could you give us a moment? Song Huan initially disagreed, replying, I'm afraid not. But Bai Qingyin quickly interjected, Brother, what do you want to say to me? Song Huan, displeased, muttered to himself, What, Bai Qingyin? She, oblivious, asked him, General, what's wrong? He was so irritated his face paled. Without another word, he turned and left, grumbling to himself, Well, it seems I'm the extra one here. I won't disturb you two siblings. The door slammed shut, leaving Bai Qingyin bewildered. For a moment, she wondered, why does the general seem angry? What is he angry about? Suddenly, Bai Qin took her hand and softly called. He asked directly, You've been pretending for General Song for a while now. Has he treated you well? Bai Qingyin's eyes sparkled as she replied, Of course, the general treats me very well. He's the best person to me in the world. Bai Qin, a mix of relief and concern in his voice, replied to Bai Qingyin, If he treats you badly, you must tell me. I'm your brother. I'll definitely stand up for you. Then, from his pocket, he pulled out an object, saying, Oh, right. He produced a delicately carved wooden hairpin and continued, Inside this hairpin are the deeds to all the shops under my name. He detailed the secret operations of these businesses, which brought in a dough of gold each day. Marquis Chongling arrested me because of this. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, A dough of gold every day? That must be a lot of gold. Bai Qin, you're a secret millionaire. Unexpectedly, he then handed it to her. Say now, I'll give this hairpin to you. Bai Qin, with a tinge of sadness, said, Ain, listen to me. If General Song ever treats you poorly, and the Chongling Marquis's estate becomes unreliable, and if I'm no longer around a woman alone like you will have nowhere to go, take this hairpin. Manage these shops. It will ensure you'll never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life. Bai Qingyin accepted it, brightly replying, Thank you, Bai Qin. This tiger's eye for people was right about you. You truly are a good person. Inwardly, she rejoiced, remembering her past life as a tiger, where her favorite pastime was napping on piles of glittering gold. Seeing her spinning with joy, Bai Qin responded, What's there to thank me for? I'm your sworn brother. Of course, I have to look out for you. Seeing her happiness, he added, Ain, you must remember this. Don't tell anyone about the immense value of this wooden hairpin. It could put you in danger. Don't even tell General Song. A thought lingered in his mind. Never used to be so fond of money, nor so bold as to interrupt an execution. She's really changed. He looked at the woman who was both familiar and different, thinking, but it's all right. As long as I can be by her side, even if it's just as her brother, I'll be content. Bai Qingyin clutched the hairpin, overjoyed. Gold, gold. This wooden hairpin could be exchanged for so much gold. It was late, but their conversation hadn't ended. Meanwhile, Song Huan stood guard outside, only catching snippets of their conversation. General, of course, please. Shop. ABC. Chongling Marquis is. He strained to understand, but couldn't make sense of it. What are Bai Qin and Bai Qingyin talking about in there? I can't hear a thing. Why is the soundproofing so good? They're not even blood relatives. Why are they keeping so many secrets from me? After a while, he heard two words, good person. He couldn't help but mutter. Why is Bai Qingyin praising Bai Qin as a good person? What are they talking about? Suddenly, the door opened, causing him to stumble forward into the room. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. He stood up, trying to explain, I didn't do that on purpose. Bai Qingyin approached him, whispering softly, General, Bai Qin said, this wooden hairpin represents ownership of many shops that earn a dough of gold every day. He gave it to me. We have money now. Do you like gold? I'll give this hairpin to you. Bai Qin was completely stunned by this scene. Bai Qin fainted for a moment. He was so angry, he practically coughed up blood. Seeing this, Bai Qin worriedly ran over and asked why Bai Qin had fainted. Bai Qin anxiously yelled for the doctor. "Doctor, come quickly." Song Huayan could only hold his head and think to himself, the gift someone gave her in the blink of an eye, she's given it to someone else. It's a wonder Bai Qin didn't faint. A while later, after a thorough examination, as the doctor left the room, Bai Qin sighed in relief, saying, "That really scared me just now." Thankfully, the doctor came back and said that Bai Qin just has a weak constitution, which is why he fainted. It's nothing serious. Then she muttered next to the general's ear, "Bai Qin is too weak." He suddenly vomited blood for no reason. She enthusiastically planned, "When Shui and I returns, we must make sure he gets properly nourished." Song Huayan, looking at her, could only think to himself, "I have a feeling Bai Qin still hasn't realized Bai Qin vomited blood from being angered by her." A moment later, she exclaimed joyfully, "That's right." Her eyes sparkling, she proposed to the general, "General, do you want this wooden hairpin? It could be exchanged for a lot of gold." He sighed helplessly and replied, "I don't need it." Immediately after, he carefully explained to her, "This is something your sworn brother gave you. You should keep it safe. Don't give it away so easily, understand?" She replied innocently, "Bai Qin said the same thing, but I didn't want to give it to anyone else. I only wanted to give it to the general." He was truly exasperated and softly called Bai Qin. At this moment, a question arose in him. "So, in Bai Qin's heart, I'm not someone else?" Bai Qin, holding the hairpin, exclaimed, "But if the general doesn't want it, then I'll keep it myself. It's worth a lot of gold." Song Huayan, unhappy, thought to himself, "Although I refused, seeing how much Bai Qin values this hairpin, why does it bother me so much?" Bai Qin was truly happy holding the hairpin. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. If Bai Qin wears this wooden hairpin all the time later, no, I can't let Bai Qin wear a hairpin given by someone else. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward and said, "Bai Qin, I also have something similar to give you." Bai Qin looked up, momentarily surprised, and asked, "General, what do you want to give me?" In her heart, she rejoiced, "What a good day today. Why does everyone want to give me gifts?" Song Huayan then continued, "That wooden hairpin worth 1,000 gold that your sworn brother gave you. Don't take it out all the time. It's easy to lose. If you like hairpins, then wear this tiger cloud hairpin." After placing the hairpin in her hand, he added, "The tiger cloud hairpin won't be easily lost. You can wear it every day." She took it, hesitating slightly, and asked, "Tiger cloud hairpin?" She thought to herself, "I remember in my past life, this tiger cloud hairpin was an item that always stayed with the general. He never gave it to anyone else. Why is he giving it to me in this life?" Seeing her reaction, he asked anxiously, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Bai Qin hurriedly replied, "It's a gift from the general. How could I not like it?" Following that, she looked sincerely into his eyes and continued, "I will definitely treasure this hairpin." Hearing this, he sighed in relief and replied, "Treasure it? It's just a hairpin, as long as you like it." He gently patted her head, praising, "It will look very beautiful on you." Bai Qin gently touched the hairpin on her head and replied, "Thank you, General." She recalled the previous scene, thinking to herself, "Asterisk in my past life, I considered this tiger cloud hairpin a toy for many years. The tiger on this hairpin was personally carved by the general in my likeness. Now that the general has given it to me, it's like the object has returned to its original owner. Asterisk." Suddenly, she stepped forward boldly. Unexpectedly, the general then embraced her. He softly whispered to her, "Bai Qin, I don't care what Bai Qin says to you." Song Huayan looked into her eyes. "Remember, I've given you the tiger cloud hairpin. Now that I've confirmed you as mine, I swear I will protect you, even unto death. And you must not leave me." A surge of determination welled up within her. "How can I let the general die protecting me?" Pushing him away, she declared, "General, do you take me for someone who only knows how to eat and do nothing? It should be me swearing to protect you, even unto death." He could only chuckle at this, that's not the point, Bai Qin. Unexpectedly, she reached out and took his hand, continuing, "No matter what the point is, I will not leave you, General." She looked at him and softly said, "I want to be with you forever, always protecting you for all eternity." Song Huayan, hearing this, thought, asterisk, the tiger cloud hairpin represents the position of the general's wife. Does this little tiger, Bai Qin, not understand yet? asterisk. But then he smiled faintly, thinking, but with her fierce demeanor, saying she wants to protect me, she must like me. At this moment, he held his head, mocking himself. Asterisk, I was actually afraid she would leave me because of Bai Qin. As expected, concern easily makes one lose their reason. Asterisk. He looked at her tenderly and replied to her earlier words, all right, you protect me. Just don't leave me. From now on, you must wear this tiger cloud hairpin every day. After a moment, he reminded her, you've been tired all night. Go get some good sleep and rest. Qin accepted the order enthusiastically, replying, okay, then I'll go back to the bamboo garden to sleep. But Song Huayan stopped her, saying the bamboo garden? Why would you sleep in that desolate, remote place? Don't go. She turned around in surprise and asked, but when I was at the general's manor before, I lived there. He was dumbfounded, while she continued, isn't that the place you arranged for me? At this moment, Song Huayan remembered. Asterisk, that's right. At first, I suspected Bai Qin was a spy, so I arranged for her to stay in the bamboo garden. I even caused her injuries more than once. Almost all the injuries she suffered before were caused by me. I forgot about those things in the past. How could I forget? Asterisk. Bai Qin, after a moment of disbelief, hurriedly asked, General, what's wrong? She repeatedly waved her hand in front of his face, asking again and again, why does your complexion look so bad? Suddenly, a strong force pulled her in one direction. Song Huayan held her in his arms and softly whispered, Bai Qin, I'm sorry. At this moment, he spoke to her with utmost sincerity that I hurt you so badly. Yet you never lost faith in me, and you never left me. I'm sorry. Seeing the general's sincerity, Bai Qin replied, General, you don't need to apologize. You saved my life in the first place. She looked up at him cheerfully and continued, so I will never leave you. I will also always be loyal to you. Remembering her past life, she sighed, in my past life, if I hadn't been raised by the general, I would have died in the jaws of a wild beast long ago. In this life, and in the next, I will always protect the general. Touched by her words, Song Huayan softly called out, Bai Qin. The silly girl was hugging him tightly, reassuring him, General, don't be sad anymore. It's all in the past. Seeing her carefree and innocent demeanor, he could only sigh softly and scold, silly Bai Qin. Then, giving her the warmest embrace, he held her tightly and thought to himself, well, what's done is done. I owed you in the past. From now on, I will definitely make it up to you. Then he continued cheerfully, don't stay in the bamboo garden anymore. It's been deserted for a long time. Stay in the Dijing Yuan next to me. The scenery there is the most beautiful. Hearing this, Bai Qin's heart bloomed with excitement, thinking that today was truly a double blessing. From now on, I can wear the tiger cloud hairpin every day, sleep on a pile of gold, and after waking up and taking a few steps, I can see the general. She closed her eyes and raised her fist in the air as if to express her delight. This made him secretly think. Unexpectedly, Deep Jing Yuan makes Bai Qin so happy. At this moment, he secretly told himself, from now on, I must treat her even better. But unexpectedly, her next question was, General, can I sleep with you? Song Huayan immediately became embarrassed and stammered. What? This is moving too fast. Bai Qin pretended to be foolish and asked fast. Then, taking a few steps closer, she continued, but General, you said you wanted me by your side. Doesn't that mean you want to be close to me? Looking directly in his eyes, Bai Qin said, so, if I sleep with you, wouldn't that be even closer? Song Huayan quickly turned his head away, denying, no, you can't. Go back to Dijing Yuan and sleep. He tried to compose himself and said, I still have a lot of things to deal with. I'll be going now. Watching him run away without looking back, she wondered, why did the general run away like that? Bai Qin secretly made a decision that it must be because the general and I aren't close enough yet. Yin Yang said that two people are more likely to get close after drinking. Tonight, I'll go to the kitchen and find 2 bottles of wine to share with the general. She continued to tell herself, I'll take this opportunity to get close to the general so we can sleep together. Meanwhile, Song Huayan was standing alone in the night, lost in thought. A jumble of thoughts filled his mind. Now that I'm back in the capital, danger could come at any time. Today, I gave the tiger cloud hairpin hairpin to Bai Qingyin. When I'm not with her, the shadow guards will recognize the hairpin and protect her. No matter what, I absolutely won't let Bai Qingyin get hurt again. Looking towards the building opposite him, he thought, Di Jingyuan is right next door. Hearing a door slam shut, he wondered, I wonder if Bai Qingyin is asleep yet. But right after that, she came running over, holding a jar of wine, calling out General. Song Huan immediately became flustered and asked, Bai Qingyin, why are you here? She placed 2 jars of wine on the table and said loudly, I've come to drink with the general. Then, with bright, innocent eyes, she continued, General, didn't you say before that if I repelled the enemy, I would have performed a great service and you'd reward me? But you wouldn't let me do this, and you wouldn't let me do that. So, I thought of a simpler reward, a private drinking session with you. Surely this is permissible. Song Huan immediately became flustered. He glanced at the wine on the table and stammered, Drink wine? You didn't sleep and came to my place in the middle of the night just to drink with me? Bai Qingyin immediately replied, Exactly. Why? What's wrong? Her eyes caught his probing expression. He couldn't help but be suspicious that I feel like something's off. Are you up to something again? Bai Qingyin put on an adorable expression and replied, No way, General. You're falsely accusing me. While I do love precious treasures, I'm not scheming. How could I be up to something? Her words left him speechless. Still distrustful, he continued, I just feel like you. Bai Qingyin feigned innocence. Didn't I just come to drink wine with you? What other motive could there be? Do you not want to drink with me? Inwardly, she thought, I can't let the general know I want to get him drunk and then sleep with him. He definitely won't agree. Hearing her words, Song Huan chuckled lightly. It's not that. Bai Qingyin rushed forward, pushed him down onto a seat, and said, Not what? You clearly don't want to drink with me. You just said you'd make it up to me later. Now, all I want is to drink with you, and I'm even using my reward for military merit as a bargaining chip. Yet you still won't agree. Song Huan quickly added in a low voice, Bai Qingyin, it's not like that. I want to drink with you, but my tolerance isn't very good. She looked back at him with a naive expression. Unable to hide her delight, she blurted out, What? Your tolerance isn't good? That's great. Song Huan, taken aback, asked, What did you say? She immediately covered her mouth and denied it that I said. She stammered, panicked. Oops, I let slip. I need to change the subject quickly. Then, feigning weakness, she continued, That was just an excuse. You clearly don't want to drink with me. Everything you said before was a lie. She then put on a pitiful act, sitting in a corner looking dejected that I'm so pitiful. No one loves me. No one cares about me. Even my simple wish to drink with the general is denied. Seeing this, he couldn't bear it, thinking, well, I did just say I'd make it up to Bai Qingyin. I'll just have a little drink with her. So he comforted her, all right, don't cry. We'll drink a little, but after we're done, you must go back and rest. No more troublemaking. Bai Qingyin immediately agreed cheerfully. Okay, I promise I'll go to sleep after we drink. Inwardly, she plotted, Once you're completely drunk, I'll decide where we sleep. Song Huan, noticing her suspicious expression, asked Bai Qingyin, Were you faking those tears just now? She immediately put on a flattering expression and denied, I teed it. No way. I would never do such a thing. Then, she immediately started pouring him wine. Come on, General, let's have a drink. She offered him the large cup directly. Bai Qingyin spoke softly before raising her cup. No need for further words. I only hope to be by the general's side for all eternity, lifetime after lifetime. In short, all I want to say is within this cup of wine. I'll drink it all, and, General, you may do as you please. After speaking, she decisively raised the cup and drained it. Song Huan looked at the wine cup and thought to himself, Bai Qingyin has already said this. How can I disappoint her? One cup probably won't make me drunk. Bai Qingyin then turned to him and asked, General, why haven't you finished your drink? She feigned disappointment and continued, Is it because your tolerance is low? Or is there something wrong with your body? Song Huan immediately retorted, Something wrong with my body? How could there be something wrong with my body? He immediately picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. Bai Qingyin, don't ever say a man has problems like that again. I'm very healthy. I'll show you. She immediately added a provocation. That's right. That's the brilliant and mighty general, victorious in every battle. General, let's continue. Song Huan, now with a cold expression, called out to Bai Qingyin. She responded expectantly, What is it, General? He suddenly lunged towards her. Then, he collapsed onto her, clearly intoxicated. His face was flushed, a sign of the alcohol taking effect. Bai Qingyin wondered to herself, the general's face is so red. Could he be drunk already? After just one cup? The drunken Song Huan slurred Bai Qingyin. I'm sorry. She innocently replied, It's just being drunk. There's no need for the general to apologize. But in her heart, she recalled the past. In my past life, this tigress only saw the general being carried back to his room after getting drunk. I never knew his tolerance. To think that the brilliant and mighty general, victorious in every battle, would be knocked down by just one cup. But then, unexpectedly, he roused himself and said, I'm not drunk. He gently touched her chin and whispered, by Chi-Min, you are mine. From now on, you're not allowed to be close to other men, and not too close to women either. The young woman obediently replied, I will listen to the general. In her heart, she rejoiced. The general said, I'm his. Doesn't that mean we're closer now? Song Hwayan, his face flushed with drink, then suggested by Chi-Min, don't call me general anymore. Call me by my name. She blushed slightly and asked, Call you by your name? When his hand touched her ear, she was startled. Immediately, she denied it in a panicked, oh no. How can I directly call the general by his name? That would be disrespectful. He was displeased by her response and asked, You won't call me by my name? She remained resolute, thinking to herself, this tigress is the most loyal tiger to the general. I cannot directly call the general by his name. His face now hardened as he threatened her. If you don't call me by my name, I'll hit you. Then he roughly pulled her hand. And just like that, he actually hit her as if disciplining a child. Song Hwayan continued, Will you call me by my name? If you don't, I'll hit you again. Bai Qingyin was suffering unspeakably. The general spanked me again. Why does the general act like this when he's drunk? He keeps making me say his name. If I don't, he spanks me. Last time the general was drunk, he didn't have this strange habit. Despite her inner turmoil, she still complied with the general's demand that I really can't address you directly by name. She regretted letting the general drink. I should have brought a plate of peanuts. But even with peanuts, the general wouldn't be this drunk, would he? He asked the same question again. You still won't say it? Bai Qingyin resolutely replied, I'll say it. I'll say it. It hurts. Immediately after, she forced out the 3 words, Song Hwayan. He instantly softened, replying, I'm here. Bai Qingyin made her demand, don't spank me anymore. It was you, General, who insisted I call you by your name. Then, he suddenly started to take off his outer robe. Bai Qingyin quickly backed away. You can't spank this tiger. You can't hit me anymore. He then replied with a surprisingly sweet tone, I won't hit you anymore. Before Bai Qingyin passed out from the alcohol, he said, I love you. But she didn't hear it, only asking, no more hitting? That's great, General. I won't drink with you again. She sat and watched him for a long time after he passed out. Bai Qingyin poked Song Hwayan's cheek. General, are you asleep? After confirming he was asleep, she sighed in relief, thinking to herself, it's good that he's asleep. This tiger doesn't need to call the general by his name anymore. But then she couldn't help but wonder, why is the general so strange when he's drunk? He keeps making me call him by his name. When we get back, I need to find someone to check on him and see if he's ill. She then used all her strength to drag him and gently laid him down. She thought, but being able to sleep next to the general, it's like being closer to him. Then she slowly drifted off to sleep beside him. When the first light of the next morning shone into the room, Song Hwayan turned to face her. The room was now bright. He groggily sat up, holding his head. Confused and clutching his head, Song Hwayan mumbled, my head hurts so much. But when he looked at his side, he was shocked to find Bai Qingyin. He cried out in alarm. Why is Bai Qingyin sleeping next to me? He struggled to recall last night's events. Right, last night, Bai Qingyin and I drank together. Then I got drunk. He couldn't help but wonder, did I do something I shouldn't have with Bai Qingyin? He quickly checked himself and found his clothes were still on. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. My clothes are still on. I must not have crossed the line with her. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin was sleeping soundly. Yet, in her sleep, she murmured, General, don't spank me anymore. It hurts. I said your name. Wasn't that enough? In that instant, Song Hwayan felt his world crumble. What? I spanked Bai Qingyin and made her say my name. He slumped onto the wooden floor, sliding down as he asked himself, did I really force her last night? Did I hit her because she wouldn't agree? At the same time, Bai Qingyin woke up and asked the general, what's that noise? Song Hwayan froze for a moment, speechless. He just kept thinking, Bai Qingyin is awake? No, what have I done? When Bai Qingyin is fully awake and asks me, how should I face her? I should go out and calm down for a bit. After thinking this, he turned tail and ran, causing her to shout from behind, General. Bai Qingyin, not understanding what was happening, kept asking General what's wrong. Where are you going? Wait for me. Just then, as she tried to chase after him, she bumped into someone else. This person turned and scolded her. Are you blind? You bumped into me. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? But a moment later, this person recognized her. Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin then realized who it was and replied, Shui and I, you're back. She then sincerely apologized. I'm sorry I bumped into you. But now's not the time to talk. I have to go after the general. Wait for me to come back, and we'll talk. Immediately after, she ran while shouting, General, wait, you're running so fast. I can't catch up. Shui and I stood there dumbfounded, calling after Bai Qingyin. She couldn't help but wonder, why did Bai Qingyin come out of the general's bedroom? And her clothes are disheveled. Bai Qingyin has always liked the general. Thinking of this, she realized with a start, could it be last night? Did she do something with the general? While running after Bai Qingyin, she muttered, General, don't run anymore. Exhausted, Bai Qingyin stopped and shouted, General, if you keep running, I'll use my ultimate move. Unexpectedly, on the main road, she dared to yell, General, didn't you just get drunk and sleep with me? Why are you running? Song Huai unhurriedly ran back and covered her mouth. She continued to mumble, Did you feel last night? He interrupted Bai Qingyin. Don't say any more. She asked again with a look of innocence. What's wrong? I just want to talk. Song Huai then released his hand and said softly, I won't run anymore. I didn't actually want to run. I just wanted to calm down and compose myself before explaining to you. Bai Qingyin asked in confusion, Explain what? Song Huai mustered his courage and said seriously, I apologize, Bai Qingyin. Last night, I forced myself on you and even hit you. I sincerely apologize. I didn't think I would be like that after getting drunk. But he also clearly affirmed to her, but don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Bai Qingyin softly replied, General, you don't have to apologize. Whatever you do is right. It's just that in the future, could you please not spank my bottom anymore? She continued, although you only spanked me a few times last night before falling asleep, my bottom still hurts a little. Hearing this, he responded in embarrassment, I'm sorry. I rarely drink and really didn't know. But suddenly, he realized something suspicious. Wait a minute, he anxiously asked, besides spanking you, I didn't do anything else, did I? Bai Qingyin confirmed, that's right. General spanked me and made me say your name. Bai Qingyin then asked with a slightly sulky tone, being spanked already hurts a lot. What else did the general want to do? Song Huaiyan's expression was truly awkward. He replied, I thought that But then he felt a pang of guilt that I'm sorry. He said that I won't hit you again. Last night I was drunk, that's why. Bai Qingyin, seeing him like this, said, No, it's all right, General. Even if you did hit me, it must have been because I did something wrong. So you don't have to apologize. Song Huaiyan, hearing this, went from surprise to a feeling of being touched by her trust. He then gently told her, Well, anyway, I definitely won't hit you again. I will definitely protect you. Just then, a hidden weapon suddenly flew out, aimed directly at the two of them, startling him. What? He hurriedly pulled Bai Qingyin to him, warning careful. But Song Huaiyan had already used his own body to shield her from the dart. Bai Qingyin froze when she saw the wound. A cry of alarm escaped her lips. General. Song Huaiyan, despite his serious injury, kept warning her, assassins. Bai Qingyin, be careful. A group of people jumped out from the surroundings, all shouting in unison, kill. Bai Qingyin instantly flew into a rage, roaring, How dare you injure the general? She grabbed the hand of one of the men who was about to attack them. A single slap sent him spitting blood. You want to die? She demanded. Bai Qingyin then launched a fierce counterattack. She nimbly fought them off with her short dagger. Song Huaiyan, despite his injury, fought with all his might. But at that moment, he felt a sharp pain and realized the dart was poisoned. His arm was losing strength. Seeing this, the assassin smirked. He seized the opportunity to attack fiercely, inflicting another wound on Song Huaiyan's shoulder. Bai Qingyin's eyes turned red. Ignoring everything else, she ran towards him, shouting, General, I'm coming to save you. But the assassins blocked her path, their expressions ferocious. Bai Qingyin, consumed by rage, roared, You scum! You'll all die! One by one, she struck them down, leaving them groaning in pain and writhing on the ground. Song Huaiyan, succumbing to the poison, knelt down and coughed up blood. She rushed to his side, anxiously asking, General, how are you? Seeing her, he said with a weak smile, You're all right, that's good. Don't cry. She was truly terrified. He then used his remaining strength to murmur, Don't alarm the citizens. Avoid causing a panic. Bai Qingyin obediently replied, I understand. I'm sorry, General. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect you. A moment later, a door burst open. Bai Qingyin, carrying the general, returned, shouting, Shui and I? The general is injured. Come quickly. Save the general. Shui and I rushed in from outside, panicked. What happened? Why is the general injured so badly? Bai Qingyin laid Song Huan down and showed Shui and I the poison wound. With just one glance, Shui and I recognized the poison on the dart in the general's back. Bai Qingyin grew increasingly worried and explained what had happened, that we were attacked by assassins. The general shielded me from the poison dart. If the general dies because of this, I'll hate myself forever. Shui and I quickly interrupted Bai Qingyin. Don't say such ominous things. I don't want the general to wake up and see you like this. Bai Qingyin immediately wiped her tears and turned to ask, are you awake? You are. You're the divine doctor's only daughter. You can definitely save the general, right? Shui and I examined the wound for a moment and replied, it's best if you speak less while I detoxify him. I need silence. Bai Qingyin immediately fell silent and agreed. Inwardly, she tried to calm herself. Asterisk, I have to calm down. I can't let the general see how panicked I was just now. Otherwise, I won't be worthy of protecting him. Asterisk. Bai Qingyin's expression gradually became serious as she told herself, that's right. A second later, she urgently looked at the person behind her and ordered, Chun Dan, have your men bring back all the bodies of the assassins from that alley and thoroughly investigate. Don't alarm the citizens. Chun Dan replied, understood. I'll arrange it immediately. But just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out, wait. Bai Qingyin's face was serious, her hands clenched tightly, her voice firm. The matter of the general's injury must not be disclosed. From now on, the general's manor must be strictly guarded. Everyone must protect the general's manor. Once the general wakes up, we will find the culprit behind this and settle the score. Chen Dan bowed and replied, as you command. Elsewhere, in a secluded tower, the man slammed his hand on the table in anger. How could this be? Were all the assassins sent killed by Bai Qingyin? The subordinate trembled in fear. Master, please calm down. Although we failed to kill Bai Qingyin, our poison dart hit Song Huan. This time, that Song Huan is definitely dead. The man stood up abruptly in a rage and roared, definitely dead? With the divine doctor's daughter there. How could Song Huan die? He placed a hand on his hat and sighed. Well, using the lives of a few assassins in exchange for Song Huan being seriously injured isn't a loss. Under his hat, his face was cunning, his smile sinister. Moreover, the assassins all have the Chongling Marquis Manners tattoo. No matter what, the investigation won't lead to me. While Song Huan is seriously injured, I can find more opportunities to eliminate both him and Bai Qingyin. Time passed. 3 days later, at the general's manor, Bai Qingyin, worried, had fallen asleep by the bedside. Song Huan suddenly woke up. Looking at the scene before him, Song Huan wondered in a daze. Is this my room? He tried to move his stiff hand. How long have I been asleep? His hand was numb. His gaze fell upon the girl beside him. He softly called out Bai Qingyin. Song Huan looked closely at her face and worriedly wondered. Asterisk, her eyes are dark. Is it from lack of sleep? Asterisk. Thinking of this, Song Huan felt a bit of happiness. He sighed inwardly. Asterisk, the day I was assassinated, I instinctively shielded Bai Qingyin from the poison dart. Only then did I realize how important she is to me. It's good that she's all right. Asterisk, Bai Qingyin rubbed her eyes awake, looked at him dazedly, and said, General, you're awake? Song Huan softly gazed at her. Bai Qingyin, you've been taking care of me this whole time? You've worked hard. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Bai Qingyin burst into tears. General, you're finally awake. You were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you were going to die again. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Song Huan was startled by this scene. He awkwardly reached out and rubbed her head, comforting Bai Qingyin. Qingyin, don't cry anymore. I'm not dead, just unconscious. It's all right, don't cry. Bai Qingyin clutched his hand tightly, her other hand constantly wiping away tears. General, I thought you wouldn't wake up. I was so scared. It's all my fault. I was supposed to protect you, but in the end, you had to protect me. The more she spoke, the harder she cried, tears streaming down her face. I'm such a failure of a tiger. Seeing her incessant crying, Song Huan placed his hand on her head and comforted her. Qingyin, why are you so silly? He then slowly sat up, his voice gentle, that you're not a tiger. You're my properly wedded wife. If anyone's doing the protecting, it should be me protecting you. How could I let you protect me? Hearing this, Bai Qingyin couldn't help but look at him with glistening eyes. But I was born to protect the general. But now, it's all catawampus. Song Huan, a little confused, asked, what's catawampus? You mean topsy-turvy. Bai Qingyin regained her composure, wiping her tears as she exclaimed, whatever it's called. The point is, I absolutely won't allow it to be catawampus. From now on, I absolutely won't let the general get hurt again. She then pulled out some paper and started writing something, her entire body radiating a murderous aura. After this assassination attempt, I've reviewed my mistakes. I feel certain that I'm not skilled enough. From now on, I will intensify my training. And Song Huai. Beside her, Song Huai could only helplessly slap his forehead and sigh. After this assassination attempt, I've realized I'm in love with Bai Qingyin. But her feelings for me aren't like romantic love. It's more like a subordinate's loyalty, almost like a pet's loyalty to its owner. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at Qingyin. But what I want isn't her loyalty. It's her love. Her love for me as a man. While she was lost in thought, a hand snatched the paper from her. Qingyin, don't read that anymore. Song Huan looked at her and affirmed, me getting hurt isn't your fault. Do you know where your fault lies? Bai Qingyin put on an attentive, serious expression and exclaimed, where, General? Tell me, I'll write it down now. Song Huan propped his chin, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Your fault is, after a few seconds of thought, he continued, you always say you want to be close to me, but every time you try to seduce me, you end up saying things that irritate me. Those memories began to surface. General, you and the dog should discuss official matters. I'll be going now. General, it seems your precious wooden stick has appeared again. There are guards in the camp. Just keep it by your side. It keeps poking me. It's uncomfortable. You said you could offer yourself to me, but you don't understand what offering yourself means. General, you think I'm useless. Oh, right? Even if I die, I must protect the general. You say you want to protect me, but you don't know what I want most. Hearing these words, Bai Qingyin stared at him blankly. Nervously, she met his gaze and asked, General, what are you saying? What do you want? Song Huan looked at her and calmly replied, yes, I want. He slowly leaned closer to her. His eyes, filled with affection, saw only her. Bai Qingyin, I want you to understand that to me, you are not a pet, but my most precious treasure. I want you to see me as Song Huan, your husband, not just your general. Do you understand? Bai Qingyin still looked a little puzzled. Treasure? Treasure? Suddenly, her eyes lit up like stars. She thought happily to herself. The general said, I'm his treasure. A treasure is something everyone in the world likes and wants to be close to. Doesn't that mean the general wants to be close to me? This tiger's great undertaking of getting close to him has turned a new page. A second later, Bai Qingyin, without hesitation, rushed forward and gave him a kiss. Not only that, but she also smiled brightly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. General, I understand. You are also the treasure I cherish the most. Song Huan blushed, embarrassed, and coughed a few times. You understand, that's good. He closed his eyes shyly, secretly delighted. He originally just wanted to teach Bai Qingyin about romantic feelings, but she was as straightforward as ever. Let's stop the lesson here for today. If I continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. She kissed me, so she must understand a little more about what I'm teaching her. Bai Qingyin looked at him with concern. General, your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? I'll go get Shui and I for you. Seeing her about to leave, Song Huan quickly grabbed her hand. No need, I'm fine. Don't call Shui and I. Song Huai and continued, I've figured out the assassins poisoned their darts. They were ruthless. The person behind this definitely wants me and you dead. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyin wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she nodded confidently. Don't worry, General. I've already had Chun Dan send people to bring back the assassins' bodies and arrange for an investigation. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Chun Dan bowed respectfully. Reporting to Madam, we have a lead on the assassins. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin exclaimed excitedly, a lead? Come in quickly. Chun Dan slowly pushed the door open and entered. Bai Qingyin and Song Huan looked toward the door. As soon as he entered, Chun Dan couldn't contain his joy and shouted, General, you're awake. That's wonderful. He then walked over and handed him a piece of paper. General, we discovered the same tattoo on all the assassins. It looks like this. As Song Huan touched the image on the paper, his eyes suddenly widened. This is... A black and white drawing appeared. He whispered, the secret tattoo of the dead soldiers belonging to the Chongling Marquis's estate. Looking at the paper in his hand, Bai Qingyin exclaimed with some displeasure, that vile old Chongling Marquis again. The previous assassination attempt at the inn was also related to him. Why won't he stop? Song Huayan clenched the paper in his hand, the image of that person appearing in his mind. An assassination in broad daylight, and the assassins bear the mark of my family. Chongling Marquis isn't that foolish. The mastermind behind this assassination must be someone else, deliberately tattooing the Chongling Marquis' mark on the assassins. This way, they can stir up the feud between the general's estate and the Chongling Marquis' estate and clear their own name. His expression darkened, and his eyes became wary. Such scheming, it won't be easy to find the true culprit. Chindan immediately added, the general is absolutely right. During the 3 days the general was unconscious, subordinates were sent to investigate, but there hasn't been a single clue. Chindan bowed, his voice growing firmer. General, we haven't been able to find the mastermind. What should we do next? Not letting him answer, Bai Qingyin angrily slammed her fist. What else can we do? No matter what, the general was injured this time. If we can't find a true culprit, then let's go after Marquis Chongling, who told those assassins to have his estate's tattoo on them. Hearing this, Chun Dan became hesitant. Marquis Chongling is powerful and influential. Doing this, I'm afraid, will stir up a hornet's nest. He looked inquiringly at Song Huayan General. I think we, Song Huayan, after a moment of thought, replied, quite right. It seems you've gotten smarter. Chun Dan beamed, a bright smile blossoming on his face. Thank you for the praise, General. But unexpectedly, the next second, Song Huayan looked towards Qingyin. Do, as Bai Qingyin says. These words left Chun Dan stunned. Yes, sir. He was startled by the words he'd just heard. What? He wondered silently. Why would the general listen to Bai Qingyin? Song Huayan turned and slowly stood up. If the assassins had the Chongling Marquis' estate tattoo on them, what's wrong with us demanding justice? He spoke calmly, reaching out to stroke Qingyin's head beside him. Besides, since we can't find out the assassins' backgrounds, why not let Marquis Chongling investigate for us? Bai Qingyin stared at him wide-eyed and asked, let Marquis Chongling investigate for us? That hateful old man is so wicked. How could he possibly help us investigate? Song Huayan patted her head gently, a tender smile gracing his lips, because he doesn't want to be wrongly accused in this matter either. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin looked at him with utter adoration. General, you're truly brilliant. You even thought of a plan to use them. Seeing the two lovebirds gazing at each other, Chun Dan reminded himself not to linger. The next day, before the crowd, they would be nothing more than cold corpses. Marquis Chongling remained silent, his gaze fixed on the other man. Song Huayan, his entire being radiating a dark aura, coldly addressed Marquis Chongling that a few days ago, I was assassinated. The assassins all bore the tattoo of her Chongling Marquis. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Behind the subordinate stood a symbol as clear as if drawn on paper. Marquis Chongling suddenly burst into laughter. Has the general perhaps mistaken the culprit? Then he calmly stated, not to mention that this Marquis has never sent assassins to attack the general. Even if I had, I wouldn't be foolish enough to tattoo my own family's mark on them, would I? The old man's face remained unchanged, his voice growing firmer. The general, a veteran of countless battles, skilled in both literary and martial arts, surely can see that someone is deliberately trying to frame me. Song Huayan didn't flinch. He folded his arms and calmly looked at the old man. What Marquis Chongling says is quite right. It's just that I wonder what His Majesty will think if I hand these assassins over to him. Hearing Song Huayan's reply, Marquis Chongling immediately became suspicious. He thought to himself, this guy is clearly trying to frame me. The emperor is cautious. Song Huayan will likely be favored for now, while I have no evidence. Bringing this before the emperor will definitely be disadvantageous for me. It's better to settle this privately with Song Huayan. A moment later, Marquis Chongling nodded and said cheerfully, His Majesty is busy. Why should we bother him with such a trivial matter? If this matter truly involves me, to prove my innocence, I will investigate this matter thoroughly with the general and punish the culprit according to the law. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyin shouted from behind, I don't think so. Seeing her intense reaction, Marquis Chongling yelled, Bai Qingyin. Before he could continue, Bai Qingyin furiously interrupted, a few days ago, the general was assassinated and nearly lost his life. How can you dismiss it with a few words and a joint investigation? Clearing your own name is your business. Why drag the general into it? You look like nothing but think you're so clever. Marquis Chongling trembled with anger, his face darkening. Bai Qingyin, you wretched child. I am your father. How dare you speak to your father with such impudence? He raised his hand as if to strike her. But before his hand could fall, Song Huayan grabbed it. His eyes were cold, his brow furrowed as he warned Marquis Chongling in a low voice. I must remind you, Bai Qingyin is my wife. Striking my wife in front of me is a bit too much, isn't it? Marquis Chongling was startled and inwardly exclaimed, Song Huayan. Beside them, Bai Qingyin's eyes shone brightly as she looked happily at her perfect husband. The general is protecting me. I'm so happy. Under Song Huayan's piercing gaze, Marquis Chongling was speechless. Damn it. Wasn't Bai Qingyin disliked in the general's manner? Why is Song Huayan suddenly protecting her like this? He gritted his teeth, his hand trembling. He thought to himself, I should have treated her better from the start. Song Huayan released his grip and reminded him, Bai Qingyin has entered the general's manor. My wife is my person. Marquis Chongling wanting to hit my wife is indeed too much. Marquis Chongling rotated his wrist and gave a wry smile. The general is right. I have overstepped. Bai Qingyin also spoke up. All right, let's drop it. We should focus on compensating the general. Hearing this, Marquis Chongling was stunned, his voice stammering. Compensate? Compensate for what? Bai Qingyin raised an eyebrow and pointed at him. You old man, our general was injured. Even if he didn't do it, it has a lot to do with you. No matter what, you have to compensate him for emotional distress. Marquis Chongling was indignant and shouted at her. How does this have anything to do with me, Bai Qingyin? No matter what, I am your father. Before he could finish, Song Huayan glared at him menacingly. She is the general's wife. A moment later, he calmly looked at Bai Qingyin. Marquis Chongling's tone suddenly shifted, becoming unexpectedly ingratiating to general's wife. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I compensate? Bai Qingyin frowned angrily and asked, You don't agree? She then stretched out her arms and hugged Song Huayan tightly. A moment later, she looked resolutely at Song Huayan and suggested, General, I see that they are not sincere. Let's just hand this body over to the emperor. Let the emperor decide. Upon hearing these words, Marquis Chongling froze for a few seconds. Song Huayan gently stroked her head and agreed. All right, let's go. Marquis Chongling immediately became flustered. He waved his hand toward the two of them and stopped them. Wait a moment. Song Huayan and Bai Qingyin turned their heads to look at him. Marquis Chongling retracted his arrogant demeanor and began to act subserviently. This marquis and the general are both officials. The general is injured, so this marquis should naturally offer some tonics as a gift. He then gritted his teeth and looked towards the maidservant behind him. Someone, go to the storehouse and fetch some ginseng and cordyceps to give to the general for his recovery. The scene was filled with an ironic serenity. Marquis Chongling continued to grit his teeth as he listed the items. This is ginseng, lingji, and also cordyceps. He spoke while grinding his teeth, cursing inwardly. Hateful. I'm truly nurturing a viper in my bosom. Bai Qingyin is helping outsiders exploit her own father. Bai Qingyin carefully examined the medicine box and appraised the tonics. These are indeed very good. A moment later, she put on a thoughtful expression and continued, but the general was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. The treatment fees, the caretaking fees. Seeing this, Marquis Chongling shouted, Someone, bring another chest of precious jade to the general. The maidservant bowed her head and acknowledged the order. Immediately afterward, a chest filled with gold was brought forth. Marquis Chongling looked at her with some displeasure. Is this enough now? Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyin put on a very troubled expression. The general is seriously injured and likely won't be able to leave his room for a month. Being alone in his room, he will inevitably be lonely. If there were some paintings or calligraphy, perhaps some of Master Ying's works for him to enjoy, it would be a good way to pass the time. Her words were like arrows piercing Marquis Chongling's heart. He angrily retorted, the assassin wasn't from the Marquis Chongling residence. This marquis is simply showing compassion for General Song by gifting him some tonics and jewels. Don't push your luck. Bai Qingyi nodded and replied, What you say makes sense. Then she looked at Song Huayan and continued, General, I think we should just take this assassin and go see the emperor. Surely the emperor will be even more sympathetic towards you and reward you even more generously. Song Huayan didn't object and immediately agreed that you're quite right. Beside them, Marquis Chongling angrily yelled for someone. His hand trembled as he clenched his robes in resignation. His face darkened, and through gritted teeth, he spat out, Why bother the emperor? This marquis can handle this matter. Someone, bring Bai Jishui's erotic paintings. Feng Yue sure here. Only then did Bai Qingyin appear pleased, repeatedly thanking Marquis Chongling. He calmly glanced at her. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyin grinned at him. I remember you also have calligraphy by mastering Zhang Yu. As soon as these words left her mouth, Marquis Chongling broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Qingyin didn't stop there, continuing relentlessly, in that paperweight previously used by the renowned Wang Xiaoquan. Oh, and the white bird, Thousand Mountains painting you have hanging in your study, the only surviving work by Gu Tiji. Following her incessant demands, Marquis Chongling's house was gradually emptied. Bai Qingyin, meanwhile, happily gathered her spoils. She waved cheerfully as they left. Marquis Chongling, we're off. No need to see us out. Marquis Chongling gnashed his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Bai Qingyin, you little monster, I won't let you get away with this. Having achieved their goal, the two left the Marquis residence. Once outside, Bai Qingyin showered Song Huayan with praise. General, you were amazing. A few words from you and that hateful old Marquis Chongling didn't dare boast anymore. He even has to investigate the assassination attempt now. Let's see if that old geezer dares to target us again. If he does, I'll beat him so badly he won't be able to walk out the door. Then I'll take all his gold back to our residence. General Song Huayan gently patted her head. All right, silly girl. Even if there's a fight, you can't be the one doing the hitting. You're still Marquis Chongling's daughter, after all. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. A moment later, she clenched her fists and retorted, I'm not his daughter. I'm your tiger, General, yours and yours alone. Song Huayan was flustered by her words. He coughed awkwardly. All right, let's just say that's true. He then looked at her and continued, but officially, you're still Marquis Chongling's daughter. If a daughter hits her father, she'll be criticized by everyone, Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin declared resolutely, I'm not afraid. Whoever dares to harm you, General, I won't spare them. Her words gave Song Huayan pause. Looking at her adorable, indignant expression as she vowed to protect him, Song Huayan smiled gently. He thought to himself, Asterisk, Bai Qingyin feels so strongly about me. Surely she must like me. Asterisk. A moment later, he reached out to her. Bai Qingyin, I'm so happy. But before he could touch her, his hand was intercepted. Bai Qingyin grasped his hand tightly and exclaimed, General, don't worry. From now on, I'll always be by your side. I'll never leave you, not even for a moment, because I'll always be your loyal tiger. If anyone dares. Before she could finish, Song Huayan covered her mouth. Bai Qingyin looked at him, startled and confused. General, what's wrong? Song Huayan averted his gaze and turned away. Nothing. Let's go. His heart sank. With Bai Qingyin's unwavering loyalty, when will I ever win her love? The girl herself remained oblivious to his feelings. I'll protect you, General. Bai Qingyin agreed absent-mindedly. Right. Where's I? Oh, right. She clapped her hands, suddenly remembering. Bai Qingyin quickly followed Song Huayan, saying, General, what do you think? That old scoundrel agreed to investigate the real culprit. But even the general's manor couldn't investigate this matter. Can Marquis Chongling? Song Huayan smirked and replied, whether he can find out or not, we've achieved our goal. Today, I made a big scene so that Marquis Chongling and the real culprit behind this would fight each other, both sides suffering losses. He added, just let them tear each other apart. We just need to reap the benefits. Bai Qingyin, walking behind, wondered, but General, I still want to know who actually harmed you. Whoever dared to attack the General should absolutely not be forgiven. But during the 3 days you were unconscious, Chenzhou mobilized all the manpower of the General's manor to investigate. Suddenly, Bai Qingyin stopped, her face darkening in thought. Bai Qingyin seemed to have remembered a strange detail that didn't fit. Not all the manpower of the General's manor. There's one more person. Seeing her stop, Song Huayan turned around and called, Bai Qingyin. She immediately said urgently, General, it's Gu Li. Song Huayan asked in surprise, Gu Li? You mean, Gu Li sent someone to assassinate us? Bai Qingyin firmly affirmed, that's right. These past few days, while the general was injured and unconscious, I was only concerned about you and didn't think of him for a moment. Then she recalled the previous assassination attempt. Last time, during the competition in Rongqing, among Gu Li's subordinates, there was also an assassin with the secret tattoo of Marquis Chongling's manor who wanted to assassinate you. This time, it's the secret tattoo of Marquis Chongling's manor again. General, it's highly likely that Gu Li is up to his old tricks. Song Huayan also recalled, replying, the assassination attempt in Rongqing last time. Gue Li was indeed very strange. But he didn't make an affirmation, saying, "But this time, we don't have any concrete evidence against Gue Li." Bai Qingyin's face darkened in anger, cursing inwardly. Damn it, still no evidence. So frustrating. Was this assassination attempt really Gue Li's doing? Inner turmoil raged. Asterisk, I could just bite Gue Li to death, and then bite to death the villain who harmed the general. Asterisk. So angry, she could only scratch at the wall, puzzling Song Huayan. Why is Bai Qingyin so angry that she's scratching the wall like a tiger? Song Huayan looked at her tenderly, thinking, asterisk, but she's this angry because of me, right? This silly girl. Could it be that she actually likes me, but just hasn't realized it herself? Asterisk. He then approached her, took her wrist, and soothed. All right, Bai Qingyin, don't be angry anymore. Bai Qingyin looked at him in surprise. General. He then patted her head comfortingly. If there really is a problem with Gue Li, sooner or later his tail will be exposed. For now, think on the bright side. We've taken a lot of wealth and jewels from Marquis Chongling's manor. Song Huayan's eyes softened as he said, "Don't you like gold? Go and see. Take whatever you like." Bai Qingyin suddenly pushed him away, reacting, "No way. This gold originally belongs to the general. I can't take it," she said seriously. "Moreover, I like gold because I want to save it for the general. So, general, you keep it. You'll need it in the future." She remembered events from her past life, a great battle where Song Huayan's army was desperately short of supplies. The emperor deliberately cut off the general's supplies, almost leading to a disastrous defeat. His face from his past life was filled with remorse. At that time, the general lacked money. In this life, I must save gold for the general, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Bai Qingyin made up her mind. Song Huayan unexpectedly asked, "Saving gold for me?" Bai Qingyin replied, "That's right." Then, radiant as the sun, she affirmed, "General, don't worry. With me here, you won't be short of money to spend in the future." Song Huayan unconsciously called out Bai Qingyin. He leaned closer and whispered, "I'm not short of gold. What I lack is you." While the lovers were being affectionate, Chundan appeared, coughing a few times. He immediately bowed and said directly, "General, your subordinate has something to report." Composing himself, Song Huayan replied, "What is it?" Chundan informed him, "Just now, someone from the palace came to announce the imperial edict. They said that tomorrow the imperial palace will be selecting concubines for the crown prince, and that you are also invited to attend." Bai Qingyin tilted her head in confusion. The crown prince selecting concubines? What does that have to do with the general? Then she anxiously asked, "It's not some kind of Hongmen banquet, is it, general? Or should you just make an excuse and decline?" Song Huayan patted her head reassuringly that I can't. If I don't go tomorrow, His Majesty might think that this general has become arrogant due to his many merits. He then instructed Chundan, prepare for tomorrow's entry into the palace. Bai Qingyin immediately suggested, "General, if you must go, then I'll go with you. I must protect the general." Unexpectedly, Song Huayan indulged her and agreed. "All right, you've been staying in the manor all day. You must be bored." He said, "I'll take you into the palace to look around." Bai Qingyin looked at him, lost in thought. It's all the same head-patting gesture, but why does the general's gaze feel different now than in my past life? Bai Qingyin's heart began to race. The general's gaze right now is so strange. It makes me a little afraid to look at him. She told herself, "Asterisk, forget it. I won't think about these things for now. Tomorrow I can go see the imperial palace with the general. Asterisk, this tiger must think of a way to prevent the general from being assassinated again." Then she replied, "Let's go." Sunlight filtered through the trees at the general's manor. Chuntan reported, "General, the carriage to the palace is ready. We can depart as soon as Madam finishes changing." Song Huayan, having waited for his wife for a long time, wondered, Shui went to help Bai Qingyin change. Why is it taking so long? A voice interrupted his thoughts, "General." Bai Qingyin appeared, as beautiful as a peony. "General," she called. Her beauty stunned Song Huayan and Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin approached and asked, "General, why aren't you saying anything? Did I wear the wrong clothes?" She explained coquettishly, "I said this outfit wasn't suitable, but Shui didn't believe me." Song Huayan reassured her, flustered, and "Oh no, it's not wrong at all. You look beautiful." Bai Qingyin's eyes lit up as she leaned closer. "Really? If the general says it's beautiful, then I'll wear it like this." Shui suddenly walked over and interjected, "If the general says it's beautiful, you wear it. If I say it's beautiful, you say it's not suitable." Shui, with her naturally fiery temper, scolded, "Knowing this, why did you even ask me to help you change? You should have asked the general to help you from the start." Bai Qingyin immediately replied, "I do want the general to help me." Bai Qingyin said innocently, "But the general said that men and women shouldn't touch. He refused to help me." Then, clinging to Song Huayan's arm, she reproached him, "We've clearly slept together before. How can we not be considered close?" Seeing him coughing, she asked, "General, are you all right?" Then, anxiously, "Why have you been coughing so much lately?" Shui, quickly, "See if the general's wound has reopened." Song Huayan quickly stopped her, and "Oh, no need." Blushing, Song Huayan avoided her gaze, "But it's fine. The wound hasn't reopened." Bai Qingyin touched his face and asked, "If it hasn't reopened, why are you coughing so much?" Shui, at a loss, finally spoke up, "Don't worry, the general is really fine." She knew the reason, but didn't say anything. He was simply startled. Exasperated, Shui thought to herself, Asterisk Bai Qingyin is truly a tiger. She even dares to speak about sleeping together in front of everyone. Asterisk. Song Huayan spoke up, "All right, it's almost time. We should head to the palace." Bai Qingyin immediately became excited. "Let's go." On the way there, she asked, "General, what's the palace like? I heard the people in Yongsheng say the emperor lives very well." Then, thinking of delicious roast chicken, she asked, "Do they eat roast chicken every day?" At that moment, the image of her eating chicken appeared in Song Huayan's mind. His gaze softened as he wondered, could roast chicken really be the most delicious food she can think of? Then he replied, "The palace isn't as good as the general's residence." Bai Qingyin cheerfully agreed, "Of course." Night enveloped the palace. Eunuchs waited by the carriage. Song Huayan stepped out first. The imposing aura of a general emanated from him. He was followed by his lively wife. He reminded her, "Don't jump out of the carriage. Be careful." Bai Qingyin playfully nodded. Two eunuchs whispered behind them, "Women aren't allowed in the main hall. Someone should tell General Song." "I don't dare." "Do you dare?" Inside the main hall, many guests had already arrived. The emperor announced, "Crown Prince, tonight's banquet is a special one. It's prepared for you to choose a concubine. All the unmarried noble ladies are waiting in the Qiyun pavilion next door. When the time comes, you can choose whomever you like." Li Lin bowed and replied, "Yes, father." Then, he lowered his head, frowning in thought. "The only person in my heart is Bai Qingyin, but she's already Song Huayan's wife." Song Huayan's entrance caught Li Lin's attention. Song Huayan bowed, "Your Majesty." He was accompanied by Bai Qingyin. Marquis Chongling immediately stood up. He gritted his teeth, fuming at this disobedient daughter. Then he scolded, "Do you even know where you are? You dare to step into the main hall? Get out." Li Lin, worried, turned to his father for guidance. Marquis Chongling. The emperor calmly replied, "It's fine. They're family. Let them be." He calmly sipped his wine, but his mind was at work. If Marquis Chongling can use this opportunity to humiliate Song Huayan, I wouldn't mind watching the show. The Marquis was furious. Pointing at her, he raged, "You ungrateful child. Didn't you hear me? Are you staying here to be humiliated? You disgrace the Bai family. You're not worthy of being a member of the Bai family." Song Huayan was also annoyed with him. Marquis Chongling. Qingyin couldn't stay silent any longer. If there were a way, Marquis Chongling, She trailed off, still furious. "What are you saying?" Qingyin spoke as if she had endured too much. "If there were a way, I wouldn't want to be born into the Bai family. To be a member of the Bai family." Marquis Chongling's face turned purple with rage. He relentlessly questioned Bai Qingyin, "Do you want to sever the father-daughter relationship with me? From now on, you don't want anything to do with the Marquis Chongling manor." The surrounding people gossiped nonstop. Marquis Chongling doesn't want to acknowledge Bai Qingyin as his daughter anymore. No woman wants to be without support. Life at her husband's house won't be peaceful, especially with the immense power of the general's manor. Hearing this, Qingyin's eyes lit up. Sever the father-daughter relationship? Yes. Qingyin appeared overjoyed. "There's such a good thing? All right, all right." Those who heard her were startled. "What?" Marquis Chongling trembled with fury. "You two are actually laughing about this." The emperor stroked his beard calmly and said, all right. We're all family. Why such anger?" He turned and smiled at the two of them. "General Song, please take your seat." Hongda, quickly escort the ladies to Qiyun Pavilion. Huayan gently stroked Qingyin's head and instructed, "Qingyin, you must be bored here. Go to Qiyun Pavilion for a while. I'll come find you later." He trusted this woman deeply. With Qingyin's skills, he was sure no one would dare bully her. Qing Yin replied gently, "All right. If anything happens, General, just call me." His smile was warm. Li Lin, watching from the side, was furious. Bai Qingyin didn't even glance at me. Damn it, why does she have to be Song Huayan's wife? He was incredibly frustrated. If only I could marry Bai Qingyin. An official suddenly stood up and reported, "Your Majesty, the Shanwu Kingdom has surrendered to our Mingguang Kingdom. They've also offered a group of beautiful women as tribute. I hear they are skilled in singing and dancing. Shall we have them perform for entertainment?" Hearing this, the emperor laughed heartily. "All right, let's go see these women from Shanwu Kingdom perform." The emperor glanced at Huayan, who was taking his seat. Song Huayan had long expressed his desire to destroy the Shanwu Kingdom. Now, as soon as he returned to the capital, they came to sue for peace. He was quietly observing and waiting. They even used money in their negotiations, making it difficult to refuse. He wondered if Song Huayan would agree to the peace treaty. He would have to use this banquet to probe him. Huayan held his wine cup, seemingly amused by the situation with the Shanwu Kingdom. The dancers from the Shanwu Kingdom entered. They performed graceful and enchanting dances. The emperor clapped continuously. "Excellent, excellent." He still glanced at Huayan with displeasure. Huayan continued to drink his wine, not watching the dancers. Along with the drumbeat, a woman in red walked gracefully. The ninth princess, Li Mingyue, resembled a blooming peony. The emperor felt as if struck by lightning. "That's Mingyue." Everyone there was also astonished. "Isn't that the ninth princess? Why is the ninth princess among the performing women?" They chattered nonstop. The ninth princess's admiration for Song Huayan is no longer a secret. Could it be that she's specifically performing like this for General Song? She held a wine cup, approached him, and said with a smile, "General, was Mingyue's dance beautiful?" She had her own scheme in mind. Asterisk, I don't want to be sent away for a political marriage. I've liked Song Huayan for so long. Now that he's returned to the capital, I must seize this opportunity to win him over. Asterisk, but Huayan appeared utterly indifferent. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Mingyue, still holding the wine cup, cheerfully said, "It's all right if you didn't see. General, Mingyue offers you a toast. May you be victorious in every battle." Huayan, with a look of disgust, flatly refused. Seeing this, she intentionally spilled the wine cup, drenching his clothes. Mingyue immediately feigned concern, saying, "General, I didn't do it on purpose." "Oh dear, your clothes are all wet." She reached out as if to help him, but before she could touch him, he brushed her hand away. Huayan, disgusted, stood up that "I'll do it myself." Though stung by the rejection, Mingyue forced a smile. "Very well, General. You should go and change." The emperor, from above, coughed a few times. He shielded his eyes and ordered a nearby eunuch, "Quickly, escort the general down." The eunuch immediately bowed and obeyed. The emperor was furious at his daughter's behavior. Asterisk, doesn't this girl know I want Song Huayan dead? And yet she's trying to seduce him. What a mess. Asterisk. Before leaving, Huayan bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I'll take my leave." Mingyue had already brought clothes to the side chamber. She stood before him, smiling gently. "General, I was being discourteous just now. I brought you some clean clothes." He addressed her coldly by her full name, Li Mingyue. His gaze was sharp as a blade against stone. "These games are pointless. Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Mingyue flinched. "I don't understand what you mean, General." Seeing him motionless, she wondered. Asterisk, didn't they say this aphrodisiac was very effective? Just a whiff should be enough. Why doesn't Song Huayan seem affected at all? Asterisk. Huayan's expression remained unchanged. He continued, "Don't understand? What exactly is in that wine? Aren't you afraid? I'll tell everyone." She now looked truly bewildered. Mingyue blushed deeply and remained silent. She began to undress, saying, "General, I did all this because I like you." She stared at him intently, a plan forming in her mind. Asterisk, I don't believe that even after I take all my clothes off and with you poisoned, you won't react. As long as you want me, with your character, you'll definitely take responsibility. Asterisk, ignoring his discomfort, she pressed closer, continuing, "General, this isn't poison. It won't harm you in any way, and there's no antidote. Touch me. Li Mingyue is willing to be your woman for life. I don't need a title. Even being a concubine would be enough." The air ripped with a sudden whoosh. He held his sword to her throat, drawing blood. Mingyue looked at him, trembling with fear. "General, that you..." He coldly sheathed his sword. "Considering your good service in the army these past years, let this matter end here. I hope that in the future, when saving the princess, you will show some self-respect." Leaving her still trembling, Huayan left. Mingwei remained utterly devastated. The night sky was filled with stars. Huayan had returned to the Hua imperial palace. Seeing him, the emperor spoke. General Song, you've returned. Sit quickly. Xiao Jio's childish behavior at the banquet must have embarrassed you. Huayan sat down, his expression serious. It's nothing, your majesty. You summoned me because you have an important matter to discuss, I presume. The emperor's expression and tone were grave. Indeed, there's an important matter on which I wish to hear your opinion, General. It concerns the Shangwu Kingdom's offer of land for peace. What are your thoughts, General Song? He responded coldly. We should attack. The imperial tutor immediately stood up. General Song, those words are a bit extreme. The Shanwu Kingdom offering land for peace is a good thing. After all, once war breaks out, it is the common people who suffer. He gave the old man a disgusted look and retorted, Master Phone, do you agree with their offer of land for peace now? If, in the future, the Shangwu Kingdom breaks the treaty and attacks us, will the Imperial Academy go and fight them off? The imperial tutor's face was filled with worry, but our Mingguang Kingdom has already accepted their compensation. Going back on our word now would damage the face and prestige of Mingguang. But his expression remained unchanged. What can compensate for the innocent lives of the people of Mingguang Kingdom on the border? They could only lower their heads helplessly. He painfully recalled the battles that had cost his men their lives. What can compensate for the blood of our soldiers who died at the border defending our country? His eyes were filled with anger that if we compromise now and accept these benefits, we give the Shangwu Kingdom time to recover and strengthen. Then, this world will only face greater calamities. The emperor stared at him, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Song Huayan to object so resolutely. But what he says makes sense. If he is this determined to fight, then this matter of peace negotiations should be put aside for now. After speaking for a while, the emperor decided to change the subject. Let's discuss this later. There's a more important matter to attend to today. You're all dismissed. General, stay with me and come to Qiyun Pavilion. Li Lin looked at his father. Crown Prince, go and fetch your mother and bring her there as well. They rose and, after acknowledging the emperor's words, departed. The officials left, their minds filled with their own calculations. The main event of the day is about to begin. The Crown Prince is about to select a consort. The Crown Prince's principal consort, the future Empress, has probably already been decided. The consort selection is just for show. If she can't be the Crown Princess, being a Liangdi or a talented lady would be fine too. I hope my girl tries her best. Fireflies flickered in the Qiyun Pavilion Gardens. Look at that girl eating so heartily. Life in the palace is truly good. All the food on this table is delicious. Those women are immediately sneering. Look at her. She doesn't know how to use silver chopsticks. How ridiculous. And she's grabbing the chicken leg with her hands and gnawing on it. She has no manners at all. I heard General Song really dislikes her, but I don't understand their attitude. What's wrong with grabbing a chicken leg and eating it? Su Kuyan-nan, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of the Right, really despises and looks down on her. No wonder they said earlier that the legitimate daughter of Marquis Chongling is frail and can't meet outsiders. It turns out she's just afraid of going out and becoming a laughingstock. I'm also annoyed with her. How I eat is none of your business. Su Quinn displayed her disgust towards Qingyin. Your eating is so unsightly, it's an eyesore. Today, Qiyun Pavilion is the venue for the Crown Prince's consort selection. How are you even qualified to be here? Qingyin widened her eyes and asked in surprise, Are you the host here? Infuriated, she immediately pointed at Qingyin and scolded, Don't speak nonsense. This is the Emperor's Zhaohe Palace. The host can only be the Emperor or the Empress. Qingyin looked at her with boredom. Oh, you're not the host? With your attitude, I thought you were. She turned away dismissively, causing the girl beside her to giggle. If you're not the host, why are you telling people what to do? Whether I'm here or not is none of your business. This enraged her. Su Quinn fumed, her face darkening. She's laughing at me, thinking she's the Crown Princess, thinking she owns the palace. Qingyin innocently looked at the girl, storming off. I don't want to waste words on ill-mannered people like you. This is an important time for the consort selection. I can't let anyone find fault with me. Qingyin looked at the girl who was still smiling. Xian Yuan, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and also Xian Tu Jie's younger sister, holding out a chicken leg. She asked, Do you still want a chicken leg? You can have mine. Yuan seemed taken aback by her gesture. Qingyin happily took the chicken leg. Thank you. Yuan continued to smile brightly to ear by Qingyin, the one who used to admire the crown prince, right? Qingyin cheerfully took the chicken leg. Thank you. Yuan was still smiling brightly to ear by Qingyin, the one who used to admire the crown prince, right? She continued to smile and thought to herself, before entering the palace, my brother specifically told me that while I'm here, I must look after the general's wife. It seems General Song isn't as indifferent to Bai Qingyin as the rumors say. Qingyin continued happily gnawing on the chicken leg and said honestly, the old Bai Qingyin had no good judgment. Yuan silently agreed and looked at her. You're right. Someone like the crown prince, two-faced and scheming, trying to use a woman's outside influence to gain power, truly has no discernment. This by Qingyin is quite interesting. Suddenly, a voice from outside made Yuan turn around. The Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince have arrived. She quickly pulled the bewildered Qingyin to her feet. The Empress appeared, radiating authority. Seeing that Qingyin was still standing, Yuan put on a serious expression and whispered, quickly, kneel and greet the Empress and His Highness. Qingyin, confused, asked, why should I kneel? I don't even kneel to the general. Why should I kneel to others? The Empress, displeased by her perceived disrespect, thought, who is this woman? So disrespectful, and with such a beautiful and alluring face. Is she trying to attract the crown prince's attention? Li Lin finally spoke. Everyone, please rise. There's no need for such formality. He was very happy to see Bai Qingyin there. The Empress turned and addressed them. You must all be tired from sitting. This is a rare occasion for merriment. Come, stroll with me and let's chat. She turned her gaze towards the girl in purple, seemingly having targeted her. Nan, come to my side. It's been a while since I've seen you. You become more and more beautiful each day, truly captivating. Su Qin, hearing this, was overjoyed. Yes. She immediately put on a fawning expression. How can Nan compare to even a fraction of the Empress's beauty? Your Majesty is so elegant and dignified, a role model for all. The Empress, pleased by her words, replied, you truly have a way with words, my dear. She turned back to look at Bai Qingyin, a smug smile on her face. I heard that this Bai Qingyin shamelessly seduced the crown prince, and now she dares to speak to me in such a manner. This humiliation, I must find an opportunity to repay her twofold later. Meanwhile, Qingyin was wondering, I've never been to the imperial palace. What's in a palace grounds? Do they keep dogs or chickens? The Empress was annoyed by this seemingly naive girl. This is a young lady from a noble family. How can she be so lacking in knowledge? Su Qin immediately reprimanded Qingyin. This is the imperial palace. Do you think this is a marketplace? Talking about chickens and dogs. You have no manners. Qingyin, still bewildered, asked, but the Marquis of Chongling's residence keeps dogs, and our general's manor even has tigers. Why can't they keep these animals here? Li Lin approached, smiling cheerfully. The flower gardens of Qin Pavilion don't house animals. However, Her Majesty keeps cats in the inner palace. If you'd like a pet, I can gift you one later. Bai Qingyin turned away, bluntly refusing that I don't need one. She thought to herself, the general's manor has Xiao Bai and me. We are the general's pets. What need is there for any other pets? The crown prince remained silent, gazing at her adoringly. Bai Qingyin, the more I look at you, the more adorable and intriguing you become. The Empress, noticing his expression, was furious. She reminded the crown prince, you and Nan haven't seen each other in a while. Why don't you spend some time chatting with her? Nan was also fuming. This by Qingyin, how dare she try to seduce the crown prince right in front of me? The group continued their stroll along the lotus pond. A ripple on the water's surface caught Qingyin's attention. There are fish, she exclaimed, looking down at the swimming carp with delight. I wonder if these carp would be tasty grilled. Suddenly, a hand shoved Qingyin. Losing her balance, she fell into the pond. Yuan tried to reach out and catch her. By Qingyin, Nan quickly intervened, using an excuse to stop her. Be careful. Don't bump into the Empress. Your Majesty. Qingyin, enraged, punched a nearby rock, shattering it. Everyone froze for a few seconds, stunned. Suddenly, rocks began to fall from above, causing panic among the group. More rocks tumbled down, accompanied by cries of careful. Dust filled the air, causing the girls to cough uncontrollably. After causing the chaos, Qingyin stood dumbfounded. She watched them in their panic, waving her hands apologetically. I'm sorry. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Yuan Yuan found this scene quite amusing. But Qingyin hardly needed anyone's protection. Qingyin rubbed her head, utterly embarrassed. Had she just frightened everyone with her display? Actually, this artificial mountain wasn't very stable. It was probably about to fall anyway. I didn't even use much force. Quinnan pointed at her and scolded incessantly. By Qingyin, you are incredibly audacious. You dared to topple the artificial mountain in the imperial palace and frighten the empress and crown prince. This is a crime punishable by death. Qingyin, unafraid, offered sincerely, I apologize. I will compensate for the artificial mountain. I will also make amends for soiling your clothes. Inwardly, she worried, when I get back, I'll have to borrow some money from the general. He'll lend it to me, won't he? Hearing this, Quinnan became even angrier. Is this a matter of compensation? Can you even afford it? This dress of mine is bestowed by the emperor. What will you use to compensate? Qingyin grew more bewildered. Bestowed by the emperor? What's that? Can even the general not afford it? The empress, seething with rage, thundered, this is the imperial palace. Such lack of decorum, uneducated, and speaking such nonsense. Truly preposterous. Qingyin stood there, watching as the empress ordered the palace maids kneel. She found the whole situation bizarre, thinking to herself, why does this woman keep making people kneel? Folding her arms, she refused to comply. I am the general's white tiger. If I kneel, I only kneel before the general. Seeing her attitude, the empress trembled with fury. Good. How dare you? Li Lin, seeing this, immediately spoke up. Try to defuse the situation. Mother, please calm down. The empress, unable to contain her anger, roared, you dare disobey my decree? Slap her 20 times. Let her learn the rules of the imperial palace. Seeing the situation escalating, the crown prince pleaded for Qingyin. Mother, I believe she didn't do it on purpose. It's her first time in the palace. She's unfamiliar with the customs. Let go this time. But the empress had no intention of relenting, reminding him, Crown Prince, you must understand your position. He could only stare blankly at her harshness. As the two palace maids approached and cornered Qingyin, Yuan became frightened. Knowing Bai Qingyin was out of options, Yuan fearfully spoke up, Your Majesty, she is from the general's manor. She cannot be beaten. The empress paused, taken aback. The general's manor. Quinnan rushed to the empress's side, scoffing, She's just the general's useless wife. Your Majesty, if you wish to punish her, there's nothing stopping you. Hearing this, the empress smirked. She's just the useless wife from the general's manor. Seize her hands and slap her, the empress commanded the two palace maids. Qingyin, unable to maintain her composure any longer, exclaimed, What are you doing? She struggled to break free, but a sharp slap echoed, leaving her dazed. They forced Qingyin to her knees. Her body felt limp. What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel so weak? Yuan, heartbroken, wanted to help. Her older brother had instructed her to protect Bai Qingyin at all costs. Lowering her head, she feigned, Your Majesty, it was I who accidentally bumped into Bai Qingyin earlier, causing her to fall against the artificial mountain. If you wish to punish someone, please punish me. The empress, still furious, turned and scolded her, punishing her not for toppling the artificial mountain, but for her disrespect. Qing girl, your words and actions are far too impulsive. You must consider your father as well. Move aside and stand to the side. Yuan was caught in a dilemma. Qingyin's entire body trembled, and she let out a heavy sigh. She looked at Qingyin, smiling smugly, then ordered, Looking at me like that means you're not convinced? Once in the palace, you must obediently learn the palace rules. Hit her! A palace maid immediately slapped Qingyin's face. Qingyin continued to look at them without speaking. Her whole body went limp, unable to resist. She couldn't move. A voice echoed repeatedly in her head. Let me wake up. Let me wake up. She closed her eyes, listening to the voice in her mind. Die for the general. Life after life, I have no regrets. Another slap echoed through the space. Qingyin collapsed in pain. The same mysterious voice echoed in her head. Let me wake up. She opened her eyes. Her gaze changed. A mysterious light silently emanated from Qingyin's body. Let me wake up. She startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Let me wake up. She turned, repeatedly questioning the mysterious entity. Who are you? Who are you, really? Over here. The palace maid continued to slap her mercilessly. Yuan turned her face away, unable to bear watching Qingyin being beaten. The other women laughed gleefully. Serves by Qingyin right, completely limp and lifeless. Yuan was deeply worried about Qingyin. At that moment, the emperor arrived and casually asked the empress, "What are you all doing gathered here?" Yuan whispered, "Your Majesty." As Huan was passing by, General Bai Qingyin was being beaten. Huan clenched his fists, furious, as he watched her kneeling there. Huan's face turned purple with rage. The emperor, noticing this, was startled and afraid. This is bad. He immediately exerted his authority, sternly asking, "What's all this commotion? Everyone kneel." The palace maids immediately released Qingyin, causing her to collapse onto the ground. A gentle hand touched her shoulder. Huan knelt down and embraced his beloved. Seeing her like this truly pained him. He immediately kicked down the two palace maids who had slapped her. Huan lifted her up, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at them. "You dare hit her? Do you want to die?" Qingyin had fallen into a painful daze. The mysterious voice continued to echo in her head. "Let me wake up. Let me wake up. I will wake up soon." After a moment, she opened her eyes weakly. Qingyin looked at him and wearily called out, "General." Huan looked at her with heartache and tenderness. "Were you hurt? Don't be afraid, it's all right now." She continued to look at him, but fear lingered in her heart. "I don't know why, but I feel like if I don't wake up now, I won't see." "Who is the woman constantly talking in my head, General? Is this really Bai Qingyin?" But it's not right. Bai Qingyin didn't want to marry the general. She would rather kill herself. Why would she say she would die for the general, life after life, with no regrets? Huan continued to call her name, heartbroken and scolding. "Bai Qingyin, aren't you supposed to be so capable? Why did you let them bully you like this?" Qingyin was startled by his upset expression. "Someone hit you? You hit them back. What happened? Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you." Qingyin leaned against him weakly. "Someone bumped into me. I accidentally knocked over a rockery in the garden. I apologized, but they wouldn't forgive me and made me kneel." The empress was startled and scared when she heard about me. She even wanted to hit me. "I feel so weak, like I'm sick." Huan closed his eyes, her words pushing him to his limit. My wife, from the general's manner, is used to being pampered by me. She doesn't need to kneel to anyone. This has made the empress a laughingstock. The empress has a reputation to uphold. Regardless of what anyone says, Huan picked up Qingyin, referring back to the earlier incident. "Your Majesty, please find someone more capable. My wife is ill. I need to personally take care of her." The emperor frowned in displeasure. "This concerns the stability of the kingdom. This is no laughing matter." He suddenly slapped the empress. While the empress was still reeling, the furious emperor continued to berate her. "You ignorant woman. As the mother of the nation, you should have the demeanor and bearing of one. Striking someone over such a trivial matter? You've completely lost face." He then announced loudly, "The empress, for her lack of virtue, is confined for 3 months. Her position as empress is revoked. She is demoted to imperial concubine." The other young women were still in shock, murmuring to themselves, "The empress has been demoted." The emperor, still worried, looked to Huan General Song about that matter, but Huan simply replied coldly, "I will handle it." Their eyes met briefly, the tension still palpable. Huan looked tenderly at the woman in his arms. "Who bumped into you?" Nin quickly stood up, shifting the blame. It was Qin Yuan. She already admitted it earlier. She said she accidentally bumped into Bai Qingyin. Qin Yuan was terrified. The empress had just been demoted. If General Huan found out she had intentionally bumped into Bai Qingyin, but Qingyin pointed ahead that it wasn't Qin Yuan. "I didn't see clearly who it was, but I can smell their scent." Her finger pointed at a stunned Nan. "She bumped into me." The woman immediately cried out in feigned indignation. "Nonsense. What scent? You didn't even see. You can't accuse me without proof." "General, it wasn't me." Huan, unwilling to hear any more, immediately demanded, "Why did you bump into her?" Nan's face drained of color. She immediately prostrated herself, crying out, Bai Qingyin. "No, General's wife. I was wrong. I didn't mean to bump into you. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive me." Qingyin leaned weakly against Huai, "And I feel unwell. I want to go home." His face filled with loathing, he turned back to the woman. "Go receive 50 lashes." Huai then strode through the doorway and called out urgently, "Shuai-er, Shuai-er." Shuai-er rushed over, extremely worried. "What happened? What's wrong with sister?" Huai gently placed the still ailing Qingyin on the bed and poured her some water. "I'll tell you later. Quickly, help me see how she is." Bai Qingyin was still experiencing waves of pain. "Sister has a very unusual fever." Shuai-er hurried out, instructing, "Let her rest. I'll go prepare some medicine." At this moment, Bai Qingyin slowly opened her eyes. Her hand gently touched Huaiyan's. He was startled and looked back at her. General, Huayan approached her, asking with a worried expression, are you still feeling unwell? Qingyin smiled shyly and replied, General, I'm all right now. Just a slight headache. I like some wine. Could you drink with me? This made him somewhat unhappy. You still have a fever. How can you drink alcohol? Qingyin immediately put on a disappointed expression. General, you don't want to drink with me? All right then. Hearing her reproach, Huayan could only sigh and think. Then, letting her lean on him, he said cheerfully, All right, I'll drink with you. He reassured himself. She must have been bullied in the palace today, so she's acting a little differently. The two of them were enjoying the wine together. Qingyin drank quietly without saying a word. Huayan looked outside and saw that it was dark. It's getting late. The voice echoed in her head again. Soon? General, I'll be back by your side. Soon. Huayan put down his cup. It's getting late. You've had quite a bit to drink. You should rest. Qingyin smiled gently and set her cup down. Suddenly, Qingyin felt a sharp pain in her head. Memories seemed to flash through her mind. She looked at the person in front of her and was startled. Why am I drinking with the general? She remembered earlier, Shui Air was helping her take medicine. Wasn't Shui Air just examining me? Seeing her dazed, Huayan immediately called out in her. She continued to chase her thoughts. How long have the general and I been drinking together? What do we talk about? She felt her mind was a tangled mess. What happened? Why can't I remember anything? Huayan stepped forward and lifted her up. Be good. Go rest. We can deal with anything tomorrow. Qingyin's eyes were filled with contemplation. General. Suddenly, her face flushed. So hot. She snuggled closer to his chest. I want to be closer to the general. Is this strange feeling because I'm still sick? Qingyin breathed heavily. General, I'm so hot. She lost her balance, causing them both to fall. Huayan was still stunned. But Qingyin couldn't bear it any longer. I'm so hot. Their bodies rubbed together. Huayan's face also flushed crimson. He quickly reversed their positions. Qingyin continued to breathe with difficulty. General, Huayan kissed her shoulder. Qingyin was still very weak. Huayan held her tightly and said, call my name. Several hours passed. The dark sky enveloped everything. Song Huayan, I'm so tired. They were spending a passionate night together. Song Huayan. Huayan, also exhausted, breathed heavily. He nuzzled her face happily. Just one more time. Qingyin looked at him blankly, not understanding. General, outside, the sunlight shone on the blooming flowers. Huayan was lying asleep on the bed. He reached out to the space beside him. He woke up with a start, finding the space beside him empty. Where's Annie? He chuckled happily. Yesterday, she was begging for mercy. Where's she run off to so early this morning? Seems she's still full of energy. Huayan sat up in bed and decided to go look for her. The scenery before him appeared picturesque. Song Huayan looked left and right, wondering, where has that girl run off to? Could she have gone to find Shui Air or Baihu? Just then, his eyes met someone in front of him. Song Huayan approached and asked Shui Air, are you with Annie? Shui Air looked bewildered and replied, no, she's not in her room. I was just about to bring her medicine. Song Huayan exclaimed in frustration, Lin Yi, where is madam? As soon as he finished speaking, a nimble figure appeared from above. General, Madam left the residence alone early this morning. 2 brothers have followed to secretly protect her. Huayan looked at Lin Yi and ordered, immediately contact the shadow guards. I want to know where she's gone. He felt a pang of worry in his heart. That girl, she's not even fully recovered and she's already running around. The scene shifted to the goddess' ancestral hall outside the city. Inside a damp and moldy room, surrounded by decay, a figure appeared. It was Bai Qingyin, her entire body cloaked in black. But she continued to tremble. At this moment, Bai Qingyin seemed lost in a strange space. Who are you? What do you want? The mysterious power replied, I want you to give me control of this body. Qingyin was stunned and immediately cried out, Are you Bai Qingyin? Immediately afterward, a surge of power swept through. Sua Yinshin appeared, her entire being radiating spiritual energy. I am Sua Yinshin. I am you. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that you are just a fragment of my soul. Bai Qingyin was frightened. She recoiled. That a fragment of your soul? What nonsense are you talking about? Sua Yinshin, facing her, looked at her coldly and firmly explained, think about it. After you died, how could you have come back to life? Think about it. After you came back to life, why did you have the power of the white tiger? It's all because you are a part of me. Bai Qingyin froze after hearing this. Why should I believe you? Sua Yinqin replied, whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. Immediately after, an image appeared along with a voice. Song Huayan is cursed. He won't live past 30 in any lifetime. You can't protect him. Only I can. Bai Qingyin seethed, her teeth clenched at a curse. The general won't live past 30? What nonsense! Where were you before? Why appear now? Sua Yinqin, holding a string, explained, this life, I was dormant within your body. But after you transformed from a white tiger into a human, your body and soul gradually merged, awakening me. Because of my obsession, as your relationship with the general deepens, I awaken faster. Like last night, Bai Qingyin, fists clenched, demanded, last night, you deliberately drank with the general, didn't you? You purposely got him drunk, so we would be intimate, all to awaken yourself faster. Sua Yinqin didn't deny it, calmly replying, that's right. Seems your tiger brain isn't so dull after all. Hearing this, Bai Qingyin was thrown into turmoil. Asterisk, am I just a fragment of Sua Yinqin's soul? Am I not real? Should I give up this body to her? Asterisk, but as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly cried out no. Clutching her chest, Bai Qingyin declared, I'm not a part of your soul. I'm a white tiger, the general's war tiger. I can protect him. If we can kill Gue Li, the general will live past 30. I won't give you this body. I'll always be by his side. Sua Yinqin crossed her arms, looking at her with exasperation. Even without Gue Li, other dangers exist. Are you willing to gamble with the general's life? Stepping closer, causing Bai Qingyin to shrink back in fear, she continued, I told you, only I can lift this curse. Moreover, whether you agree or not, unless you die, you may never be close to the general again. Sua Yinqin leaned in, whispering words that drained the color from Bai Qingyin's face. Otherwise, I wouldn't fully awaken. The only one who can be by the general's side is me, Su Yinqin. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, urging her to wake up. Outside the door stood Song Huayan, panting and looking at her with alarm. Seeing Bai Qingyin huddled in the corner, Song Huayan rushed to her side, worried. On knee, what's wrong? Why did you run here? Bai Qingyin looked at him with sadness. Meeting her gaze, his heart ached. Did last night frighten you? It's my fault. Don't be afraid. Let's go home. Bai Qingyin ducked away from his hand, murmuring, I can walk myself. Her face etched with worry. She reminded herself, asterisk, I can't be near the general. Sua Yinqin will awaken. Asterisk. Rejected. Song Huayan froze, recalling last night. Asterisk on knee is afraid of me. Did last night truly frighten her so? Asterisk, his expression darkened. Back at the residence, Bai Qingyin hesitantly requested, General, I apologize, but I wish to be alone for a while. Song Huayan turned to leave, his gaze gentle. All right, rest well. We could talk later. As soon as he left, Bai Qingyin rushed into her room and slammed the door shut. The moment it closed, she collapsed. She hung her head, shrinking into a corner. The two were separated by a door, both harboring the same thought. What should I do? Bai Qingyin was filled with anxiety. Memories of the past surfaced. Bai Ying was a white tiger. She hadn't yet learned how to handle such complicated matters. She only knew she couldn't leave the general. That was all. But that beautiful dream was shattered when Sua Yinqin appeared. But in this situation, the choice wasn't hers. If she didn't leave the general, she would eventually become Sua Yinqin. Her eyes were filled with sadness, her mind racing. If she left the general, if Bai Ying could no longer be by his side, would she still be Bai Ying? Qingyin hugged her knees and told herself that for the general, she was willing to pay any price. But doubt still lingered in her heart. Could Sua Yinqin be trusted? If she gave her body to her, and she couldn't protect the general as promised, what then? The closer she was to the general, the faster she would disappear, the faster she would become Sua Yinqin. She could feel it. Sua Yinqin wasn't lying about this. She hugged her knees tightly, feeling helpless. Tears welled up. So, if she still wanted to live, she had to stay away from the general. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't dare to die. The traitor, Gue Li, was still out there. Sua Yunqin's motives were unclear, and she had suddenly appeared. And then there was the curse that the general couldn't live past 30. With so much going on, how could she dare to die? The scene shifted to the living room of the general's residence. The general and Qin Tu Jie were enjoying tea together. Qin Tu Jie raised his teacup and spoke. General, why did you suddenly call for me? A moment later, Song Huai's words made him spit out the tea he had just taken a sip of. How do I win a woman's heart? Qin Tu Jie. Qin Tu Jie stared at Song Huai in disbelief. What are you saying? You want to court a woman? Heavens, what am I hearing? Are you still my general? Song Huayan angrily shut his mouth. Seeing his seriousness, Qin Tu Jie looked at him probingly. General, are you talking about Bai Qingyin? Song Huayan held his teacup, replying helplessly. Who else could it be? Qin Tu Jie closed his fan, thinking to himself, so it's true. When I first met Bai Qingyin, with her careless and casual manner, I thought that maybe one day, this woman could truly enter the general's heart. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Immediately, Qin Tu Jie transformed into a love guru. Winning a woman's heart is simple. Give them what they like. Tell them what they want to hear. Song Huayan looked a little confused. He asked, so what do they like? What do they want to hear? Qin Tu Jie thought for a moment, then replied, typically, women like flowers, jewelry, beautiful clothes. They like to hear sweet words. But the generals, this person's preferences seem different from ordinary people. But it's just giving them what they like. General, you'll have to figure that out yourself. After this enlightenment, Song Huayan replied with a hint of doubt, I understand. The next day at noon, Song Huayan went to her room. Bai Qingyin opened the door. Seeing him, she cheerfully called out, General. Before she could react, Song Huayan quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Come with me. He then sat her on his lap. Song Huayan looked at her seriously, lowered his voice, and asked Ni, are you still upset about what happened yesterday? Bai Qingyin was a little surprised. With a touch of pity, she replied, no matter what the general does, I won't blame you. Inwardly, she continued, I don't hate what happened with the general, but that was Sui Yunqin's plan. Seeing her response, Song Huayan leaned closer and asked, then why are you so afraid of me? Do you think I would harm you? Noticing her tension, he held her hand tightly and comforted her. Trust me. Their faces drew near, his eyes filled with deep affection for Qingyin. I swear I won't harm you, Song Huayan vowed. Bai Qingyin smiled brightly and happily replied, I trust you, General. Hearing that she hadn't answered his earlier question, his gaze intensified. Song Huayan suddenly cupped her face and kissed her. Ni, don't avoid me. Hearing these words, Qingyin's eyes welled up with tears. She slowly closed her eyes, and they shared a kiss. A moment later, the blushing couple parted, their warm breaths mingling in the air. A second later, Song Huayan loudly commanded, someone, bring the chests in here. As soon as his words fell, the subordinates outside carried in 3 chests of gold. Qin Si Jie bowed and reported, General, these are the items you requested. He glanced at the chests of gold, inwardly perplexed. Could it be that my communication skills are lacking? There's no way he'd directly gift a woman chests of gold. He can't be this clueless about romance. Song Huayan looked tenderly at Bai Qingyin. Ni, don't you like gold the most? All of this is for you. Bai Qingyin immediately shook her head in refusal that I don't need it, General. Please keep this gold. Song Huayan anxiously suggested, then, do you like any weapons? I can give you those as well. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingyin replied, you previously gifted me a 7-inch dagger. That's enough for me. From afar, Qin Si Jie thought to himself, the general truly doesn't know how to win a woman's heart. Song Huayan pondered, what does Ni like the most? Suddenly, he excitedly snapped his fingers. I've got it. Holding the beauty in his arms, he called out, someone bring the food. Immediately, many roasted chickens were brought in. Qin Si Jie was speechless, giving him an exasperated look. Spoiling a woman to this irrational and illogical extent. Probably only our General Song is capable of such a feat. Looking at the table full of food, Bai Qingyin asked in confusion, General, what is this? Song Huayan explained, Ni, don't you like roasted chicken the most? All of this is for you. Bai Qingyin was both happy and surprised. She looked at him and replied, I love it. Thank you, General. I accept this gift. She looked helplessly at the table laden with food and reminded herself, I can't spread my melancholy to the general. As long as he's happy, that's all that matters. Seeing her happy again, Song Huayan felt relieved. Thankfully, Ni accepted it. I was worried that last night's events frightened her, and she would avoid me. It seems I was overthinking. Looking at Qingyin's lovely face, he thought to himself, since Ni and I have, then I can't let her suffer any injustice. I should hold the wedding ceremony again. Bai Xin was taken aback. She coughed a few times. General, what did you say? Bai Xin looked at Song Huayan suspiciously and asked, Brother, do you want to marry Bai Qingyin again? Song Huayan replied seriously. That's right. I won't hide it from you. Actually, the first time I married Qingyin was to obey the emperor's decree, not my own will. Not only did I treat her coldly, but I also caused her to suffer all kinds of grievances and be ridiculed by others. His voice grew firmer as he continued. So this time, I want to marry her again with a grand ceremony befitting a proper general's wife. I want her to enter the manor joyfully and become my true wife. After hearing these words, Bai Xian smiled gently and replied, so that's how it is. I agree. I believe General will definitely treat Qingyin well. She thought to herself, it seems General truly loves Qingyin. A grand wedding ceremony is enough to make all the women in Mingguang Kingdom envious. Qingyin will be very happy. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, Qingyin said dejectedly, Little Bai, what do you think I should do? Bai Qingyin, holding a chicken leg, continued, I never thought there was another person's existence within my body. Baihu, a white tiger, bit tightly on a handkerchief in its paws. Sister, don't be afraid. Little Bai will help you. It roared happily. Qingyin was helpless. She became melancholic. Oh well, you're only 2 or 3 years old. How could you understand what I'm saying? Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, when I woke up, I could talk to Baihu and other animals. Could it be that it's not because I was a white tiger in my past life, but because of Suyin Qin's existence? Just thinking about this filled her with disappointment. S.O. I'm the extra one. Baihu, seeing her dejected expression, let out a confused roar. Bai Qingyin hung her head low, her voice filled with helplessness. How can a tiger be as intelligent as a human? But at this moment, Suyin Qin emerged from within. You're right. Baihu roared loudly, then pulled Bai Qingyin back in her body. She scratched her head in confusion. That's strange. What happened to me? Why do I feel like I was in a daze for a moment? She looked at Baihu in front of her and asked, Little Bai, why are you so far away from me? Baihu approached her, nuzzling its head against her and letting out a few affectionate roars. From beyond the wall, a hand reached up, accompanied by a call, Bai Qingyin. Bai Qingyin. Slightly surprised, Bai Qingyin saw He Lianqi. He Lianqi, while climbing the wall, gestured for silence. Speak softly. Don't let General Song find out. Bai Qingyin quickly approached him. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the training grounds in Rongcheng? He Lianqi, sitting on the wall, scolded her with dissatisfaction. You're so heartless. You didn't even tell me you were back in the capital. And the training grounds are a place for you to sneak into? I, the dignified third prince of Manhwa, being trained there, what a disgrace. Bai Qingyin then asked, so what are you doing here? He Lianqi replied, I'm here because there are some things I need to take care of personally. You'll know in 2 days. He looked at her excitedly. I just came to say hello. After that, He didn't finish his sentence before a loud voice interrupted. Who's up there? Seeing the guard below approaching, He Lianqi was startled. Oh no, we've been discovered. He turned around but said to her reluctantly, Bai Qingyin, I'll come to see you again next time. Don't forget me. Seeing him leave, Bai Qingyin was puzzled, wondering why this He Lianqi was acting so strangely. Seeing He Lianqi return, his subordinate kept reminding the third prince, Your Highness, you have a noble status. Why did you suddenly run to Mingguang Kingdom, and even to their capital city? The worried subordinate continued, What if something happens to you? What are we, your subordinates, supposed to do? He Lianqi waved his hand dismissively and replied, All right. Isn't everything fine? He Lianqi gave a confident look towards where Bai Qingyin had been. Besides, don't we need to establish friendly relations with Mingguang Kingdom? Prepare my attire. Thinking of this, he charmingly smoothed his hair, imagining, I'll dress up handsomely and go to the general's residence as the third prince. Let's see if I can surprise Bai Qingyin. The scene changes to the crown prince's palace. A disgruntled voice rings out, My mother is so foolish. Li Lin angrily berated the official. Song Huayan is in power now. Why did you provoke Bai Qingyin? His hands clenched, his brow furrowed. He continued angrily, Now that my mother has been deposed, I fear my position as crown prince is also in jeopardy. The worried official bowed deeply with clasped hands and reported, Your Highness, if you want the empress back in charge of the harem, I believe the only way is to gain Song Huayan's support. Unfortunately, there's only one Song Huayan in Mingguang Kingdom, only one in the whole world. Li Lin's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and replied loudly, Of course, I know Song Huayan won't help me. I still have to think of another way. The official suddenly gave a sinister smile. He continued, Your subordinate has another plan. The official leaned closer to Li Lin's ear and whispered, I recently heard that the third prince of Manhwa wants to establish a marriage alliance with Mingguang Kingdom. If the third prince takes a liking to the ninth princess, it could also strengthen your highness's position. Li Lin smirked with satisfaction. He praised the idea as excellent. Thinking of this, a murderous aura emanated from him. His hands clenched with determination. Mingyu is my younger sister. If she agrees to marry the third prince, then I will have his support. My position as crown prince will be even more secure. The scene shifts to the main hall of the imperial palace. A dissatisfied voice rumbles, Your Majesty, Song Huaiyan's power is too great. He relies on his military prowess and doesn't take us seriously. Chong Ling Ho bowed with clasped hands as he reported, He already disregards us. Sooner or later, he won't respect Your Majesty either. Moreover, regarding the previous assassination attempt in Rongcheng, I believe Song Huaiyan has grown suspicious. The emperor looked at the seal in his hand and calmly replied, Therefore, we must eliminate him soon. The emperor's expression turned serious as he gave the order, You're right. Go tell that person to find an opportunity. I want Song Huaiyan dead. If he succeeds, I will allow him to return to his ancestral home and reclaim his heritage. Receiving the imperial decree, Chong Ling Ho gave a satisfied smile. The emperor placed the seal back in its box and continued, Oh, and the third prince of Nanguo should be arriving soon. Inform the crown prince to personally welcome him at the palace gates. There must be no delay. Chong Ling Ho replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I will attend to it immediately. Elsewhere, a familiar figure gradually appeared. Look, the one in the lead is the third prince of Nanguo. He looks so handsome. The surrounding women gazed admiringly at He Lianqi. It said the third prince of Nanguo is here to discuss a marriage alliance with Mingguang Kingdom. We don't know which princess will be sent to Nanguo. In the distance, the figure of Li Lin gradually appeared. Upon seeing He Lianqi, he spoke politely, Third prince, you must be weary from your journey. Li Lin put on a very friendly and welcoming expression. I am Li Lin, crown prince of Mingguang Kingdom. Would the third prince care to tour the Mingguang Kingdom palace? We shouldn't. He Lianqi tilted his head and declined without ceremony. No need, Your Highness. Please escort me directly to His Majesty. Li Lin stepped aside and gestured in the other direction. Very well, this way, third prince. Then he mounted his horse. As they rode, he chattered incessantly. Our Mingguang Kingdom doesn't have many famous sights, but it is renowned for its beautiful women. Especially the ninth princess, my younger sister, is a prime example. Li Lin emphasized this point. This time, third prince, your visit is for the marriage alliance, isn't it? Perhaps you'd like to meet my younger sister? He Lianqi immediately waved his hand in refusal, but there's no rush for that. Let's meet His Majesty first. At this moment, in the ninth princess's palace within the imperial palace, Mingyu angrily exclaimed, What did you say? The third prince of Nanguo has already arrived at the palace. And he's here to discuss a marriage alliance? Yes. The maid replied nervously and respectfully that that's right. Everyone outside is talking about it. I came to tell you as soon as I heard. Mingyu bit her finger, anxiety showing on her face that I'm so beautiful. If you want a marriage alliance, he'll definitely choose me. But inwardly, she thought, but the one I like is Song Huaiyan. I refused to compromise. Thinking this, Mingyu resolutely turned and ordered, You go and investigate the situation with that He Lianqi. Elsewhere, one of He Lianqi's subordinates spoke up, Third prince, isn't the crown prince of Mingguang Kingdom trying to arrange a marriage alliance between you and his sister? Leaving like this after meeting the emperor could offend him. He Lianqi responded calmly, Unconcerned. What's there to be offended about? Did he think I couldn't see through his scheme? He just want me to marry his younger sister to solidify his position as crown prince. Does he think I'm that easily manipulated? Later, they stopped in front of a large residence. All right, we've arrived at the general's manor. Go knock. I also want to see Bai Qingyin. His subordinate called out clearly. Knocking sounds echoed from within. Sima Chung opened the door. He Lianqi, why are you at the general's manor? He Lianqi's subordinate angrily shouted, Impudent! Who are you to be so disrespectful? How dare you address the third prince by his name? directly. He Chi snapped silence. A moment later, he smiled amiably and replied politely, "Long time no see, Sima Chung. I didn't expect you to have returned from Rongcheng as well." Then, Shi continued, still smiling, "Move aside, I've brought many gifts for Bai Qingyin." Sima Chung gave Shi a look of disdain. "Gifts for Bai Qingyin? Are you tired of living? The general's woman wants for nothing. She doesn't need your gifts. Do you want to make the general jealous and get yourself killed?" Shi became flustered. He hurriedly explained, "Oh, I misspoke. These aren't for Bai Qingyin, they're for the general. I admire the general greatly." Bai Qingyin emerged from inside. Shi, why are you here? Shouldn't you be back in Manhwa? Upon seeing her, Shi called out cheerfully. Bai Qingyin complained while waving her hand at Shi. "It's all my father's fault, insisting I marry into Ming Guang Kingdom, to some princess or other. I don't want to marry. I don't care about her disapproving looks." Shi grinned, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Bai Qingyin, are you happy to see me?" Surprised, her response was a swift kick that sent him sprawling. "Happy about what? Didn't we just see each other 2 days ago? Get away from me." Shi landed on the ground, looking up at her with wide, watery eyes, feigning hurt. Bai Qingyin, a nearby subordinate, enraged, started forward. "How dare you disrespect the third prince?" Shi raised a hand to stop him. "What's all the shouting about? It's nothing. Bai Qingyin and I are just joking around." The subordinate looked at him worriedly, but third prince. Shi ignored him, continuing to chatter at Bai Qingyin that "You've gotten stronger since I last saw you a few days ago. Very impressive. I brought you some jewels. While General Song is away, let's go out and have some fun." The subordinate, watching this scene, looked dubious. Asterisk, is this really the arrogant and domineering third prince? Actually bowing and scraping to a woman? I must still be dreaming. Asterisk, outside, the streets were bustling. Shiny candied treats were displayed, accompanied by calls of candied hawthorns. If they're not delicious, you don't have to pay. Young women admired the jewelry on display. Beautiful jewelry. Buy one, get 3 free. Shi, looking excited, glanced back at Bai Qingyin as he walked. "Look, there's a performance up ahead." Looking left and right, he continued excitedly, "And the rice cakes over there smell amazing. Do you want some? I'll buy them for you." Not hearing a response, Shi looked at her quizzically. "Bai Qingyin?" Bai Qingyin looked dejected, shaking her head in, "Oh, thank you. I don't want any." Seeing her unhappiness, Shi bent down and asked, "Bai Qingyin, what's wrong? You look like a wilted tomato. Did someone bully you?" Bai Qingyin looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "Can I go back to Nangguo with you, Shi?" Shi looked startled. "Bai Qingyin, are you joking? Isn't General Song your whole world? Why would you suddenly want to come to Nangguo with me?" The others crowded around, wanted to know what was going on. "Did the general bully you?" Bai Qingyin replied sadly, "The general didn't bully me. But," she thought to herself, "asterisk, the general is my lifeline. But the closer I am to him, the faster my soul will dissipate. Asterisk." Thinking of this, her expression turned cold. Asterisk, once I'm gone, that woman, Sua Yin Qin, inside me will take over my body. I can't completely trust her, so I can't disappear. Asterisk, seeing her determination, Shi relented. "I don't know what happened, but if you've thought it through and decided to come with me, I'll find a way to get you out." He extended his hand. Bai Qingyin readily took his hand. "I've thought it through." Before she could finish, another hand grasped hers. Song Huayan had appeared behind her. He held her hand tightly. "Who do you want to go with?" Shi, watching them, thought. Song Huayan. Bai Qingyin, seeing Song Huayan, looked surprised. General Shi politely greeted him. "General." Song Huayan angrily interrupted him. "Shut up." He turned to question Bai Qingyin. "Qingyin," he asked her again, "who do you want to go with?" Bai Qingyin, wanted to hide her secret, avoided answering. Her actions enraged Song. "Why not going to talk, are you?" With that, he picked Bai Qingyin up, startling her. General Shi watched Song Huayan's retreating figure. Everyone was worried that, oh dear, it seems General Song is furious. What happened to Bai Qingyin? Why would she willingly leave the general, the person she longs for day and night? As for Song Huayan, he was so angry that he pulled Bai Qingyin roughly, causing her to cry out in pain. He cornered her and continued to interrogate her. "Oh, you want to leave me? For that, Shi?" Song Huayan was extremely agitated. "Qingyin, didn't you say you loved me? Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? You barge into my life so forcefully, and now that I've agreed, now that my heart is moved, you want to leave me? Why? Bai Qingyin thought sadly. Asterisk the general is too close. I can't speak. I have to suppress Suo Yinqin. I can't let her wake up and control my body. Asterisk seeing Bai Qingyin's stubbornness. Song Huayan warned her, do you think you can get away with not saying anything? I'll show you. I won't let you go anywhere. If you provoked me, then you are mine, Song Huayan's woman. With that, he gave Bai Qingyin a deep kiss. Her body immediately reacted. But Song Huayan hadn't noticed yet. He continued to be intimate with her. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Seeing her trembling and crying, he had a suspicion. Qingyin, are you trembling? Song Huayan recalled his actions in a panic. Could it be because I forced myself on her when I was drunk before that she's so scared now? Thinking this, he softened his voice and gently coaxed Bai Qingyin. Qingyin, I'm sorry. I was just angry. If you want to go to Manhwa, I'll take you next time. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Bai Qingyin meekly replied, okay, I understand. She thought to herself, asterisk, I am the general's pet. If the general doesn't want me to leave, then I won't leave. Not until I completely disappear and become So Yun-Qin. Asterisk. With that thought, she nestled into Song Huayan's arms and whispered, I'll stay by your side until death. Song Huayan gently soothed her. Qingyin, say my name. Bai Qingyin obediently and shakily called out, Song Huayan. He continued to comfort her. Good girl. From now on, call me by my name. You're not allowed to call me general anymore. Do you understand? Bai Qingyin looked up happily and replied, I understand. Song Huayan. Like the inn in Song Huayan. Song Huayan smiled. That's right. As night fell, Bai Qingyin was still restless for some reason. She put her hand on her chest and wondered, Suo Yunqin, are you really here to protect the general? Suo Yunqin, within her, replied, you already have the answer in your heart. Why ask me? Very well, I'll let you see the past. At that moment, images of Bai Qingyin and Song Huai in ceremonial armor appeared. They charged into battle together. Bai Qingyin stood by his side and made a vow. Even if I die for the general on the battlefield, I will never regret seeing this image of myself. Qingyin then recounted the events. These things are all in the past from the general's different lives. This time I was also by his side. I died for him in battle. Until the previous life, 1/10 of my soul transformed into a white tiger, which is you. You stayed by the general's side and died for him. At this moment, Qingyin sadly realized the truth. It turns out Suo Yunqin is the one who, life after life, dies for the general. It turns out it wasn't me protecting the general. After thinking it over, she wiped her tears and said, Suo Yunqin, I can give the general to you, but on the condition that you kill Gue Li. Hearing this, Suo Yunqin asked, using your own disappearance as a bargaining chip, just to kill Gue Li? Have you thought it through? Qingyin resolutely replied, I have. Let me do one last thing for the general. Hearing her say this, Suo Yunqin promised, 10 days from now, the general is preparing to marry you again. Before that, I will kill Gue Li. The mention of marriage made Qingyin feel sad. Marry me again? I understand. She thought to herself. So Yunqin said that, probably because she doesn't want to see the general marry me. Thinking of this, she felt very restless. Only 10 days left. The scene shifted to Lian Qi's palace. Feeling bored, Mingyu sat lost in thought. Unexpectedly, the palace is full of pretentious women. I knew I shouldn't have come. I wonder if Bai Qingyin was scolded after General Song took her away. Suddenly, Mingyu asked Lian Qi, You, what are you looking at me like that for? Lian Qi pointed at himself and asked me. Mingyu retorted irritably, Yes, you. You've been staring at me for a long time. Let me tell you, don't get any delusional ideas. I will absolutely not marry into Nangua. Seeing his daughter's boisterous behavior, the king admonished her, silence. Princess Mingyu pouted unhappily. The king thought to himself, irritated, what is this fool saying? Provoking me. Does she know that the third prince of Nangua, the future emperor, is right in front of her? This daughter of mine is truly spoiled. At this moment, Lian Qi finally greeted Mingyu. Who are you? Mingyu introduced herself conceitedly. I am the 9th princess, Li Mingyu, of Mingguang Kingdom. Don't pretend you don't know me. I know you admire me, but I absolutely will not agree to be with you. Lian Qi responded sarcastically, Admire you? You're the 9th princess, right? Being so self-absorbed is a disease. Go get treatment. Don't tell me you think you're beautiful. Let me tell you the truth. With your looks, even if you served me tea and poured me water, I wouldn't even glance at you. Mingyu was so angry she couldn't speak. Lianqi showed no intention of stopping. He continued, "You what? I'm the third prince of Manhwa, controlling 1/3 of Nangua's territory. With the two countries forming a marriage alliance, don't tell me you think you're worthy of me." Once again, Mingyu was rendered speechless. Lian Qi pressed his advantage. What? Representatives from both countries are present. You're embarrassing Nangua and me in front of everyone. Are you trying to disrupt the good relations between our two countries? He then turned to address the emperor. "Your Majesty, if the princesses of Mingguang Kingdom are all so lacking in decorum, then this marriage alliance is unnecessary." Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the emperor immediately reminded his daughter, quickly apologized to Prince Lianqi. Mingyu had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "That I was wrong, Prince Lianqi. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly." Inwardly, she was still terrified. Her father's gaze felt like it could kill. But she reassured herself, "It must be my imagination. Father clearly loves me the most." After receiving the apology, Lian Qi continued, "I originally wanted to choose a woman like Bai Qingyin, but after searching, I couldn't find one. So, let's wait until General Song is married. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even if the marriage alliance fails, it won't affect the good relationship between our two countries." Hearing him mention Bai Qingyin's name, Mingyu felt a surge of displeasure, but she only dared to think it. Bai Qingyin again. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Song Huayan likes Bai Qingyin, and this barbarian for Nangua also likes Bai Qingyin. I must find an opportunity to meet this Qingyin and see how she seduces men. The scene shifted to the general's manor. Bai Qingyin cheerfully called out the male lead's name. "General," she thought to herself, "So Yanqin promised me these last 10 days would be all mine. I must stick to the general and not leave him for a moment." She rushed towards Huayan like a child. The general gently asked, "Why are you here?" He embraced Qingyin and continued, "I told you to call me by my name, not General." Qingyin happily replied, "Song Huayan, I missed you, so I came to see you." Noticing her unusual behavior, Huayan playfully asked, "Since when did you become so clingy? But it's good. I bought you some new clothes. Go change, and I'll take you out." Hearing this, Qingyin curiously asked, "Go out? What are we going to do?" Huayan smiled and replied, "Silly girl, today is the Qixi festival. I'll take you out for a stroll. If you don't want to, then we won't go." Overjoyed at the prospect of going out, Qingyin excitedly ran off like a child. "I want to. I'll go change right now. Song Huayan, wait for me." Watching her go, Huayan smiled to himself, thinking, so careless. I wonder if this silly girl will be this hasty 10 days from now, after we're married. Just then, someone arrived at his door. A voice called out, "General, Prince Lianqi is here to visit." Hearing this, Huayan had a suspicion. Lianqi? I wonder what he's up to. Why is he here again? Could he be planning to take Minor back to Nangua? The guard outside offered, "General, should I send Prince Lianqi away?" Huayan took a sip of tea and replied, "Let him in. I want to see what he's planning." The guard immediately obeyed. Huayan felt extremely uneasy. That Lianqi had better not have any designs on Minor. A moment later, Qingyin was ready. She called out to him, "Song Huayan, I've finished changing." Dressed in a vibrant pink outfit, she appeared before Huayan. He was stunned by her beauty. Seeing Huayan speechless, Qingyin curiously asked, "Well, how do I look? I didn't wear the wrong thing, did I?" Huayan smiled and caressed her, replying, "No, Honor, you look beautiful like this." The two were sharing a tender moment when suddenly Lianqi entered. "General Song, I'm here." He excitedly continued, "I didn't see Bai Qingyin." She was suddenly looking at Qingyin's new outfit. He then clicked his tongue in admiration. "Bai Qingyin, you look beautiful all dressed up." Qingyin, seeing Lianqi's arrival, was a little surprised. "Lianqi, why are you here?" Suddenly, Huayan embraced her tightly, stopping her, leaving her confused about what was happening. Song Huayan held Bai Qingyin close in his arms, his face showing displeasure at being interrupted. He reproached, "Lianqi, what brings you to us?" Bai Qingyin, blushing, rested her head on his shoulder, thinking to herself, "General." He frowned, bored, and shooed Lianqi away. "If it's nothing important, don't disturb the affectionate atmosphere between Ener and me." His words made her even more embarrassed. Lianqi's face darkened as he walked away, annoyed, thinking to himself, "This Song Huayan is purposely being affectionate in front of me. Is there need to do that?" Still in the study, he kept his arm around her waist. He regained his composure and said calmly, "I came to invite Bai Qingyin out. I'm returning to the Southern Kingdom in a few days. I may not be able to see her again in this lifetime. So, for this last time, I want her to show me around the capital. Hearing this, she said to Song Hwayan, should we take him with us? He looked at Hellion Chi, observing him without speaking. After a pause, he calmly and cheerfully replied, all right, let's take him along. Inwardly, he had a dark thought, planning to let Hellion Chi see him and Enur celebrating the festival together. Hellion Chi forced a smile, one hand on his hip, the other behind his head, muttering to himself about Song Hwayan. Damn, this clueless guy. This is so he'll stop coming to see Enur later. It's strange. Why do I have a bad feeling? Is it just my imagination? At the festival, red lanterns were hung everywhere, creating an indescribably elegant beauty. Song Hwayan and Bai Qingyin leaned close to each other, holding hands and enjoying themselves. Trailing behind them was none other than Hellion Chi. He felt like he was being force-fed dog food. Suddenly, she saw something. It was a small stall selling toys. She cried out like an excited child, Song Hwayan, look, there are sugar toys. There were many kinds of sugar toys. She picked up a man-shaped sugar figure and offered it to him. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Song Hwayan, this one's for you. She carefully handed it to him, not forgetting to offer one to Hellion Chi as well. Hellion Chi, this one's for you. She gave him a dog-shaped sugar figure, causing everyone around them to burst into laughter. Hellion Chi turned the dog figure over in his hands, looking at it for a moment. His face darkened, and he forced a smile, saying to her, I should thank you. Then he cursed inwardly. This girl, really? Sugar toys? You two are a couple, and I'm only worthy of a dog. He watched them being lovey-dovey, feeling irritated and uncomfortable that I knew I shouldn't have come out with Bai Qingyin in him. After walking for a while, Bai Qingyin looked up. He followed her gaze. It was a giant ancient tree, adorned with red paper slips swaying in the wind. She pointed and said, Song Hwayan, look over there. What are they doing? The townspeople gathered in front of the ancient tree. He explained to Bai Qingyin, this is a familiar game of the Qixi festival. Unacquainted men and women wearing masks stand around the tree. The man takes a red string and wraps it around the tree 3 times. Then, the woman chooses a string. If a man and woman pick the same string, it means they are destined to be together. As soon as Song Hwayan finished his story, Bai Qingyin happily took his hand and exclaimed, how interesting, Song Hwayan. Let's go play that game. Seeing her so joyful, he indulged her, gently replying, all right. Hellion Chi, hands clasped behind his head, glanced at the two chatting. He smirked, thinking to himself, so the jealous General Song agrees? If Bai Qingyin carelessly chooses the red string of another man, I'd like to see his expression then. He watched the ancient tree wrapped with numerous red strings, observing the two of them with a rather sinister expression. He thought, with so many red strings on the tree, it's very possible Bai Qingyin will pick the string of another man. A mischievous idea flashed through Hellion Chi's mind. He thought with amusement, I'll just join in on the fun. The two had reached the group of people playing. Hellion Chi spoke up coldly. Are you all still playing? Seeing his cold expression, one of them, a young man, stammered nervously, and no more. Why you play? Hellion Chi radiated a chilling aura. He could faintly hear the others discussing him. Let's go. Who is he? His aura is so frightening. Just standing near him makes my legs tremble. Watching them flee, Hellion Chi picked up a red string, feigning surprise that, oh my, look at him holding a red string like that. He turned, his face cold, and asked the young man, do you also want to tie your red string here? The young man stumbled back, hastily denying, no, I don't want to. Song Hwayan's cheerful demeanor returned. Pointing at the red strings, he said to Bai Qingyin with a smile, Enur, come choose your red string. She bent down, gazing in wonder at the red strings wrapped around the tree trunk. Meanwhile, someone was extremely displeased, glaring at them with disgust. Hellion Chi thought irritably, these two shameless people. Isn't this cheating? With all these red strings, it's bound to be Song Hwayan, and no matter how many times she chooses. Her eyes fell upon a particular red string. Picking it up, she looked up at Song Hwayan, her deep blue eyes, like the ocean, sparkling with innocence. She softly exclaimed, Song Hwayan, I choose you. We're truly fated. From now on, you're mine. He held the other end of the same red string, his gaze filled with a love that seemed to want to drown her in its depths. He softly replied, yes, you chose me. I am yours. Hearing this, she blushed, a smile playing on her lips as she teased him, her hand gently touching his arm. This young master is so handsome. Come with me. He seriously took her hand, rubbing his thumb against her wrist. Not so fast. Before we go, don't you need to inspect your goods? Then he suddenly embraced her, swiftly leaning down to steal a kiss, taking her by surprise. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. After the kiss, he casually asked with a cheerful tone, "Are you satisfied?" Bai Qingyin's eyes remained wide as she stammered, very, very satisfied." Blushing with embarrassment, she lowered her head and took his hand. The surrounding people cheerfully discussed the couple. Whose young miss and master are they? So romantic. They seem to be the fated couple who chose the matching red strings, right? They're already so passionate, having just chosen them. Closing her eyes to hide her embarrassment, she tugged him along, stammering, "There are too many people. Let's go." Hellion Chi glanced at the blushing young woman, thinking with annoyance, these naive people think Song Huayan and Bai Qingyin just met? They're just deliberately showing off their affection in public. "I don't want to be a puppet anymore," Hellion Chi told the two of them. "You two run so fast. Have you forgotten about me?" Bai Qingyin, her arm around Song Huayan's waist, replied casually, "Sorry, we really did forget about you." Hellion Chi angrily waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. You two were just using me as bait today, weren't you?" He pointed at Bai Qingyin, smirked, and said, "I'm leaving." "Bai Qingyin, just wait until your wedding with the general. I'll give you a big gift then." Hellion Chi looked at her with a strange tone. "Just keep acting all mysterious." Song Huayan covered his mouth shyly and said to Bai Qingyin, "You already know about our wedding?" Hearing this, she looked up at him and said happily, "Of course I know, Song Huayan. I'm very happy." She looked at her hand held by him, thinking to herself, even if we don't have the chance to hold this wedding, I'm already very happy. He blushed, turned his head away, and softly said, Is that so? I'll carry you back later, okay?" She happily replied, "All right." So, Song Huayan carried Bai Qingyin on his back through the bustling streets. She lay dreamily on his back and softly said, "General, even if it's only for 10 days, I want to be by your side. Time flies by so fast." He looked at her with tenderness and love, thinking to himself, Silly girl, what do you mean only 10 days? Are you dreaming? Our time together is still long. I vow to spend the rest of my life with you, never to be apart. He continued to carry her on his back. The next morning, the first rays of dawn began to shine. Two people were sitting in the garden chatting. Song Huayan said, these past few days, why do I feel like you've been clinging to me?" Bai Qingyin looked up at him and said coquettishly, "Are you annoyed with me?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Not at all. I really like you like this. It's just a little unusual. After all, you used to like running around everywhere." She continued, "I won't run around anymore. I just want to stay by your side." She held his hand tightly and thought, after all, I don't have much time left. How can I leave the general at a time like this? Seeing her like this, he asked in confusion, Suddenly, Bai Qingyin appeared out of nowhere. He said, "General Song, Qingyin, are you two here?" He smiled gently and said to them, "Qingyin, in a few days, you and the general will be married. According to wedding customs, you have to stay at your parents' house during these days and wait for the general to come and escort you." Bai Qingyin held Song Huayan's arm, shook her head unhappily, and said, "I'm not going. I'll stay in the general's manor." Bai Qingyin looked at her and gently persuaded, "That would cause gossip, and it's also considered bad luck." He continued softly, "I know you don't like the Chongling Marquis manor, but you'll only be staying for a few days. After the wedding, you and the general can be together forever." Song Huayan also tried to persuade her, Bai Qingyin is right. I'll come and get you then." She frowned angrily and shouted, "Song Huayan, I don't care about luck or not. I just want to be with you." Her head rested on his shoulder as she anxiously thought to herself, I don't have a future. I just want to spend these last few days with the general. Bai Qingyin looked over and said to her affectionately and cheerfully, don't be willful." Song Huayan looked at him, stroked her head, and said gently, "Then stay with me. If wants to stay at her parents' house before the wedding, then I'll go there and stay with her." Hearing this, he sighed in relief, folding his arms and saying, "All right then." He pondered thoughtfully that I didn't expect General Song to compromise this much for Ian. I hope they can stay together until their hair turns white. Jiang Long then continued, "All right, by Chengze, you've passed the imperial exams and are returning to the Chongling Marquis manor. You'll probably run into him. When that happens, just ignore him so as not to affect his mood. He repeated his question to Bai Qingze. He seriously asked again, the second son of the Chongling Marquis? Jiang Long replied, exactly. He spoke with disgust at the mention of this person's name. Angrily, he said, that Bai Qingze is not a good person. He's bullied Ayan since childhood. If he sees Ayan this time, I'm afraid he'll bully her again. He didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted. Song Huayan calmly said, I'm here. He put his arm around Bai Qingyin, pulling her into his embrace and coldly declaring, I won't let anyone bully Ayan. Seeing this, Bai Qingyin sighed slightly and said, that's right, General Song. I'm entrusting Ayan to you. They were at the Chongling Marquis Manor. The three men from the Chong family were all waiting for Bai Qingyin, and Song Huai and Bai Qingze put on an artful smile and said, Father, is General Song bringing Bai Qingyin back to the manor today? The Chongling Marquis clasped his hand behind his back and frowned, saying, indeed, Qingze, it's been a while since you've seen Bai Qingyin, hasn't it? Now that she has General Song's backing, she's become quite arrogant. Even I can't control her anymore. Bai Qingze scoffed dismissively. He said contemptuously, Father, I've just returned after passing the imperial exams. Bai Qingyin's return at this time, I suspect, is partly because she wants to get married and partly because she wants to curry favor with us. After all, her maternal family's support still relies on us. If that's the case, she'll definitely be obedient this time. He stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said, that makes sense. At this moment, the three of them saw General Song's carriage. They all shared the same thought. Song Huayan and Bai Qingyin had arrived. Song Huayan held Bai Qingyin's hand and said with a gentle smile, Ayan, come down. I'll help you. Seeing this, Bai Shui thought jealously, what's so good about Bai Qingyin? Song Huayan, who's always been cold and indifferent, treats her so tenderly. The Chongling Marquis feigned a welcoming smile towards the two of them. General Song, please come in. Bai Qingze gave a fake smile. He clasped his hands in greeting to Bai Qingyin. Elder sister, it's been a while. How have you been? She glanced at him with disdain, thinking, this person is polite on the surface, but his malice is poorly concealed. Just one look, and you can tell he's not a good sort. Then she looked up at Song Huayan and complained, Song Huayan, I'm tired. Let's go inside. He responded indulgently, all right. Bai Qingze was furious. He thought to himself, Bai Qingyin dares to ignore me. Before, no matter what I said or how I bullied her, she wouldn't dare to resist. Now it seems her personality has changed a lot. Suddenly, as she walked, Bai Qingyin looked around, searching for something. She thought that's strange. Before, when I came to the Chongling Marquis Manor, there were clearly a few servants who kept dogs, and I was planning to rely on them to find Xiao Shui. Where are they now? Song Huayan gently said, then let's go together. Before he could finish speaking, the Chongling Marquis interrupted him with a feigned smile. General Song, my son has just returned after being listed on the Imperial Examinations honor roll. I've organized a family banquet. Please join us, General Song. Bai Qingyin pulled him down and whispered, General, you go ahead. I'll look for the dogs myself. Otherwise, the Chongling Marquis will keep watching us. He looked at her indulgently and said, all right, I'll send a few people to follow you. Be careful. She smiled and replied, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried off to find the dogs. Walking towards the back courtyard, she thought to herself, they must be in this back courtyard. But why would they be in such a dilapidated place? She walked past the piles of straw lying there. Suddenly, a whimper came from behind one of the doors. She opened the door and went inside, exclaiming in alarm, what's wrong? Seeing the dogs lying all over the floor, she cried out in fear, her voice trembling. Pointing at the white dog, she asked, who did this? I can't believe someone would hurt you so badly. The small white dog rushed towards her, whimpering and telling her what happened. Hearing this, her face darkened. Angrily, she said, Bai Qingze, was it him? I can't believe someone who looks so put together would enjoy torturing animals. In another back courtyard, Li Mingwei was secretly watching her, lost in thought. I heard that Bai Qingyin is at the Chongling Marquis Manor today. This princess had a difficult time sneaking out of the palace. Today, I must see her and find out what kind of tricks she used to seduce Song Huayan. Bai Qingze saw her and suddenly spoke, startling her. Ninth princess, why are you at our house? She straightened up, hands on her hips, and replied haughtily, Bai Qingze, you've come at the right time. I'm here to find Bai Qingyin. Do you know where she is? Bai Chengzi smiled and said, pointing casually in one direction. Bai Qingyin? Just now. I think I saw her heading toward the flower garden. Hearing this, Li Mingyue went to look for her, saying, I understand. Bai Chengzi watched her go, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He thought, Li Mingyue is actually here looking for Bai Qingyin. It seems there's a good show to watch. In the back courtyard room, Bai Qingyin called out coldly, someone. Men in black entered and bowed respectfully, addressing her, madam. Holding a dog, she bent down and replied indifferently, take these dogs back to the general's manor. Have the general look after them and get a physician to examine them. They all replied in unison, yes, madam. The white dog whimpered softly. She comforted it. Don't worry, you'll be all right. A splash came from the fish pond, as if someone had thrown a stone into the water. Bai Qingyin looked towards the pond, her eyes narrowing. Clenching her fists in anger, she muttered, that Bai Chengzi is truly despicable. I must teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Li Mingyue. She spoke haughtily. You are Bai Qingyin, aren't you? Bai Qingyin, confused, asked, yes, who are you? Li Mingyue sized up her appearance with a disdainful look. It's this vixen face of yours that seduced General Song, wasn't it, Bai Qingyin? I order you to divorce General Song immediately. He is mine. Bai Qingyin closed her eyes and sighed, replying, who are you to order me around? This question enraged Li Mingyue, who raised her voice and shouted, you want to die? I am a current 9th princess. She then stepped closer to Bai Qingyin, continuing, Bai Qingyin, tell me, what would the punishment be if you pushed the current princess in the pond? Li Mingyue's reflection in the pond mirrored her malicious expression. Bai Qingyin silently watched, then asked, are you threatening me? Li Mingyue smiled sinisterly and replied, that's right. If you don't want to be punished, obediently agree to the divorce. Let me leave General Song. Otherwise, don't blame me. Bai Qingyin stepped closer to her, disgusted, and said, you want me to push you into the lake, right? Fine, I will. Li Mingyue stammered in surprise. Don't be reckless. Suddenly, Bai Qingyin shoved her into the lake. Looking down coldly, she said, I'm being reckless. Didn't you want me to push you in? Well, I'm granting your wish. Li Mingyue cried out in alarm. Still panicking, Li Mingyue yelled, Bai Qingyin, you're so bold. You actually dared to push me into the water. Annoyed, Bai Qingyin pushed her head under the water. Who told you to slander me? You're not a tiger, so stop acting so arrogant. Li Mingyue surfaced, still defiant. Get your hands off me. This princess will absolutely not forgive you. How dare you do this to me? Bai Qingyin looked down at her coldly. Since you won't forgive me, then have a few more sips of water. She then dunked Li Mingyue's head under again. Lifting her back up, she asked, want to play some more? Li Mingyue coughed weakly. Bai Qingyin, are you even human? Li Mingyue sobbed and pleaded, Bai Qingyin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you. Please forgive me. Bai Qingyin said indifferently, wouldn't it have been better to apologize sooner? Looking at Li Mingyue's pale face, she said slowly, General Song once said to be a good person. Understand? Li Mingyue hurriedly replied, I'll be a good person. I'll be a good person. Suddenly, someone heard cries for help. A young woman said, it sounds like someone is calling for help. Another person added, someone fell into the lake. Quickly call for help. Song Huayan was startled. He suddenly thought of someone, thinking to himself, that's a ner. By this time, Bai Qingyin had gone down into the lake, gripping Li Mingyue's hair. Song Huayan rushed into the water, shouting in her. The Chongling Marquis exclaimed in surprise, General Song. Bai Qingyin turned around in surprise, General. He quickly embraced her waist anxiously. How did you fall into the water so carelessly? Are you all right? Bai Qingyin smiled gently. General, I'm fine. Li Mingyue weakly raised her hand and cried, I'm not fine. Her eyes closed weakly as she yelled, could you two stop hugging and save me first? The Chongling Marquis, seeing her in the water, cried out in alarm, 9th princess. Save her. Bai Chengzi said anxiously, 9th princess. Are you all right? This is so frightening. How did you suddenly fall into the water? He quickly called out to someone, bring some dry clothes. Li Mingyue looked down, then reluctantly said, I slipped and fell in. It was Bai Qingyin. She paused, then looked up, hearing Li Mingyue speak up for her. Bai Qingyin glanced at her, weeping internally. Asterisk Bai Qingyin is a demon. I'm scared of her. It's better to stay away from her and not provoke her anymore. Asterisk suddenly, wanting to gain favor with the princess. Bai Chengzi yelled at Bai Qingyin, eldest sister, you were with the 9th princess. How could you be so careless as to let her fall in the water? You've truly disgraced our Chongling Marquis manor. She grumbled at him, unable to hold back. Don't spout nonsense. This has nothing to do with Bai Qingyin. I fell in by accident. He grabbed her hand and blurted out, Ninth Princess, you're so understanding. After praising her, he turned to Bai Qingyin and said, Sister, what are you still standing there for? The Ninth Princess is defending you like this. Why aren't you hurrying over here to kowtow and apologize? Song Huayan watched his performance, frowning in disgust. Bai Chengze, he began, but she cut him off, stepping forward and saying, General, leave this to me. Bai Chengze looked on smugly. Good, you're taking the initiative. Now apologize. A stinging slap landed on his cheek. Another slap followed, landing on Li Mingyue's face. Bai Qingyin coldly declared, that's for pushing me in. All three of them were startled, echoing in unison what? Bai Chengze's head swelled up like a pig's. He roared furiously. Bai Qingyin, you dare hit me? Do you want to die? She continued to slap him, his eyes bulging as spittle flew from his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the entire Chongling Marquis household paled. Bai Qingyin rubbed her hands and yelled, You're the one courting death. I hit you. You, a mere concubine's son, who gave you permission to point your finger at me. Bai Chengze's cheek was swollen. He stammered in rage. Seeing his swollen face, Li Mingyue inwardly lamented, This is so tragic. Why did I have to provoke this devil? Bai Qingyin. The Chongling Marquis couldn't stand it any longer. He snapped at Bai Qingyin. Have you caused enough trouble? Trembling with anger, he continued, Today is Chengze's auspicious day. His name is on the ranking list. Making such a racket. What kind of decency is this? Song Huayan was displeased. He said coldly to the Marquis, You'd best speak respectfully to my wife, Chongling Marquis. Suppressing his disgust, the Marquis muttered, General, it seems you're being unreasonable. Can't I even say a few words to my own daughter? Song Huayan looked at him seriously and said, No, you can't. The Marquis scowled and retorted, General. Bai Qingyin turned and looked up at Song Huayan, asking softly, Song Huayan, I'm feeling a bit cold. Can we go back and rest? He smiled and said, All right. Bai Chengze glared at them furiously. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Bai Qingyin, you dare hit me in front of everyone. Just you wait. I'll find an opportunity to cripple you. Inside the carriage heading back to the general's manor, Bai Qingyin asked drowsily, Song Huayan, why do we leave? Weren't we going to stay at the Chongling Marquis Manor? Song Huayan held her close, draping his coat over her. He said gently, it was too nauseating there. Staying at Bai Hai's estate is exactly the same. She closed her eyes, murmuring softly, All right, Song Huayan, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a bit. He stroked her head, looking down at her with concern, thinking to himself, why doesn't her feel weaker and weaker? She used to be so lively, running around everywhere. As night fell, within Suo Qinyuan, Bai Qingyin's body was sound asleep. Suddenly, she jolted awake. She thought to herself, Bai Ying's soul must be unconscious. It seems she's truly getting weaker and weaker. Just then, Huayan entered, holding a bowl of soup. Unner, you're awake. His sudden appearance startled her. General. Huayan gently urged her, Unner, quickly, drink this chicken soup. She replied coldly, Thank you. Then, with a touch of concern, she added, General Huayan, you should change out of your wet clothes first, so you don't catch a cold. Huayan stroked her head and replied softly, All right, drink it while it's still hot. After saying this, he turned and left. As she sipped the chicken soup, she pondered, I've never seen a general so gentle and patient. I'm starting to envy Bai Ying. She's clearly just a fragment of my soul, yet she's so cherished and protected by the general. Suddenly, Qing Yin's voice echoed in her ears, General, I wonder if Bai Ying is awake. Feeling benevolent, she decided, let's let Qing Yin return her body for now. I'll yield to you. Now, back in her own body, Qing Yin immediately called out to Song Huayan. After calling his name, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Huayan gently patted her back and asked her what's wrong. Leaning on his shoulder, Qing Yin's emotions overflowed. It's nothing. I just don't want to leave you. Fear still lingered in her heart. Just now, I almost didn't wake up. The thought of not seeing you again, even in the next life, it makes me so sad. Huayan gently stroked her head, soothing her that you're being too clingy. After crying for a while, Qing Yin calmed down. Song Huayan, let me help you change your clothes. Huayan reached up, caressed her cheek, and said tenderly, Thank you for being by my side. Qing Yin replied, I should be the one thanking you, General, for letting me stay by your side. Hearing this, Huayan chuckled, Silly, you'll always be by my side. Suddenly, Lian Ji opened the door and walked in. He greeted them. Did I come at a bad time? Huan asked, why are you here? Lien Ji replied casually, this is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? However, I didn't expect General Song to bring her here. He then reminded Huan, 7 days from now, you're getting married to Anur, about the wedding. Before he could finish, Huan interrupted, I'll prepare it myself. He then turned to Qing Yin's Anur, you should rest. I have to go prepare for our wedding. Qing Yin readily agreed. As Lien Ji followed him, he praised Huai and thought, as expected of the general, you handle everything personally. Huai smiled and replied simply, because Anur deserves the best wedding. I want to be with her forever. Meanwhile, Qing Yin was sadly thinking to herself, 7 days left to resolve everything, then I'll disappear. Before that, I have to do something for the general. I heard there's a recluse strategist in the Mingguang kingdom named Cheng Yuanzi. In 2 years, he'll become famous, a governing talent sought after by all. Decisive as ever, Qing Yin made up her mind. I'll go find him and make him one of the general's subordinates. The scene shifted to Bai Yingguan. Shui Er and Qing Yin were entering. Shui Er asked curiously, Sister, is this the Taoist temple you were looking for? Qing Yin coldly replied, let's go. As the two passed by the yin-yang 5 elements, 10 trigrams, and 9 spirits, Cheng Yuanzi continuously hawked his services. Young lady, palm reading? Hearing this, Shui Er hurriedly pulled Qing Yin away. I don't need to look, let's go. But Qing Yin responded enthusiastically, Xiao Shui, let's get our fortunes told. Receiving this answer, Cheng Yuanzi was very pleased. He cheerfully invited the two, come, young ladies, have a seat. Then he began to inquire about Qing Yin's desires. Young lady, what do you wish to ask about? Romance, fortune, or illness? But Qing Yin's reply had nothing to do with fortune-telling. I want to ask if I can persuade you, Cheng Yuanzi, to follow me today. Shui Er, listening from the side, pointed at Yuanzi and warned her sister, Sister, he's Cheng Yuanzi. He doesn't look like a decent person. Hearing himself being disparaged, Cheng Yuanzi retorted, What? I am a decent person. Foolish girl, I sell my skills, not my body. At this moment, Qing Yin revealed her intentions. Cheng Yuanzi, I represent General Song Huai of the Mingguang Kingdom. Leave the mountain for a day and help the general pacify the world. If you wish, the general will surely grant you a position as a military strategist. Hearing Qing Yin's words, Cheng Yuanzi put on airs and replied, Young lady, if you know I'm Cheng Yuanzi, you should also know my character. Qing Yin obligingly followed his lead. Tell me what it is. I'm sure I can do it. Cheng Yuanzi just smiled and replied, Interesting. He stood up and requested the two, Follow me. Qing Yin, without any suspicion, immediately led Shui Er after him. Shui Er was quite surprised, Sister. A moment later, the three arrived at a garden. Arriving there, Cheng Yuanzi began to present Qing Yin with a challenge. My first condition is that you must find the key within this garden. Only if you can find the key and open the door will I invite you inside to talk. After hearing the challenge, Qing Yin turned to instruct Shui Er, Xiao Shui, wait for me here. Shui Er cautioned her in return, be careful. Observing the garden, Qing Yin thought to herself, there's a lot of life force within this courtyard. Indeed, rustling sounds emanated from within the garden. Qing Yin immediately turned around to observe. Shui Er from outside yelled, Sister, be careful. Those are highly poisonous insects. A swarm of insects rushed out, preparing to attack Qing Yin. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuanzi continued to try and psychologically manipulate her. My little darlings, touch them and you'll die. Young lady, you can still leave now. Qing Yin thought to herself, impossible. The poisonous insects had taken flight and begun their attack. At this moment, Qing Yin unleashed her power, transforming into a giant white tiger. She roared, get out! In the form of the white tiger, her strength seemed to increase 100-fold. Qing Yin confidently declared, I am the king of beasts. Why should I fear these poisonous insects? Suddenly, a metallic object appeared behind Cheng Yuanzi. Seeing this, Qing Yin rejoiced inwardly. The key is on the stone table. Cheng Yuanzi also sensed her power, such powerful energy. After completing the challenge, Qing Yin addressed Cheng Yuanzi. The key is on the stone table. I consider the first condition fulfilled. Cheng Yuanzi picked up the key and said to her, all right, let's go. The three of them went to her room. Cheng Yuanzi continued to put forward his next request. The second condition, I still want to read your palm. Qing Yin readily agreed. All right. After reading Qing Yin's palm, Chung Yuan-zi was very surprised. He exclaimed, "This hand." Seeing this, Qing Yin curiously asked, "What's wrong?" He revealed the results of his palm reading: life and death, death and rebirth, two souls struggling. Truly interesting. Hearing this, Qing Yin was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Chung Yuan-zi to actually be able to see something. It seemed he truly was a formidable person. Thinking this, she excitedly asked him, "So, my second condition is considered fulfilled, right?" Chung Yuan-zi nodded and continued, "All right, now I will present the third condition." He held up 3 fingers and said, "I want 3 drops of your heart's blood." Hearing this request, Qing Yin clenched her fist and hesitated for a moment. That heart's blood. But she still accepted it. "All right, I agree." Suddenly, Chung Yuan-zi stood up and warned her, "Don't agree so readily. Taking your heart's blood, you will die." He approached her and gave a sinister smile, "Because I want to see what will happen when one of the 2 souls disappears." These words startled Qing Yin. Chung Yuan-zi shrugged and continued to talk about Qing Yin's life. "Actually, in your past life, you died in battle for your master. You no longer owe him anything." He then tried to persuade her, "I think you should seize this body and run far away. Don't care whether he can pacify the world or not. Don't care whether he curses himself to death or not. Live for yourself." After listening to him, Qing Yin stood up and declared, "If you know these things, and even know the general's curse, then you are definitely not an ordinary person. In the future, you will definitely be able to help the general. I agree to your third condition." Chung Yuan-zi still didn't give up on trying to sever her feelings for Hawaiian. "You'll die like a flickering flame. If you die, you'll lose everything. Song Hawaiian has never treated you well. He only kept you alive for 1 lifetime. Now you're completely loyal to Song Hawaiian. Is it worth it?" Seeing his ill intentions toward her general, Qing Yin immediately sat up and retorted, "Worth it or not, as long as I am Bai Ying, General Hawaiian will always be my master. I, Bai Ying, am wholeheartedly devoted to my master and will never betray him." Hearing this, Chung Yuan-zi stopped beating around the bush and handed her a dagger, saying, "All right, then use this dagger to stab yourself directly in the heart, and you can extract 3 drops of heart's blood." Shuai had a bad feeling and snatched the dagger, stopping Qing Yin. "Sister, you can't." She hugged Qing Yin tightly and scolded Chung Yuan-zi, "You rotten Taoist, what are you trying to do?" Chung Yuan-zi just smiled and replied, "I'm not trying to do anything. Your master asked me to do something. I'm only putting forward a condition. She is completely free to disobey me." At this moment, Qing Yin turned to reassure Shui Xiao Shui, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." But Shui was determined to stop her. "Sister, don't listen to him. That rotten Taoist is definitely lying. Tell me what you want. If it really doesn't work, we'll go back to the general." "Sister, don't do anything rash." Qing Yin took the dagger back from Shui and softly replied, "Don't worry, I know my limits." She held the dagger towards her chest. Then, she stabbed herself decisively. Seeing her like this, Shui was very worried. "Sister." Then, Chung Yuan-zi took out a knife. Drops of Qing Yin's blood fell into the container for the atomic array. After taking the blood, he smiled smugly. "All right." Bai Qing Yin stumbled and nearly fell. Luckily, Shui caught her sister in time. Shui shouted angrily, "If anything happens to my sister, I will definitely kill you." Chung Yuan-zi searched for something in his sleeve, clicking his tongue. "So fierce." Shui impatiently urged him, "Treat her wound. Otherwise, she'll really die." He added, "The wound has already been bandaged." At the same time, Bai Qing Yin's eyes fluttered open. She softly called Xiao Shui. Hearing her call, Shui felt relieved. "Sister, you're finally awake." Out of worry, she raised her voice to Bai Qing Yin. "Sister, why did you listen to that stinky Taoist? You almost died, you know." Bai Qing Yin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. I made you worry. But isn't everything all right now? Thank you for bandaging me." Just then, Chung Yuan-zi, who was standing nearby, spoke up, "Don't worry, I'm not running away." Bai Qing Yin said, "I fulfilled your 3 conditions. Don't forget, you are now the strategist for General Hawaiian, and there's still the matter of the general's curse." Chung Yuan-zi, while calculating with his fingers, sighed, all right. You talk too much. If I've promised to assist Song Hawaiian with the curse, I'll find a way to help him. Let me think." Suddenly, he was startled when he realized Song Hawaiian is here. Bai Qing Yin also looked outside. "Huh? General?" Chung Yuan-zi immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Let's go. I don't want to be beaten by Song Hawaiian." Bai Qing Yin and Shui Er ran outside. The door behind them slammed shut. Bai Qingyin wondered, is the general really here? How did he know I was at the Taoist temple? Shui Er anxiously reminded her, Sister, it's best to cover your wound. Don't let the general find out. Otherwise, before she could finish, someone arrived. The two young women were startled when they heard the call. Song Huayan appeared, his face devoid of any joy. Bai Qingyin softly called, General. He walked up to her and asked, Why didn't you tell me you were going to the Taoist temple? This sudden question left her momentarily speechless. She decided to use Shui Er as a shield that I just came here to relax. Xiao Shui is here with me, so I didn't tell you. So, Song Huayan shifted his focus and scolded Shui Er. Poor Shui Er, taking the blame for her sister. Yes, it was me, General. Song Huayan didn't pursue the matter further. He took Bai Qingyin's hand and pulled her along. Even if Xiao Shui is with you, it's still not allowed. He pulled her into a hug, concerned. You fell into the water yesterday and caught a chill. You're not well, and yet you're already running around outside. Next time, if you really want to go to the Taoist temple, let me take you. I don't trust anyone else, understand? Being suddenly embraced, she was a little dazed. Understood. Then, Song Huayan took her hand. Let's go. At this moment, the wound on Bai Qingyin's chest suddenly throbbed. She cried out softly in pain. Song Huayan also noticed this unusual situation. Shui Er hurriedly ran over to help. General, sister is cold and still weak. Let me help her. Before Shui Er could help her, Song Huayan suddenly picked her up, startling her. You know you're weak, yet you still run around. After picking her up, he noticed something strange. What's that smell on you? This question made Bai Qingyin feel a little guilty. Her inner thoughts screamed. Asterisk, the general has a keen sense of smell. Could he have smelled the blood from my wound? Asterisk. Shui Er quickly interjected. General, you must have smelled the medicine the Taoist priest gave sister. Bai Qingyin chimed in. That's right. Song Huayan didn't pursue it further. He carried her past Shui Er. What kind of medicine doesn't the general's manor have? Let's go back. Bai Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk, thank goodness for Shui Er. Thank goodness the general didn't find out. Asterisk. But he still had his suspicions. Asterisk, I clearly smelled blood on Qingyin. I don't know where she's injured, but since she doesn't want to say anything, I won't force her. I'll just have someone investigate the Taoist temple. Asterisk back at Song Huayan's manor. He let her rest and carefully instructed, Qingyin, don't run around like that again. Don't make me worry, okay? She obediently replied, I understand, General. Next time, I'll definitely tell you. But she sighed inwardly. Asterisk, it's a pity that I'm about to disappear. There won't be a next time. Asterisk. Song Huayan noticed her downcast expression and asked, why that look? I wasn't being harsh with you. Bai Qingyin forced a smile. That it's nothing. Whatever the general does is for my own good. I was the one who was disobedient. Song Huayan was truly worried about her. He said, then I'll punish you by not letting you go out tomorrow. Stay in bed and rest. Do you agree? Bai Qingyin didn't argue, instead cheerfully replying, all right, I agree. Then, Song Huayan placed a gentle kiss on the corner of her eye. Good girl. He said reluctantly, rest well. I have other matters to attend to. She replied cheerfully, all right, General, go ahead. The sound of the closing door left the room in silence. As soon as he stepped out the door, Song Huayan summoned his subordinate. Shadow 9 knelt behind him and said, Master. He asked him, have you found out why Qingyin was injured at the Taoist temple? Shadow 9 honestly reported, I apologize, Master. I only found out that Madam and Chung Yuanzi seemed to have interacted, but when I went to look for him, he was nowhere to be found. Song Huayan started to pay attention to this name. Chung Yuanzi. Inside Bai Qingyin's room, a few coughs rang out. She thought wearily, this wound, even with medicine, is making me weaker. Then Bai Qingyin saw herself in another space, facing another person. The other person sneered. Look at you. You won't last much longer. She said sadly, I know. The other person told her for the next few days, let me wake up during the day and take care of things. The other person smirked and glanced at her. You can probably only stay awake at night for a few more days. Bai Qingyin closed her eyes and said, all right, I agree. When she opened her eyes, she was a different person, though her appearance remained the same. She stared at her hands, thinking, in the next few days, Yunqin, I will return to the general's side. Suwa Yunqin pondered. It was clear Bai Ying was an extension of a part of her soul, yet she felt increasingly unlike herself. Bai Ying's actions for the general were even more chivalrous than her own. She thought to herself, Bai Ying, you've done so much for the general, not even afraid to disappear. Do you truly have no regrets? Night fell. Bai Qingyin, who was sleeping, suddenly awoke. I'm awake. She rubbed her head and said, so it's already dark. The general didn't come today? My head is so dizzy. Someone there, a palace maid, hearing her call, asked, Madam, what are your orders? She asked the palace maid, go and call the general here for me. I want to see him. The palace maid bowed and replied, yes. While waiting, she thought, I don't have many days left. I must cling to the general at all times. At this moment, Song Huan arrived. Confused, he asked her, it's so late? Why did you call for me? Is something the matter? Song Huan embraced her and asked, are you feeling unwell? She replied cheerfully, no, I just missed the general. Bai Qin sighed and said, Ain, why are you so clingy like a child? The general was discussing our wedding arrangements, and just one word from you scared him into thinking something had happened, and he rushed right over. Bai Qingyin turned and said, I just want to be with the general. Then, with pleading eyes, she asked, General, can we sleep together tonight? Her words made Huayan embarrassed. Before we're married, we shouldn't sleep together. But Qingyin was insistent, and I want to sleep with the general. Her behavior displeased Bai Qin. He reminded her, Ain, be obedient and don't cause trouble. You two are getting married in a few days. This isn't proper. He then bluntly stated, neither I nor General Song will listen to you on this matter. Song Huan gently stroked her cheek and said, that's right, wait a little longer. 2 days after the wedding, we'll be together, all right? Hearing this, she said sadly, I understand. She sat listlessly on the bed, thinking, I'll be gone in a few days. It seems I won't be able to see the general much longer. The more Bai Qingyin thought about it, the more heartbroken she became. I really want to be with the general a little longer. At that moment, in the quiet room, the creak of a window suddenly echoed. Bai Qingyin startled and looked toward the sound. Song Huan unexpectedly climbed in through the window. He softly called Anur. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. General! He walked over and gently stroked her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you want to sleep with me? She replied, but Song Huan, I didn't expect you to climb through the window. Her eyes sparkled. Even such a serious general climbs through windows. He chuckled softly. What? Because I climbed through the window, I'm not allowed to stay. She said shyly, but Big Brother said it wouldn't be good if others found out. Huan replied cheerfully, then let's just not let anyone find out. He then extended his hand. What are you still standing there for? Come here. Hearing this, she immediately threw herself into his arms. General, you're so kind. Song Huan said gently, all right, go to sleep now. Bai Qingyin happily hugged him tighter. Okay. Late at night, the outside was silent and still. Inside the room, even the candles had been extinguished. A man and a woman slept in each other's arms. At this moment, Song Huan slightly opened his eyes, waking up. He sat up, staring at Bai Qingyin thoughtfully. The bloody smell from yesterday came from a knee. Where was she injured? Huan then pulled her clothes aside. Immediately after, he was startled. This is lifeblood. Huan saw the blood on the bandage wrapped around her chest. A wound near her heart? Why didn't this silly girl tell me? Doesn't it hurt? Bai Qingyin mumbled in her sleep, softly calling out, General. He sighed. Fine then. If she doesn't want to say it, I won't force her. He thought again about Chung Yuanzi. No matter where he runs, I must find him. Bai Qingyin slept soundly until morning. She sat up and calculated. In 3 days, Bai Ing will disappear. Before that, I must kill Gue Li as promised. Then she got out of bed and opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Shui Er waiting outside. Sister, you're awake. But she didn't pay much attention, only coldly asking, where's the general? Shui Er immediately replied, I saw the general go out with Bai Ji early this morning. Do you miss the general again, sister? Bai Qingyin curtly replied, no. Arrange a carriage for me. I have to go to the general's manor. The palace maid quickly acknowledged yes. Seeing her hurry, Shui Er also wanted to help. Sister, you want to go to the general's manor? I'll go with you. But before she could finish, Bai Qingyin said, no need. Hearing this, Shui Er didn't follow. She sadly watched Bai Qingyin leave alone. Shui Er realized something. Strange. Why does sister seem so strange today? She watched Bai Qingyin's retreating figure. It makes me feel a little unfamiliar. Bai Qingyin went straight to the general's manor. On the way, many people greeted her with Madam, but she didn't respond to any of them. She didn't hesitate to open the door in front of her. Inside, only Gue Li was there. She thought with derision, the general study. Even the 4 trusted aides can enter. It's funny how in the past life, most of the intelligence about Gue Li harming the general was obtained from here. Gue Li didn't expect her to come here. Bai Qingyin, what are you doing here? Bai Qingyin walked towards him step by step. Gue Li. She sat down and said, I'll give you two choices. She continued softly, either resign voluntarily and get as far away as possible, or be killed by me. Hearing this, he found it amusing. Killed by you? You're deliberately provoking me. Gue Li stared at her and said, Do you really think I wouldn't dare to make a move? Bai Qingyin said mercilessly, Gue Li, you're truly pathetic. A fallen prince. Hearing these words from her mouth, he felt himself being looked down upon. Bai Qingyin continued, disguising yourself for so many years. Are you waiting for the crucial moment to bite back at the general? Perhaps you think you can return to the lofty heights of the imperial palace. He couldn't listen anymore. He grabbed Bai Qingyin's neck forcefully. His face darkened as he said, What do you know? She retorted, I know more than you think. Do you want to hear? He quickly realized, You want to lure me into making a move. I'm not that stupid. Bai Qingyin rubbed her neck, stood up, and said, That's a pity then. You've hidden yourself for so many years, even going so far as to kill someone's entire family, just to obtain the identity of Gue Li. She laughed at him that you've been discovered, yet you still don't dare to touch me. You'd better be careful from now on. Gue Li, though somewhat afraid, still spoke boldly. Song Huayan won't suspect me. Bai Qingyin replied, Then let's see. Will the general believe you or me? After that, Bai Qingyin stopped talking to him. She turned and left. Only after she was gone did Gue Li slam his fist on the table in a rage. Furious, he couldn't understand. How does that bitch know my secret? Holding his head, Gue Li decided to accelerate his plan. It seems I can't wait any longer. I need to move to Song Huayan's flower garden. At this moment, Song Huayan was listening to a report from his shadow guard that it is, as you say, general. Madam and Gue Li were in the study for a while. Then she returned. Song Huayan instructed the shadow guard from now on, following her. She's injured, so if it's not necessary, she shouldn't go out. I want her to focus on recovering. Understood. The shadow guard obeyed. Yes, general. I will take good care of the mistress. A day passed, and dusk began to fall. Shuai hurriedly ran after Bai Qingyin, reminding her, Sister, if you have nothing to do, don't go out. Your wound hasn't healed yet. But she disregarded Shuai's words that I have a plan. Then she left alone, leaving Shuai behind. Bai Qingyin looked up at the darkening sky and said, It's getting dark. Shuai, puzzled, replied, Yes, it is. What? She muttered to herself, It's Bai Ying's turn. Then she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she was a different person. Shuai called out, Sister. Bai Qingyin wondered, not being in her room. Then she turned to Shuai with a smile and asked, Xiao Shuai, what did you want to say to me? Seeing her mood change so quickly, Shuai was momentarily speechless. I have nothing to say. She thought to herself, Sister is back to normal. Was I just imagining things? Night fell, and Bai Qingyin waited for Song Huayan to arrive. I wonder when the general will come. Just as she thought this, she saw someone slip in through the window. He asked as soon as he arrived, Why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing him, she happily called out, General. She threw herself into Song Huayan's arms and said, I was waiting for you. He gently embraced her, thinking to himself, Lately, has been acting like a child, clinging to me so much. While embracing Song Huayan, Bai Qingyin thought with a pang of sorrow, There aren't many days left. I'm reluctant to leave the general. She picked up a teacup and took a sip. At this moment, it was Sua Yunqin's consciousness in control. This Gue Li is quite resilient. Even after being provoked by me, he still hasn't made his move. But today, I purposely arranged to meet Hake Lianqi. As expected, the crown prince came here because of Hake Lianqi and the 9th princess's marriage. At this time, Hake Lianqi was at the front door of the residence, pacing back and forth happily. Gue Li opened the door and saw Li Sun. He panicked slightly. Bai Qingyin guessed that it was Li Sun, the person whose position as Crown Prince Gue Li envied the most. Meeting him today must have added fuel to the fire in his heart. He probably can't stand it anymore and is about to make his move. Just as she predicted, Li Sun kicked Gue Li as soon as he arrived. What are you standing there for? Quickly taping to find Prince Hake Lianqi. Bai Qingyin thought to herself, Bai doesn't have much time left. I hope Gue Li's matter can be resolved quickly. That night, Bai Ying's consciousness returned. She lay weakly in bed. She woke up, looking around in a daze. Am I in my bedroom? At this moment, a soft call came from outside the window. Bai Qingyin asked him, Lianqi, why are you here? He lightly jumped through the window into the room and said, 1/5 just finished. He reproached her, We had an agreement. Weren't you supposed to tell me about your plans? Bai Qingyin genuinely didn't know anything. She could only apologize. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. She thought to herself, Sui Yunjin must have done something during the day. Helian Shi found a place to sit down and said, forget it. I won't hold it against you. But next time you have a plan, tell me beforehand. Bai Qingyin just wanted to get rid of him quickly. So she replied, all right, I know. It's late. You should go back. He glanced at her and said, what's the rush? Let me rest for a bit. No one will come to your room in the middle of the night anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a window opening rang out. Both of them looked over and simultaneously sprayed pepper spray when they saw the other person. Bai Qingyin cheerfully called out, General. Helian Shi was surprised. General Song, you're climbing through windows too? Song Huayan's face darkened as soon as he saw him. He glared at him menacingly. Helian Shi, what are you doing in my wife's room in the middle of the night? Helian Shi was intimidated by his aura. About that, I can't talk to Bai Qingyin. Then he quickly slipped away. You two talk. I'll be going now. Seeing Helian Shi reminded him of past events, making him extremely uncomfortable. That guy wanted to take her to the southern kingdom before the wedding. Helian Shi is absolutely forbidden from entering the manor again. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, Bai Qingyin asked, General, what are you thinking about? Jealousy surged within him. He embraced her and asked, they're getting married soon. You'll always be my wife and won't leave me, right? Bai Qingyin expressed her feelings with all her heart. Yes, even in death, I won't leave you, General. There was another sentence she couldn't say aloud. Until my soul is scattered and gone. He gently held her and whispered, in just one more day, you'll officially become Song Huayan's wife. But Bai Qingyin felt no joy in her heart. She thought bitterly, only one day left. Song Huayan noticed her unusual mood and asked, what's wrong in her? Are you not happy? Bai Qingyin hugged him tightly and said, no, I'm just too happy, General. I can't bear to leave you. He gently hugged her back. Silly girl, we have a lifetime together. Tears welled up in Bai Qingyin's eyes. She replied happily, a lifetime. Night had fallen. Gueli stood before his subordinates and declared, Song Huayan's wedding is in one day. I've been planning this for years and can't wait any longer. His face darkened as he made up his mind that I've decided to strike during the wedding ceremony. We must kill Song Huayan. We only have one chance. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. His subordinates replied in unison, yes. The next day, voices could be heard within the manor. What should we do now, Sui Yunjin? The wedding is tomorrow. Bai Qingyin rested her chin on her hand and said, I underestimated Gue Li's patience, but there will be many guests at the wedding tomorrow. It's a good opportunity for him. He'll definitely make his move. Bai Qingyin's soul was truly agitated. She suggested to Sui Yunjin, can you help me wake up early tomorrow morning? I want to say goodbye to some acquaintances. I also want to see Gue Li die with my own eyes tomorrow. Bai Qingyin looked out the window with a hesitant expression. But tomorrow is the wedding. Bai Qingyin's soul pleaded earnestly. Tomorrow, Gue Li will die and I will disappear. I guarantee that only you will be by the general's side from now on. I want to see this traitor Gue Li die with my own eyes. Only then can I rest in peace. Please, agree to my final request. Bai Qingyin finally agreed. All right, as long as you can hold on. The soul affirmed, I can do it. With that said, Bai Qingyin's body began to change. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Bai Qingyin had truly returned. She exclaimed excitedly, great, now I have time to say goodbye to everyone. She happily thought of the names. Big Brother Bai Ju, Shui Air, White Tiger Little Bai, and even Helian Shi and Ma Chung. She clenched her hands in happiness, thinking, great, these are all important people to me. I'm not Su Yinshin anymore. An idea suddenly struck Bai Qingyin that's right. I have to leave a letter for the general, but I don't know how to write, and I don't know how to draw. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Do you need to write a will? The voice continued, clarifying the matter of funeral arrangements. Don't tell Chung Yuanzi. Chung Yuanzi suddenly appeared, suggesting, do you need my help? Bai Qingyin asked in surprise. Chung Yuanzi? Why are you here? He simply sighed and replied casually, I snuck in to see you, of course. After all, you're about to disappear. Bai Qingyin immediately reminded him, even if I'm no longer here, you can't renege on your debt. You promised me you would help the general. Chung Yuanzi affirmed resolutely, don't worry. Chung Yuanzi, always keep my promises. When the time is right, I will naturally follow the general. He then cheerfully took out paper and a brush, saying, come. What do you want to write in your will? I'll write it for you. Bai Qingyin replied contentedly. Just write one sentence. May the general have a lifetime of happiness and peace. Cheng Yuanzi was a little surprised and offered a suggestion. Well, even though you're about to die, shouldn't you indirectly remind everyone to remember you? Otherwise, you'll disappear for nothing. No one will know you were ever here. Bai Qingyin maintained her composure and said, no need. I'm fine. Her answer made Cheng Yuanzi suddenly fall silent. Then, he just sighed and handed her the finished letter. After everything was done, Cheng Yuanzi left. What a waste of my risky trip here. I thought I'd have to write several wills, reminiscing about the past and getting all emotional. I'm leaving. Bai Qingyin was left with a huge question mark. What was Cheng Yuanzi really doing here? Holding the letter, she accepted it with satisfaction. Oh well, as long as the words for the general are written, that's fine. Finally, the wedding day arrived. Everything was adorned in bright, vibrant red. Bai Qingyin was being meticulously made up. One comb to the ends, 2 combs for a head of silver hair. The image of a beautiful Bai Qingyin in her red wedding dress was reflected in the mirror. 3 combs for a house full of children and grandchildren. Bai Qingyin's face showed a hint of sadness. She thought to herself, getting married is so complicated. It's a pity that after today, there will be no more growing old together with silver hair. Bai Qingyin clenched her hand and told herself, today is the day Gue Li makes his move. It's also the day Gue Li dies. The day I avenge this great grievance. A subordinate ran in from outside and asked, Miss, are you ready? The general has arrived. The matchmaker happily replied, she's ready. Bai Qin appeared and said, he's here to escort you to the palanquin. In the lively atmosphere of the wedding day, Bai Qin smiled and carried Bai Qingyin to the palanquin. The onlookers couldn't help but be excited. The general is so generous. I've never seen such a dowry for any young lady, from one end of Chang'an Street to the other. Song Huayan, dressed in his groom's attire, appeared heroically amidst the praises. The general's wife is truly blessed. Song Huayan was overflowing with happiness. Honor, I've come to take you. The palanquin has been brought to the manor. Young lady, please come down. We're going to the general's manor. He extended his hand to support Bai Qingyin. Little sister, give me your hand. Bai Qingyin then took hold of the red silk ribbon along with Song Huayan. Looking at Bai Qingyin, Song Huayan pondered the scene. The two of them walking into the ceremony hall together. It made him keep thinking as if he were dreaming. Inside, the two began the ceremony. The first bow to heaven and earth. The guests who witnessed it were overjoyed. Next was the second bow to the ancestors. But there was a detail the guests noticed. It seems the relationship between the legitimate daughter of Marquis Chongling and Marquis Chongling himself has truly fractured. Such a major event as a wedding, and the general didn't even invite Marquis Chongling. It's likely they won't interact in the future. This Marquis Chongling. As they reached the husband and wife bow, Bai Qingyin's heart pounded. She touched her chest, silently praying, please, please, let me fulfill this wish. Bai Qingyin gritted her teeth in pain. Finally, when the two bowed to each other, the ceremony was declared complete. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Assassin! Bai Qingyin anxiously lifted her veil. Gue Li is here. But before she could fully unveil herself, a hand stopped her. Song Huayan smiled gently and said, your veil, only your husband can lift it. She started to say something, but Song Huayan interrupted her. No buts. He touched her face and instructed, remember, from now on, don't call me general, call me husband. Meanwhile, the assassins had reached the inside of the ceremony hall. Bai Qingyin worriedly wondered, where is Gue Li? Song Huayan drew his sword and ordered, protect my wife. With that, he began to cut down the assassins one by one. Song Huayan realized something. He thought, these assassins are all targeting me. As long as I'm not with Anur, she'll be safe. A fierce battle was also taking place outside. That something's not right. Something's very wrong. Bai Qingyin watched in horror as people fell one after another. She worriedly wondered, why hasn't Gue Li appeared yet? Suddenly, she noticed a strange figure in the distance. That person. Even though Gue Li was disguised, she still recognized him. Looking at Gue Li, Bai Qingyin remembered, I saw Gue Li disguised like this in my past life. No wonder he didn't attack anyone along the way. Gue Li is ready to draw his sword. So the person he wants to kill is the general. Bai Qingyin urgently shouted, General, be careful. She immediately rushed forward to shield him. The shout caught Song Huayan's attention. Gue Li angrily cursed, you bitch. You ruined my plan again. Thanks to this, Song Huayan swiftly counterattacked. Gue Li, you deserve to die. Song Huayan supported by Qing Yin's body and shouted, quickly, call the imperial physician Shuer. Night fell over the scene. After treating her, Shuer sighed in relief. Fortunately, the wound isn't critical. If it had been just an inch deeper. She weakly replied, Shuer, I'm all right. Bai Qingyin softly said, I want to talk to the general. Clutching the blanket, she thought, because of this wound. I really can't stay any longer. Song Huayan immediately grasped her hand. Sitting by the bed, he comforted her, you'll be all right. Just rest well, and you'll recover. Looking at Song Huayan's expression, Bai Qingyin felt a pang of sorrow. That versatile and fearless general is now afraid. I've never seen him wear such an expression. Bai Qingyin reminded him, General Gue Li is a traitor. He's been disguised, lurking by your side. His goal is to harm you. Song Huayan replied sadly, I know now. It's my fault for not believing you sooner. Bai Qingyin smiled faintly and instructed, General, you must live well. Song Huayan gripped her hand, remorsefully replying, and so will you. We'll both live well together. Bai Qingyin, tears welling up, revealed, the truth is, General, I am the white tiger you raised in your past life. Tears streamed down her face. I am the Bai Ying within Song Huayan. The room suddenly fell silent. Song Huayan, realizing what was happening, repeatedly called out Shuer beside them, explained, General, don't worry. Sister has just fainted. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyin's soul departed. Having fulfilled her wish, she vanished. Bai Qingyin raised her hand in farewell. General, from now on, this body no longer belongs to me. It belongs to Sua Yinqin. Sua Yinqin is even more capable than I am. She will surely protect you well. A farewell embrace, known only to Bai Qingyin herself. The next day, bright sunlight filled the room. Song Huayan, having watched over Bai Qingyin all night, had dozed off. Only the two of them were in a room. Bai Qingyin slowly opened her eyes. She struggled to sit up and called out, General. The sound startled Song Huayan awake. He saw that she was awake. He called out in her, and then quickly got up, that you're finally awake. He rushed to her bedside, concerned. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Bai Qingyin only asked, General, where's Gue Li? Song Huayan froze, silent. Bai Qingyin pressed, is Gue Li dead? Seeing he didn't answer, she called out, General. Song Huayan observed her, thinking, those eyes, they're not the same. This isn't an Where's an He instinctively backed away and then ran out of the room. His subordinates, seeing him, were about to ask about his wife's condition. General, Madam has awakened. But he only muttered, she's not her. Song Huayan went out into the courtyard and looked at the animals. The animals looked back at him with mournful eyes. Song Huayan furrowed his brow, wondering, where's an The image of Bai Qingyin lingered in his mind. Where did she go?